This guy has endured a century of exile in this dreadful place to find his way home. The only key for him to return home is the spatial orb hidden deep within the dragon's chest. Now the monster is blocking his way, arrogantly demanding to take his last remaining breath. He thought the overwhelming toxicity would render all efforts futile, but at that exact fated moment, the young man's true strength was finally brought to light. As soon as the magic circle appeared, it made the enormous monster tremble with fear. A brilliant aura flared up and the injuries on his body were quickly healed. And this was definitely not just some ordinary or simple regenerative ability. He fearlessly walked up to the dragon and coldly challenged, "Take it out yourself, or shall I tear open your chest with my own hands? I'll give you 3 seconds to think." The dragon only then realized with a shock that this was no ordinary warrior. As soon as he counted to 3, he lunged straight into the enemy's chest, causing it to collapse on the spot. The sparkling object in his hand was indeed the spatial orb. Few knew that besides being a hunter, he was also a superb healer. Looking at the treasure in his hand, he sighed warily. 100 years of struggle only to obtain this. The food of that world is truly hard to stomach. A strange sound suddenly emanated from the object. It turned out it wasn't a treasure but the orb's voice. He immediately retorted with a brusque remark, then forcefully shoved the object straight into his mouth. Just as the ancient symbols glowed brightly around him, he was extremely excited because the day of reunion was finally very near, returning to his disciples, to his loved ones, and to his homeland. The young man lay motionless on the ground until a leaf accidentally fell and woke him. As soon as he opened his eyes and woke up, he startled and shouted, "You clingy food." The orb in his stomach immediately grumbled, "Why do you call me food? I am about to vomit because of this spinning space." He thought to himself how lucky he was to have made it through, but his mouth didn't he forget to mock, "You bastard just turned into food already." The orb immediately retorted, "If you digest this body, the consequences will be unimaginable." Dizzy and with a headache, he told it to shut up before he started throwing up violently. "Is this Earth after all?" The orb grumbled, "How can you not even recognize your homeland? On second thought, it's understandable that the scenery here changes by region." Sensing the energy flow here was no different from the atmosphere inside a spatial gate, it then taunted that he had the scent of a weakling. Frozen for a few seconds, he realized with alarm a major problem. "What's wrong with my energy?" In his panic, it added another jab, "So you were useless from birth, huh?" He put on a look of extreme panic, complaining to heaven and earth about his cruel fate. Perhaps this was a side effect of the spatial jump from the previous century, causing his accumulated energy to drastically decrease. His current situation seemed to leave him with only about 15 or at most 20% of his power. Upon hearing this, the orb freaked out and scolded, 20%? Are you kidding me? Recover quickly and let's figure things out, or you'll be kicked out right now. Sai, you know very well that nothing is easy. Last time, it took you decades to fully recover your strength. Hearing that, Pri got completely worked up. Decades? What are you talking about? At this rate, I might as well cancel the contract. With my magic power depleted like this, how can I perform any of my impressive special moves? Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl was running for her life. Damn it, I was so focused on escaping that I lost my friends. I wonder how everyone is doing now. Right behind her, a green giant was relentlessly chasing her, clutching a terrifyingly massive weapon. The female protagonist could only shriek in helplessness. This is clearly still the bottom floor of the dungeon, so how can that mutated creature just be here? Someone save me. No sooner had she spoken than she slipped and fell face first to the ground. She thought it was the end for her, but suddenly Seiyu appeared out of nowhere and casually dispatched the monster. "Hey little girl, I have a few questions. Is this..." Although her head was still reeling from fright, she nodded, confirming in a tiny voice, "Yes, that's right." Seiyu then casually asked, "Is this the land of kimchi, right? What year is it now?" The girl looked at him as if he were an alien. "What? Oh yes, this is Korea and it's currently 2037, she answered quickly, but her heart was utterly astonished. He defeated that monster with just one punch. Seiyu muttered, "Calculations 2037, I was sucked into a cosmic black hole in 2027, so a century of torment in the dark world only amounts to 10 years in the human realm." The young man continued with an equally foolish question, "So, who is the head of this country?" Breaking out in a cold sweat, she replied, flustered, "It's Mr. Choi Dae-soo." Seiyu jumped when he heard that name, Choi Dae-soo. "Don't tell me it's that brawny, muscular guy who's brainless and one-eyed." Seeing his clueless expression, the girl was convinced that he was either playing a prank or acting. Seiyu let out a sarcastic laugh. "Head of state? That crazy guy actually managed to become president. Has our country run out of talented people or something?" The girl remained bewildered, wondering if this was some kind of reincarnation plot. "Alright, let's put that politician talk aside," Seiyu said, returning to the main topic. "The magical energy here is fluctuating very abnormally. Are we perhaps trapped in a spatial rift?" The girl forced a smile and stammered, "Well, we're in the guidance tower." Seiyu looked extremely surprised. "What, the guidance tower?" "As long as warriors overcome the challenges here, they will unlock their hidden powers and gain additional special techniques. Based on their rankings after awakening their abilities, they will be recruited by major guilds. That's why everyone tries to climb the tower as quickly as possible to achieve good results." Seiyu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Back in my day, we didn't need all these cumbersome methods. We just spontaneously manifested our powers normally." The girl quickly explained, "That's from the pioneering generation of long ago." Seiyu started cracking his knuckles to stretch his muscles and bones. "So in short, if I want to escape this cursed place, I have to conquer this tower, right? How long does it usually take to finish?" "An average person takes about 8 weeks, and even the most skilled take at least 6 weeks. The current unprecedented record is 3 weeks, held by second-generation genius Ruji Huan." While Seiyu was sighing lengthily, trying to digest all this new information, a fierce beast quietly crawled out from the bushes. Seeing it, she frantically screamed, "Run." Meanwhile, Seiyu kept his eyes tightly shut, muttering, 3 whole weeks, that's a bit too much time. The inertia from his interdimensional journey caused both his magic flow and his joints and muscles to operate much slower. Realizing the critical situation, she screamed desperately, "Hey mister, please snap out of it. Didn't they teach you in school that when you see a fierce tiger you should run as fast as you can?" Even as the beast roared and charged, Min Siu remained completely unfazed. "There's no escaping it anymore. I'll give myself a relaxed 5-day extension on the deadline and that should be fine." Before it could even toy with its prey, the unfortunate tiger was wiped out in an instant by Super Chubby. Next is the scene of a bespectacled youth holding the top position in the Super Chubby Min Empire. Upon hearing that someone had just passed through the guide tower, Lion unexpectedly exclaimed that it had only been 6 weeks since they entered, which was quite impressive. Trembling, the staff member replied that this person was not on the initial starting list, so it was unclear which side they belonged to. "Excuse me, sir, they weren't on the registration list to begin with, and now they were causing complete havoc." The moment he laid eyes on the photo in the file, Siu froze completely upon realizing that it was his own older brother. As for the girl traveling with Siu, she still couldn't believe what on earth was happening right before her eyes. He had cleared the guide tower in a mere 5 days. After finishing the cleanup, Siu muttered to himself that a bit of exercise really speeds up recovery, feeling as though his internal energy was restored by about a quarter. The system screen displayed a notification that the tutorial process was complete. The machinery is calculating the stats and analyzing skill compatibility. The measuring device reported an error as the spatial gate gradually opened wide. The moment he stepped out of that place, Siu burst with emotion. "Finally, I've made it back." The girl traveling with him also got a free ride, screaming in panic, demanding to get out since this place was right on the other side of the tower gate. The area where Xiu appeared was extremely crowded and lively. A few people who had just walked up wondered why it was so chaotic, while the guy beside them said the gate had just opened, so something bad must have happened. The man wearing a bandage froze the moment he saw the beauty, realizing those were indeed the two. It seemed that the girl's delicate face had previously appeared on the contestant list. Out of curiosity, he stepped closer to see the situation clearly. The manager bowed and reported that the second team captain had arrived, adding that these two had just come out of the gate, but strangely, the young man was not listed on the register. Looking Xiu up and down from head to toe, the second team captain expressed skepticism toward someone who dared to boast about having just climbed the tower without a single scratch. "That sounds completely absurd, and what's with that arrogant gaze? He looks like nothing more than a starving parasite who probably got lucky and snagged some decent skill." He shoved everyone aside to step to the front, loudly barking demands for an identity check on why someone dared to climb stealthily without a registered name. Xiu calmly shrugged, saying that it was because he hadn't taken the conventional path. Flying into a rage, the team captain berated him, saying that if he entered through the main gate, he should leave through the proper exit, so why did he have to show off by popping out from that bizarre spot? Xiu was bewildered and didn't know how to explain, feeling that the situation was plain to see, so asking him wouldn't help either. Cracking his joints, he sneered, mocking the kid for daring to disrespect a seasoned veteran. "That brat probably just got lucky and snagged some cheap camouflage skill, right? If you want to live in peace, stop playing trickery, understand?" Xiu's indifferent expression infuriated him. What else with that look of contempt for others, huh? "I'm warning you, keep your mouth shut or I'll tear that insolent face right off." Xiu smirked with deep contempt and said, "Open your mouth and take a look, your breath is foul." The captain of Squad 2 stood frozen like a statue upon hearing that. "What did you say, you bastard? Have you really gone crazy?" The president leisurely cracked his neck and asked, "What were you just rambling about, tearing my face off? Shut your trap and fight, try to breathe less because your stench is overwhelming." Provoked to the point of spitting blood from rage, he roared like a madman and swung his fist, lunging forward. The president maintained a completely indifferent and relaxed expression. "I already told you to keep your mouth shut, but you insisted on arguing." By the time the Empire Guild members, led by Min Si-jun, arrived, the others had long been knocked out on the ground. The female employee gasped and screamed in panic, "What on earth is going on here?" As it happened, the man accused of causing trouble had given the guards a beating and then vanished without a trace. The guildmaster turned sharply and asked urgently, did any security cameras capture his whereabouts? Soon they were reviewing the footage. In the blink of an eye, that young man had defeated 5 hunters and disappeared. Based on the way he vanished from the frame, they began to wonder if he was a hunter with a stealth skill. The guildmaster immediately threw cold water on that idea. It's not that, simply put, his movement speed is superhuman. While everyone was still bewildered by the situation, he kept muttering quietly to himself. "It's definitely him, he looks exactly as he did 10 years ago." Keeping this earth-shattering information to himself, the guildmaster urgently ordered an immediate wanted notice to be issued. "Mobilize all of Empire's forces to find him at all costs. Remember not to act rashly, simply escorting him back here is enough." As soon as he turned away, memories of his older brother flooded his mind. "Brother, where have you drifted off to all these years? Why show your face now? Whether you were kidnapped or were running away, there must be a reason. If you are still alive in this land of Korea, you would surely look for me first, so in this situation, where would you go to hide?" Without much delay, Si-jun went to find the girl who was with Xiu to question her. "Hey, you were the one who just stepped out of the tower, right?" She shyly replied, "Yes, that's right, but truthfully, I didn't contribute anything. Someone else saved us all anyway. We awakened and escaped together." "No wonder you made it out so early. You must have obtained a great skill." The girl scratched her head bashfully and said, "I'm not really sure, but it's at least rank 3. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled brightly. "Rank 3. Even though there's no official evaluation yet, let's recruit her first." Min Si-jun immediately seized the chance to offer her the best benefits and invited her to join the Empire. Her eyes lit up upon hearing the famous name of the Empire. "Oh my god, are you really inviting me?" If this is true, it is truly a great honor for my entire family. Rank Hunter Jaewan of the Diamond Guild suddenly appeared behind them and sneered. For a group called the Empire, your behavior is no different from gangsters. Saijun frowned with clear annoyance and warned him to watch his tongue. Jaewan shamelessly added a few more taunts. Oh dear, it seems I've offended the young master. He is far too siv. Standing alongside Jaewan was Koi Sungin, and rank hunter and leader of the Williams Guild. It seems you arrived a step ahead of me. I'm sure everyone received the news from the association. The whole security team has been wiped out. Could this be the illegal awakener the association warned us about? Jaewan glanced over and gave a cunning smile. This guy is really stirring things up, causing total chaos as soon as he showed his face. Koi Sungin said that his whereabouts are still a mystery, but he needs to be caught immediately. With that kind of power, he surely possesses top-tier skills, promising to be an important strategic card later on. To put it bluntly, this guy looks quite lucrative. Jaewan showed clear strange excitement. Then it's a deal. Whoever grabs him first gets to keep him. Even if we use some slightly dirty tricks to achieve our goal, no one would dare to object, right? Hearing those words, Min Sejun found it quite irritating, but he decided to remain silent. Koi Sungin firmly stated that he would take action himself. We are busy, so no one wants to waste time. If there's any news about him, give me a shout. Then he turned to hand a name card to the girl next to Sejun, advising her to consider carefully because her talent is always in high demand. Jaewan walked away, waving nonchalantly. Take your time. Once I find that guy, I'll update you later. As soon as he reached the gate, Jaewan immediately gave the command. Jin Sik, quickly gather all the C and D ranks from Diamond, split them into groups, and search. The target is a stranger. Jin Sik scratched his head, wondering who the boss was looking for. Jaewan muttered a curse, mentioning Min Sejun and his annoying lineage. The scene shifts to the image of fragrant fried chicken legs. Britannia has just set foot back on Earth after a century, and the first stop is this fried chicken shop. Siu inhaled the alluring aroma and replied immediately, try it and you'll see. I was craving it so much that I had to rush here like I was starving. After just one bite, Bree was stunned and screamed with joy. My god, I've wasted my life all these years. Is this a worldly delicacy or what? It's incredibly delicious. I don't understand how you survived 100 years in that hellhole without this. Are you insane? CJ Chuan just grumbled slightly to be quiet so he could enjoy some human normalcy. Bree, drooling, demanded more and declared ownership over the remaining chicken. After eating his fill, Su slowly made his way back to his old home. The dilapidated ruined dwelling appearing before his eyes was indeed the house of memories from years ago. The moment he pushed open the door, a series of voices and old images came rushing back. Su, you rehome. Why did you take so long today, son? Are you hungry? Let me message Sujun to come eat while it's still hot. Next was the scene of two children happily rushing into their parents' arms for a tight hug. From the old kitchen, the familiar rich aroma of soybean paste soup wafted up. However, looking closely, everything around was nothing but a heap of abandoned ruins. The warmth of the family from days gone by now only exists in distant memories. Spiderwebs covered the path while empty bottles lay scattered all over the floor. Siu was choked with emotion and couldn't say a word, silently going out to sit on the doorstep and stare blankly at the sky. Truly as feared, the faces of my parents have long since become a blur. People say forgetting is a grace from heaven, but to me it is no different than a punishment. After a century of struggling in the demon realm, experiencing countless bloody slaughters in far-off lands, all senses seem to have become calloused, a stiff body and a soul gradually dissipating over the years. In that long stretch of time that felt like it would devour my mind, I kept clinging to every memory, fearing the darkness of oblivion would erase my very form. Complete memories of my little brother. Even the images of my former disciples, which have now ceased to be warm memories. Everything has soared into the burden of regret and relentless obsession. Regardless, thanks to them, I managed to drag myself through a century. Suddenly, Gris curled his lip and remarked that I looked truly pathetic, saying that in his homeland in the demon realm, life was much more emotional and cozy. Shu immediately shot back that there was no divine fried chicken there, and hearing this, Gris had to yield because, from a practical standpoint, it was undeniable. Regaining his usual cheerfulness, Shu stretched and said he only intended to drop by for a visit and then head back. It was time to go search for his old comrades. He didn't know where they had drifted or whether they were alive or dead after 10 years. Praying that Shijin is still safe and sound. No sooner had he stepped out of the gate than Shu was surrounded on all sides by an aggressive crowd armed with weapons. From a dilapidated roof, a slurred voice rang out, "Found you, you bastard. Searching for you has been driving me crazy. How honored I am. You must be the nobody who caused an uproar in the upper gates area, right? I'm Mbenhekmal, a C-rank hunter from the Diamond Guild. Do you have any idea how hard we've been searching for you?" Shu showed an indifferent attitude and blandly replied, "Yeah, so what? Do you want me to hug and comfort you?" Hakmal, fuming with rage, put his hands on his hips and barked, "Hey, are you deaf? We re with the Diamond Guild. I'll say it once more so you'll remember, Diamond." Shu yawned in boredom and said all these talks about guilds were annoying, so get to the point quickly. Hakmal widened his eyes threateningly. "Want to get to the point? Your kind hasn't he learned yet, has it? Let me teach you how to be decent on the street. The hunter world is in total chaos these days, kid." Shu stuck his hands in his pockets and sneered, "I think you'd be better off walking on all fours since your face looks exactly like a gorilla's. In this day and age, even gorillas are given hunter licenses. This world seems to be going to hell." After hearing the insult, Hakmal flew into a rage, blood boiling, vowing to deal with this unruly brat and carry his corpse away to be rid of the hassle. With that, he flexed to activate his ability and lunged straight at Shu at a breakneck speed. Shu calmly kept his eyes on his opponent's movements. He nonchalantly let the blow land directly on him, which sent him flying hard into the wall behind. Thinking he had won, Hakmal laughed loudly and challenged, "Who are you calling a gorilla, you brat?" While his lackeys cheered, "Boss, you're so handsome." He hit the floor before he could even take his hands out of his pockets. Give him another round, boss. Xiu remained lying perfectly still without a single movement. Right before his eyes, a notification board appeared clearly. C-rank lightning skill, doubles movement speed for a short time if stamina permits, even faster breakthroughs are possible. Xiu asked Pri if they wanted to test it out and immediately received the reply, this is the first treat I've scooped up since returning to Earth, so I must enjoy it properly. Waiting for just that, Xiu leaped up and dashed off like a flash of lightning. With terrifying speed far beyond imagination, he zipped past Hackmel, leaving him stunned and confused about what had just happened. In a split second, he was caught by Xiu and slammed face first into the ground in pain. The watching lackeys turned pale with fright, their limbs trembling as they dared not utter a word. Xiu slowly spoke the familiar command, it's lunchtime, hunters. The magic circle sparkled and shone once again, starting to drain all the energy and techniques from Hackmel. Xiu was utterly surprised, never expecting this item to still operate so smoothly in the mortal realm. Pri praised the technique stealing ability, but truthfully admitted that it still couldn't compare to a piece of fried chicken. Black Moon's henchmen stood frozen in shock as they witnessed that terrifying scene. Furious, he yelled at them, asking why they were standing there idly and ordering them to charge in and deal with him immediately. Xiu turned to Pri and told him to try out the newly stolen skill to see how powerful it was. As the crowd surged forward to surround them, Pri received the order and shouted back, understood, supply box. Thanks to divine speed and the newly acquired high-tier skill, Xiu wiped out the group of lackeys in the blink of an eye. The last guy desperately charged in, but in the end he quickly met the same fate. The system announced the C-rank heavy strike skill, which upon activation allows the body to automatically target the opponent's weak points when wielding a weapon. Holding the weapon in hand, Xiu sighed and said the blade was too dull, adding that a swordsman should know how to sharpen their blade, and asked to borrow it. As soon as he spoke, he rushed forward to strike, but a voice calling brother made him freeze in his tracks. Just as the tip of the blade was about to touch the enemy's neck, Xiu froze, standing stock still. His precious younger brother was standing right behind him, even calling out his name, brother Xiu. Xiu slowly smiled and uttered the name sigh. 2 decades ago, a strange portal appeared on Earth. The world, which had been peaceful, was suddenly turned completely upside down. Hideous monsters began pouring out of the dimensional portal. At the same time, the first individuals began to awaken extraordinary power. A chaotic era unfolded, a place where no laws or policies were strong enough to keep things in check. Everyone was bewildered, not knowing how to cope. Amid that chaos, Cyan and Xiu, 2 orphans, had to rely on each other to survive. Xiu, among the first generation of awakened individuals, dropped out of school to become a hunter, with the sole purpose of raising his young brother. Aren't you going to school today, brother? I'm dropping out. I've decided to start working to earn money. Is it because of me, brother? Not at all. My grades are just terrible, so I decided to make a living early. At the very moment of parting with his brother, Xiu had promised, don't worry, I'll be back soon, yet that turned out to be a farewell lasting 10 long years. Returning to reality, Xiu stepped into the apartment under his brother's name, marveling at how luxurious the place was. Walking around every corner, he exclaimed, isn't this a high-end apartment? Did you buy it all yourself without taking out any loans? Min Sejun, you've done really well. Hearing this, Sejun could only sigh and reply, it's only thanks to the skills you taught me that I have this income. I bought this apartment so the two of us could rely on each other, so naturally there's a room for you. Sejun remained dazed because he couldn't believe reality, wondering if this was a dream. The sudden return of his brother, who had been missing for 10 years, felt completely surreal to him. On the other hand, Suwu was extremely excited and thrilled to have his own space, thinking that being an older brother seemed pretty fun. Though this shock was indeed huge, it appeared his younger brother, Min Sejun, had struggled quite a bit all this time. After being dazed for a few seconds, Sejun's face gradually flushed and a smile began to bloom on his lips. You've really been through a lot. Seeing that Yuri's still in the mood to joke like this proves Yuri really the same mischievous big brother from back then. But brother, do you have any idea how long I tirelessly searched for you? Where on earth have you been wandering all this long time? Suo stepped forward and patted his younger brother's head. Alright, sit down. I have a whole long series of stories to tell you. Over a few cans of beer and a bag of snacks, Suo slowly recounted his journey to his younger brother. After listening, Seijin nodded. So to summarize, 10 years ago, right at the moment you defeated the 4th Demon King, you were sucked into another dimension by one of his artifacts. In that place, you encountered a creature named Predator, who possessed the ability to steal other people's skills. For a whole century, you grew stronger thanks to that power, fighting for survival while hunting for the dragon with spatial magic until you faced the Dragon King. You defeated the Dragon King and used the spatial orb inside its heart to return to Earth, right? Suo rested his hand on the table and explained, yeah, that's right. That guy Predator followed me back here too, and now it's residing right inside my body. Seijin was stunned until his face turned pale. Inside your body, do you mean you repossessed by it? Suo clarified that it was more like a parasite. As soon as he finished speaking, Predator reacted fiercely, causing him to restrain it. Don't be too stressed. I know it sounds like sci-fi, but just know that I'm not crazy. Sejun, though dripping with sweat, still reassured him, of course I believe you because you're the one saying it. Besides, nothing in this world is strange anymore. It's just a bit hard to process. I'm just so glad you're back. Suo turned to him and asked, now it's my turn to ask you. I want to know what on earth happened to this country over the past 10 years for that bastard to climb into the president's seat. Seijin slowly explained, after you disappeared, Kodesu took all the credit for defeating the 4th Demon King. He became president thanks to the title of the greatest hero, using that fake front to manipulate the public, and he is currently striving to enact policies to oppress our team. Suo crossed his arms indignantly. His goal is crystal clear, and rank hunter wanting to rule South Korea. It sounds utterly ridiculous. By the way, those people who attacked us earlier, the ones calling themselves Diamond, are they Daesu's henchmen? Koi Daesu's faction is called the Boundless Legion. South Korea currently has 7 major hunter guilds known as the 7 Stars, and Diamond is the guild of Ryuji-1, a second-generation hunter. Just leave that petty guy to me, don't worry about it. Seeing Sejun's resentful expression, Suwoo was surprised, not expecting his younger brother to have become so tough after 10 years. Anyway, let's drop that. What about my disciples? Sejun stammered, we've all gone our separate ways, we haven't been in touch for a very long time. Seok returned to his hometown while Kang Min joined Choi Dae-su's faction. Saiwoo looked thoughtful. That's really surprising. What about Min Jun then? Upon hearing the name, Saiwoo was thunderstruck to learn that he had been murdered. Suwoo's voice dropped. Is he really gone? Who did that? Sejun sighed. The body was disposed of, so the culprit couldn't be identified. Those capable of eliminating hunters could only be their own kind or unregistered awakeners. The Smix launched an investigation but couldn't find any clues either. Suwoo slammed his hand on the table in shock. What the hell is that? SMOX is the specialized agency governing global hunters, an international organization dedicated to untangling thorny cases. They hold the exclusive privilege of investigating cases and rounding up awakened criminals worldwide, much like a cosmic police force for the realm of hunters. Saiwoo then asked back whether his younger brother had any deep personal connections in that place. Xai-jun wondered what on earth his big brother was planning to pull off. Sure, connections existed, but did he really want to jump into that hornet's nest? If he needed information, he should just borrow the hands of their family's intelligence network, as that place was extremely dangerous and he shouldn't wander in for no reason. Xai-jun still stuck to his decision, saying it didn't matter as he needed much more than that trivial information. Xai-jun looked fidgety and worried, saying, bro, hunters are all warlike and the business over there mostly involves cleaning up spine-chilling murder cases. You've just recovered your wits, so you should take it easy and rest to recharge your combat energy first. Sejun replied while tapping away rapidly on his keyboard. Little brother Xai-jun, I've roamed far and wide across the other side for a whole century. Just dare you find any trade that I haven't experienced. Upon hearing this, Kajun froze for a moment, almost forgetting his older brother's illustrious nickname. Well, since the big boss had made up his mind, trying to stop him would be pointless, so he just had to accept it. If his brother was going to be so stubborn, then fine. Lee Jae-hai on the Korean side held a major title up there, and he would drop her a hint to help him out. Sejun gave a gentle smile and thanked his good brother. Even so, Xai-jun still felt an itch in his heart. Hey big bro, your face is still the exact same, but your aura seems to have completely changed. What on earth did you stir up in that dimension? Just as he browsed the web for a bit, Xai-jun suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. Oh wait, it seemed like he had run into this blockhead somewhere before. Let me take a look. Wang Tonggu, the kingpin of the enforcer team under Simps, a generation and a half hunter, and a familiar wealthy guy, Xai-jun muttered in a daze. Tonggu, no way, this bastard's name is. Scene changed 2 days later at the SMEX headquarters in the office of the enforcer team. I'm so pissed off with these new generation hunters nowadays. The big boss just dumped some rookie brat straight into my team. No wonder people keep complaining that they reborn from an incubator with brains full of mush. The staff members could only keep silent, swallowing their resentment and nodding along to get it over with. The captain of the enforcer team kept spitting and shouting loudly, these brats nowadays are just so damn hopeless. Back in our day, being a hunter meant living in a lawless battlefield where you always had to say your last words before heading out on a mission. Do you get what I mean? By the way, have I ever told you guys about the time I almost met the Grim Reaper a decade ago? An employee sighed heavily to himself, thinking he must have heard it some 780 times already, but quickly replied, yes boss, our ears are worn out from hearing it. Tungo kept rambling relentlessly, well, let's hear it again to get in the mood. Back when I was a greenhorn, I took a fatal blow during a hunt. Back then, my group was practically crippled with no fighting strength left, and everyone was drowning in utter despair. Right at that critical boiling point moment, a savior with miraculous healing powers suddenly appeared. He cast a spell to restore my health and save my life, then uttered before he could even finish his sentence. Min Si-woo had already popped out of nowhere, bellowing at the top of his lungs, Captain Tonggu. Why are you being so pretentious and changing your name? Your old name sounded way smoother, and now you've given me a huge scare. Do you still remember my kindness? I'm the benefactor who yanked you back from the jaws of death, you know. Following a confident smile, Tonggu froze stiff like a stone statue. Talk about the devil and he shall appear right before your eyes. What kind of hellish thing was going on here? It turned out to be the hunter Min Si-woo. While the lackeys were still standing there blankly with dazed faces, Tonggu cracked a wry, awkward smile and introduced him. This is the brand new member who just joined our enforcer team, Hunter Min Si-woo. Since this kid is green and fresh to the trade, he is still a bit clueless. Anyone who has any good materials, make sure to hand them over to him immediately. As senior big brothers, we must know how to show love to the newcomers as we ought to. The blue-haired girl blinked in bewilderment. Wait a minute, didn't this completely contradict what the boss was just screaming about a moment ago? Why was Captain Tonggu acting so strangely today? The guy standing next to her broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to speak it loudly, and quietly warned her to shut up. Looking at the boss's frantic attitude right now, it was obvious this new recruit was not someone to be trifled with. Seeing his subordinates whispering among themselves, Tonggu pointed angrily and called out, Kim Se-young. The man jumped in shock, his heart skipping a beat. Tonggu puffed out his chest and yelled again, drag your carcass into the meeting room right this instant. We need to pull off a flashy welcome show for the new member. Just as he stepped into the meeting room, Hunter Se-young, dripping with sweat, reported everything to Se-young while Jongga stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Constantly serving one treat after another, he asked, Hunter Se-young, what kind of coffee would you like to enjoy? Hot cocoa or an iced blend? Seung crossed his arms and acting like a big boss, said just go with hot cocoa. Jongga continued to show ultimate enthusiasm. This is the traditional uniform. Does it feel tight or uncomfortable anywhere when you wear it? After a moment of hesitation, Seungga raised his hand to speak. Excuse me, Captain, even though this is just a brief report, I didn't receive any materials to prepare. I need to explain it to him. No, I mean to him. Seeing the staff in a panic, Sai-woo immediately suggested, compile all the data on the hunters who have died over the past 20 years and forward it to me. Hearing this, Seungga looked extremely shocked. 2 decades of data is a massive mountain of information. Not to mention we also have to submit a report to the Hunter Association. Giving no room for refusal, Jongga barked, hey, stop making excuses. You are more than capable of handling this. Right after that, Jongga brought the coffee tray to Sai-woo and said softly, please don't worry, Hunter Sai-woo. Our data management team is extremely productive. Hearing this gave Seungga a massive headache, making her feel as though her captain's soul had been swapped and possessed by someone else. After straining her eyes searching for a while, Seungga had to turn to Sai-woo and ask, excuse me, new boss, when you mentioned elimination, did you mean we only need to gather information on the victims? Sai-woo took a sip of his coffee and calmly replied, just the cases officially confirmed by SEMSEEKS as homicides. In addition, I also need a list of the unidentified perpetrators who murdered hunters. Squeezing the cup in his hand, Sai-woo thought to himself, killing an awakened is near impossible unless the perpetrator also possesses special abilities. Furthermore, if someone was capable of taking down Min Jun, a veteran hunter, they must be a formidable player. Whether the culprit has paid for their crime or died, as long as they were an awakened, the association must have a record. For now, I must uncover their identities. After busily searching for a while, Seungga looked up and asked, where should I transfer this data? Sai-woo pulled out his phone and said, just send it straight to my phone first. Just then, a young man poked his head through the door and asked, Captain, do you have a moment? The police just called for help because a turf war has broken out between gangs and some awakened are involved. Jongga glanced outside and replied coldly, can't the police handle such trivial matters themselves? They are just small-time thugs, but the catch is Captain Sebarat is involved among them, the young man replied. Hearing this, Jonggu flinched in shock. What, those bastards again? Meanwhile, Sai-woo stood there dazed, having no idea what on earth Sebarat was. Jonggu quickly explained they are completely different from ordinary gangs that smuggle weapons or hire contract killers. They are even suspected of being involved in a hunter smuggling ring. The police alone would find it hard to deal with them. Hearing about the hunter smuggling made Siwoo extremely curious, and he immediately expressed his desire to tag along. As Siwoo busily put on his coat, Jongga stopped him and said, even if you are a rookie, you should at least undergo basic training first. Shifting to a different scene where a series of people had been tragically murdered. Kang Ho, the deputy leader of Sebarat, laughed arrogantly. The elite force of the Death Warriors is only worth this much. Ever since Sebarat arrived, everything else has become meaningless. Ji Ken, a third-class leader of Sebarat, loudly interjected with sarcasm, hey Kang Ho, that's unfair. Half of those kills were cut down by my butcheress cleaver. They continued to tease each other endlessly, jealous. Then why don't you come out here and fight me to see who wins, Zicken? Just you wait, there will come a day when I surpass you. Kang Ho grew increasingly arrogant. Without me, how would you guys have survived? It's a good thing I gave up being a hunter to join the organization. Our boss truly has an eye for talent when choosing people. Tossing his head back, he declared, starting today, this territory officially belongs to Sebaros. However, their joy was short-lived as a sudden terrifying explosion went off, catching them completely off guard and leaving them injured. Zekken widened his eyes in anger and exclaimed, what the hell is this? Turns out there is still another war god left. He appeared standing tall and imposing in a uniform bearing the SMEX logo. Sai-woo slowly stepped out and said coldly, listening to you brag just now, it seems you have murdered quite a few hunters in the past, haven't you? Hearing those words, Kang Ho was instantly startled and felt extremely uneasy. Siu himself was planning to go all out against that guy. If you're so tough, come here and test your strength. The scene suddenly became blurry. Kang Ho saw his teammates surrounding him. Is he still safe and sound? I've never seen this look in history books before. The key point is, what kind of fool would dare to charge into this place single-handedly? Despite the lively voices of his friends in his ears, Kang Ho still felt strangely bewildered. He had clearly just heard the sound of a skull shattering. Kang Ho shouted a challenge. If he wants to perform, then fine, let's show him a good show. He immediately activated a rank B protective move, creating an invisible shield surrounding himself. The durability of the armor depends on the amount of energy consumed, significantly increasing the user's resistance to both physical and magical attacks. The remaining ones shouted together and then charged in to attack Siu all at the same time. However, in just the blink of an eye, everything around turned into a deep black. Kang Ho was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He was in the middle of a battle. Wait, whose figure is that flickering by the riverbank over there? It is Grandpa. Is he waving for me to come over? Does he want me to stop? Back to the harsh reality, he was being soundly thrashed by Sue. Without stopping yet, Sue grabbed the guy by the collar and hoisted him up like an object. Wake up now, you're the only one left all alone. Enjoy the feast, oh hunter, it feels exhilarating. The combat skills are superb, extremely satisfying. As his breath grew weak, Kang Ho looked at the scene in front of him in shock. One person cleared out our entire guild. Why did you do this? We are just pawns being ordered around. We haven't killed any hunters. Sue smirked slyly. I know that all too well. Small fries like you don't have the guts to do something that important. Kang Ho rasped, using the last of his strength to ask, if that is so, then what is the reason? Sue stood up and dusted off his shirt. I just used some awakened criminals to test my skills a bit, and since you look dangerous, I took you out to save myself some trouble. At that moment, Jonggu hurriedly ran over to check on Sue. Are you alright? We've cleared the upper area of the nightclub already. Because you insisted on fighting alone, I was worried sick. Siu nonchalantly leaned on his arm and replied, oh, everyone is finished then. It took too long. I spared the life of one leader to take a statement later. While the rest I've seen off, that should be enough, right? Seeing the ruins and bloodstains everywhere, Zhongguo was frozen in place, even though the law dictates prioritizing live capture. Nonetheless, legitimate self-defense is still accepted under the international conventions the organization pursues. Zhongguo muttered an explanation about the body cam, but in his heart he was extremely unsettled. Did this guy really take down that entire aggressive crowd with such a cold face? The nickname Mad Dog is truly fitting, but why is he this brutal now? Siu feigned innocence, scratching his head. Oh no, I forgot to turn on the camera and I'm just an intern. Surely you wouldn't have the heart to let me get into trouble, would you? Zhongguo wept inwardly, then ordered the scene cleared. Siu kept rambling that he was just a victim attacked first, saying the blood on his shirt made it clear. Zhongguo hummed in agreement to move on, even though he knew perfectly well the blood wasn't Siu's. A lucky survivor was trembling under a table, calling in a report swearing that the Sabroth Guild had been blown to bits. Even the leader Jiken, whom he was monitoring, had met his end. At the other end of the line, a Ranka hunter from the Red Guild screeched through the phone demanding clarification on exactly who had just died. The scene changed. Hunter Girth appeared majestically with two assistants, and standing before them was a squad dressed in all black. Mr. Girth from Hong Kong's prestigious Red Guild has just arrived. We will take responsibility for bringing you to where you need to go according to plan. The gray-haired hunter bowed in condolence. I am Li Junhee of the National Hunter Association. Girth, without any expression, coldly asked for the current whereabouts of his brother. Junyang spoke up. Jiken's body is currently at the association's forensic department. Get is following us to identify him, and we'll go to the arranged resting place once that's done. Gut snorted an ironic laugh. Suspects, that sounds amusing. That Jiken case. I heard the one who killed him is involved with the organization. Junyang threw a bucket of cold water on him. I am not authorized to answer such questions. Get glared and immediately pressed. Can I then have freedom to go out and stroll around other places? Absolutely forbidden. You must stay put here until the day you leave. If you move around without permission, according to international law, you'll be immediately deported with some penalties. Now let's go to the morgue. Getty's face scrunched up in annoyance. So I just came here to pay my respects and then leave. He gritted his teeth and ordered Ryu Yandang find him for me. Just you wait, you scoundrel who killed my brother. I will rip your heart out while you're still breathing. The scene shifts to Shu and Shijin huddled together, discussing, so they cleared out all the belongings from the house. Exactly just 2 days after Minjin's assassination, the house was ransacked, not a thing left untouched. Hunter energy is just like a fingerprint, right? It reveals the entire code element and rank. The investigators at the time determined that the perpetrator had taken all the belongings in an attempt to erase all traces. Minjin was a research student, so his house was full of exclusive materials. As a result, there isn't even a scrap of trash with even a hint of his energy left. Shu hesitated. Could it really be such a coincidence? It's probably not just a random petty theft, is it? Looking at the stolen items, most of them are high value. With such a mess, there should have been many traces left behind. If the real purpose was to eliminate energy traces, wouldn't setting the house on fire have been faster? Shu flinched at his colleague's analysis. You mean someone scavenged after Minjin died? Shu sighed heavily, flipping through the organization's criminal records, only to find that this happens all the time. It seems we'll have to go ask around a few acquaintances. Shu found it unbelievable. How could that be? Even if the goods were disposed of slowly, it would have taken years. There must still be some of Minjin's belongings left outside. Shu smirked confidently. We won't know until we check. See you tonight. Before you were so boastful, but now you're utterly embarrassed. I'm speechless at your unfounded confidence. What kind of place is this where theft is rampant? We searched for a whole week and didn't find a single clue. Entering, Sue was fumbling along Bryce's directions. The guy proudly boasted, my appetite intuition is spot on. Just trust this big shot. I'll lead the way. Now turn right quickly. Sue's face turned red with anger. The scoundrel dared to lead me into a dead end, you idiot. Just as he was getting furious, Sue suddenly stopped upon hearing a strange noise. It sounded like a group was whispering nearby. He crept closer to Eve. Have you guys heard any news lately? The organization is cracking down hard on illegal traders. Just yesterday, the entire Yangpo area was cleared out. The old man sitting nearby smoking looked worried. What's going on? No search warrants or reports needed. The thin man interjected nervously. They read the organization, boss. They have the right to turn the hunter world upside down and are ready to eliminate any awakened one who dares to resist. Going against them means certain death, not just jail time. The boss glared defiantly. They're just hunting dogs for the government. Just punch them directly. The thin man shook his head in dismay. That's the ideal scenario. But there are plenty of genuine hunters who join guilds for more money. That's why these councils are sparsely populated with only a few high-ranking members. But the person investigating these smugglers lately is no pushover. We specialize in collecting hunter belongings. Why don't we sneak away to another warehouse? Shu stopped eavesdropping and boldly stepped out to question them. Where is that warehouse hidden? The two men jumped in surprise and turned around. Shu raised his hand and pointed directly at them. I declare all your warehouses confiscated. As soon as he saw Xu, the skinny guy immediately broke into a cold sweat, certain that this was the damn agent who had once wiped out the smuggling rings. The boss hurriedly pulled out his phone to report the emergency, calling all his subordinates to move to Area 2 immediately. Xiu folded his arms and pressed them for the warehouse location, complaining he was busy and saying if they wanted to live, they should confess quickly before time ran out. The boss panicked and shoved the thin man forward, urging Hazen to take him down, causing him to tremble and cry out that he wasn't the combat type. Right then, the subordinates rushed in and asked the boss what was wrong and who this brat was to dare sneak in here and impersonate someone. The boss sneered and threatened Sue, saying this fool didn't he realize he had walked into a tiger's den, and even if he were a special agent, he could be cast in concrete and dropped into the ocean to disappear without a trace. Sue remained indifferent, not even bothering to look back at the small fries. He gently put his hands in his pockets, smirking because they were kind enough to gather in one place. Hey Priya, it's been a while since we used a technique, shall we do it? Hearing that, Pry excitedly demanded one piece of fried chicken per move just as the magic circle around Sue glowed brightly. He released a massive electrical current, turning the whole group into crispy fried food in a field of frantic electric shocks. After giving them a small taste of reality, he leisurely questioned them again. Are you ready to behave and lead me to the warehouse now? Hazen looked up with a tearful face and asked through blurry eyes. This place is where they hide their goods. While Sue was busy tying up the clumsy group, Pry boasted with her chin up that he was on her side. Sue immediately dismissed it, telling her not to get ahead of herself and that she was just lucky. Sue picked up the book containing the magic source he was looking for. Despite Pry's complaints about it smelling like a bookworm, he smiled, recognizing it immediately as a rare intact relic of Issa. This notebook recorded Minjun's research, sealed with a special seal technique rather than a simple lock. This magic circle would only open when it received the correct magic power from its original owner. Pry fussed around saying, "Hey food, this book is dead, it can be read," to which Sue replied it was fine, as his goal was the hidden magic within, not reading the book. Then he dialed Sheng Yu, asking him to come and clear out a bunch of awakened criminals who were tied up there. Remember to send a large vehicle here. We still have another important trip next. The destination was the Hakthian-Lak spatial intersection, a bustling black market specializing in the sale of forbidden arts and bizarre abilities of the hunter world. The mysterious woman leisurely flipped through the cards while smiling softly. She was High Priestess Mungdian, one of the 12 bosses of Hakthian-Lak, murmuring that she was about to welcome a very grand guest. On this side, Sue walked around looking here and there, commenting that after 10 years, this place was still exactly the same. Pry chattered in his head again, saying his food source was quite impressive since everyone was staring. Their tricks looked tasty, so why not take one out and drain him dry? In the distance, two skinny guys suddenly paused and focused their scrutinizing gazes on him. Sue narrowed his eyes and lazily replied that this was neutral territory and causing trouble here would only lead to annoyance. She leaned her hands on the cabinet. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Grand Sorceress Mumying's hand gently touched his finger. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on in. Books lay scattered next to a locked box while the floor rug had been cleaned up very neatly and tidily. Mumying sat opposite Sue and spoke. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. How come you haven't changed at all? Sue narrowed his eyes, still the same as ever, truly an unknown. She rested her chin in her hand, smiling radiantly. So what have you been doing these past 10 years that we've lost touch? Sue pushed the locked book towards Mumying. It's a long story and not a pleasant one to tell. Instead, I want you to extract mana from this. She stroked her chin with interest. You're as straightforward as ever. Alright, this is also something I enjoy. Mumying pushed the object towards the luxurious silver cup on the table. You still remember how to do it, don't you? Sue took the sharp knife and sliced straight into his palm. Fresh red blood quickly gushed out. Once mana has been transformed through skills or magic, it is almost impossible to restore it to its original primordial state. The cup placed in the middle of the table now contained almost half of Sue's blood. Imagine complete magic is like a bowl of curry, Mumying said, raising her glass of water and taking a sip. We can scoop out the vegetables, but we cannot separate the dissolved powder. Yet that seemingly impossible feat was actualized by the woman known as the mana hacker. She looked at the book in her hand in a legal method that defied both cause and effect and went against natural laws. Below it, a small magic circle appeared. Abilities like this are often associated with criminals, Grand Sorceress Mumying thought, closing her eyes tightly and holding the knife towards her wrist. No wonder society always looks upon them with suspicion. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Alright, the work is done. This pure fresh blood makes my taste buds tingle. Bry's voice echoed in Sue's head, saying that she was too bizarre. Sue grabbed her wrist, causing a magical ray to pass through. Thanks for the compliment and consider this one on me. Mumying stroked her chin, watching Sue's retreating back. Are you planning to leave immediately? The young man holding a small vial in his hand replied, I still have work to do. I'll visit again another time. Mumying gently crossed her arms, silently assessing him. Truly a mysterious person. Under the traffic lights on the highway, Bry's haunting voice echoed, causing goosebumps all over his body. I don't want to go back to that place ever again. The street was now deserted, not a soul in sight. Sue drove, one hand resting on the window, the other on the steering wheel. Bry, you're too difficult today. Bry immediately argued back that he and that woman were both perverse deviants. Sue closed his eyes and replied calmly, what nonsense are you talking about? I only made a small cut. Bry grumbled and continued to ask, now where are you planning to go? I just want to go home. The car glided silently through the streets. He spoke towards the Institute of Ancient History. Sue stopped before the vast Research Institute building, where Minjun had once been cruelly murdered. Sue pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Bry cried out in alarm, you're healthy now, so why are you barging in here? That's illegal. Sue calmly reassured him that this place belonged to the guild and had been bought a long time ago. His eyes widened in astonishment, looking ahead. It turns out I'm not the only one. Sue whispered as he saw an illusion of many people happily chatting over there. He was still struggling to accept the truth about Minjun's death. His hand slammed down on the table. I must see the memories of that day with my own eyes. Sue knelt down, touching the tiled floor, then looked intently at Bry when he heard it ask, are you really going to use that thing? His hands radiated energy, weaving a giant magic circle. The system reported mana capacity, rank, and mysterious effects, recreating the owner's old emotions at the former place. The level of realism depended on the amount of energy infused. Streams of mystical light began to weave through and converge in the center of the sealed room. Sivu watched intently as two figures reenacted the past. The silhouette of the one wearing glasses held his shoulder, doubling over as he retreated. Bri grumbled in frustration, wondering if they couldn't see anything clearly because the energy supply was too low. Siu bowed his head in deep thought. Min Jun was clearly no ordinary hunter. Looking at Min Jun's collapsed form leaning against the wall, he thought that if the opponent was taken down so swiftly, the perpetrator must have been at a supreme level. Min Jun's lips muttered a few unintelligible words, causing Sigu to freeze in surprise. Zhu Jiang asked inquisitively, is this a mandatory order that must be followed? A halo of magic surrounded the fully cloaked silhouette. The forced smile suddenly vanished, revealing sharp upper teeth. Siu sank into deep thought. It turned out Min Jun was not merely from the research institute but was also involved with an underground force. While Bri anxiously asked if the master was safe and sound, a thin wisp of steam rose from the cup near the magic circle. What do you mean? Sevi wondered. Then Bri reminisced about the old days. Back in the demon realm, you always spoke of your disciples and senior brothers even after centuries. Upon arriving on Earth, the first thing you did was search for them. Yet, after seeing your disciple pass away with your own eyes, you remained so indifferent as your heart made of stone. Sivu reached out to grab something floating above. Your vocabulary is getting richer, Bri. Where did you pick up those phrases? Bri replied, the emotions inside you are surging so much it makes me sick, yet on the outside you put on an icy face, or rather you are trying to hide it. Turning to walk away, Sivu replied curtly with a firm tone, I am perfectly fine. After 100 years, this was bound to happen eventually. The door was suddenly flung open from the outside and a man with half his face covered walked in with a rigid gait and asked, is that Min Sivu you? He scratched his head and sighed in annoyance. Where on earth have you been wandering all day? You re such a pain. Just follow me quietly because someone is eager to see you. Sivu crossed his arms and looked on with contempt. 1-2. Such sheer arrogance for someone followed by a bunch of puny henchmen. Ryu was stunned by the opponent's attitude. He frowned slightly and spoke in a threatening tone. I'll give you two choices. 1. Let us tie you up quietly and follow us like a good boy. Behind Ryu is a group of fierce henchmen. 2. Resist and get your body slashed to pieces, then crawl in a pool of fresh blood. Not bothering to argue any further, Ryu coldly ordered, tie him up. Just as the henchmen rushed forward, a sharp dark shadow suddenly stabbed through the brown-haired man, making him cough up blood and scream in pain. Another fatal blow landed, causing fresh blood to gush all over him. Siguyu looked down at the little demon in his hand and smirked dismissively. Actually, I like the option of getting slashed better. This caused Ryu to scream in panic. We've been tricked, you idiots. The henchmen scrambled forward amid the angry roar of one of them. I'll show you. Just then, a cold voice rang out, demanding everyone to stop immediately. Frowning with annoyance as a crimson light wrapped around his arm, he declared he would mete out the punishment himself because the prey was his alone. Sivu stood with his hands on his hips and smiled excitedly. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? That man with the bulging biceps stared at Superao, an expert among hunters, not knowing who Superao was to be so bold. His eyes narrowed, filled with hatred. Superao, you're the one who killed my brother, Ryu mumbled. This meal looks like the tastiest one among the group I've met. Superao scratched his chin and said, brother, I can say. Why would anyone ask the name of trash before cleaning it up? Kia's face darkened, his gaze suddenly becoming extremely sharp. He crouched, gathered momentum, and leaped forward, causing the tiles beneath him to crack. You bastard! Get's hand ignited with a powerful light and shot towards Superao. I'll rip your heart out. His face contorted with anger as he swung his fist directly at Superao. A brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, healing the wound inflicted by Get. Superao sneered, that's decent and a rank quality. He was furious, veins popping on his forehead, muttering to himself, he recovers so fast, turns out he's a barrier user. Superao agilely leaped back. The other man roared, punk, stop right there. Get's two subordinates changed color and whispered in panic. He actually blocked it, even the guild leader's deadly blow. The other shouted, what are you standing around for? Attack. At that very moment, Superao appeared right in front of one of them and said, no, I won't allow you to interfere. Continuous attacks rained down on Superao's position, but he gracefully dodged them all. The system announced that the skill Lightning Flash had been activated. Superao exclaimed with great excitement, it's been so long since I've had such an interesting sparring match. Everyone present was astonished by his extraordinary speed and wondered, a healer this fast, he's truly a monster. Get watched Superao as he weaved past his subordinates and thought, he shred every move to dodge with minimal distance. I've never seen a speed hunter in the dungeon reach this level of perfection. Such broad observation skills, yes, definitely not ordinary. Get thought, I have to go all out. Superao calmly turned to him and asked, it seems you've misunderstood. If you commit a crime, whether it's your brother or anyone else, they must pay the price. You are awakened criminals, so it's natural to die at my hands. Why do you act aggrieved? The ones who should cry foul are the innocent people you harmed. He turned purple with rage, grinding his teeth. Stop the nonsense. Do you think all criminals deserve to die? Memories flooded back, the image of young Git being carried on his brother's back playing happily. He screamed, what do you know about my brother's life? Just because you have power you think you can do whatever you want, you idiot. Brother Jikin was forced to become a criminal to feed and protect me when I was young. He was just surviving in his own way. His sinewy arm glowed with a black aura surrounding it. Your crime is ruthlessly trampling on that life. A series of magic arrows appeared around Get. He glared at Superao and shouted hatefully, you will pay with your life. The system displayed the skill Heavenly Strike Wolffang, a rank, compressing energy and materializing it into a series of attacks that closely tracked the target. Superao stood still before the oncoming rain of arrows. I can keep dodging like this. Bree, use your skill. Bree grumbled, you want me to drain my energy? I am just a fragment of energy, almost depleted. A bright yellow magic circle suddenly appeared. Supero said resolutely, use it one last time then rest, I'll handle the rest. He raised his hand, grasped the magic circle and declared loudly, nullify. The system displayed the skill mysterious rank nullify, which analyzes the opponent and imbues the magic matrix with counter attributes. The effectiveness depends on the user's energy control ability. Gort's face turned deathly pale as every arrow evaporated before they could even touch Shu. It was truly infuriating. Ryu broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he watched the battle and feeling secretly horrified that this guy had a deadly move capable of neutralizing even a rank hunter. He decided to forget about revenge since they were now the ones at a disadvantage, thinking it might be better to just surrender. An aura enveloped Shu as he glided swiftly toward Gort, coldly mocking him by asking if everyone in his brother's situation chose the path of a criminal, and telling him not to even think about peddling those cheap emotions to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a direct kick to Gort, making the man roar that everything was now obsolete. He took the full force of the kick and was sent flying backwards, struggling to drop to one knee to regain his balance. The subordinates standing around screamed in panic, calling out for their guild leader. His face went deathly pale. He crossed his arms over his chest, panting heavily, and irritably ordered them not to interfere. A vortex of energy began to appear in Gort's hand as he grimaced, telling himself that those heavy moves couldn't be spammed continuously. If the opponent was a healer, the advantage of endurance would surely be his, as healers would eventually run out of mana, so he just needed to close in and finish him quickly with a concentrated wolf fang strike to crush him. He lunged furiously toward Shu, but Shia's speed was a level higher. Shu leaped high into the air, grabbed Gort's head firmly, and warned him not to be foolish enough to use it. Shu's hand delivered a devastating blow to his opponent's stomach, repeating the warning not to use it again. I told you it's forbidden to use it, Shu said as the man doubled over from the bone-chilling pain. Shu landed another agonizing punch on Gort's face and scolded him harshly, saying the building had been a wreck for a long time and asking if he could take responsibility if it collapsed, you damn criminal. He fought back frantically, screaming and unleashing a stream of magic to counterattack. Shu soared gracefully into the air. Gort frantically ordered Ryu to use his technique and bind Shu immediately. Ryu slammed his hands into the ground, creating magical chains while grumbling about being told not to interfere one moment and then being rushed to attack the next, wondering what instructions he was supposed to follow. Although Ryu's chains tightly bound Shu's body, Gort simultaneously concentrated all his power to launch an attack at him. Here is your enemy, I'll tear your body to shreds so there's nothing left to heal. Shu perked up his ears and deployed a golden magic circle that snapped every chain, saying, congratulations, you two brothers can go to prison together. Shu pushed back a surge of magic that enveloped the man, leaving him wide-eyed in utter shock. The system announced that the SES rank life drain skill had been activated, with the effect of draining the life energy of any target within range. Gort began to wither away, his skin wrinkling as if his bones were about to poke through. Ryu, trembling like a leaf, collapsed to the ground and stammered, what on earth is this? How can such terrifying power belong to a healer? Shu calmly replied as golden magic glowed beneath his feet, this is the first ability I awakened when I became a hunter, making Ryu realize with shock that his opponent had never been an ordinary healer. Shu leisurely raised his hand toward the sky. Immediately, a magic circle tightly bound Gort and hoisted him into the air. Shu remarked that instead of using mana to save people, he preferred twisting and controlling life as he pleased. People often call it life necromancy. Have your eyes been opened yet? Shu flashed a sinister smirk, glanced at him, and then suddenly turned toward Ryu, saying, it's your turn now, causing the other man to retreat in terror, stammering, wait, I surrender, it's just. Shu curled his lip, delivered a strike straight to Ryu's neck and barked, shut your mouth right now. He suddenly turned on his heel and walked away, murmuring to himself to check if he had cleaned up properly. Shu lightly touched his belt buckle, nodding in hope that the mechanism would operate smoothly this time. His appearance blurred behind the screen. Shu picked up the device and shouted to ask if Byung-gus filming was going well, as he hadn't initiated the trouble, so it was clearly justifiable self-defense. On the other end, Byung-gu wiped away his sweat and replied, yes, Hunter Min Shu, the video transmission is currently very stable. However, I accidentally pressed the live broadcast mode instead. The camera angle switched to a closed room, where an anonymous figure said warily that this trouble was about to weigh heavily on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The man wearing glasses sitting opposite the elderly woman spoke up, wondering since when Smex had started publicly live-streaming the capture of criminal awakeners like this. The person next to him awkwardly explained that the activity had been implemented about 2 years ago, aiming to promote the Smex headquarters brand to recruit talented individuals. The phone screen showed the shadow of a monster and the voice spoke up again, criticizing that live-streaming criminal arrests on social media was essentially a failed project since its testing phase, because Smex could never produce a decent video. The man with glasses rubbed his chin and thought, noting that an outstanding talent had recently joined Smex, but wondered why such a high-caliber expert would show up here. The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively, retorting that it wasn't the main focus. What was more concerning was that the victim in the live news broadcast belonged to the visiting Hong Kong Red Guild, and although the video was verified as authentic and Smex hadn't broken any current laws, ultimately, a man walked up quickly, bowing his head in apology for making him wait. Choi Dae-soo, the current president of South Korea, said in an icy voice, all right, if there is something, speak quickly. A lively crowd surrounded the cafeteria area during the break. A few days later, the same scene occurred in the Empire Guild canteen. Sai-jun sat with his legs crossed opposite his brother and called out, brother, are you even listening? The leaked live stream video, it seems you've ignored what I said again, haven't you? Xiaoyu voraciously and nonchalantly replied, no, I'm still listening. Let's deal with that troublesome matter later. Interrupting someone while they re-eating is bad form. Just be quiet and enjoy that piece of pork. Xiaoyu exclaimed in praise, wow, the kitchen here is truly impressive. No wonder the guild is so famous. Xijun, can we eat here every day from now on? Meanwhile, Xijun thought to himself that his brother seemed possessed by eating lately. Xiaoyu devoured his food while listening to Xijun discuss the live stream clip of the hunter from the Hong Kong Red Guild, which was currently trending across the internet. Fortunately, the recording device attached to his shirt was jolted violently, so Xiu's appearance was not revealed at all. Xijun looked at his brother with concern and added, but if Choi Dae-soo catches wind of your return, there's no telling what he'll do. Didn't you say your energy hasn't recovered yet from the spatial incident? Looking at how he's been erasing traces for the past 10 years, lying low is your best strategy. Xiaoyu picked up a piece of egg roll and put it in his mouth, waving his hand as he replied casually, I know. If you're that anxious, I'll be more careful and operate more discreetly. Now focus on eating. Xian's face darkened as he grumbled, seriously, you think I'm some kid? I am almost 30 years old. Xiu nonchalantly replied, in my eyes, you'll always just be a little kid. A shout of surprise rang out, asking the guild leader why she was down at the canteen for lunch. Wait a second. Xiu glanced at the group following her and frowned, wondering, I'm sure I encountered this group in the tower, but who are they? Xian lightly extended his hand to introduce Hunter Shinjisu, who recently joined the guild as a rookie. She possesses newly manifested rank skills, though all credit belongs to Hunter Mingxiu, as the guild leader herself mentioned your identity to me. Xian turned to the man next to him and asked, if Hunter Sioke is with Jisoo, there must be a seminar for new recruits today, right? Is that why everyone has gathered here? The introduction was spoken toward the blonde man. This is Hunter Chu Hamin from the White Lion Guild. Then that person turned to the green-haired man, and this is Hunter Yamato from the House Soul Guild. The young man gave a bright smile and introduced himself as Sioke from the Empire Guild, adding, greetings Hunter Mingxiu. I've heard much about you through the guild leader. Today is finally my chance to formally meet you. I heard you've been achieving a lot of success at SEMS. I'm very excited to cooperate, said the visitor. Xiu smiled brightly and replied, yes, I am honored. A hand suddenly slapped T's shoulder from the Smek side. So you're the monster rookie who has been making waves lately, aren't you? Hamin added that he had seen the clip of him taking down the monster, noting that the creature was originally his own target. So it turns out you're the protagonist of that video. That sounds completely absurd to me. TG's face turned pale with confusion. Didn't he know what kind of bad luck he was having today to bump into Hunter Chu Hamin of all people? Xujun questioned him coldly, his face tightening with annoyance. You're being extremely disrespectful to someone you've just met, and you dare to act out right here at the Imperial Guild headquarters. Hamin nonchalantly snapped back, why so tense? Don't I have the right to ask? Geez, the Imperial Guild is so uptight. T broke into a cold sweat and tried to intervene. Are you crazy? While Xujun fuming shouted, it's your White Lion Guild that should be embarrassed by this behavior. I wonder how Chairman Choi Sung-in of the White Lion Guild will react when he hears about this. Hamin arrogantly put his hands on his hips and smirked. Oh, so you're planning to use your authority to tattle to the higher-ups. I am Chu Hamin, and a rank hunter and the Ashura of the White Lion Guild, the prized disciple of Xiaolong, the boss of the Blackwater Union. I don't care about these petty threats. Xiu indifferently tossed food into his mouth and chewed, thinking to himself, no wonder, so he sold man Xiaolong's student. Hamin pointed his finger and boasted, Sung-in Hong has always pampered me to the fullest. A voice rang out along with a clap to stop him. That's enough, stop it right now. Xiu lazily leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms and lectured him, stop wandering into other people's territory and barking. If I really bother you that much, come find me and compete. Looking at your behavior, clear your master failed completely in raising you. I don't know what kind of warrior he molded you into. Hamin was so furious he gnashed his teeth, thinking this brat dares to insult even my master. If we weren't standing at your headquarters, I would have crushed your bones already. Hamin stomped his feet in frustration and stormed off, glaring sideways at Xiu and warning him to watch his life. Taiji, standing nearby, flushed with embarrassment and whispered an apology to Xiu. Damn that arrogant guy. Chairman, I'm sorry, let me handle this. Xujun sighed helplessly and said, forget it, just let him go. Then he turned to reassure Xiu, don't worry about it. I'll teach him a lesson myself, and while I'm at it, make the White Lion Guild cough up compensation for property damage, at least several million won. Xiu casually shrugged and replied slowly, as you can see, I was being quite lenient. After all, he's just a junior in the trade. We should be generous enough to overlook it a bit. Behind a glass cabinet displaying numerous prestigious medals, a voice spoke in a solemn meeting room. So let's consider this trouble settled then. Chairman Choi Sung-in. Big Shun Ho, the Heck branch director, took a sip of fragrant tea. Normally, these trivial matters only require paperwork. It's an honor that you took the time to visit despite your incredibly busy schedule. Choi Sung-in, leader of the White Lion Guild, broke into a slight sweat and shook his head. Not at all. We came this time not only to discuss cooperation, but also to sincerely offer an apology. He gave a wry smile and clarified the recent controversy. I want to apologize on behalf of my subordinate for his insolent attitude toward the rookie at SEMS. Although we've worked with the Empire Guild, I still felt it necessary to meet the person involved directly to be polite. Big Shinho laughed out loud quite bluntly, as the chairman of the White Lion Guild coming here in person to apologize is a bit much. After all, no physical altercations or injuries occurred. Of course, admit it, your intention isn't just to apologize, but you want to recruit talent, right? Unfortunately, that hunter is a treasure of SEMS and is currently swamped with work, busy escorting awakened criminals at the prison, so he isn't here. Choi Sung-in looked stunned and regretful. What a shame. But thinking about it, it's quite rare for a bizarre prison to have to ask SEMS for help. San Ho replied calmly, it is rare but not unheard of. Usually these tough cases are handled by the major guilds. Come to think of it, the situation will undergo significant changes from now on. Sungin leaned forward and stood up. I understand what you're implying. By the way, since I can meet the person involved to apologize, could you have Hunter Chu Hamin come here directly to apologize? He nonchalantly took a sip of tea and leaned back in his chair. Whatever works. After all, it's a personal grudge between the two of them. Hoping the big boss ensures Sung's trip goes smoothly. A transparent window appeared right before their eyes. As he walked, Sungin thought resolutely to himself, they hit it really well, but Dante expect me to let go of a precious seed. He immediately called his personal secretary, who appeared instantly, saying, "Yes, boss." He instructed her to contact Hunter Chu to prepare for this trip and told him to be as polite as possible. She looked at Sungin and asked bluntly, "Got all that? Where should I tell him to meet you? Incheon, right?" A fat guy reclined on a burning hot cushioned chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan while pondering aloud. "Isn't he Masik's the one needing our rescue? So why haven't they shown their faces yet?" The guard at the gate replied seriously, "They said they'll be here shortly." The fat guy glanced sideways at the logbook and muttered, "Good lord, they've been locked up for months and still won't give up." The fat guy slammed the paper onto the table. These criminals truly never stay quiet right when inspection season is approaching. What a pain. The newspaper carried a photo of a heavily wanted suspect. He roared angrily. This Seri Wong guy was so obedient when he was caught, so why is he going crazy like he's lost his mind now? Even with a suppression ring on, he still beat 5 people to a pulp. Upon hearing this, the subordinate chimed in, "Rumor has it in the underworld that he is an extremely dangerous criminal. The police had a terrible time trying to catch him, sir." He spoke bitterly. "Transfer this burden to the military prison as soon as possible." In a dark and cold cell, suddenly the voice of the man handcuffed on both sides echoed out, "Seri Vung. This is classified information sent from Bestia." A fully cloaked dark figure placed a computer mouse on his hand, saying, "You've probably caught wind of the upcoming meeting, haven't you? The organization has stepped in on this matter. You have an important mission to complete. If you want to get out of this godforsaken place, go ahead and tear this prison apart." Siu looked up at the heavily fortified building and muttered under his breath, "So it's this place? Is this the prison in Incheon for holding awakened ones?" Hamin held his head and complained about having just left home. "Why are you guys rushing so desperately to transfer prisoners anyway? If it weren't for Sanjin's stubbornness." Hamin glanced at the green car speeding in the distance and asked, "Hey, isn't that the car?" The guard paused, surprised, and replied, "That's definitely it." Hamin got into the car in frustration and grumbled, "What terrible luck. At this rate, I might have to drive straight to the military zone. Either way, I'm going to pocket every bit of overtime pay and trip allowance this time. That stingy guild leader is so infuriating." Meanwhile, Sai-Hu was leaning back comfortably drinking water in the car when suddenly a voice called out, "Hey." Seri Wong smirked tauntingly, "You really hurting my feelings, chugging it all by yourself down to you choke." Sai-Hu didn't even bother to care, curtly replying, "Yeah." He grumbled in annoyance, "You insolent brat. Are you a guard from the prison I'm about to be thrown into?" Sai-Hu calmly denied his question. Seri Wong lazily half closed his eyes and reclined against his seat. "How strange then. Some faction must have sent you here. I've never seen your face before. Seeing how you're still tailing me despite knowing my reputation, you must be pretty confident in your skills, huh?" Sai-Hu blinked his bright eyes and looked straight at him. "So who are you anyway?" Breaking out in a cold sweat, he thought to himself, "Are you kidding me? You came all the way up here and done to even know who I am. How naive. You should at least understand the reason why a prisoner is being escorted." Sai-Hu drained his glass and said while chewing, "You were kicked to another camp because you speak without restraint." Seri Wong grimaced in annoyance. This unpleasant man was truly insufferable. "I'm only forced to wear this damn collar because I happen to turn 5 awakened ones into a pile of mangled flesh. Do you understand your ironic predicament now?" Sai-Hu kept a deadpan expression. "Think about it. Why would a rank criminal be transported in a beat-up car with a complete rookie? Don't you find that strange?" Seri Vunt couldn't take it anymore and screamed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, sending the vehicle rolling several times until it lay smashed by the side of the road. A skinny old man leaning on a cane looked at someone sitting nearby and asked if he was dead yet. Seri Vunk angrily kicked the car door open and roared, "Damn it, is this old man trying to screw me over?" Sticking his head out of the broken window, he muttered resentfully, "Are you trying to send me to meet my ancestors or something?" The old man brandished his cane and chuckled at him. "If that beast died this easily, we might as well give up. Right now, you look like nothing more than a chained puppy." He flew into a rage. "Do you want me to pull out every single one of your false teeth?" The old man chuckled. "Haha, still haven't learned how to take a joke. Are you sure you've properly dealt with the officer guarding you?" Seri Vunk stepped onto the ground. "I definitely gave him a blow to the head right when the vehicle exploded. He's probably drinking dream water right now." Inside the car, Sai-Hu lay sprawled on the floor next to a spilled cup of ice. Seri Vunk held out his bound hands and hurried him. "Hey, can't you break this lock any faster?" The man standing opposite grumbled back, "Sit still if you want to keep your hands. This magical technology is incredibly sensitive." As soon as the cuffs were removed, Seri Vunk massaged his shoulders and sighed in relief. "I thought I was going to go mad and disappear." The boy glared at him and told him to stop complaining. A voice rang out, freezing the group in their tracks. "Stay right where you are, you wretched criminals." Harmon stood there shouting, "I still wonder why you all chose such a dark path. I anticipated this, but seeing him taken down so miserably, it's quite common. That boss over there really has no judge of character." Harmon laced his fingers together, tensely observing the opposition. "So, who are you people? Where did you come from? Would you like to talk here, or wait until I beat you senseless before you open your mouths?" The young boy lowered his voice to a whisper. "That face looks so familiar. It's a rank hunter, Harmon from the White Lion Guild. How could he have tracked us down?" The old man confirmed that there were no other hunters nearby. He was all alone. Seri Wong smirked. "Excellent. It's been a while since I've stretched these muscles. Harmon took a combat stance. Stop your whispering. I am asking one last time, who are you pieces of trash? Sherry Wonk replied cryptically, but does someone who's about to die really need to know that? Instantly, he transformed into a terrifying monster, declaring that today would be his opponent's final day regardless. The system screen displayed a rank skill beastified description, transforms the body into a lycanthrope form, maintains state until energy is depleted. Harmon gritted his teeth in frustration. Another mutated shapeshifter, he thought. But once I knock him down, he'll automatically revert to human form. Harmon let out a loud roar as a glowing red magic circle appeared behind him. You arrogant fool. Then the two of them charged straight at each other. The system displayed a rank technique Diamond Fury description. By circulating internal energy, the skill coats the user in a sturdy protective layer, significantly boosting combat strength. Hammond launched a barrage of devastating punches at Sari Volk. He hastily executed a high-level close combat technique to speed up his attacks. Facing a situation like this alone was indeed a bit troublesome. Hamon's body now surged with a swirling mass of mana, his head spinning as he wondered what on earth was happening, clearly feeling damage steadily accumulating. Even though Hammond continuously delivered heavy blows, his opponent remained standing like a stone statue without budging at all. He sneered contemptuously while blocking the attacks, comparing this clash to nothing more than a welcoming massage service. The punk scratched his head after taking quite a few painful blows, while the old man standing on the side urged him impatiently, saying no one knew when reinforcements would arrive, so they had no time to waste and he should finish it off, kid. Right after hearing that, he extended his hand forward to channel a surge of magic right in his palm, then ordered a 10-headed serpent swarm to bind the target tightly. Hammond stared in amazement as a series of giant snakes sprouted from the ground, pointing straight at him. He shouted angrily, asking what kind of trick they were trying to play with these monsters. Two hideous snake heads opened their mouths wide at the same time. Hammond was constricted to suffocation by the pair of giant snakes, silently cursing that it was a damn pursuit skill. Seizing that golden opportunity, Volk swung an attack and mocked, saying the title of White Lion turned out to be nothing special after all. Taking a fatal hit, his body throbbed with intense pain before he collapsed onto the ground. Volk smirked in contempt, berating him, asking who he thought he was, and saying that even if he was raised in a major guild, in dark corners he was still just a pathetic loser kid. Hammond lay flat on the ground gasping for breath, silently cursing the cowardly bunch who ganged up 3-on-1 while still putting on noble airs. Annoyed, Volk delivered another thunderous kick to Hammond and coldly told him to just lie there and wait for reinforcements, you fool. The old man urged him, saying time was up and to finish him off quickly. He nodded in response, saying he understood. The other man's palm began gathering a surge of magic surrounding Hammond as he asked if he had any last words, though he wouldn't bother to listen anyway. Hammond knitted his brows tightly, his face full of displeasure, wondering if his life was really going to end in this obscure corner. Suddenly, an earthen wall rose up to block the strike, extending straight toward the two accomplices. The young punk couldn't dodge in time, taking a direct hit and coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Sivu unexpectedly appeared brilliantly in a golden magical aura, sarcastically asking if his master had never taught him to bow before the strong. Hammond stared in wide-eyed shock, exclaiming that he couldn't believe he was still alive and well. Sivu fumbled at his belt, muttering that it took him a lot of time to figure out how to use this tiny thing, wondering which button was for recording and which was for live streaming, while someone shrieked a reminder that since he was old, he should pull out a magnifying glass to look. Veng gasped in utter shock, unable to believe it, as he had clearly crushed his opponent's skull before escaping earlier. The old man frowned and analyzed that the kid must have surely died, since even he couldn't feel any trace of mana breath, so this was definitely no ordinary skill. Hammond shouted at the top of his voice to stop him, saying he was no match for them and should retreat to wait for reinforcements. Sigu stepped forward to shield Hammond, directly confronting the criminals and loudly listing their crimes, from attacking escort officers, unsealing evil villains, destroying a prisoner transport vehicle, to attempting to murder a useless hunter, and daring to disturb his sacred coffee-enjoying moment. Based on the authority of the Smex Hunter Force, the three individuals standing before me are all criminals caught red-handed, and everyone will be punished immediately right here. Sivu firmly stood protecting Hammond, declaring that in the name of a hunter all three of these bastards were caught red-handed and would be executed on the spot. Seo turned to remind Hammond to open his eyes wide and learn, because Asura is not simply a regular attack disciple of Xiaolong. His hands danced gently, summoning a series of strange ancient talismans. The werewolf was annoyed by Su Yu's attitude. He roared and rushed forward like a hungry beast, wondering what that crazy guy was babbling about. Although the werewolf was much larger than Su Yu, a single neat punch from him was enough to completely deform his face. He was sent flying in an instant as Su Yu calmly explained that this was the signature penetration capability of the ultimate Asura technique. This is the illusory armor, the ultimate form that rapidly circulates mana to create a protective barrier, enhancing combat capabilities and leaving a mark with every step. Hammond was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, because what he was seeing was the signature technique of his master, Xiaolong. Before the guy could even land, Su closed in, believing that to deal with prey, one must bleed them dry first. Immediately, Su unleashed the powerful Moraga technique. Once again, the werewolf was thrown into the air before he could even touch his feet to the ground. This A+rank lightning strike skill named Maharaga allows for wide-area lightning magic, aiming directly at and accurately neutralizing the target. The monk standing in the distance was astonished, unable to believe that Su could easily evade that lightning strike attack. Su comforted Frey after seeing the other guy use magic scrolls in continuous attacks. It turned out the old man had also practiced hard all this time, while Frey was completely clueless as to what it was. Looking at the guy opposite him, Sue explained that this was an extremely expensive single-use magic scroll that only needed mana injected to activate. This luxury item made Frey lose all interest because it wasn't tea-edible. Heyman scrambled on the ground and tremblingly asked, "Who on earth are you to possess my master's ultimate technique, Hunter Sue?" Before he could finish his question, an extremely powerful invisible pressure suddenly crashed down, making it impossible for him to open his mouth. The culprit was the old monk with talismans floating around him, warning him not to move unless he wanted to see his friend's bones crushed under his gravity. Hammond's face turned pale as a sheet from the overwhelming terror. Sue remained unusually calm, mockingly pointing out how the old man kept hiding behind his dying comrade to plot dirty schemes and was now stepping forward to threaten him. The old monk proposed a deal. If he agreed to let them leave peacefully, the kid's life would be guaranteed. It seemed the old man was still full of confidence that he would convince Sue to accept his request. He assumed that Sue had only accidentally gotten involved in this, so it would be best for him to quietly withdraw for a peaceful resolution for both sides. Hearing this, Sue found it ridiculous. He retorted that if it weren't for his own goals, he wouldn't have bothered to meddle in this dirty mission. Sue didn't even care much about Hammond, thinking that getting beaten up a little wouldn't kill anyone, which made his friend both terrified and furious. The old monk was stunned because he thought they were teammates, but Sue immediately exposed the truth that the monk's group was on the same side as the criminals, professional hunter-killers working for a major power. Hearing those words, the old monk stared in astonishment because Sue had already seen through his secret. Sue stepped closer, listing a series of evidence from high-grade gear to awakening countering abilities and connections to the prison, then pressed him to reveal who they worked for. Knowing he could no longer hide it, the old monk growled, demanding to know Sue's identity and his true purpose for daring to come here all alone. Sue showed genuine annoyance, reminding him that he had already asked, mocking if the hard-of-hearing old man forgot to wear his hearing aid, demanding to know who their master was. His anger caused the electric orb in the old monk's hand to swell and spark continuously, as he threatened to strike if Sue dared to take even one more step. Sayu's face remained impassive. It only took a light wave of his hand. It caused the monk's treasured item to malfunction. He gripped the staff tightly in his hand, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, my familiar item is ruined." The old monk hurriedly retreated to save his life. He utterly couldn't comprehend how the boy could overload a weapon with a mere lightning strike like that. It was simply impossible for a mortal's mana capacity. Sayu, however, seemed more thrilled. "Isn't the challenge for me becoming a bit more stimulating now?" Sayu looked down at his hand, which was 40% healed. It seemed restarting his body correctly yielded results far beyond his expectations. Sayu glanced at the old monk, who was staggering to his feet with the hunched back of old age. "Hey old man, stop wasting time. At your advanced age, isn't every passing second more precious than gold and silver?" He still stubbornly resisted to the end. "Truly a blockhead who doesn't know his own strength. Even if we re from the same faction, do you really think you can easily extract information from me?" Though he spoke tough, his legs were frantically urging his unconscious, incompetent way to wake up. Anyone belonging to a true underground power must swear secrecy, sealed by the mana in their own body, and anyone who dares to reveal a secret will surely face immediate death. Hamil, who was behind, finally broke free from the oppressive gravity and struggled to get up. The werewolf, his body trembling, had to exert all his strength just to sit upright. Hearing the gasps, the old monk turned his head. "So you finally opened your eyes, you good for nothing." Sayu smirked, already scared out of your wits by just this much. "If you so attached to your life, then rest assured, after a few strolls in the underworld, you'll get used to it. I wonder what kind of cunning move Sayu will unleash next." The old monk panicked at Sayu's terrifying power and immediately yelled at the werewolf, "Voln, what are you standing there for? Act now." Although he had only just recovered a bit of strength, Voln still proved incredibly tenacious. "Understood. Damn it all, I'll take care of him." Voln didn't seem to tremble at all before Sayu, even though he had just witnessed the boy's terrifying power. He wouldn't back down even if it meant losing his life. "I will tear you into 100 pieces." Sayu immediately delivered a crushing blow to Voln's chest. "Don't even dream of doing that easily." Hamil, wiping the blood from his nose, muttered, "So our side's numbers are now balanced," but he had a mischievous look on his face. Voln glared irritably at Hamil. "You should have stayed put instead of poking your nose into our business right now." Hamil's lips curled into a determined smile. "Stop talking nonsense, now is when the real drama begins." But everything had pushed Sayu's patience to its limit. A wind blade appeared. With just 2 short words and a dismissive flick of Sayu's fingers, swirling vortexes quickly enveloped both Voln and the old monk. This was the heavenly wind, myriad returns technique, a wind element magic with immense influence, borrowing surrounding mana to manipulate atmospheric pressure, spinning at dizzying speed to inflict tremendous damage. The old monk had his dry throat tightly grasped by Sayu. "How does it feel?" "That's the path to the Yellow Springs," Sayu said calmly, squeezing the old man's neck as if he were about to wring a chicken's neck. He only needed to squeeze his hand a little to make the old monk shriek in extreme pain. Sayu's face darkened, looking no different from a demon that had just crawled out of hell. "How many more beatings do you think you need to endure before you'll reveal the truth?" Even after Sayu had thoroughly beaten him, the old monk still trembled, clinging to the boy's hand. "What kind of monster are you after all?" "Still haven't had enough?" Sayu coldly leaned down and pressed him for an answer. Hamil stood nearby, so terrified he couldn't speak, not daring to even breathe deeply. "This is truly insane. Sayu is treating them right at the threshold of death. If I were in that situation, it would be better to just send them to the underworld and be done with it. What kind of bizarre recovery skill is this, heavens?" Hamil only dared to stand quietly outside, observing without saying a word. Sayu had to suppress the surging anger in his heart. He crossed his arms and looked down. "I will ask one last time, who are you serving?" Having endured too much extreme pain, Voln completely collapsed to the ground. Please, sir, stop. You old man, speak up, I beg you. The monk, gasping weakly, whispered 2 words, Bestia. Siu's expression suddenly brightened up. All right, so the target is Bestia. The old monk writhed in pain on the ground and looked up at him. Having moved from doubt to witnessing that skill with his own eyes, he was now completely convinced. He really was one of the 3 illustrious names that had been missing for so long. That was none other than the Mad Dogs. He slowly advanced toward them. So you've finally decided to speak up. Now let's get down to business, members of Bestia. Xiu asked directly to get straight to the point. Do you know where that guy is hiding? That notorious assassin guild Bestia led by Crow. In this underworld, they are a formidable power, impressive in both skill and the number of completed contracts. I myself spent a long time hiding in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so there was no reason to hesitate when receiving an invitation from a group of such scale. For people in the trade, keeping a teammate's identity secret is an unwritten law. If you leak a single word, your life will be in the hands of the organization. Loyal until death, that is the rule of the game in this world. It had been 15 years since he joined the guild, and he had never intended to betray it, preferring to cut out his own tongue and die rather than become a traitor. But after experiencing all sorts of miserable, hellish suffering, his mouth loosened up, unable to hold out any longer. The monk confessed that the person belonged to Bestia. It was the venomous snake, Black Mamba. An illusionary silhouette of someone gradually appeared right in Siwoo's palm. Siwoo pondered for a long time. Black Mamba. Sounds impressive. Turns out you all come from the same place. So I'll just ask you to this, Vaughn replied tremblingly, having just gone through the most terrifying moments of his life. Have you two ever received a request to send Hunter Minjin to his grave? He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Vaughn. Are you planning on staying quiet? With just a casual sentence, the killing intent released forced Vaughn down so hard he couldn't even raise his head to look at him. Damn it, it feels as if the skin on my face is being flayed alive. What kind of monster is this guy anyway? The old monk spoke up to explain. Don't misunderstand. Although we share an organization's name, we are actually just individuals who rarely work together and don't even know each other's whereabouts. However, there was a specific reason why we went to great lengths to rescue this wolf from prison. Because the organization's biennial assembly is taking place next week, we received orders to break him out so he could attend the meeting. If you wish, we will reveal every detail and entry route and are ready to assist you completely, the man standing next to him said, gritting his teeth as he looked at the old monk. Seemingly completely subdued, the old man prostrated himself on the ground. Please show mercy and let us become your subordinates. Hammond looked annoyed. Hey, what on earth are you guys rambling about? Hammond turned around sharply and asked, Boss, are you really accepting these criminals, and since when did I become your subordinate anyway? Hammond scratched his head and sheepishly explained, because you used the Asura move, so it's clear you reconnected to my master. If you aren't a fellow disciple, you must be a senior martial brother or a master. So boss, don't recruit these criminals, take me as your disciple instead. I was a bit rude at first, but if I become your disciple, I swear my absolute loyalty. Siu stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and told him to shut up. No one expected Hammond to obey so quickly. He immediately zipped his mouth, not daring to make a peep. Sio pondered and calculated. His goal was to extract information about that venomous snake Black Mamba at all costs. As for these people's fate, if he left them alone, the organization would clean them up sooner or later. The trouble was, if they confessed his whereabouts to that snake first, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, Su made his decision. Fine, I agree to take you guys in as my henchmen. Next to him, Hammond immediately jumped up in protest, roaring, no way, boss. The old monk was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. We swear to be completely loyal and not get in your way. However, Su also made a mandatory requirement. Even if forced, someone who has betrayed once can still fall back into old habits. Therefore, you must form an energy contract as a pledge of trust. Vaughn fearfully whispered to the monk, a mana contract is a binding agreement. Whoever breaks their word will have their energy core locked away. How cruel, another leash around our necks. Although the old man clearly understood the consequences, he had no way back. Shut your mouth. Do you want to taste Yama's torture a dozen more times? Siu acted immediately. Right where the two were kneeling, a brightly glowing magic circle appeared. Everything is ready. Now, concentrate all your power into your core and state your names. The two criminals had no choice but to obey obediently without uttering another word. I am Red Ghost. I am Sherry Vaughn. Siu was thrilled to subdue these two as minions. Finally, he had someone to run errands for him. Red Ghost, Sherry Vaughn, from today on you are my subordinates. Heyman stood nearby, jaw dropped in shock, unable to believe that the boss would actually accept these two criminals as his henchmen. Siu pulled out a contract agreement. The price for your loyalty is my protection. As long as you keep your oath, your lives will be spared. Understood. Ghost kowtowed to the ground and both shouted in unison, we obey your command. Hammond cried furiously and threw a tantrum on the floor, rolling around. Boss, what about me? How could you take in those criminals and abandon me? If you don't make me your disciple, I'll go straight to the association and report you. Siu didn't bother to reply, merely giving a mysterious smile and a murderously sharp glare directed right at Hammond, making him shiver and quickly take back his words. Sorry, boss, I was just kidding. Siu put the contract paper away. So that means the meeting will take place next week, right? Alright then, you troublesome disciple, I agree to take you as my student. Upon hearing this, Hammond instantly popped up and stood to attention. Really, master, he was overjoyed, just like a child receiving a gift. His eyes sparkled with hope. Is it true, boss? Ah, wait, I should call you master instead. Siu let out a soft, wary sigh. Yes, that's right. At this moment, he needed to gather as large a force as possible to prepare for the upcoming plan. As soon as he was accepted as a disciple, Hammond began acting arrogant and cocky. See that? I am now the chief disciple of a high society master. Watch how you treat me. Ghost and Vaughn looked bewildered, not understanding what this crazy guy was rambling about. Meanwhile, Susan stepped outside, calculating in his mind that with 4 assistants now in hand, it was enough to stir up quite a storm. However, I probably still need to recruit someone to take care of cleaning up the aftermath once the battle is over. Inside the detention area, everything remained quiet and peaceful as if no incident had ever occurred. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed across the room. What on earth is going on here? Did that formidable prisoner escape from the transport vehicle? Do you have any idea how terribly dangerous he is? Yet the entire escort team is completely unharmed, which means he escaped on his own. I thought the security force was working impressively lately. Turns out it's all nonsense rumors. Zhonggu recalled the image of Su nonchalantly sitting cross-legged while recounting the details of the incident. That guy struck so fast that I couldn't catch up to him at all. He was both indignant and helpless, unable to resist. If you want to make up stories, at least find a plausible reason. Do you think just saying you've cleaned up the scene absolves you of responsibility? What a joke. That fat guy continued nagging and demanding answers, and where is the newly appointed escort soldier? This is an extremely severe case of negligence and the security agency must bear full responsibility for this incident. Zhonggu spoke up, calling the warden. According to standard procedure, transporting a superpowered prisoner requires at least 4 to 5 accompanying agents. Not to mention that if they are transferred to a stricter prison, the escort count can increase up to 10 people. Upon hearing these well-founded analytical words, the old warden was struck speechless, unable to continue shouting. Just like this case, you yourself requested only 1 officer and a driver from Incheon prison, nothing more and nothing less. The chubby warden stood up angrily and asked what he meant, saying that if a prisoner escaped, the bureau would still have to take responsibility, but Dungo calmly continued speaking. The escort officer just reported that before escaping, the prisoner confessed to bribing the superiors here, making the fat boss turn pale with fear. His camera broke at just the right time. Clearly, that's just an excuse. As several people entered the room, Dungu agreed that the warden had a point and that they shouldn't blindly believe those confessions. But now that the secret was out, they had to roll up their sleeves and investigate thoroughly, so the bureau would conduct a thorough audit into the root cause of this escape. We look forward to your cooperation. It seems Dungu was indeed the one Su trusted to be his errand boy. After wrapping everything up, Dungu was exhausted, his face completely blank. This is his real expression, not because of network lag. Zu. Just as you ordered, young master, I have cleared up the trouble with the escort. We have also expanded the investigation into the bribery case involving the Assassin Guild, but Hunter Hammond, nicknamed the White Lion, just stood there in a daze, scratching his head, along with a strange old man of unknown origin. And isn't this the very prisoner who just escaped earlier? Siu swiftly clamped his hand over Dunga's mouth to shut him up. Keep your mouth shut and sit still, it's a long story. After a tiring verbal sparring match, Xiu finally had the chance to get to the main point. Tomorrow we will infiltrate the closed conference of the Assassin Guild Bestia, an extremely important gathering of about 8 top leaders. The hunter-hunting expert will appear there, and the traders will present their detailed infiltration plan, so Dungu and Hammond listen closely. Jonga startled and cried out, wait a minute, you mean we are going to charge right into the Assassin Guild's lair? Without any official backing, just risking it with this tiny lineup. What on earth is the purpose of this trip? Sayu smirked sinisterly. To tear it to pieces, of course. Let's look forward to the good show about to unfold. Inside the Bestia Guild, they were still completely oblivious to the impending disaster about to strike. It's rare to see everyone gathered in such full numbers today, isn't it? How foolish. Ghost and Vuong's absence means those two are dead. That kid probably bit the dust too, and that's not even counting those damn traders yet. What a bunch of useless fools. The others also stared in surprise. They looked like cowards, yet they actually dared to betray the organization. How mind-boggling. We might as well just wipe them all out and get it over with. Another assassin frantically tore at his hair and yelled, you fool. We were supposed to team up to settle scores with each other. I'll definitely chop you to pieces. The scar-mouthed man shouted in annoyance. Enough. The right to deal with the traitors belongs to the boss. Completely contrary to the others, one person seemed extremely amused. What do you mean? I actually find this mess quite thrilling. Keep going. Having 3 people absent from such an important meeting, even I'm getting curious. So does anyone else have any bright ideas? Hearing this, the people around immediately shut their mouths like clams, not daring to utter a single word. Seeing that, she mockingly twirled her thumbs in a circle. How about this? Let's have a life and death match to decide who has the right to deal with the traitors. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew cold and heavy, and not a single soul dared to make a sound. The man sitting next to her saw this and immediately intervened. Cut it out, boss. That's a lame joke. Do me a favor and drop it. We can deal with those traitors anytime. The core issue is that they know the time and location of our meeting like the back of their hand. So what can those 2 nameless small fres do? Do you guys actually think they'll rush in here right now? As soon as the words were spoken, the alarm blared, announcing simultaneous intrusions by foreign objects from gates 1 through 5. However, the big boss remained completely nonchalant. Truly, man proposes, but God disposes. Everyone knew what they had to do, sluggishly getting up to prepare to face the 5 intruders. It was truly exhausting, and the brand new outfit worn today was as good as ruined. Now there are only 3 of us left. Let's clean up quickly and withdraw. See you later. Wait a second. Our big boss Akai and the 2 others, Pakapin and Mamba, planning to just stand there with their arms crossed. Mamba calmly took a sip of hot tea, declaring he wouldn't bother with the underlings as there was enough staff, while Pakapin was glued to her phone playing games. Then Akai explained to Mamba that they should have caught them and brought the enemy's heads back for a roll call. This group truly always preferred using their fists. Managing this pack of wild beasts was already an impressive feat, but despite claiming to be big shots, the whole group was unaware that their entire conversation had fallen into someone else's sights. The one lurking was Dungu, who lamented to himself that he had never even won 50,000 in the lottery, yet today he had stumbled upon such a massive jackpot. This whole thing actually started 30 minutes ago. The entire gang had arrived at the meeting point, which was Bestia's hideout. It had to be admitted they had chosen an incredibly well-concealed lair. Goss explained to the team that there were 5 entrances equipped with motion sensors, and because the internal structure shifted constantly, it was hard to predict where each passage would lead. Nevertheless, these 5 paths were the only way out, and they all led straight to the central room where the target sat. No matter which path was chosen, the team would reunite there, the only difference being speed. The captain immediately assigned each teammate to a passage, because if they moved as a group, the enemy could easily escape through the other routes. When asked if he had brought a walkie-talkie, Dungu hurriedly rummaged through his bag and nodded in confirmation, so the group began their scattered infiltration, being careful as the alarm system was already active. Assume the other side has detected us and set up their defenses. If you encounter a powerhouse you can handle, turn on the radio and shout immediately, then try to stall for time, especially if that guy Mamba shows up. You must notify me at once. The accompanying forces quickly shouted their agreement and set off immediately. Dungu hid tightly behind a stone pillar, cautiously scouting. For now the situation remained peaceful. However, shortly after turning into his assigned branch, the path was blocked off. He immediately searched for the nearby ventilation duct and successfully crawled deep inside. Through some magical stroke of luck that left even Dungu bewildered, he became the first person to reach the main hall without breaking a single drop of sweat fighting enemies. Did they forget the sensors for this path? These are all rank powerhouses and above, yet the security is so lax. However, with a design where everything converges in the middle, who needs guards? They just sit back and watch from safety, waiting for the prey to deliver itself to the slaughter. Since the guards have deployed to the gates, 5 battles are breaking out simultaneously, and even if they called for reinforcements now, they wouldn't be able to regroup in time. Perhaps I should thin out the enemy ranks myself to make things easier. Acting on the thought, Jonga pulled 2 small marbles out of his pocket. The 2 marbles rolled out, immediately drawing the attention of the group of assassins. Pakapin stepped forward to pick them up, wondering why marbles were falling out of her pocket. The boss teased her, asking if she wasn't tired of the lottery yet, to which she proudly replied that she had just won a big prize yesterday. Just as Pakapin opened her hand to take the marble suddenly went boom, catching her completely off guard. Pakapin collapsed onto the floor and lay motionless. The boss was bewildered, wondering if she had already gone to heaven, while Mamba stood up irritably and spoke, saying some crafty little rat had managed to sneak in here. As the words ended, another object came flying in, a grenade with the pin already pulled. The unpinned explosive hurtled toward Mamba. He caught it effortlessly and remarked that the sneak attack was decent, but he didn't have time for hide and seek, before hurling the explosive back toward Jonga's position. The horrific explosion caused a collapse and tore a massive hole in the ceiling. Jongu immediately plummeted through the gap. The 2 rivals, Mamba and Jongu, immediately plunged into a life and death struggle. As soon as the other man saw him, he recognized him as the elite hunter from the Royal Special Task Force, Jongu. The young man hurriedly threw his cumbersome backpack into the corner of the room and dived straight into the fight with Mamba. However, Jonga did not bother to pay attention to his opponent's prattle. He was extremely anxious because he had only managed to take down 1 enemy so far. Even after throwing magical grenades designed to deal with terrorists, these guys were completely unharmed, especially that grotesque leader who stood there stoically without needing to activate any protective techniques. Mamba sighed warily, clutching his forehead, realizing that he had not come alone, but wondering what that mattered, or perhaps those turncoats had already scurried to the special task force to spill everything. Jonga gritted his teeth in vigilance and retorted, asking what Mamba intended to do if that were indeed the case. Mamba narrowed his sharp, mocking eyes, finding it ridiculous that anyone would risk their life escaping an organization only to join an even worse place. Jonga was enraged by the enemy's arrogant attitude. He cursed under his breath and threw a powerful punch with all his strength, but the other man blocked it easily. Jonga remained determined not to stop fighting. The hunter immediately launched a volley of sharp projectiles straight at the vital point in the middle of Mamba's forehead. Asai sat leisurely watching the match with Leica and remarked that the performance was quite decent. Jonga finally managed to leave a scratch on Mamba's face, making him realize with a start that this was his strange mind control ability. Jongo hurriedly drew more weapons for self-defense, cursing the opponent's iron-hard skin and rapid regeneration. He had not expected that body enhancement through energy could provide such terrifying durability. Mamba chuckled, thinking that warm-up was enough, and drew the razor-sharp claws hidden in his lapel, lunging straight at Jongo with terrifying speed. With just one vicious strike, he sent Jonga flying into the solid wall behind him, causing the bricks and stones to shatter and crack. Mamba strolled over and said that he originally hadn't wanted to destroy his internal organs, but since blood had already been shed, it couldn't be helped. He turned to ask his boss for permission to finish him off, while Asai told him to wait and reconsider. Seeing the critical situation, Jonga quickly used his walkie-talkie to report urgently that he was encountering 2 targets in the main hall. But before he could finish, one of Mamba's earth-shattering kicks was planted squarely in his chest. The villain stood casually with his hands on his hips, stomping on Jonga while mocking him for being as slow as a turtle. He wondered if the next person to come and throw their life away would be the chief of the special forces, the traitor ghost, or that little wolf pup. Or perhaps those were the hurried footsteps rushing over to rescue Jongo. Just as Mamba predicted, the 3 of them had unintentionally reunited and appeared simultaneously behind him without prior arrangement. Just as Mamba finished his question, the entire rescue team except for the guy named Siu had lined up neatly behind his back without him noticing. A terrifying explosion suddenly rang out with a tremor. But Mamba had nimbly dodged to the side, thinking to himself that this was quite unexpected. I didn't expect you people to overcome the assassin bestia so easily, the group said, standing in front of the wounded Zhongguo. Mamba turned to complain to his leader, saying that he must be very disappointed for expecting to recruit some capable henchmen, only to find them ridiculously weak. Hearing this, Asai could only sigh in frustration. Mamba was naturally very sharp. He noticed irregularities in the wounds, proving that a bloody battle had taken place previously. Hammond rushed over in a panic to check on Zhongguo's injuries. Mamba stomped on the ground and lifted large stones, challenging them, saying he didn't believe they could easily take down Tiger or Grizzly. Several thick slabs of concrete shattered and fell rapidly after just a single light kick from him. Unable to stand the irritating provocations any longer, Hammond charged forward like an arrow, determined to finish off the cruel butcher. "Stop your nonsense and clear the air," he said, throwing a 1,000-pound punch straight at Mamba's face. However, that strike didn't faze Mamba in the slightest. He nonchalantly grabbed Hammond's fist in a firm grip. "You're the expert Chu Hammond from the White Lion Guild, aren't you? Why aren't you with the main force instead of crawling here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed Hammond aside like a bag of filthy trash. Mamba intentionally provoked him by hurling him straight toward Dung, who was lying flat on the ground due to his injuries. Hammond tried to break his momentum but still collided hard, muttering an apology. Meanwhile, Ghost and Vault were also exhausted and collapsed. They both sat on the ground gasping for breath, calculating that something was definitely wrong with the current situation. "You lot don't look like a team at all, just a messy bunch thrown together from completely different guilds with no reason to be united." Mamba was indeed cunning, wondering who had actually brought this ragtag group together. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a familiar hand was clutching an enemy's head, holding them up like a bag of garbage. It was none other than Su, the young man who had just taken out a whole swarm of assassins while remaining completely unscathed, without a single scratch. Does this jerk really plan to look down on Hammond from the White Lion Guild? "Hey, Dungu, wake up." Dungu pushed himself up, wondering how he arrived so fast. Hammond explained, "I rushed over the moment I heard the radio." Well, he wanted to look cool saying that, but the truth was different. "I was actually toying with a guy near the entrance when my master suddenly appeared and ordered me to charge straight into the central area." Ghost and Vault were probably in the exact same situation. "Regardless, we have to chain this guy up before the Grandmaster arrives." Vault muttered a curse. "Damn it. How are we supposed to restrain a class mutant without killing him, especially since it's Mamba?" Ghost was also struggling to fight back, noting that Mamba hadn't even used a transformation skill yet, and the atmosphere in the hall felt off, likely an awakened variant. In terms of lightning speed and 1,000-pound punching power, Mamba is considered the second in command at Bestia, though he lacks advanced tracking or positioning skills. This turn of events proves he had secretly set a trap beforehand, or perhaps Asai, the leader of the Bestia Guild, had masterminded the plan. Her techniques remained a total mystery to the old man. No one could guess what kind of freakish trump card she was hiding in her hand. Ghost slammed his weapon firmly into the hard ground. "This old man will handle the boss. Your job is to focus all your strength on restraining Mamba." Vault grumbled and cursed, "Dirty jobs are always shoved onto me, damn this old geezer." However, the bitter reality was that even combined, the two of them were no match for Mamba. It seemed no one was willing to utter a word to answer Taney's question. Vault collapsed onto the cracked ground, but Ghost roared with determination, "As long as Master hasn't arrived, no one is escaping this place." Ghost had finished setting up a solid ceiling circle to block the enemy's path. Several iron chains tightened firmly around Mamba. Hammond seized the opportunity to launch a strike at his head. No matter how much Aside struggled, the tightly bound chains forced her to sit obediently in the chair. "Seriously, you people really want to force me to go all out and fight?" Ghost stood outside, raising a threatening hand. "Stay put, Aside. Even for you, breaking this legendary grade ceiling circle won't be easy." Aside's expression showed no signs of flinching. "Oh, your new master seems quite thoughtful, equipping you with such fancy toys. But turning your back on the organization so quickly is a bit cold, don't you think?" Because he was so focused on Aside, Ghost was completely unaware that Pokebin had stealthily woken up behind his back. That's right, Pokebin. By the time Ghost realized it, she was already right behind him. Ghost was thrown flying, stumbling wildly. What kind of old man is this? She clearly died already. It seems like wasting more time with these useless people. Mamba gently snapped the bone chains that bound him. The ground shook and cracked. "We are already extremely busy here, not knowing when reinforcements will arrive, and now we still have to clean up the mess left by this rotten faction. So you might as well just sacrifice yourselves quickly." Mamba's form had now completely mutated. This is the Dragon Blood secret technique, whose effect forces the user's body to transform into a venomous lizard, and this process continues until all magic power is depleted. Zhongguo intended to rush in to help, panting as he told Hammond that he would provide long-range support, but Hammond stopped him from moving, saying his ribs were broken, and besides, no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult to immediately penetrate that defense. "Get out quickly." A pitch-black object struck directly towards them. From the opening impact, Hammond recognized Mamba's variant was like quicklime but with an incredibly dense magic power. He was manipulating the very ground as if it were a part of his own body. In this extremely dangerous situation, Hammond knew full well that he was just a moving punching bag. That guy was excessively tough. At this point, his only option was to try and buy time. And your comrades over there are struggling no less than you, so don't entertain any wild fantasies about reinforcements anymore. "You scoundrel, no one has ever dared to criticize me for not being able to bear my own power." Mamba swung his fist, determined to beat his opponent to a pulp. From an unknown corner, a throwing knife shot through the air and embedded itself directly into Mamba's hand. Yet, he felt no pain whatsoever. Strangely enough, the knife suddenly burst into intense flames. Zhongguo's jaw dropped in astonishment at that decomposition. He didn't expect that guy could even use elemental magic too. Mamba had now truly gone mad. He let out a sky-shattering roar, sending everything around him flying and scattering. A massive block of concrete free fell, aimed directly at Zhongwu's head. Hammond screamed a warning to his comrade above him. But Mamba displayed a look of incomprehension and contempt. You people still have the presence of mind to worry about each other. Hammond suddenly spun around. Mamba swung his razor-sharp claws, plunging them into the rigid ground. Mamba appeared in a flash right behind Zhongwu. Hunters from the righteous faction always make the same foolish mistake. You always assume that skill level or the amount of magic power will determine the outcome of a battle, and yet you dared to rush headlong into this very lair. Did you think we wouldn't bother to set up an inescapable trap right here at our headquarters? Mamba firmly grabbed Zhongwu's neck. Looking over, a side had broken through the control layer. Ghost lay crushed in a corner while Pokipin relentlessly bombarded Voln with attacks, shouting for the damned traitor to quickly pay for his crimes. The Grand Hall now looked desolate and frightening. The entire floor was preset with self-destruct mechanisms, detection systems, and defensive enchantment spells for emergency situations. This is a terrifying trap. The moment you stepped in here, your fate was already sealed. So stop struggling in vain. Just obediently surrender your lives and get it over with. Zhongwu gritted his teeth and braced himself to counterattack. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked past Mamba's head, making him shiver slightly as he sensed killing intent. Mamba quickly dodged the attack, but all that remained before him was a faint white smoke. A familiar figure flashed past as swiftly as the wind. It was none other than Su. He calmly subdued Mamba with extreme ease. We finally... You scumbag! Su's face was radiating murderous intent, looking as fierce as a demon incarnate. Su rushed forward like the wind, pinning Mamba firmly against the door, then growled, I found you, you venomous snake. Pokipin was bewildered, not knowing who was unleashing this terrifying power. She rushed over and asked, who on earth are you? Even from a distance, Su easily knocked Pokipin out with just a single strike. Asai stood outside, eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that you just extinguished all the magic here? Su only looked around silently without saying a word. Frey spoke up, it was done thanks to my support. He's not that godlike. Asai looked intrigued. Truly impressive. A project worth tens of millions, yet you neutralized it in an instant. Mamba was still conscious. He hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Su's sudden appearance. But now he understood while Su lightly retreated, effortlessly evading several lethal blows. Mamba guessed that he was the mastermind who had finished off the bestia assassins and gathered these people together. A suspect. You re the one who is the wretch criminal, Su muttered, clutching his throbbing head. Asai was also bewildered. Look, I am afraid he came here for you. Mamba, what did you do? Mamba tried to search his memory. Impossible, boss. I only followed instructions. However, judging by his words, it seems like a blood debt revenge. Mamba expressed his suspicion. Clearly, he never left any clues after taking action, yet somehow you still found me. Su didn't bother wasting words. His hands began to manipulate magic revenge. First, I need to clear one thing up. Several massive blocks of stone nearby immediately trapped Mamba tightly. Asai was about to intervene but was stopped by Ghost with a staff. Be good and stay still. What do you intend to ask? In reality, our assassin faction is no longer in its golden age. Pokipin had fainted dead away while Asai was caught in a pincer position. Asai raised both hands in surrender. I don't want to make you angry, my friend. What makes you so devoted to him? Inside, she was extremely curious, wondering who the master with the overwhelming power before her was. The lightning bolts firing from the magic array grew denser and denser. Mamba struggled to resist. How frustrating. The enhancement spells I cast earlier are now turning against me. Mamba was confused about how he recognized him. Are you a scout? No, this attack speed far outclasses ordinary warrior hunters. A full force thumped straight to Mamba's chest. It slammed him into the wall, pinning him there like a lizard. Mamba coughed up a mouthful of blood and reverted to his original form. In my life, I have never encountered an exceptional talent like you. I pride myself on knowing the names of all the top hunters. Who on earth are you? He covertly channeled his magic. What do you want from me? Numerous specks of magical light instantly exploded and spread. But before he knew it, Su was perched right above Mamba's head. I'm afraid you're misunderstanding the situation. I'm the one doing the interrogating, not you. Continue. See, I am being extremely cautious, Siwu said as he ground his heel into Mamba's head, pinning it to the ground. He repeatedly stomped his heel on Mamba's head but held back slightly to keep him barely alive. I have more than enough power to send you to the afterlife right now, so lie still until you re-permitted to move. Mamba was completely exhausted, lying flat on the floor and pleading weakly. Siwu gripped the back of the assassin's neck and hoisted him up over his shoulder. He growled with a face full of murderous intent. Confess now, who paid you to take Dung Minjin's life? Images of the archaeologist Dung Minjin began to surface in Mamba's mind. The assassin stiffened slightly in shock. However, his lips curled into a mocking smirk as he chuckled. It turns out you are someone related to Minjin. Out with it. I thought you were eager to keep your life, Siwu said, getting straight to the point. Mamba hurriedly grabbed Siwu's arm. Of course, I will confess everything honestly. But even if I talk, he opened his mouth wide, revealing jagged fangs, and stuck out his tongue, which was marked with a magic seal. You wouldn't be able to hear it anyway because your ears would melt. As soon as he finished speaking, he spat venom directly into Siwu's face. Mamba was gleeful, thinking he had succeeded, relishing the fact that an assassin must never reveal information about a client. Siwu coughed violently in frustration. You dare spit in my face? His patience had hit rock bottom. It seems you don't intend to talk seriously. Fine, I'll make you crave the chance to speak. Mamba couldn't believe it. What is this self-healing ability? Could he be a healer? Realizing he had no way out, Mamba turned to Asai in desperation. Cap, unfortunately, was also helpless at that moment, apologetically admitting that he too was caught in a tight encirclement. Only then did Mamba truly feel terrified of the power of the person before him. I'll talk. The one who hired me was Pandemo. But before he could finish his sentence, Siwu struck him down ruthlessly. Saiwu had already guessed beforehand. He muttered the name Pandemonium to himself and sat quietly lost in thought. Suddenly, the leader Asai opened his glowing red eyes wide and let out a delighted laugh like a madman. With just a flick of his finger, he knocked down the entire group surrounding him. Asai leisurely lowered his hood. Now I've recognized your true identity. You re that first-generation hunter who vanished without a trace 10 years ago, known as Mad Dog. Saiwu knitted his brows and asked, are you also a member of Pandemonium? Asai acted very friendly. Nothing of the sort. My guild consists entirely of professional assassins. We don't take personal requests because assassins are just tools. It's thanks to your power and knowledge of Pandemonium that I realized it. She once mentioned a first-gen hunter with unique recovery skills. Saiwu wiped away the blood on his face. So you really know nothing. Don't lie to me, I'll find the answers myself. Asai gradually retreated into a thick black mist that appeared out of nowhere. I'm not bluffing. If you can catch me, consider your questions answered. But honestly, why did we all forget your existence? Anyway, that's none of my concern. Hey Pokopin, get up. At his boss's call, the unconscious Pokopin snapped awake immediately. A massive explosion shook the room and thick dust filled the air, making it impossible to see clearly. Asai and Pokopin were floating in midair, looking back to challenge whether that madman would dare to pursue them. Siu leisurely put his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself that there was no need to rush since he had already planned his next move. Asai flashed a sinister and bizarre smile, appearing highly skeptical. Saying goodbye, she immediately opened a spatial portal to quickly slip away with her accomplice. Hammond ran over in a hurry, wondering why the boss let them go, but Sue knew full well that if they pursued, the destructive magic planet underground would be triggered, and no one there would be able to dodge it. The main objective has been completed. Let's clean up this battlefield quickly. Zhongwu sobbed and cried, lamenting that the life of a wage earner is indeed full of hardship. On this side, Sue was still murmuring two mysterious names in his head, wondering what secret he had ultimately uncovered, before turning his gaze to Mamba's cold corpse. After cleaning up the mess at the Bestia Assassin Guild, Sue leisurely walked back home. As soon as he got home, he turned on his computer and searched online for information about that strange name. According to his memory, 20 years ago, the appearance of the first dimensional rift brought countless disasters upon this world. All kinds of magical energy, ferocious beasts, energy stones, and demonic entities. They were an alien race from another universe, possessing a natural ability to manipulate magical energy and unique ultimate skills, acting like an evolved version of hunters. Taking advantage of the initial chaos, they stealthily infiltrated Earth and rapidly expanded their influence, proclaiming themselves as overseers of a higher dimension to monopolize the exploitation of the portals. The demons viewed humans as inferior creatures, suffocating the technological civilization that had already been stagnated by monsters, and then built gloomy fortresses right in the middle of the continent to monopolize the resource plundering from the portals. From that moment on, they arrogantly considered themselves the true rulers of this world. Shamefully, a group of traitors emerged among humans, swearing allegiance to the Demon King and establishing a trash organization under that name. Fortunately, the demons' arrogance did not last long, as the first generation of hunters who knew how to use magic courageously stood up and declared war on them. A bloody war broke out between humanity and the tyrannical ruling forces. In the end, humans emerged victorious, putting an end to all the chaos. Exactly a decade had passed since the day he defeated the Demon King and was swept away into the endless dimensional rift. That puppet organization should have disbanded a long time ago. So why was that name resurfacing at this moment? Sai-Hu called out to Frey, who immediately voiced his response. Hey, there were demons in the parallel world we used to survive in, right? But their appearance looked a bit different. Frey nodded in confirmation, because among the countless creatures it had ever seen, demons always possessed a terrifyingly massive influence spanning across all dimensions. Even in that place, they still spread enslavement, tyranny, and brutal exploitation over weaker creatures. Hearing Sue sarcastically remark whether they behaved like thugs wherever they went, Frey was slightly hesitant. This was because it had not yet fully recovered its memories from before meeting him in the old world. However, it still vaguely remembered that those bastards had snatched something from under its nose. Nevertheless, after a whole century of confronting the demons in that place, it could confidently assert that their nature was indeed that of those who specialized in doing such despicable things. Sai-Hu scratched his head in frustration due to the scarce clues. 10 years ago, he was so busy hunting them down that he had no free time to investigate their origins, and besides, in that other world, the two of them had only encountered small fry, so his mind back then was mostly focused on staying alive. The only thing he knew was that their energy waves were now far more sophisticated than 10 years ago, and they had reached a highly skilled level of disguising themselves as humans. Frey also clicked his tongue, advising him to stop overthinking and just eliminate whoever encountered for a quick and clean job. Suwu stretched his legs and pressed the power button to turn off the device. This laziness is exactly like mine. Why must such a trivial matter be mentioned? A very familiar figure suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the other person walk in, Siwu showed no surprise, as if they had an appointment. Hey little brother, you here early. His younger brother Seijin clearly showed a bewildered expression. Suddenly you made me go rent an office, and I've been worrying you've caused some big trouble again. What is it this time, after all? It's nothing big, just gathering some clues. But Seijin immediately keenly realized, are you trying to trick me? The boss said you just cleared out an entire gang specializing in assassinating hunters. Don, tell me you rented this place to gather your cronies. And who exactly are you hiding that you have to conceal it from both the guild hall and the association like that? Seijun slumped down warily, looking at his crazy older brother. I've warned you thousands of times we can't handle it. If by any chance Daesu finds out, we're done for. The younger brother pouted and silently cursed that talkative guy Jonggu. Suwu gently patted his younger brother, reassuring him. Don't worry, Jonggu has already cleared all evidence related to me. As for that Daesu guy, I'll personally go meet him and talk some sense into him. Sejin couldn't believe his ears. Are you crazy? Seo then explained that because there were too many suspicious points, if I don't show myself, that guy will run wild. His older brother's words made Sejun's head ache. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I know I can stop you, but please don't be so reckless. 10 years have passed, times are different now. What if you run into trouble again? What am I supposed to do? Suwa stepped up from behind, hugged his younger brother tightly, and rubbed his head. I told you I can handle myself. Why worry pointlessly and exhaust yourself? Come on, stop grumbling. Sejun angrily pushed his brother's hand away. Fine, have it your way, but remember to keep your promise to train our guild's new recruits as payment for renting this office. Oh, by the way, do you remember Hunter Jisoo? Her awakened ability seems much more complicated than expected. If you have time, could you take a look for me? Suwoo lazily scratched his ear. All right, I'll definitely help. But go find something to eat, I'm starving. The rumbling of his stomach terrified Sejun. You just had dinner. Does your stomach contain a black hole? Frey spoke up, demanding food because it was also starving. Siwa's magic power reserves are too meager, so quickly call for some fried chicken to resupply right away. Suwoo blamed Frey entirely, saying that Frey's gluttony was making both of them ravenous. Just then the phone's ringtone suddenly rang repeatedly. Soa answered the phone. Jungwoo was on the other end, asking in a reproachful tone, Senior, can you bear not erasing your name from those mission reports? Suo angrily yelled, listen, watch your mouth. You dared to tell tales to my younger brother, and now you dare to raise your voice. Do you want a beating? Jungwoo frantically cried out, we can talk about that later. Do you know how big of a fuss this incident is causing? This is the first time a gang of assassins specializing in hunting hunters has been exposed, yet the Control Bureau alone completely cleaned it up. Now the media is blowing up our phones, demanding interviews and massive cooperation. The entire office is in chaos due to hundreds of continuous calls. They all saying, yes sir, we will take responsibility for handling it because we are the official investigative unit. Oh my god, that's not the problem. Besides, you know very well how closely the chief executive has been scrutinizing our team since the Demon Gate incident. You were just great, you erased all your traces and left me alone to face the music. Consider it your full credit for the achievement. What more do you want? Seo said casually, unaware that Jungwoo on the other end was tearing his hair out. What credit? The problem isn't the achievement. How am I supposed to explain that you single-handedly took down an entire team of assassins? Suo shrugged it off. That's your problem. As long as your testimony matches White Lioness, it's fine. Isn't he Hammond on that team? Jungwoo frantically said he had already asked them, but even the White Lion Guild Master was baffled. Just then, another call interrupted. Yes, this is Team Leader Jungwoo speaking. Jungwoo tearfully pleaded, you know the Imperial Guild Master wants to protect his brother, but because of the last prison break, it's best if you show up and resolve this. Seo immediately dismissed him even though he hadn't fully agreed. All right, but I have to go eat first. Good luck handling that kid. See you tomorrow. Seo decisively hung up, not even letting Jungwoo utter another word. As Suwo left the room, he sighed in exasperation. It's always one thing after another with these people. In the kitchen filled with the aroma of food, as soon as Captain Dung showed his face, he saw Sue lethargically sinking into the sofa, truly a workaholic to the point of ultimate bliss. Suddenly remembering something, Sue turned to quietly ask his younger brother about the situation with the demons. How have those demons been lately? Are they still causing wild havoc like 10 years ago? Sue shook his head and said that wasn't the case. In fact, ever since the 4 great demon kings vanished, they had proactively requested to sign a peace treaty. Once signed, they immediately withdrew to the extreme cold region to build research stations studying the mana flow spreading underground. Overall, they have been quite well behaved. A few countries even happily joined hands in joint research with them. But they rarely venture out of the icy region, and they've been absent from the front lines for so long that kids nowadays think demons are just internet rumors, so you get the picture. Suo's face immediately darkened. He couldn't believe in this so-called peace. To him, the idea of demons going hand in hand with peace sounded ridiculous and absurd. Frey agreed, though he still had some reservations. Just look at humans full of evil scumbags, so surely there are good and bad ones among the demons too. Akai's mana power closely resembled the demons but had a bizarre nature. Could Ada be a hybrid? Ever since the demons invaded Earth 20 years ago, anything was possible. Siu picked up the photo and closely observed every face appearing in it. All this trouble actually stemmed from his desire to protect Minjin. However, the deeper he went following the traces Minjin left behind. Unclear whether it was past or present, that figure was standing right in front of the Demon Factions Research Institute. That made Sue vaguely realize this war would last much longer than expected. The person who had just arrived here was none other than Minjin. Could he still be alive? The new workplace has now been fully equipped with all the necessary gear. Sue began instructing his newly recruited disciples on how to circulate the power within their bodies and focus their thoughts on the Danshin. Hammond's mind was utterly confused at this moment, wondering what on earth this thing called a Danshin actually was. Feeling completely lost, Hammond spoke up to ask, Master, even if you explain it like that, I am clueless. Aren't skills supposed to awaken automatically when adrenaline surges in your body? Even if we sit here meditating all day, I don't believe it helps with executing skills. Wouldn't doing physical training and practicing discipline be much more useful instead? Sue gave Vonk a hard smack on the head for falling asleep mid-lesson. You were the ones who begged me to teach you, and now that I am instructing you, you just sit there complaining. Sue explained exasperatedly, do you think skills are like sweat, oozing out a bit and then evaporating on their own? Nowadays nobody bothers to properly learn energy control, everyone just blindly uses it randomly. Vuong quickly tried to save face, but if our attacks are overwhelmingly strong, can we just get rid of these troublesome tricks? Sue frowned in annoyance, brainwashed by that tutorial tower again, aren't you? Awakening your abilities in artificial gates has completely muddled your minds. Our consumption of mana is like burning fuel to activate power, so if you are clumsy with even the most basic energy control, then how can you feel the flow of energy while mindlessly spamming moves with your eyes closed like that? Ghost could only nod silently in agreement with that explanation. Alright, I will explain this only once, so prick up your ears and listen. When humans first come into contact with mana, an energy accumulation zone is created in the body, and that is the danshin. The compressed flow of energy rushed toward the danshin and then exploded, awakening potential and transforming into each person's unique skill. The power of this strike depends entirely on how sophisticated his control of internal energy is. Through continuous cultivation, the danshin will expand, allowing it to hold more abundant mana and even potentially opening new danshins within the body. However, from his perspective, humanity has only accessed this energy for just over 20 years, so everything is still very new and understanding it is the most important thing. Harmon looked down at his shimmering hand, appearing deep in thought. Therefore, the best method to hone internal energy control is meditation. Now shut your mouth and focus intensely. Frey couldn't help but find it funny that a guy who had spent a century running around like a headless chicken was now lecturing others, while Siwoo warned the crowd not to worry, because tomorrow he would continue to push them to the brink of death. Specifically, those two shouldn't think that being bound meant he would go easy on them, as they all had to work to the bone to pay off their debt, making Ghost and Vokwan look as pathetic as puppy. Suddenly, the door burst open and Jongwoo rushed in with a panicked expression, shouting that the senior was clearly here, so why didn't he ever pick up the phone, and did he know how hard it was to find him? Siwoo pouted and retorted that it was because the other guy always followed him like a perverted stalker. Jongwoo looked truly haggard and exhausted at this moment, and he urged him to show up at headquarters immediately. The branch manager has personally ordered your summons. Indeed, the mixed center's workplace looks quite wealthy and imposing. The atmosphere inside was always bustling, with everyone everywhere swamped with work. While trudging behind Jongwoo, Siwoo wondered why the director had specifically called his name. He wondered if the man had used his name as a shield, but Jongwoo quickly cleared his name, saying that wasn't the case and that he himself was completely in the dark, though he guessed it might be related to the recent prisoner transport corruption scandal in Incheon. Just then, two people blocked their path and said mockingly, "Look, it's Captain Jongwoo. I heard you just achieved a glorious feat. While we were away, that guy Deji from the North SEAL team suddenly became a formidable figure, didn't he? What kind of magic trick did you pull?" It turned out to be Changwon and Jonti. Seeing this, Donggo felt extremely annoyed, wondering how that guy in uniform could resolve things so quickly, leaving Xiu standing next to him feeling curious and confused. Donggu then spoke up to tactfully shoo them away, telling them to go back to their desks instead of wasting time picking fights with passersby. "What fight? We were just visiting an old colleague. There's no need to overreact like that. Let's see, so this is the rookie Lung An. Rumor has it he just caused a scene in Incheon. Why does this North SEAL team always like to recruit such unruly elements? Your captain really has a strange taste in people." Those mocking words slipped away without leaving any impression on Xiu, as he simply didn't care. He didn't know what that guy had done to Donggu to make someone so mild-mannered fly into a rage, and he coldly shouted, "That's enough, you guys in uniform. Do you have nothing better to do than stand here talking nonsense?" Jun-Ti, standing behind, chimed in that their mission was all the way in Japan and had nothing to do with flying cars, adding, "Come on, maybe it's because those people have never been abroad that they re so jealous. It must be bitter, right? The Gangnam team gets cheered all over the world while you people are stuck with piles of overtime only to end up letting small fry criminals escape." Hearing those venomous taunts, Donggu's anger flared even higher, while Xiu remained indifferent, tapping on his phone as he felt this had nothing to do with him. However, the protagonist's spotlight insisted on shining on him, and one of them barked, "Hey, you, the rookie. No matter what team you re-on, we re-still your seniors. Don't you know the basic etiquette of introducing yourself? At least say hello, it's not like it'll kill you." Jun-Ti adjusted his glasses with a superior air, muttering that he hated disrespectful people like this. True to his reputation as a mad dog, Xiu bluntly raised a slender finger to mimic the motion of pushing up glasses and snapped back, "Greeting my foot. Why don't you and your smelly boss just get lost instead of acting all high and mighty? You're huge and blocking the whole way. Can you see there's a traffic jam, or are those glasses just for show?" Being hit where it hurt made those two seethe with rage, but they were left speechless. Jun-Ti was so furious that his hand froze on his glasses frame. He had likely forgotten to lower it a long time ago. Feeling humiliated and disgraced, Jun-Ti was about to rush forward to teach the insolent rookie a lesson he would never forget, but someone stopped him just in time. "Hey Jay," Donggu lowered his voice threateningly. "Are you out of your mind? This is the headquarters. Learn to clearly separate public and private matters." Chang Gun, standing right next to him, gesticulated wildly in agreement. "Have you had enough of this nonsense? Hey, who do you think you are to lecture my soldier? Are you hard of hearing, or did you not hear that rookie talking so arrogantly?" Donggu turned to look at Siwoo and asked, "I didn't hear very well. What's going on, Junior?" "Oh, perhaps that thick layer of fat has completely blocked his ears." Chang Gun trembled with rage. These bastards must have completely lost their minds. "Fine, since the headquarters staff are watching, should I drill into your skulls to stuff some gray matter in there?" The surrounding crowd began to look on with curiosity, whispering and gossiping as they witnessed the explosive confrontation between the two sides. Still oblivious to reality, Chang Gun snapped, "Let me show you guys who really runs this Bureau of Control." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. "Hey Chang Gun, excuse me. However, I am the one in charge here." It turned out to be Branch Director Guan Ho. As soon as Chang Gun turned around, he broke out in a cold sweat, his previous arrogance vanishing instantly. Both of them were so terrified that all color drained from their faces. Jun-Ti was even trembling so hard that his glasses cracked. "D Director." Director Guan-ho completely ignored the two of them and walked straight towards Sai-woo. Hello, Hunter Sai-woo. I was wondering why you hadn't arrived yet. It turns out you were held up here. Donggu, you should have handled this quickly to make it on time. The hunter bowed his head apologetically, while the other two stood there embarrassed, not daring to utter another word. The director put his arm around Sai-woo's shoulder as they walked. Hunter Sai-woo, do you have a passion for camellia tea? We have an esteemed guest today, so I went through the trouble of preparing some premium tea. Sai-woo replied, it's all right. Only then did Chang Gun snap back to his senses, seemingly still unwilling to let things go and wanting to cause more trouble. Wait, Director Guan-ho, that punk is actually. Before he could finish his sentence, the director coldly cut him off. Hunter Chang Gun, there are rumors that during your business trip to Japan, you requested services that exceeded your authority. If you want power, focus on executing your missions well, and don't waste your energy on pointless matters. Although he was smiling, every word he spoke carried a sharp, threatening edge directed at Chang Gun. The two men who had just been acting arrogant and smug about working abroad could now only look down in silence, unable to utter a single word. They waited until the group had completely disappeared from sight before they dared to grumble, damn it, whose kid is that rookie anyway? Who is backing him up that even Director Guan-ho would stand up to defend him? I have no idea. Director Guan-ho warmly invited Sai-woo into his private office to talk. This is probably the first time we were speaking face to face, Hunter Sai-woo. You've been quite busy since the day you joined, haven't you? The director's demeanor showed that he highly valued Sai-woo's talent. Sai-woo glanced at Dong-go, who was sitting opposite him with an extremely tense expression. Well, let me guess, what is the real reason you summoned me here? Guan-ho laughed out loud, haha, straight to the point. I really like this decisive way of working, very interesting. The reason I invited you here is simple, I need to find out more about the incident at Incheon prison. Upon hearing the name of the case, Dong-gu, sitting next to him, could not hide his shock. Director Guan-ho slowly continued, what a coincidence. Thanks to the outcome of the Bestia case, the entire investigative authority now belongs to us. In addition, the investigation into corruption at Incheon prison is also underway, but that doesn't mean we will overlook the escaped convict. So be honest with me, Hunter Si-woo. Someone capable of defeating a Sai-'s subordinate certainly wouldn't lose track of an escapee so easily. Are you sure you don't know his whereabouts? Si-woo silently glanced towards Dong-gu. The atmosphere in the room became incredibly suffocating. Director Guan-ho turned to ask Dong-gu to step out for a moment, and the hunter quickly stood up to obey his boss' order. Even so, as he reached the door, Dong-gu whispered, pleading for help, Junior, I am truly sorry. As soon as Dong-gu was out of sight, Guan-ho began asking Hunter Si-woo more direct questions. I won't bring up those old matters again. I have known Hunter Dong-gu for a long time and recognize his abilities, but believing he wiped out an entire assassin organization on his own is hard to swallow. The downfall of the Bestia group and the escaped criminal must be closely linked, right? You must have noticed something strange during the escort. You understand, this is a major case. If that guy surrenders and provides information about the organization, he will be granted leniency. But regardless, we cannot turn a blind eye to an awakened criminal under investigation, especially when a mysterious new player like you is involved. Therefore, I proactively contacted an old friend for advice. Surprisingly, that person understands you very well. Si-woo sat in silence, but curiosity filled his mind. Sai-woo turned his head to look and asked me, who are you talking about? This person is a living legend from the first generation of hunters, one of the 3 pillars of South Korea. Suddenly, a pair of pristine, polished white leather shoes strode into the room. This character is none other than the chairman of the King of Warriors Guild, the renowned hunter Kyung-hoo. The entire group moved to a quieter place to catch up after so many years apart. Hearing Gun-ho's story, I'm still somewhat skeptical. I thought you had fallen into poverty long ago, Sue. Sue explained that it was due to some trouble. Seeing him look so weathered now, wondered who this acquaintance was. He is the sword demon, one of the 3 original pillars who always stood by me. Kyung-hoo laughed and said he wasn't told, just that Sue refused to grow up. Having been missing for a decade, he returns looking as dashing as ever. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Where on earth have you been drifting all this time while your subordinates were frantically searching? Sue slowly sipped his drink. Sue proactively changed the subject. How about we order another bottle to make the atmosphere more lively? I feel like we have so many things to catch up on. It turns out this is a reunion of old friends. After hearing Sue's story, Kyung-hoo mused, so you were stuck for 100 years. I'm not shocked by the duration, but I didn't expect you to hold out for so long. While picking up food, Sue said, a spatial curse surrounded me the moment the Demon King fell. I'm not sure if it was accidental or intentional. That Demon King is still alive? Kyung-hoo interrupted. Hearing that, Sue was stunned, his face completely changing. What? Yes, still roaming free. Then why did you all dare to sign a peace treaty with those demons? Sue slammed the table in anger, questioning it. Have you lost your minds to trust them? Kyung-hoo told Sue to calm down and listen, saying he is now only fragmented shards of a soul. Kyung-hoo recalled old times back when Sue was still here. The war between humans and demons was grueling, but after he defeated the Demon King, they sued for peace and blamed everything on him. Sue found those words ridiculous. They were only trembling after seeing him knock out the Demon King with their own eyes. Kyung-hoo nodded in agreement, but truth be told, our side wasn't in much better shape at that time either. From the moment the first gate opened, the whole world suddenly plunged into a state of chaotic madness. We almost managed to close the gates, but the awakened hunters were too exhausted after continuous battles with the demons. At that very sensitive moment, the demons unexpectedly proposed a surprising peace offer. They offered us a way to close those gates in the most effective manner. In exchange, they demanded the return of the Demon King's remains and a land to reside in before finding their way back to their original dimension. That was back when the concepts of gates or mana flow were still extremely foreign. Everyone believed that the best thing for humanity at that time was to adapt to the new source of power. We agreed, and the top representative hunters from each nation signed the treaty together. Koi Dae-soo was the hunter chosen as the representative for the South Korean region at that time. Those demons also behaved themselves, never causing trouble or leaving their territory unless requested by us. Some first-generation hunters never liked this forced peace treaty. But since you disappeared, they also went their separate ways. Now that the world is stable, no one pays them any mind anymore. Kyung-hoo confessed that he didn't care much for them, but the way you suddenly returned couldn't help but make him suspicious. It's really hard to grasp what exactly is he suspicious of. The notorious fierce young man Seo now wears a dazed, somewhat foolish expression. That young man's records completely vanished for a whole decade. I heard that the Grandmaster got involved. They erased the traces so meticulously that none of the younger hunters nowadays even know Sayu's name. He slowly recounted the situation. Even Kyung couldn't imagine Sayu's appearance until he witnessed it with his own eyes today. He once fought shoulder to shoulder with them in a group of 3, yet he was erased from the public's memory for 10 years. This must certainly be a deliberate arrangement. Sayu rotated the glass of water on the table as he asked, "Do you think those demons and that Grandmaster are hiding some shady deal?" The young man mused for a moment. "That's entirely possible, because that guy would resort to any means just to bring you down." After hearing about this mess, Frey immediately flared up. That accursed group truly knows how to drive people crazy. Sayu pondered deeply about the alliance with the demons. Would he discard his pride just to eliminate me? He thought to himself, but why would the enemy side need to erase my name? Could it simply be because of the time I defeated the demon lord? That doesn't sound very convincing. There must be some earth-shattering conspiracy to make both sides willing to cooperate. According to Kyung-hoo's account, the demons have been incredibly quiet lately, even appearing to assist humanity in learning about mana. It's truly an elaborate ploy that makes it difficult for anyone to find fault. The more Sayu listened, the angrier he became. The conflict should have dissipated if they stopped their habit of looking down on others, he said. Kyung-hoo stammered, unsure how to respond, but then added, "But anyway, they've already been sucked into the portal," and suggested, "Let's try asking some old comrades." Upon hearing that suggestion, Sayu suddenly stopped dead in his track. "But as you said before, haven't those comrades from back then already gone their separate ways?" Kyung-hoo let out a weary sigh, forced a smile, and said, "Isn't that girl, Yoo-ho, still in the land of kimchi? 10 years ago she was just a little kid. Yet now that kid has climbed its rank and is leading a renowned Cheonghwa hunter guild. I remember back then she used to stick by your side, never leaving. Now she serves under the Grandmaster. Indeed, 10 years passing truly changes many things. She probably has her own troubles." Sayu silently drained the wine glass in his hand and then fell silent. Setting the glass down, Sayu immediately grimaced, complaining the wine was terribly bad. Kyung-hoo instantly retorted that it was just his poor taste, adding, "That's high-class, expensive stuff, old friend. I should have called Yoo-ho along," Kyung-hoo said. Sayu quickly interjected, "No, Don-T, if she knew I met you secretly, she'd immediately get furious because of her overprotective nature." The lively conversation between the two unexpectedly fell under the gaze of a stalker who was secretly recording them. The paparazzi hunter hastily pressed his device to report, "Chairman, I've just sent over a few photos." The person sitting with Kyung-hoo also seems to be a prominent figure in the management bureau. The other end of the line, after reviewing the photos, coldly ordered, "Well done, you may withdraw now." Looking at this familiar figure, there's no need for introductions. Everyone can probably guess who it is, right? It's truly uncanny. She appeared right after being mentioned. It was none other than the girl Yoo-ho. She calmly stared at the photo on her phone and then whispered the familiar name, "Mensayu. So you're still in this world, Yoo-ho?" She glued her eyes to the phone screen, scrutinizing her old acquaintance intently. Based on the recent unusual activities from the Imperial Guild, coupled with the appearance of that tower, she had still harbored some doubts before. However, upon seeing this evidence with her own eyes, Yoo-ho was certain that Sayu had reappeared. Her legs suddenly went weak, losing all strength, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Yoo-ho began to sob and wail like a small child, her mouth continuously shedding tears as she softly called out, "Master." Yoo-ho recalled the past. From the moment she joined under the Grandmaster, she couldn't openly search for him. It turned out that her silent observation all this time was the wisest decision. The world rumored that Sayu had died long ago, but she had never intended to give up, even though she couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. Yet now Siwoo has reappeared in the land of the morning calm exactly as he once was, something only the master is capable of doing. Seeing how tenderly Awa cherishes the photograph is enough to understand how much she values Siwoo. Awa tried to regain her composure. She couldn't keep such a gloomy face forever, as she didn't have much time left and needed to find him immediately. However, at the exact moment Awa was planning to leave that spot, a very familiar voice suddenly rang out, making her shudder. Awa. Unsurprisingly, was that detestable man Daesu. Awa turned back. "Boss, I told you to call me uncle when it's just the two of us. Why do you look so panicked?" Awa stood frozen, unable to move an inch. She tremblingly gripped the phone in her palm, seemingly worried that Siwoo's return would be exposed. "It's nothing, it's just..." Daesu approached and patted Awa's shoulder. "Nothing. I've never seen you make that face before. Not even when your mother passed away did you look like that." He must have come back. Awa's face was now pale and ashen, as if there wasn't a drop of blood left in her. The person Daesu was referring to was none other than Mad Dog Minsu. This man truly possessed incredibly sharp senses. He really must be back, that Mad Dog Minsu. Awa's face turned ashen upon hearing these words. "No wonder you in such a hurry, like a pet looking for its master." Daesu sighed, though his schemes remained unclear. Daesu gently reached out to pat Awa's head. "Oh, Awa, you are still so naive and far too foolish. Even if I were to renounce my own blood, you are still my only relative, the only daughter of my sister. There's no way I'd let you go so easily." Awa braced herself, even as her veins throbbed with irritation. Aiwa brushed Daesu's filthy hand away forcefully. Just because I volunteered to come work for you, don't go getting any delusions. From the very beginning, my only reason was to find my master. Did you think I couldn't see through that intention? Daesu smirked. You approached me because you believed I was involved in Su's disappearance. I knew perfectly well you were pretending to be obedient to steal confidential info. But I hired you anyway because a hunter like you is very valuable. Aiwa was stunned in disbelief, but he gave her no chance to speak. Nowadays, hunters are considered great assets. Do you think I'd hand over a skilled employee, especially family, to that man? Aiwa shouted, don't mess with me. You abandoned me when I was at my most desperate. By what right do you speak now? I've never considered you family. The one who raised me was my master. Yes, and he had no idea you are the daughter of a terrible criminal. Those words were like a knife cutting deep into Aiwa's heart. She couldn't reply because they were all too true. Daesu brushed past. Don't be so foolish, Aiwa. Among those who observed Su closely, you should know how cruel he is to criminals. How do you think he'll react once he knows your past? No matter how noble he appears, you can never erase your roots. Aiwa stood motionless, rooted to the spot in the middle of the room. Aiwa clenched her fists, unable to find words to argue back or release her pent-up emotions. In the spacious hallway, only Aiwa stood alone. She no longer dared to shout, only quietly cursing the scoundrel. At the airport area used for training, everyone was busy with their respective tasks. Jisoo looked a bit embarrassed and reached up to scratch her face. Hey, Hunter Su, or whatever your name is, I heard from the guild master that you will be the one directly overseeing our drill today. But are those people participating too? Jisoo was referring to Ghost and a figure panting heavily from the heat inside a pink bear suit. Siu introduced, these are my subordinates. No, I mean my juniors who have come to learn. Just consider them experienced veterans. It turned out the one in the suit was Vaughn. He had to hide his face, but it was getting way too stuffy inside. The two of them bowed in greeting and introduced themselves. I see, we look forward to your help. I am Hunter Jisoo, and this is Hunter Bingkook from the Imperial Guild. The crowd had their eyes glued to old Ghost. They had never seen such an elderly hunter before. His imposing aura was no joke and his appearance was quite terrifying. However, right after that, this master laughed and chatted happily, appearing unusually likable. I hope he will help me more. She looked quite sharp, likely the type who learns fast. Ghost easily won Jisoo over, and she promised to work her hardest to train. Saiwoo spoke with Vaughn. This work is no different from community service for you, and if you mess up, you lose your life easily. Vaughn felt the threat was unreasonable. I've sworn a mana oath, not joking around. Everyone knows a slight oversight leads to a lost head. The key is to work diligently to pay the debt. Alright, stop looking at me with that aggressive gaze. Saiwoo led the group straight toward the gate. The journey began, for this was the entrance to the 5-level dungeon. Jisoo stuck close behind Suwoo. She felt incredibly nervous. Due to the specific nature of her skills, this was her first time entering a dungeon since her examination. Siwa told her not to worry, as the gate was essentially just a spatial connection point as simple as a doorway. Binggoog was a bit uneasy because people had gone missing simply because they could take it out before the gate closed. They called it being swallowed. Siwa found that hilarious. Eaten. In reality, it is just a door closing. Ghost was indeed a knowledgeable man. Nowadays, humans have almost entirely secured the keys to these gates. The fact that guilds control their own private entrances is the clearest evidence. What was once considered a disaster is now a great business opportunity. Mana and monster corpses all translate into money. If you were scared before you've even started, don't expect to make a profit. As soon as they stepped through the door, a completely different space appeared, looking as if they had just wandered into a dense jungle. No one expected that crossing that boundary would bring about such a dizzyingly drastic change in scenery. Jisoo and Binggoog were both incredibly amazed as they had this novel experience for the first time. However, Jisoo had some difficulty passing through the gate. She felt dizzy, wondering if she was getting gate sick. Binggoog observed the surroundings carefully. Unlike the tower, this area was completely devoid of monsters. Saiwoo turned to ask Vaughn. At a glance, anyone would think we were on a picnic. Are all youngsters these days like this? I heard there are even hunter academies now. What knowledge do they teach them there? Vaughn replied calmly, Master, I know you are from the older generation, but dungeon tactics have long since been standardized, so hunters today learn according to a fixed curriculum. They pass through the trial tower to be ranked, and then guilds recruit them based on their scores. Only after joining a guild do they learn actual combat. Saiwoo frowned inquisitively. Actual combat later? You mean clearing low-rank gate monsters? It sounds like mass-producing a group of weaklings who will easily be swept away by a big wave. Saiwoo called out, Hey recruits, before we head into actual combat, show me your skills first. Jisoo seemed quite confident in herself. Yes. But Binggoog was still not convinced. He felt the whole group was only following orders because of the guild master, questioning who that guy was to have the right to boss them around. Being on the same team as someone who doesn't know how to operate skills properly is absurd. Jisoo was straining herself with all her effort, and finally it was done. Jisoo believed she had succeeded. She was extremely excited, waiting to see the results of her efforts. However, the brief joy had not yet become complete. A sudden loud explosion rang out and knocked Jisoo far away. Siu called out to Hunter Jisoo in a low voice. She was currently sitting flat on the ground, but fortunately she was uninjured. When she hurriedly apologized, he told her to set that aside. Siu immediately threw an object to Jisoo. Here, take this. Jisoo was full of doubt as she caught the item Siu had just handed her. Isn't this a whip? Siu explained this is a tool to support idea initiation. The more complex the magic circle, the higher the effectiveness will be. I've heard Siu talk about your specific condition. Just take this as a conductor and try again. Jisoo obeyed. She stood up, holding the whip to try again. This time her performance appeared much smoother and less strenuous. Suddenly, strange rustling sounds were heard, causing Binggoog to look closer. However, Siu did not show any signs of impatience. He felt everything was fine and told everyone to clean them up quickly. Bingug turned his head in that direction and asked if he really had to step in. Suwu confirmed there were no other candidates and that, since they were in the middle of a practical session, he couldn't replace him, so he told him to go ahead and just make sure to stay safe. Bingug seemed to be fumbling, as it appeared this was his first time on the battlefield. Ghost observed quietly, wondering if it was a type of tracking technique. Such skills were usually difficult to master systematically and would likely be at a B rank at most. Frey noticed that the way the man executed the move seemed to have little practical application. Although the visual effects were quite brilliant, there was no actual impact to be seen. Ghost watched Bingug's every move as he fought the goblins, thinking to himself that if he kept unleashing attacks so recklessly he would soon run out of energy. At this point, Bingug was facing many difficulties. Although goblins weren't particularly tough targets, forcing a rookie to handle a whole pack on his own was a massive challenge. Exhausted and at his limit, Bingug called out loudly to ask if Hunter Jisoo had finished her preparation. Jisoo remained standing in the same spot, announcing that everything was nearly finished. Suddenly, Bingug's magic circle vanished and he collapsed to the ground just as Ghost had anticipated. This was the moment Bingug completely depleted his stored energy. A goblin seized the opportunity and swung its axe forcefully toward Bingug. Fortunately, at that exact moment, Jisoo successfully activated her monster control skill. As soon as Jisoo finished her command, the goblin stood frozen like a statue. Such was the power of the Stage 1 obedience technique. At the A rank, the user is permitted to direct the actions of the target monster for a period of 10 minutes. The duration, the number of controlled hosts, and their rank increased depending on the user as spiritual power. Luckily, Jisoo acted in time, otherwise Bingug's life would have been in serious danger. Jisoo immediately ordered the goblin, demanding that it step back at once. The goblin followed Jisoo's instructions implicitly, slowly lowering its weapon and stepping away. Jisoo seemed very satisfied. The monster behind her mimicked her every move. "It's done, Hunter Suwu. What do you think of my obedience skill?" Ghost and Vault looked surprised. She was using control magic. They had heard this type was extremely rare on the market, and considering the influence of the familiar, it was likely a high-level skill with a promising future. Frey only cared about eating, thinking they had finally found a valuable item to trade. "Consume her quickly, the food is ready." Suwu, who had been sitting on the ground the whole time, finally spoke up. "While it's interesting, how do you plan to handle the remaining targets if you're only controlling one?" Jisoo seemed not to have noticed that she was surrounded by a large pack of goblins rather than just a single one. Jisoo rushed to the motionless Bingug and shook him vigorously to wake him up. The monsters were getting very close and she pleaded for him to wake up. Jisoo called out urgently for support, her voice echoing throughout the area. As the day's training ended, the group returned together. Jisoo repeatedly thanked Suwu for his helpful guidance throughout the day. "Thanks to your support, I finally feel like I've grasped how to use my skills most effectively." Jisoo looked quite disheveled after the battle. Scratches and dirt were visible all over her outfit. Bingug was so tired he could barely stand and had to be carried on Vault's back. Suwu said everything was fine and that if she felt she couldn't handle it, she could request a different leader. Jisoo gave a slight smile, admitting she had been a bit arrogant before. She had mistakenly believed that simply awakening her power was enough to be different, and that higher skills would make her status more prominent than others. Bingug fell fast asleep on Vault's back after a long and stressful period. Jisoo realized that techniques were just tools and didn't define her. No matter how sharp the weapon, the way it was used depended on the person, and harmonizing energy was what truly mattered. Suwu was glad that Jisoo had at least learned something and told her to keep working hard, adding that she could ask the old man or the bear for help if needed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard whispering from a distance. Soa noticed some unfamiliar faces appearing. It seemed their guild was about to receive uninvited guests, most likely from another faction. Jisoo suddenly remembered a discussion between the Blue Flower Guild and partners regarding a new gate in the Middle East. She guessed that this was the survey team that had been sent out, and that they had likely just finished their mission and returned. Suwu muttered as he glanced at the group ahead, realizing it was the Manhwa Guild. His move forward startled Jisoo. "Oh, the Hunter Suwu." Standing out from the crowd was Owa. The guild was actively discussing a report. This portal is quite unusual. When the Imperial Guild discovered it, they only found the corpses of the pioneers scattered around. Their bodies were not torn by monsters as usual, they were intact, only their internal organs were completely disintegrated. It was truly a bizarre and unbelievable event. It's highly suspicious. Could something so illogical happen unless an external object invaded their bodies? Even Owa was struggling to figure it out. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice called out right behind Awa. "After so long apart, we meet again, don't we?" Awa didn't know how Suwu had managed to stand imposingly before her. "Hello, my beautiful Awa." The young man smiled brightly at his former student. "Awa, your teacher is back. Why do you seem so indifferent?" Perhaps Awa was overjoyed deep down, but recent unpleasant memories flooded back, making her hesitant. Awa clutched her wrist and looked away to avoid Suwu. "You're back, master. If you continue to be stubborn." Before Suwu could finish his joke, Awa cut him off. "I am sorry, I am busy and must leave now." Yoa hurried away, forcing her subordinates to run desperately to catch up with their guild leader, leaving Suwu standing bewildered in the wind. Seeing Frey ignored at lightning speed, Gold couldn't help but laugh. "Do you need some comfort?" "Truly an ungrateful young lady. Is she your former disciple?" Suwu nodded in confirmation, but still felt something was off. Did she just shed a tear? Suwu had observed Yugwa very closely, even though she tried to hide her emotions. Yugwa used to be like this, always finding a quiet place to cry alone. "Look, she is hiding in a corner sobbing again." Suwu quietly sat beside Ogwa, but she puts there to cry about. "You're the same age as Shujin. Losing a friendly match is no reason to torment yourself. And why do you always like to find a place to hide and cry?" "Everyone knows already," Suwu said, petting her head and trying to comfort her. Yugwa brushed Su's hand away. Since Shijin is your biological brother, you must have taught him all your secret techniques, right? As for me, I'm just a child you picked up and raised, Yugwa said with a pout, pouring out all her pent-up emotions. Yugwa was immensely grateful for him taking in a wanderer, but she also wished he wouldn't interfere too deeply in her life. Although he was very strong and generous, he wasn't her biological brother after all. Siu ignored her words and lunged forward, ruffling Ogwa's hair vigorously. It doesn't matter, I am doing it because I like it. Siu believed life was already harsh enough. At least he should have the right to choose his own family. Just consider me your biological sister and me your brother. Wouldn't that be less frustrating? Yugwa seemed to really like the head pat. However, due to her pride, she firmly denied it to end the conversation. Who wants to be your sister? Don't be so presumptuous. Because of this, the two gradually grew closer. Tomorrow, double the training intensity for even louder crying. How can you say that as if you don't push me down a cliff every day? Reflecting on it, their conversations were often half-hearted, but honestly, she never wanted to be just a disciple or a sister to her master. She wanted to become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, to become a true partner and see the world with him. Clearly, she had developed feelings she was not allowed to have. As the child of a criminal, even though abandoned, she lived off their money. What right did she have to expect those emotions? Although her heart ached, Digzu was right. Master shouldn't he get involved with someone like her, but still. No matter what, she couldn't stand idly by. If she couldn't stand by his side honorably, she would protect him from behind. She would fight with all her might for the one who gave her a new life. Iwa stomped into Shijin's private space with an aggressive expression. The guy blinked in surprise as he encountered her right in front of him. It turned out to be Iwa. Shijin looked at her scrutinizingly. Aren't you the Thanho president? It's still early. Why have you come all this way? What are you plotting? He said bluntly, calling her directly by her name. I need to discuss an extremely important matter with you in private. Iwa's sharp eyes radiated intense determination. In another secluded corner, Kanghu was frowning thoughtfully. It's not that I doubt your intentions. Since the dawn of time when the first gate split open, we several dozen pillar veterans have always been at the forefront braving the storms with the demons. In these chaotic times where power fanatics are free to run rampant, I have never denied the efforts of the warriors who bled for the survival of humanity. Even so, if you dare to shake hands with demons to rebuild the nation and save a devastated land, Desu replied dismissively. Stop the fancy talk, Kanghu. He smiled faintly with underlying meaning. It seems he has taken the initiative to come and see your Superman. Hearing that, Kanghu fell silent. Desu pushed further. Did he really say that he suspects me? How laughable. 10 years have surely been enough to domesticate that mad dog, right? But look here, Kanghu, don't mistake our nature. Like many mortals, what I crave has never been world peace or a great cause for humanity. The Council of 30 Pillars, how ridiculous that sounds. That title seemed to trigger Desu's pride, annoying him every time he remembered it. As his desire for power surged, Desu threw his head back and laughed loudly just like a true villain. In the end, mana is just energy bestowed upon humans. Shouldn't we then try to see if we can break through to our ultimate limits? My ultimate goal is to challenge those at the peak, crush them, and reach invincible power. Power is only a guidepost. Those agreements with demons are merely to serve my own ambition. World leaders collude with demons not for peace, but for their own immediate interests. Look, after only 15 years, humanity has rebuilt a civilization more brilliant than before. You were the one who agreed to the treaty back then, yet now you blame me. This Desu is truly a master of manipulation. Kanghu was at a loss for words, unable to speak in the face of the other's blatant fallacies. Kanghu pressed back. So you really did collude with the demons regarding Siu, didn't you? Did you have a hand in the disappearance of Gi-Chef and him? Desu flatly denied it. That's ridiculous. Listen clearly, I have no reason to be secretive or hide anything. If that brat Siu returns alive, it would be a golden opportunity for me to grind him into dust. If you like, I'm ready to confront him directly right now. Oh, what a fascinating play. A familiar voice rang out, causing Desu to freeze. The sound echoed from the ceiling. I have a few questions for you. Kanghu and Desu immediately looked up to see the one who had spoken. It was none other than Siu, hovering in mid-air under the faint moonlight. It's been a while, hasn't it? Siu had broken deep into the lair. His direct approach was exactly the signature style of the mad dog. Quite a reunion we're having. Siu looked down coldly from above. He slowly extended his powerful hand as streaks of blue electricity rapidly enveloped his fingers. Even the thick-tempered glass was no match. Jisoo delivered a gentle blow, causing it to shatter into tens of thousands of tiny fragments. Desu laughed wildly like a psychopath as he watched his opponent. He even stood perfectly still, not bothering to avoid the glass shards flying everywhere. Your apartment is way up in the clouds, isn't it? The main entrance is too much of a hassle and the security procedures are tedious, Siu said casually as he stepped into the living room. Siu didn't waste time with words. To take advantage before the small fries arrive, I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. 10 years ago, the 4 demon kings. Wait, was it you who conspired with Pandemonium to kick me into another dimension, wasn't it? Desu leisurely smoothed his hair back into place and said, you went through all that effort just to ask that? You've really become boring, you mad dog. No way, then how about I level this building right now? Answer me, you one-eyed bastard. It seems Siu has sniffed out some new clues. Being mocked for being one-eyed, Desu was fuming but tried to hold it in. Haha, that arrogant attitude is exactly the same as always. 10 years have passed and you don't look aged at all. You must have had a very relaxing trip in that other dimension, huh? So what made you mad enough to barge into my house? Siu lazily didn't bother to respond. If he had been off by even an inch, Desu would have lost his life. Fortunately, Siu only threw it past his face, leaving a small scratch. Siu felt extremely frustrated. A vacation? How about I break all your limbs and throw you into another world? If you don't want to die, open your mouth and answer me immediately. Have you ever shaken hands with those Pandemonium scumbags? Did you have a hand in Minjin's passing? Desu said as he wiped the blood from his cheek. And now are you playing tricks to make things difficult for Yoa or any of my other disciples? It turns out that beneath that indifferent appearance, you care deeply about every small detail regarding those you consider family. Desu burst out laughing. There's my familiar mad dog. He tilted his head back and laughed maniacally at the ceiling as if he were high. Oh, that bloodthirsty energy before a battle, it sounds so nostalgic. Siu still stood firmly within his magic circle, his determination to send the bastard before him to the afterlife was rising. It is unknown how Desu had trained to be so confident, but while you were busy roaming another realm, I used my own position to compete with the most formidable hunters on the planet and broke through my own limits. At this moment, an outdated opponent like you doesn't even bore me. It's too mediocre and not stimulating at all. Those who boast often meet their end early. Just answering your dull question isn't enough. You should be fuming with rage. That's how we all get the motivation to risk our lives in battle. Desu snapped his fingers with a click to show off his power. But who was Su? The nickname Mad Dog wasn't he for show? Or do I have to punch another hole in your throat for you to spit out the answer? Fortunately, King Hu rushed in just in time to quell this tense conflict. Wait a minute. He spoke up to intervene. Both of you calm down and think about what the hell you're redoing. You are both top-tier hunters representing the nation. Are you planning to ignite a war in the middle of this crowded residential area? Are you even conscious of the responsibility on your shoulders? The entire group of bodyguards and the security team downstairs were completely oblivious to the horrific events unfolding up here. King Hu turned to glare at Siu. And you, even though you are currently outside our control, isn't your safety still the responsibility of the Imperial Parliament? This isn't the lawless, chaotic era of the past. These bouts between hunters will attract all sorts of annoying public attention. If you don't want to involve your younger brother by turning your guild into a pack of anti-state rebels, then stop your hand immediately. Unfortunately, Siu's eyes at this moment were only fixed on lunging forward to gouge another hole in old man Desu's throat. Desu didn't show any sign of flinching. King Hu, you re as dull as ever. I preferred the primitive times when we could fight freely, take any life we wanted, and drown each other in endless struggles of power. The era we're breathing in now is truly dull, isn't it? Desu said as he retracted the surge of power gathering in his palm. But to compensate for giving me that bit of interesting inspiration just now, I'll let you in on something. I was completely uninvolved in Minjin's passing, Desu replied to Siu. As for the girl Yoa, she came to me herself. If your disciples are mediocre enough to become a burden, that's your problem, not mine. If you still have any questions, remember to knock properly next time. I'll clear a battlefield so you can vent your anger to your heart's content. Desu coldly turned his back and walked away. Siu stood silently watching Desus receding back without a word. No one knew what schemes were brewing in his mind. King Hu breathed a sigh of relief because he had narrowly prevented a destructive battle between the two monsters. The sound of the elevator creaking downwards suddenly echoed. Desu leisurely stepped up. As soon as Desu stepped out, his disciple rushed over in a panic to report, Mr. President, we have just picked up a strange frequency from high above. The old man immediately barked, how many times do I have to remind you that no living being on this land dares to defy me? The guard quickly bowed his head and mumbled in response, I'm sorry, sir. The important thing now is to quickly contact the Infinite Army to order the opening of the space portal, and while we re-at it, summon our distinguished guests here as well. As night fell gloomily, the magical moonlight hung high, illuminating the clouds drifting lazily in the wind. Shijin sat blankly in his office, pondering what on earth the so-calls from 7 hours ago actually was. This is the conversation between Shijun and Ayu. You know, we just found the bodies of several hunters around the entrance of the dungeon that we all once explored, right? Forensic results showed that the internal organs of these unfortunate individuals had been completely crushed down to the cellular level. Either they had just clashed with a master of supreme skills, or they had accidentally ingested some extremely potent poison. What is worth mentioning is that all of these hunters were involved in a hidden black market called Oz, an organization operating right inside the portal we once visited. It is so secretive that even a veteran like me has never heard of it, and their records are completely clean, but there is one major catch. There are rumors that the ultimate boss of this association is a fierce demon, which left Shijin agape and utterly unable to believe it. Stop listening to those rumors, Wai interrupted, adding that working with the government for a long time makes one's ears very sharp. Believe it or not, but this case will be investigated independently anyway. They will definitely take action, and when there are more clues I will report back. Having said what she needed to say, Aiwa coldly turned on her heel and walked away. Before the beautiful figure vanished from sight, she also warned him that Desu was keeping a close eye on his guild, so he shouldn't be foolish enough to make contact before she gave the green light. He wanted to call her back but had to let her go. The young man found it extremely baffling, wondering why Aiwa had to get involved in this matter. She didn't bother to explain the reason, only asking him not to breathe a word to their master, because she had absolutely no intention of returning to her old home. Shijin sat pondering Aiwa's advice over and over. Indeed, he had a gut feeling all along as she wouldn't have agreed to be Desu's minion for a whole decade for no reason. Shijin warily leaned back in his chair to relax, so many troubles piling up one after another that his head felt like it was about to explode, and he couldn't understand how things had come to this. Even if Aiwa had joined Desu's ranks to trace her older brother's whereabouts, he was already back now, so why was she still plunging down that path? He had always placed his full trust in all three of his beloved disciples without a single shred of doubt. Yet looking back, they all seemed to be struggling under the weight of their own private secrets, making it impossible for him to absolutely trust any of them anymore. Shijin held his head, anxiously weighing Aiwa's situation, and then Silongs, what on earth were they plotting? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, pressuring him with questions about Aiwa. Because he was so lost in his chaotic thoughts, Shijin didn't he realize Sue had sneaked into the room. He jumped and sat bolt upright as she hissed, asking what Iowa had just whispered to him. Shijin, feeling guilty, avoided Sue's scrutinizing gaze and stammered, "About that? Stop hiding things and spit it out. What on earth did that woman Iowa say?" 10 years ago, right at the moment Sue vanished from the face of the earth, a dark deal took place in a cold, abandoned factory who hired me to cooperate to erase Sue's name from the history of this world. Disu was whispering with a demon king who held an extremely shady and unpredictable title. He was one of the few who had backed the 4 great demon kings into a corner to the point of death. Hikan, the loyal henchman of the supreme demon king. He believed that to maintain the independent authority of the demon race, the prestige of the demon kings must be preserved intact, and that spreading the tale of a great king falling at the feet of humans was a shameful disgrace and a grave threat to our entire system. Although that brutal war has faded into the past, times are still extremely chaotic. It would be better if we just adhered to the treaty and worked together to restore order to the underworld, as that would benefit everyone. Desu smirked and said that they must think he was illiterate to believe the human faction had a guaranteed victory in their hands. Furthermore, the contract demanded compensation for damages from the demons, so why would he be foolish enough to agree with people exiled to this remote middle of nowhere? His words made Hikaten burst out laughing. Supreme Rank Hunter Desu, our side has been watching you for a long time, and deep down, you must be feeling sick of it now that the war has just ended, right? A completely new energy source has just been revealed with bottomless potential, but unfortunately strict rules prevent you from using it recklessly. Desu flinched because his exact weak spot had been hit. Hekaten mocked him, saying that the demonic nature was unmistakably clear, so he should just be honest because either way he craved competing against the strong. The ultimate realm of magic power, we have more than enough capability to help you reach that pinnacle. Desu remained silent and thoughtful, making it hard to read his mind. He clenched his fists tightly and scolded them, asking if they were pulling these ridiculous stunts just to erase the stain of a defeated demon king. Suppose I agree, if I really become stronger, wouldn't I turn into a massive threat to humanity? Desu's reasoning was indeed very thorough. Haken shrugged and replied that such a thing was never in their calculations, as the lifespan of their demon kind was much longer than that of humans. The perspective of humans and ours is completely different, and the only thing we aim for is the core essence of magic power and the dimensional gates connecting worlds. Having said what needed to be said, Hikaten slipped away, leaving behind a message saying he looked forward to a positive response from him. The strongest hunter in South Korea, Desu, stood quietly watching the back of the demon as it faded into the desolate place. At the headquarters of the Moriang Guild, where the exclusive gate was located, Desu slowly walked up all by himself. The henchman followed closely behind and reported that, according to his instructions, they had prepared a zero-gravity gate that was completely clean and unobserved by anyone. This place is under the exclusive management of the Moriang Guild and entirely under your control, so we have locked all entrances and confirmed that there is not a single breath of life left inside. Hearing this, Desu turned around abruptly, praised his subordinates briefly, urged them to retreat immediately, and didn't he forget to ask whether the invitations had been sent out. The subordinate stammered for a while before daring to report about the summit meeting taking place tomorrow. I already know that, so don't make me repeat myself, Desu coldly warned his guard. Out of nowhere, a figure suddenly appeared right behind them, complaining, "At first you told me to go on a business trip far away, and now you suddenly summoned me to this remote spot." The figure that just appeared was no stranger, it was Iwa. Desu quickly gestured for his subordinates to step back and reminded Iwa to mind her words before speaking, as there were still many eyes and ears around. Iwa didn't even wait for the subordinates to vanish completely. She snapped and got straight to the point, asking what on earth was going on now. "Do you think I had a hand in Sue suddenly vanishing into thin air?" Iwa's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing this mentioned. No one would probably believe what Desu was about to explain, that at that time he had stood idly by with folded arms, rather than giving in to the demon's temptations. Even if he witnessed Sue's existence fading away from this world, he himself was powerless, as his disappearance ultimately had nothing to do with him. Iwa was visibly annoyed and couldn't stomach those absurd words, so she yelled straight at the old man, asking what the hell he was rambling about. Desu had intended to play a sneaky trick, but the reason he felt remorse over his past coldness was simply that he had wondered if his current power came at the cost of that incident, but the answer was no. He only craved one thing, clarity, to prove who was truly superior between himself and Siu, yet he heartlessly attacked his own biological relative. Fortunately, the victim was Iwa. If it had been anyone else, they would have died long ago. She quickly jumped aside just in time to dodge the sudden attack. "Are you even sane enough to hear clearly what you just said?" Mentioning the demon lord's offer made Iwa step back in panic. Iwa could no longer stand it. It turned out this entire trade was definitely masterminded by him. Her master's sudden disappearance along with the fading notes made Iwa's blood boil, sending her charging straight at Desu. Iwa launched a kick aimed at Desu's head, but he dodged it in time. "I told you, you read the spitting image of your mother." This arrogant attitude flares up instantly, that pathetic way of begging the enemy to achieve your goal, that empty head that doesn't understand the times. With just a single kick, Desu sent Iwa flying straight into the thick surrounding smoke. "You are merely a sacrificial pawn to push Sue's power to its absolute limit." As the smoke cleared, Iwa lay writhing in the rubble, a scene as familiar as a superhero movie. Desu excitedly warmed up. The shadow of insecurity that had long haunted him had faded with the other man's disappearance, yet it still lingered endlessly. Now that Siu has returned to the scene, it is time to wipe out the last remaining remnants. "I can help but feel like this guy suffers from chronic narcissism." Hearing this, Iwa scoffed. "Do you really think my master would easily fall for your cheap, dirty tricks?" Looking at this camera angle, anyone can tell she just took a devastating kick to the face. Desu is indeed cold-blooded for ruthlessly attacking his own niece. Back when that idiot was wasting his efforts on a fake home, I was already sick of looking at him. But judging by his outlook on life recently, I am certain that over the past 10 years he has left behind too many things in that old place. You only serve as the trigger. As for how Minjin died, I am completely clueless. So I'll just make full use of the cards I have in hand, he muttered while pressing hard on Iwa's wound. He then summoned a bunch of chains and sharp hooks. No one expected Desu to use those toys to bind Iwa tightly and turn her into a hostage. Don't even dream of resisting and wasting your strength. This is Juku refined by a master of Hakthian lack. Even the most formidable hunters would helplessly perish. The more you struggle, the more the Juku drains your mana, slowly destroying your Danshin. Left like this, you will become a cripple sooner or later. I don't know how long our duel will last, but cooperate obediently, cause that is your only duty right now. Battered and exhausted, Iwa weakly replied that these petty tricks wouldn't solve anything, and that he would always be nothing but trash. As soon as Iwa finished speaking, her eyes widened in astonishment as if she had just seen a strange creature appear. Iwa couldn't believe her eyes. Perhaps thanks to protagonist aura, Su had managed to find his way here. He concentrated all his killing intent and unleashed an extremely lethal blow. A shockwave explosion even more violent than before swept through, looking just like surging tsunamis. Desu aggressively stepped out of the thick smoke. From now on, history will be rewritten exactly as I wish. Those who call themselves heroes of the past will lose their lives here, and the name of Desu, ruler of the continent, will be remembered for eternity. Su stared straight at the giant madman in front of him with a look of utter contempt. Being a man of few words, Su didn't bother arguing and quickly drew a magic circle. The ground beneath Su's feet began to shake violently and cracked open into large pieces. As for Desu, he seemed extremely excited. He must have been longing for this decisive battle for decades. You were still as light as a feather, you lunatic. Over the past decade, the distance between us has only grown, and Su didn't even bother to argue with him anymore. But Frey witnessed it firsthand and muttered, a real monster. Currently, your strength hasn't fully recovered yet. There's no more time to worry. As Su's eyes flickered quickly towards Iwa, he immediately ordered Frey, pump it up to full capacity for me. Just try your best, will you? Frey heard Su's plan and thought he was crazy. I've only recovered at most 50% of my mana, and even I can see that guy is superior to any mortal I've ever met. I'm not even sure if I can completely withstand a technique of that caliber in this pathetic body. If you insist on going beyond your limits in this situation, no one can predict the consequences. I told you so. But Su thought only half the strength from when I fought in the other world. It's fine, it's no big deal. Seeing Su standing perfectly still without reacting, Desu mocked, what are you muttering about? Are your eyes open now to the truth of your overconfidence? Both of them poured out all their internal energy to strike fear into their opponent. Su appeared right in front of Desu in a flash. This is more than enough for a filthy person like you. Dirt and rocks scattered in all directions as deafening noises echoed continuously. Iwa stood frozen for 5 seconds, watching the bloody battle. It turns out this is the true level of first-generation hunters, those known as real awakened ones. The speed of the engagement was so fast that following it with the naked eye was exhausting. Knowing there was a gap was one thing, but the distance between rank and rank was terrifying. Immediately, a sharp spear shot out from a magic circle. Desu grabbed his weapon and laughed loudly. How it's been a long time since I felt this exhilarated. Gripping the spear tightly, Desu cast aside all defenses and limits. Then he charged straight at his opponent with the momentum of a berserker. Come to think of it, no warrior is as fierce as this psycho. Completely contrasting Desu's madness, Su remained calm. 10 years have passed, and your habit of borrowing toys to cause trouble hasn't improved at all, has it? At first glance, Su seemed to have erected a solid earthen wall as strong as a fortress. Just a split second later, a small hole appeared in the defense. Along with it, a brilliant light flashed from within. Desu's spear thrust completely shattered the shield, startling Frey. Even for a mortal, is he really this bloodthirsty? He looks capable of taking on high-level demons all by himself, and that spear in his hand doesn't look like some cheap imitation either. Meanwhile, Su thought to himself that Desu always had something gorilla-like about him, but it didn't matter. He was quite impressed by that insolent attitude anyway. Su reached out to seize Desu's spear, but after all, he was still just a mortal man. For some reason, Desu burst out laughing when he saw Su touch his weapon. He immediately summoned a series of other weapons around himself. The situation looked rather comical. Finally, Desu picked out his most familiar item and grabbed it. Truly stubborn, without even blinking, you mad dog, he swung a thunderous sword strike at Su, creating an explosion that shook the entire horizon. Even so, before the blade could get close to his body, Su quickly erected an energy screen for protection. Barely escaping, but Su's shield finally cracked. That only made Desu more delighted. You're already cracking, kiddo, and it's just the beginning. Look at that poor shield, who knows what other charm that crafty fellow will pull out next. Determined to turn everything to dust, Desu relentlessly struck, aiming to shatter Su's protective layer. Yet Su appeared strangely calm. A path of ice, a colossal block of ice suddenly rose, ambushing Desu from behind. The impact was so blindingly brilliant that it dazzled the audience and everyone present. Just as predicted, the massive hammer in Desu's hand was covered in cracks. Shaking the snow off his head, Desu clicked a tongue. This guy is quite tough. Su brushed the dust off his clothes, telling him to stop showing off and destroy that thing quickly, lest he meet his end soon. Desu taunted, if that's your destination, then that scoundrel is no longer valuable. How can you think you'll benefit from such a messy operation? Yoa is getting weaker and weaker. Desu chuckled gleefully. After such a pathetic performance, you still think you can leisurely feast as if nothing happened. That's precisely why the item increased in value, and the person Desu mentioned was none other than Yoa. Isn't he that the ultimate honor for the daughter of a serial killer? Those taunts struck like a cold bucket of water, piercing Yoa's heart and making her face turn ashen. The girl struggled to retort, telling him to shut that foul mouth immediately. Say one more word and the salty tears involuntarily welled up, streaming down Yoa's cheeks. However, Su immediately spoke up. Yoa, stay still obediently. Move and you'll get hit. Although his hair obscured Su's face, everyone could tell he was furious witnessing his beloved being hurt. But this development perfectly played into the old man's scheme. Good, you've arrived. Look at you, torn to shreds. We'll see how long that plotting old man can gloat when Su unleashes his fury. This old man has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Su pulled out another toy. Now let's get serious. Before he could finish his sentence, Su was already right in front of him, snatching it. Shut your mouth. It's lucky for Desu that he was quick. 1 second slower and he'd be dead. Desu was stunned as the toy in his hand was instantly pulverized by Su with a single blow. Mana controls a pain. Its density has skyrocketed. Desu quickly drew out another precious sword and retreated backward. Such cowardly tactics. Your energy calibration skills haven't improved in 10 years, have they? Let's see how much longer you can boast. The ground was ripped apart. A guy like you dares to talk about strategy. Desu struggled to dodge the relentless attacks, muttering, back when I was in my prime. His aura remained intense as a series of strange blades suddenly appeared in the middle of the magic circle Su had deployed. However, through those recent strikes I have reached a rock-solid conclusion. Only now did Su suddenly realize that his ankles had been locked in chains for some time. Colossal sacred sword, or at least one far too large for my stature, slowly rose up before that opponent. Your skills are no longer high enough to stand on equal ground with me. It's unclear whether Desu has become less delusional about his power, knowing he is just a minor character yet still loves to talk big. A curtain of thick gray smoke blocked the path, causing Iwa to completely lose all sense of direction, unsure of how Master Su was doing. Who knows what bizarre sight Iwa just witnessed to look that astounded. As the smoke slowly cleared, Su spoke in a deep tone. Of all the nonsense you just boasted, this part is the most accurate. You have absolutely no chance of standing equal to me. It was truly miraculous how Su blocked the entire strike with just one hand without a single scratch. His internal power was so overwhelming that his hand gripped the sword's blade firmly without any injury. Desu had just been boasting loudly, but now both his hands were trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't fathom how this legendary divine weapon, capable of splitting a high-rise apartment building in two, yet ironically it didn't even budge in the slightest. Desu exerted all his strength, struggling desperately. It turns out this man has been through battlefields for an entire decade. Su suddenly exerted force and yanked the blade straight toward himself. He delivered a fatal punch to Desu's side. As for this particular move, I've mastered it for a whole century, you buffoon. The armor around Desu's body shattered into pieces. He was completely stunned by this unthinkable outcome. The destructive power from the hit was truly terrifying. Su's strike sent him flying back with incredible force. Lying flattened beside the rubble, Desu chuckled bitterly. Splendid, quite magnificent. It's been a long time since this body of mine tasted blood. Desu struggled up and approached. So you focused all your energy just to throw out a single finishing strike. In that case, I must also go all out to return the favor. Desu pulled out a bracelet hidden deep within his clothes. About 5 years ago, every ultimate rank bounty hunter on the planet had to wear one of these. Magical power, physical strength, and techniques are all suppressed to avoid catastrophic consequences for the community. If you remove the sealing device without authorization, you immediately become a globally wanted criminal. These toys, I truly find them absolutely ridiculous. Desu snapped the locking ring off and threw it carelessly onto the ground. Su smirked disdainfully. A dog collar, seems to fit quite well. Beasts that only know bloodlust naturally have to be chained up. In the end, did you climb into that seat just to ask the government for permission to have a fight? Su wondered. The moment the other ring was removed, his energy exploded tremendously. You're getting a bit too delusional. How could you think that's the only purpose for me being here? Even so, come to think of it, whenever these people collide, the ground immediately ends up in a complete shambles. Because until now, no one has been skilled enough for me to use as a punching bag to test this martial art. What kind of strange energy is this? However, Su was extremely repulsed by talkative guys. You really do love making grandiose declarations, don't you? Now go all out and show me what you've got. Taste my deadly move this time, Su. A bolt of lightning plunged down from high up in the sky. Basically, at this point they rushed in to beat each other up, and the howling gale looked quite powerful. I wish I could bring my pile of clothes here to dry. It's so humid in the north that laundry never dries. Old Iwar, shackled in chains outside, took collateral damage and rolled onto the ground. He struggled in vain to break the chains. The impact of magic alone was enough to crack the ground, and at this rate, the whole gate would collapse. If this continues, Master's attacks will hit innocent people, Iwar thought as he painfully dragged himself up. Even if the sky falls and the earth splits, I must put an end to this immediately. The surrounding landscape was constantly distorting beneath the heels of this pair of monsters. Both charged at each other without hesitation to tear each other apart, using vicious moves and refusing to yield an inch. Old Desu smashed several large boulders to pieces with a sledgehammer, making one wonder how he hid so many toys. Meanwhile, Siu was unleashing his divine light technique, moving like lightning so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. It seemed Frey really enjoyed this, chuckling and saying that although his stomach felt a bit uneasy, the feeling was awesome. Using just half their power had already ruined everything like this. If they went all out, it would be on a whole different level. Desu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes widened in horror. Even though he had pushed past his limits, was the gap in power still so vast? Unable to accept what the hell was happening, Desu furiously summoned his entire arsenal of weapons. He immediately snatched one. His memory was truly impressive, grabbing the exact item he needed from the massive pile in an instant. Then he lunged straight toward Sayu with a curse to tear him apart, unexpectedly wielding a top-grade divine artifact. It looked just like a hungry tiger baring its fangs and claws, ready to pounce on Sayu. He paused slightly in surprise, willing to bet that a monster was sealed inside this divine artifact. Without hesitation, Siyu waved his hand and instantly set up a magic circle to subdue the arrogant monster. Old Desu was completely shocked this time, thoroughly stunned beyond belief. He wondered what on earth this guy had been cultivating over the past decade to tame a beast in a flash. Seo put on the arrogant demeanor of a highly talented person with great ambitions. That's done, now accept your new master and rise up to fight. Desu was furious but helpless. Cursing the bastard, he scrambled as fast as he could to erect a protective shield. But just as both sides were about to clash again, Iwa rushed in frantically to block them, shouting to stop. Are you two out of your minds? Open your eyes and look around. Hearing himself called, Siyu gasped in shock. The gate is about to collapse. Do you two know that if this amount of magic spills out, the mortal realm will be devastated? Iwa spoke up in warning. Desu, if this gets out, even you will find it hard to deny responsibility. You know full well the consequences of taking each other to international court. Desu cast a cold, sharp gaze toward his young nephew, a man with an immense ego. Iwa announced that while both sides were losing control, she had managed to contact the association and Hawk's headquarters. They would soon respond and clear the path. So let's end this ridiculous duel right here, Iwa said, turning her gaze towards Super Yu. Super Yu maintained a cold expression, absolutely refusing to utter a single word. The bracelet Desu had thrown down suddenly emitted a signaling sound. He leaned down to pick it up, checked the contents, and whispered a bitter remark. A voice from Hemp's headquarters came through the line. This is S-Quad Chairman Desu. This situation is extremely urgent. Please spare a moment right now. It is unclear who is actually behind that mysterious line. Irritated at having to abandon the game halfway through, Desu muttered that it was a mistake to raise a wild beast before turning his back and walking away. I've lost interest. Get out of my sight. By my assessment, if you stayed any longer, that person over there would have truly kicked the bucket. Only now did Owa dare to let out a sigh of relief. Her small frame cast a long shadow on the ground. Finally, everything had come to an end. Her master was the last person she wanted to face. With this harsh truth, Awa collapsed weakly to the ground. She clenched her hands tightly, determined not to tarnish the sincerity and tolerance he had given her. She would rather die than let such a terrible thing happen. Yoa trembled, wondering how she would cope if her master pressed for answers later, how to confess that the long-pampered disciple was actually the offspring of a criminal. Super approached with a worried look, asking if she had sustained any serious injuries. A bitter surge of emotion welled up inside Awa. From the sheer surprise, she choked out a cry, calling for her master. He remained as attentive and gentle as ever. Awa could say nothing and could only burst into tears like a child. Overjoyed, Awa rushed forward to embrace Super, crying out, "Master." In contrast to her emotional outburst, Super only thought to himself that this girl was always excessively full of energy. Amidst the eerily silent atmosphere, the other's deep voice rang out sarcastically, "I don't understand why you're overreacting based solely on that one-sided testimony. After all, no rules have been broken yet. Of course, that foolish predator caused a stir that forced the regulatory agency to intervene, creating a mess at the headquarters, but still. Such a violent reaction to a small training session within a closed gate is a bit excessive." Having finished speaking, he tilted his chin up with a fox superior attitude. "Mr. Blackwood." The screen on the other side still showed a calm Edward with a sharp voice. "That was before you personally removed the seal, Mr. President. As rank hunters are inherently strictly forbidden from interfering in personal duels. Any act of releasing power must be authorized by the Bureau or the Association, not to mention using magic to attack Bureau personnel will result in a wanted warrant, and that's not all." At this point, Edward suddenly lowered his voice, but every word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds like a direct threat. "In your capacity as president, it is entirely possible you could be brought before the light of the International Court. Even if domestic laws have no corresponding provisions, global regulations will still be applied nevertheless. In these peaceful times, making such a fuss over a complete nobody is truly unnecessary. So I would like to ask you to handle this case only within South Korea." As soon as he finished speaking, Edward surged up, his tall shadow pressing down like an invisible rock. "Even if that tycoon is overlooked, we still need to gather testimony from the involved parties to grasp the situation. I must meet the person who directly fought on equal terms with an S-rank hunter." The hunter's eyebrows furrowed slightly, his face filled with shock as if he had just realized a fundamental truth, so superpowers could actually reach such a level. "Then I look forward to seeing you again in the land of kimchi." As soon as the call ended, the mask of calmness on his face shattered. It was truly ridiculous. Waves of intense rage began to surge in the hunter's mind. He had known the gap in their power a decade ago, but that time was entirely different because back then, he still had enough strength to chase after him. He had been certain that this time he would finally be able to overcome that man's shadow. Who would have thought that after nearly 10 years without a word, that man would suddenly evolve so powerfully, as if he had transformed into a completely different being? A surge of helplessness made the hunter's chest tighten, his resentment and refusal to accept defeat evident in every thought. For an entire decade, he had never stopped his pursuit of power, so he absolutely could not stomach this irrational gap, wondering what on earth that man had been doing all this time. That feeling of having to risk one's life in a fight to the death, it seemed like it had been a very long time since he last experienced it. He clenched his hands until they were pale, then muttered to himself like a solemn vow that the power he was suppressing was still far too immature. At least now he had found a worthy opponent to defeat once more. "Welcome back, you mad dog." Exactly 1 week later, at the association's headquarters located in Manhwa, the silent atmosphere was suddenly broken by the familiar voice of Su. "Well, you knew full well I was coming, yet you dare to ignore me without even a word of greeting." Iwa silently toyed with the soda can in her hand, a faint smile appearing on her lips because she didn't find the situation very pleasant. Nevertheless, she was glad that her master had finally decided to return. Hearing those sulky whispers, Su glanced sideways with a demeanor that was both complaining and doting. "You really are beyond help. Have you still been pursuing Minjul's case all this time?" Hearing this, she instinctively hung her head, her voice dropping and heavy with worry. I am sorry, but I still haven't been able to gather any clues. I can only say for certain that this disaster was caused by foreign forces. The reason he kept me as a puppet was purely for personal gain. There is absolutely no evidence that he intended to approach or manipulate your younger brother and his disciples. Seeing this, Iwa frantically waved her hands and quickly spoke up to explain, of course, it's not because I am blood related to him, it's just what I've observed from reality. At her adorable, flustered behavior, Sue gently reassured her, I understand. Having said that, he reached out and gently stroked her hair with a very kind gesture. If he truly considered you family, he would never have pulled such a despicable and heartless stunt. Faced with such warm care, Iwa smiled softly, the gloom in her eyes fading slightly. Master, you just used your healing ability on me, so I'm feeling much better now. Sue's voice immediately sharpened as he replied with a much sterner attitude, the core issue isn't whether you're okay or not. I'm reminding you to decisively cut ties with that man regardless of your family connection. No matter what heinous crimes your biological parents committed, your life is your own, you are completely innocent. If you still feel an unceasing sense of guilt about it, repay this life by living with your head held high and with absolute integrity. After the sharp lecture, his tone softened, carrying a warm air of empathy. I will always stand by you and help you. Hearing this, Iwa couldn't help but chuckle, a smile that was a mix of overflowing happiness and choked up emotion. Her voice suddenly became hesitant and her eyes welled up with tears. I've never had to be alone because there are always kind people around me ready to protect me. Setting that aside, I feel truly guilty towards Sejun because I unintentionally put unnecessary pressure on him. From his perspective, accepting someone so full of secrets like me is indeed a huge challenge. Saihu calmly stroked his hair and offered some relaxed advice. That kid has always been tight-lipped. Tomorrow, go meet him face to face and hash it out directly with him to see. Hearing that, Iwa startled and whipped around, embarrassment clearly written on her face. He scratched his head and laughed off any intention of escaping. Everyone's an adult now, so it's no big deal. I already gave Sejun a heads up anyway. Saying that, Saihu pulled out his phone to quickly scroll through the remaining notifications. It was unclear how that bastard Choi Dae-san had cleaned up this mess, but he breathed a sigh of relief that things hadn't crossed the line yet. Sejun had reacted fast, spamming 9 missed calls that day. Wait a minute. Oh, just then, Jongga's voice suddenly called out, Senior. He snapped his head up, frowning in annoyance at the sudden appearance. Hwang Jong-gu had clearly promised to head straight home after work, so why on earth did he show up here? He hurriedly explained in a frantic voice, there's an urgent matter. I kept calling you, but you wouldn't pick up. Do you know how hard I had to search to find you? And also, earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, Jaeon-ho interrupted in an extremely serious tone. Hunter Min Sai-woo. We just received an urgent phone call from the headquarters of the International Management Bureau. Vice Chairman Brad Wood is preparing to take off for Korea to stop by and meet you. Do you grasp the implication behind this? Upon hearing that familiar name, Sai-woo wasn't surprised at all, only letting out a long wary sigh. So Edward is meddling in this matter too, what a hassle. There's no huge mystery, so why is that guy going out of his way to come see me? Jaeon-ho glanced at his indifferent attitude and continued with a mix of curiosity and anxiety. The entire branch was ordered to stay quiet, so no one has any detailed information. Meanwhile, Jongga stood nearby with his mouth agape in shock, muttering, Lord Edward. I can believe Senior has such a close connection with the vice chairman of headquarters. The person beside him continued to drill down into this rare event with a stern expression. Since he singled you out by name, you must definitely know the whole story. In the entire history of the Korean branch, there has never been a precedent like this. What on earth happened? Faced with the barrage of questions, Sai-woo stood up abruptly with a decisive stance as if ending the conversation right there. I'm sorry, but since there's a gag order, no one can pry a single word out of my mouth. Knowing full well he could dig up anything else, Jaeon-ho dejectedly turned to leave, but didn't he forget to toss back an order. Listen closely, we will summon you as soon as headquarters releases the official schedule. During this time, stay on call continuously at the headquarters. As he left, he still grumbled under his breath, whispering, hey, at all costs we must pry information from Hunter Min. By the way, isn't the guild leader of Kinghwa on Choi Dae-san aside? Why is she so familiar with Min Sai-woo? Why were they sitting so close and friendly? At this moment, Jongga could only force a grimacing smile at the barrage of tough questions. I have no idea, I'm completely in the dark. Standing right behind him, the sharp-witted Iowa had long sensed the curious gazes around them and spoke up in a quiet voice, Master, let's get out of here. Everyone is staring at us. The sky was now dusk and a mysterious black veil quickly swallowed every corner of the space. As the two were walking side by side, Sai-woo suddenly turned around and asked with a look of surprise, are you planning to make me escort you all the way home? In response to that question, Iowa grinned brightly, Master's favor is as vast as the heavens after all. Besides, it's just on the way back to my slum. His facial expression suddenly darkened, and he tilted his head, softly dropping a question, so what are your plans for the next step? Hearing that, she didn't hesitate for a second, her resolute eyes flashing with determination. If you're okay with it, I'm willing to follow you. Min Jun's death has left too many doubts in my heart. I'll do whatever it takes to assist you. Although I can boast, after all, I am still leading a large guild. Just then, a luxury car suddenly surged forward and slammed on the brakes with a screech, catching Iowa off guard. Sai-woo wasn't doing much better, briefly showing a bewildered expression. What the hell? By natural reflex, she immediately raised her arm in front of her, glaring intently at the unfamiliar car. It was that car. The dark-tinted window of the car slowly rolled down, followed by a bone-chilling voice drifting out from the cabin. So even after everything blew up, you were still determined to run after him. How utterly foolish. Iowa's expression completely changed as she panicked and screamed, Choi Dae-san. In stark contrast to that explosive rage, Dae-san maintained his cold, indifferent demeanor. Min Si-woo, get in the car quickly. That arrogant attitude was like pouring oil on the fire, causing her to shout furiously, "You've caused so many terrible things, and yet you dare to be so brazen, you absolute bastard." Meanwhile, Se-woo kept a cold face and calmly shot back, "What reason do I have to obey you?" Receiving that provocative answer, he smirked faintly with deep scheming malice. "If you still want to continue playing that drama of deep loyalty and affection, you'd better obediently listen to what I am about to say." Hearing this, Iowa flew into a rage, losing all reason, ready to charge forward and fight it out. "You bastard." But his hand reached out in time to grab her back, stopping her. Iowa. Se-woo then turned to give her a gentle smile to diffuse the heavy atmosphere. "Go home first, I'll hit you up later." Despite the overwhelming anxiety welling up inside her, she remained rooted to the spot, her worried eyes watching his back master. Iowa stared blankly as the car gradually vanished into the distance, leaving behind an eerie, dead silence. In the cramped space of the prison vehicle, Dasan spoke up, breaking the silence with a rather scowling expression. Se-woo crossed his arms and frowned, showing extreme dissatisfaction. He asked offendedly if the old man didn't feel embarrassed saying that at all. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled and dropped his mocking air, claiming he had misspoken and that the game had never truly stopped. If only Iowa hadn't intervened, he would have had a proper, fair performance. But thanks to that, things have become even more exciting, you fool. I'll be very busy soon, and I'll definitely create a grand global tournament before long. Despite his opponent's constant boasting, Se-woo calmly listened, silently wondering how such an eccentric person could have climbed into the presidential chair. Ignoring his counterpart's attitude, Dasan suddenly lowered his voice and mentioned Pandemonium. That hellish group should have vanished long ago, yet there are still a few remnants scattered across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Actually, since you disappeared 10 years ago, the demons have used them to find me and asked me to destroy all files concerning you. Therefore, even those bastards in Pandemonium can no longer ignore any trace of your existence. After speaking, Dasan made some irritatingly subtle hints. It was unclear whether they were just a fanatical cult or actually minions of the devil. Since Pandemonium fell and the demons were exiled to the end of the world, they seem to have vanished from the face of the earth. Although high-ranking leaders, including myself, have watched their movements day and night since then, the results have been an absolute zero. Dasan hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice sinisterly again. "Recently, I've heard rumors about a group of half-demons hiding in the Middle Eastern desert." Upon hearing this, Se-woo's previous indifference vanished. His thick eyebrows jerked and furrowed tightly. "Half-demons, huh?" Sensing that his companion was beginning to waver, he added more information. "They are either those who have long associated with demons or are crossbreeds between humans and demons. Unlike purebred demons with wings or horns, this group is extremely famous for their bizarre dark art. That's all I've gathered from the high-ranking officials. The trouble is, those space portals are all located in the middle of nowhere, so getting anywhere near them is as difficult as reaching the heavens." Dasan tilted his head, flashing a sinister smile with eyes as sharp as razors. "That dark energy you used throughout the battle, done tell me you joined the demons during those 10 years of silence." Though he maintained a calm facade, Se-woo was seething inside. It was absolute nonsense. Immediately, he smirked as if he had seen through his heart. "An arrogant person like you, no matter how much you despise demons, can hardly resist ultimate power, right?" Se-woo's patience was completely exhausted. He hissed through gritted teeth, "Do you think I am like you? Enough with the nonsense, let me out now." The driver slammed on the brakes and the car screeched to a halt in the deserted space. Se-woo hopped out of the vehicle, but before closing the door, he leaned back inside and warned, "Keep my words in mind, stop with the idle guesswork. I have no interest in associating with those devious demons, nor do I have the energy to play bloody killing games like a lunatic like you. So stop wasting your time on me. When you're about to die, give me a shout. It's best if you kneel and apologize properly then." Dasan closed his eyes with a satisfied smile lingering on his lips. "I know all about your weird preferences. This situation is truly funny. Even if they manage to touch your heel, why bother being so friendly? You'll regret it sooner or later." Before he could finish, Se-woo interrupted coldly in a deep, gravelly voice. "Vice President Nam." He stood dazed by the roadside, watching blankly as the car gradually vanished into the dust of time. Countless suspicions about the half-demons began to arise in Se-woo's mind at this moment. At the same time, at the SMEC's headquarters, the work atmosphere remained extremely frantic. However, the air was thick with curiosity as the whispers of employees began to murmur throughout the office. "Is the international inspection team really coming?" The stories continued with looks of extreme confusion. "They were probably coming down here to inspect the branch. Haven't you caught any info?" "Not a single word." "Wow, what the hell is going on? To be honest, coming to work every day feels like being in a circus." However, behind the door of Director Bitch Junho's office, the atmosphere was unusually stifling. "Mr. Bradgood, thank you for taking the time to visit." Junho then turned and introduced with great caution, "This is Hunter Min-soo, a new recruit who recently joined the SMEC's North Korean branch." Swat smiled elegantly and spoke slowly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Hunter Min-soo." In contrast to that formality, Soo only raised an eyebrow and cut straight to the point. "What are you up to, Swat?" That casual attitude startled Junho, who hurriedly whispered a reminder, "Hunter Min." Ignoring that concern, he appeared extremely relaxed and calmly gestured to the other Director Bitch Junho. "Would you mind stepping out for a moment? I have a few things to discuss privately with Hunter Min." Upon hearing that, an intense internal conflict erupted in his mind. As curious as he was, interfering would mean ruining his chance to get close to the big boss. Despite his curiosity, Junho wisely obeyed. "Yes, sir." "Then I'll wait outside. Give me a call if you need anything." Before stepping out, he couldn't hide his anxiety, wondering what secrets were being kept. "But please be careful, Hunter Min." As soon as the two of them were alone, Swat couldn't help but shout in mock indignation, "You bastard." He rushed straight forward, roughly grabbing the other's collar. "Where on earth have you been hiding for the last 10 years? In the face of that outburst, Soo could only gently soothe him. "Come on, calm down. He then lightly punched his chest, letting out a curse, but his eyes sparkled with joy. You absolute piece of work. But I am glad you found your way back here. Where exactly have you been wandering all this time? Siu let out a long sigh, seemingly tired of lengthy explanations. Is someone curious again? Sit down first. Time passed quietly. After hearing the full story, Swat was stunned. Another dimension, another timeline. This sounds completely absurd. Then again, looking at how those strange gates appeared in this world, nothing is really impossible. In the past, you were a pillar of this world, yet now your fame has faded into the past. Meeting like this is like the sun illuminating my dark and hazy memories. Siu calmly broke the overly sentimental and somewhat amusing atmosphere. I am surprised you recognized me just from my name. Edward quickly responded with a determined tone. How could I ever forget my debt to you? You saved my old life so many times during those chaotic days. Hearing those grand, flowery words, he could only laugh it off. All this talk of saving lives is giving me goosebumps. But how did you manage to get in touch with Awa? He quickly regained his professional demeanor and began sharing the information he had. SMEC's headquarters is currently conducting an urgent investigation into cases related to underground groups worldwide. Awa, led by the leader of the same name, is one of them. Thanks to a major breakthrough in a recent case, I managed to get her contact information. Now, let's get straight to the point. Are you currently working for the Korean branch of SIX? Siu casually snapped his fingers and replied decisively, I'll pass. That indifferent attitude left Edward agape with surprise. Why are you reacting so nonchalant, as if this were trivial? You were just refusing because you don't feel like it. Hearing that, he became even more persistent, his flowery words pouring out. Come on, reconsider. A shark belongs in the open sea. Besides, you would definitely be my most capable right-hand man. Siu remained unmoved, coldly refusing. I appreciate your trust, but I have plenty of things I need to clear up on my own. Recognizing the determination in those eyes, Edward didn't hesitate to offer patronage privileges. Of course, our resources are more than enough for you to run wild. The investigative authority of SMEC's headquarters will give you all the power you need to go wherever you want. Hearing this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he quickly pivoted to the main issue. I'll consider it, but what exactly is the purpose behind this investigation? His tone suddenly became deep intense as he spoke of the dire situation. Recently, another bizarre gate appeared in the desert, causing horrific casualties both inside and outside the area. Usually monsters would be blamed, but the autopsy results showed they died of poisoning caused by absorbing some kind of strange substance. Siu couldn't hide his shock, subconsciously muttering awakening stimulant. He quickly crossed his arms and explained calmly, spot on. The formula and distribution network are still being kept under wraps, so no official announcement has leaked out yet. However, the chairman has been secretly investigating the relics of awakened individuals around the world for nearly 6 months now. He leisurely recounted the complications throughout the investigation in detail, especially regarding the autopsies. No clues were gathered except for the fact that the flesh was rotting away cell by cell. Publicly reporting this matter is extremely tricky because all the victims were rogue superpowered individuals, and not a single trace of any drugs was found, bringing the investigation to a complete standstill. In a calm voice, X-Quad continued to talk about an important development, noting that fortunately, a witness had once seen a similar spectacle in the nation of 1 billion people. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The witness maintained that the unfortunate victim suddenly went mad and exploded right after inhaling a pinch of black powder. Snorting that filthy substance, the superpowered individual immediately unleashed a horrifying explosion of magic power and enhancement, turning into a walking bomb that flattened the entire region. Hearing this, Super Fatty immediately caught the main point and asked skeptically, so that black drug acts as an enhancer for awakened individuals, but what does it have to do with the disaster in the desert region? X-Quad softly responded from his personal perspective. Indeed, not only is it related, but it's deeply involved. My side suspects that drug substance is the root cause of the disaster, so we have begun investigating. Still, Super Fatty had a doubt lingering in his mind. This happened half a year ago, so how can it be linked to the trouble out in the desert now? He unconsciously recalled the tragic scene back then, when countless lives perished at the exact moment a mysterious gate was revealed amidst the hot sands. Right at the edge of the archway, the Than Ho Association had tracked down traces of the black powder from the very moment the incident broke out. Not only that, people also picked up an armored combat vehicle belonging to the Wise Merchant Guild near the entrance. Considering they are just an ordinary small-scale trading party, a few strange clues made me uneasy. Super Fatty quickly connected all the pieces and grumbled, so in short, they retied together again. What a pain. Seeing that expression, Adwat crossed his arms with a slight smile, intentionally bringing up Yuho. I know full well she is your favorite pupil. This case is top secret, and she happened to be the first one to catch that poison, so it's hard for Yuho to wash her hands of it and stay out. Then he leisurely dropped a baiting line. If you're willing to step in, the trouble hanging over your disciple's head will be noticeably lightened. Your favorite pupil is hanging by a thread as her senior brother. Could you really pull the blanket over your head and ignore her? Adwat slowly uttered the moniker that plainly laid bare his nature, Mad Dog Mingsao. Hearing himself called that, Siu didn't get angry at all, merely contemplating quietly, so it turns out you've already made a move ahead of time. In the end, he sighed and conceded, it's a deal. Either way, I have business that requires me to head to the Middle East. Adward smiled brightly and clapped his hands with clear delight. Spot on. With you taking action, our side will cover everything from A to Z. By the way, what happened to Mr. President anyway? Secret training? If you like, I can. Before he could finish, Siu cut him off abruptly. Forget it, just leave the old man right where he is. He curled his lips in a relaxed sneer. That guy is just blinded by illusions of power. He brought it on himself, let it open his eyes. In Siu's mind, that pathetic sight suddenly flashed past the desk, cluttered and overflowing with paper and ink. His irises faintly reflected the figure of that arrogant Dasan, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Xiu leisurely finished his incomplete sentence. In the end, he's just a lump of mortal flesh. In a far-off place, Xujun scratched his head in confusion and asked, so in short, you joined the International Investigation Squad at headquarters. He glanced over and saw that the other sluggage had already been properly packed and secured, sitting neatly on the floor. Xiu nonchalantly replied, yeah, do you still remember that ex-squad guy? He personally called my name. Hearing this, Xujun was completely baffled. I remember, but why did this deal come up so suddenly? Xiu gently reassured his younger brother so he wouldn't panic. It's just some minor trouble. Aiwa will fill you in on everything later. But Xijun still exclaimed in panic, Sister Aiwa, what on earth is going on? Before the words could even be taken back, the phone rang, interrupting. I'm sorry, please wait a moment. Hello. He quietly stepped out of Xujun's room, answering the phone while wondering how Sister Aiwa got his number. What him? How? Seeing Xujun's figure fade away, Fra finally spoke up and asked where they were planning to go on this trip. As his hands quickly packed the luggage, he mapped out the itinerary. First, we have to go to Europe, where the headquarters is located. The kid curiously asked if there were chickens there, and Xujun hesitantly replied, probably. Fra looked worried and asked with deep implication, you want to inject energy beyond the permitted limit like last time, right? Hearing that, he spoke in a mocking tone, what, afraid you want to get enough to chew on? The other guy immediately pulled a sour face in annoyance. You idiot, do you think I care about those few drops of trash energy? The real issue is the transformation inside my body. Slightly puzzled, Xujun frowned and repeated the words transformation. Fra calmly explained that feeling since you returned from that planet, my control has visibly decreased as I've started getting used to Earth's energy, and my own power has also skyrocketed. The space travel didn't just affect you, but me too. It seems the activation switch is the amount of energy released during battle. Saiwu spread his hands as if directly receiving that stream of power while Fra's voice continued in a steady tone, since we made a pact, I cannot harm the host. However, I am afraid this symptom will worsen every time your energy is restored. Not to mention I myself don't even know what terrible things will happen once I completely lose control. There will come a time when you cannot borrow power from me, and at that point, the situation will be extremely critical. As soon as the other guy finished speaking, Saiwu immediately fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, he clenched his fist as if he had just made up his mind. That is not a concern for now. I do not rely too much on your power anyway. Hearing this, Fra immediately got furious. What, you dare say you don't need this wonderful power? Saiwu remained extremely calm as he analyzed the situation. No, if I have to battle the demons, I still need your help. It's just that right now is not urgent. Although it was a bit troublesome, the warm-up with that hunter Choi seems to have had less effect than I thought. Standing by the glass window watching the airplane glide smoothly in the air, Siwu thought to himself pensively, it feels like trouble is brewing. The weather was crystal clear, but inside Siwu an undercurrent surged, a thrill waiting to be awakened. In another part of the world, rows of terracotta-tiled roofs quietly surrounded the area. Stretching out ahead, the urban landscape unfolded with neighborhoods nestled close together in a peaceful setting. Time flew by. 2 days later, at the SMEX International headquarters, Leela was holding her head in frustration. Honestly, no matter how short-handed we are, Mr. S. What can T just casually throw someone in and disregard the investigation security protocols like that? Hikari immediately analyzed, this is already in the database anyway. He has always liked to act on a whim like that. Right from the start, the Asian branch only needed me to carry the team, and that would be more than enough, right, Kumo? Kumo, standing nearby, quickly chimed in with a proud look. Exactly, sis. You're both the youngest person to join SMEX Japan and the captain of the Tokyo investigation team. There is no difficult case in this world that can discourage a beauty. Hearing the praise, she beamed with joy. You have a sweet tongue, keep it going. Leela, sitting opposite, pondered for a moment and then poured cold water on her. She is indeed not used to SMEX's work, but working with that monster hunter from before was easier than facing you. Hikari snapped angrily, what did you just sneer at me about? Layla acted completely nonchalant as if she had never said anything. Nothing's going on. Seeing her hide it, the other girl got even more annoyed. Yes, there is. I understood everything. We are all wearing smart translation earpieces, so if you have any complaints, say it to my face. Suddenly at the door, Min Hyu strode in and said, sorry to keep everyone waiting, leaders. Boss Luan told the whole team to move to the conference room immediately. Hikari, burning with curiosity, asked, does that mean that person has finally shown up? He could only shyly scratch his head and laugh it off. Let's go quickly, everyone. I heard Vice President Swat has just landed too. Leela was also burning with curiosity to make the vice president personally welcome him. What kind of big shot is that hunter? Does he really have no connection to SMEX at all? This master made everyone extremely curious. Of course he is. At the same time at the airport, Mr. Swat was leisurely pulling his suitcase. Swat was personally present at the airport to welcome the talented hunter from the SMEX South Korea branch. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Swat spoke up excitedly. Thank you for being here so quickly despite your busy schedule. We should start with some introductions to get to know each other, shouldn't we? Allow me to introduce Hunter Min Swat from the Korean branch, who will be joining our team starting today. Layla only responded with a brief overview of herself and her partner. Both she and Stefan are part of the European office staff. On this side, Hikari leisurely crossed her arms and said, I am from the Asian headquarters, and this is Kumo, my extremely reliable assistant. After everyone finished their greetings, Swat leisurely continued, since the situation is very urgent, let's get straight to the point along with this unexpected addition to our personnel. Could you give a brief report on the current status? Layla immediately complied, yes, Vice President, I will present it right away. He continued to assign the tasks, even though everyone knows the details. This is a classified mission, so please be extremely cautious with the data. Just then Lucy's voice called from outside, reminding the vice president that it was time to leave. Before departing, Watt did not forget to leave a message. Everything depends on investigation team no one. I am very much looking forward to positive results from all of you. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into an unusually silent state. Layla was forced to clear her throat loudly to break the awkwardness that was settling in. She took the initiative to speak to dispel the silence. All right, let's implement the plan right away. Case no. A394 Chief is often referred to as an instance of hunter stimulant abuse. Team no one is responsible for verifying the origin of that pharmaceutical. Layla calmly recounted the events. The gate at the scene was raided Ranka with 600 corpses scattered around showing trauma marks similar to the previous case. A sample of the power-enhancing drug was found right among those bodily remains. She couldn't help but shudder when recalling that haunting scene of devastation. The entrance to the gate showed only a few signs of a scuffle with nothing unusual. Since no pharmaceuticals have been found inside yet, we are still weighing the risks and will wait for this inspection to finish before deciding whether to go deeper. Additionally, a vehicle from the guild was found nearby. Layla continued to present the evidence. The results showed it was a small group operating legally in the Middle East that had never been involved in any scandals. Finally, she concluded the matter. Therefore, our team will focus on thoroughly exploring the gate and scouring everything in the surrounding area. After finishing the presentation, Layla looked at everyone and asked, "Does anyone have any further questions or other opinions?" The guy shrugged nonchalantly. "I've grasped all the content, so I have no complaints at all. What I am more concerned about is whether there are any traces of demons or half-demons." She was a bit taken aback and wanted to clarify. "Demons. Do you think they are related to this trouble?" He quietly stated his viewpoint. "Not necessarily. Even if they are uninvolved, I still want to double-check to prevent any accidents. If this drug were man-made, there would be no reason why the original substance is so hard to track down, and if it were based on a specific skill, the hunters would have found the source long ago. That guild seems quite suspicious. Even if there were any previous points of suspicion regarding them, please report them." Suddenly, another voice full of doubt echoed in the meeting room. "I really don't understand." Hikari crossed her arms skeptically. "Why do you keep mentioning things that have nothing to do with the case?" The guy responded indifferently. "Whether it's relevant or not will only be clear after an investigation. I am mentioning them based purely on what I've heard." Hearing this, she laughed mockingly. "Even the main headquarters doesn't know anything, yet a newly arrived Korean hunter like you knows it all. That sounds hilarious, doesn't it, hunter men?" Hikari added with certainty, "If that were truly an important clue, the higher-ups would have definitely informed us already. You aren't in the Union and have never appeared in the Ranka Hunter rankings. The fact that you suddenly managed to get into this international investigation team is already strange." She spat out bitter criticism, saying that since it had been a decade since villains and humans joined forces, why was he still bringing discriminatory thoughts into this case? In a mocking tone, Hikari asked who the other person was. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she immediately slammed the table to intervene, saying that everything should stop. Stefan also hurried to calm the situation and advised everyone to stay calm because, at this point, arguing was unnecessary. She appeared to agree and then turned to remind the other person that, as the chief branch representative, he must know what is more important and set aside trivial matters to begin the investigation right away. Hearing that, the girl could only cross her arms over her chest and lower her face in a pout. Layla turned to instruct the hunter to focus on the case. He simply nodded and said he understood everything. Seeing that both sides had agreed to let go of old grudges, Layla continued to discuss the remote land that the group would visit tomorrow. "That is all we need to grasp for now. Please prepare according to the plan and meet at the airport." The group of four quickly stepped out of the meeting room to walk along the long corridor. Hikari still felt lingering resentment in her heart, so she indignantly wondered who that person was after all. She wondered which corner he had crawled out of to be so arrogant and why the vice president favored him so unreasonably. Layla, standing next to her, gently advised that they would have to work together for a long time, so she should just let it go. Upon hearing this, the woman yelled in dissatisfaction, asking if Layla was also siding with him. The woman calmly remarked that it wasn't so, as that guy seemed more experienced than they had thought. At this time, only Siwa's silhouette remained inside the meeting room. He listlessly muttered that this mission was more troublesome than imagined. Fra then curled her lip, saying she had realized that long ago, noting that the man didn't know how to read the room and lived like an outsider in the normal world, while Siwu nonchalantly replied that he was simply allergic to cumbersome formalities. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from the door saying his recent debut seemed quite impressive. He grumbled to Edward that he had been gone for a long time, suggesting that sitting in the vice president's chair must mean being swamped with work. He casually sat down and began to complain about an international investigation team behaving like kindergartners, claiming to be awakened ones but actually being nothing more than fanatics with suicide bombs, which explained why there hadn't been a single day of peace in years because of constant bickering everywhere. Despite understanding how the world works, Seiwu clearly identified the top priority. Power is always linked to responsibility, but those who have never experienced reality will never be able to understand it. Edward expressed his intention to probe what the other party's assessment of the previous team was. He indifferently replied that it was just a bit annoying, but as long as they didn't stick their noses into his business, everything would remain under control. He did not seem very surprised by that answer and teased that he indeed hadn't changed at all over the past 10 years. Tomorrow's business trip will go straight to the site, so don't cause any more trouble. After all, you have the International Smike's headquarters backing you up. Saiwu had to sigh in surrender and accept letting the matter pass. In another corner, a cold and magnificent palace stood tall in the heart of the stone-cut city. A few dark silhouettes appeared, signaling a turbulent reunion. The representative of the Sumsik's Middle East headquarters greeted them loudly and said they had received information from the head office about everyone's visit. Ryan had thoughtfully arranged everything and informed them that the rest area inside the headquarters had been properly prepared. He invited everyone to make themselves at home and recuperate there. To prepare for the site survey tomorrow, we have arranged a private vehicle for the group. Layla hurriedly and sincerely expressed her gratitude for finally getting access to the crime scene after enduring headache-inducing arguments with Fra, who was grumbling about how the heat on Earth was horribly intense and pure torture. Saiwu ignored the complaints and fell into deep thought as he saw the city was completely devoid of evil energy and had an unusually low amount of mana. Had that bastard Maximus forgotten that important detail? Suddenly, someone shouted for his attention. Hikari approached closely with a somewhat haughty demeanor. I didn't have time to explain the whole story last time, but everything must be made clear today. You must keep your spirits high and remain highly alert if you still want to keep your life. He scratched his head and thought unconsciously. This time he was surely going to get caught in a big mess again. Having just arrived at the Middle East headquarters last year, Siwoo had hurriedly gone everywhere to inquire from local residents about the half-demon species. I have never personally seen that kind of creature in real life. Everything is based on rumors, saying there is one of their villages hidden deep in the heart of the desert. Even though the young man standing nearby tried his best, he couldn't get any useful information. The Yard Trade Guild is a name I've heard for the first time, of course. There are countless small groups in the world, but an organization specializing in trading with demons is truly stranger than anything I've seen. Fortunately, the girl standing nearby enthusiastically revealed several valuable details about the target Siwoo was searching for. The half-demons look exactly like humans, and from what I know, it is hard to distinguish them from ordinary people without a mana detector. I understand the situation has calmed down somewhat now, whereas the half-demons who appeared after the Great War between humans and demons 10 years ago were once strictly hunted and became objects of widespread contempt. She herself admitted that identification was not easy. Disguising one's identity and blending into the crowd is certainly the wisest way to survive, so if they are roaming freely out there, how could one recognize them? After recording all the clues in a small notebook, Xiu bowed his head and scratched his hair in complete bewilderment. There were few leads to follow, so maybe he should just risk heading deep into the heart of the desert and see. As he was saying goodbye to the passers-by to continue his journey, Fra's familiar clear voice suddenly rang out behind him. Hey Food, are you some sort of abandoned person or what? Xiu didn't bother to answer directly but turned around to question her back. Asking why she was suddenly causing trouble with a stranger, he pointedly criticized everyone as following their team. Why are you all alone in this strange city? Xiu leisurely sat down to rest on a nearby stone bench, then slowly explained, since this is personal free time, I took the opportunity to scout out the situation a bit. At that exact moment, a familiar voice from afar suddenly echoed in his ear, mentioned someone and they appear instantly. A few steps away, Layla offered a polite smile and greeting. The SMEC's office is in that direction. Why are you wandering here? This Middle East branch is quite grand and expansive. Wouldn't he resting there be better? The boy looked over and calmly replied to the greeting. It's still during break time. I'm taking the chance to check on some necessary items first. What about you, Hunter Layla? She happily shared her team's progress without any hesitation. Oh, Stefan is out getting the access permit for the teleport gate we'll be exploring tomorrow. But you two haven't yet anticipated the potential level of danger, have you? Xiu blinked with a look of understanding. So that's how it is. Not letting the atmosphere fall into a deadlock, Layla skillfully steered the conversation in another direction. Hunter Min, if you re with Sumsik's Korea, you must know the board of directors quite well. Yet I had no impression of you when I was there before. He honestly admitted his battlefield experience was still lacking. I am just a rookie who joined not long ago. Hearing this, Layla's eyes briefly showed a hint of doubt. Is that so? And yet your demeanor gives off the vibe of standing before a veteran with 20 years in the field. He secretly rolled his eyes, trying to find an excuse. This girl is really sharp. Should I just make up a story? Xiu quickly brushed off that thought and hurried to change the subject. I mean, oh wait, the vice president once mentioned you were quite famous at the European branch. The sudden question made Layla laugh and wave her hand modestly. I'm just a small-time investigative hunter. My main area of operations is in Northern Europe. Xiu followed the flow of the conversation to continue. Northern Europe. I remember working with a veteran hunter from that region not long ago. His name was Hans Skroder. The name just spoken caused the girl to pause for a beat. Hans Skroder. Then she held out her phone screen toward him and asked, is it this man? Xiu recognized him at a glance and nodded firmly. Exactly, I would never forget that characteristic smile. He looks like he has aged a lot after 10 years, but his features haven't changed much from before. Do you two really know each other? Don't tell me Yuria's son? Layla hurriedly explained with a look of astonishment. No, he's my biological uncle, and I never expected my uncle to associate with a hunter all the way in Asia. Anyway, you look about my age, so I thought. Xiu choked up and turned his face away in embarrassment. It's because my face is somewhat more youthful than my actual age. This unexpected close connection quickly won full favor in Lila's heart. If Uncle Hans were to wake up right now, he would surely be overjoyed. In fact, he has been unconscious for the past 2 full years because of that terrible illness. Xiu was stunned by the technical jargon. It truly was gate syndrome. She poured her heart out, saying that energy and strange spaces remain mysteries to humanity, and so do the bizarre medical cases stemming from them. Uncle Han had stayed too long while searching for his missing comrades in the dungeon. By the time the rescue team arrived, he had already lost consciousness long ago. Since that day, his life has only been sustained thanks to the abilities of the healers. Hearing this, Layla's voice choked up. I wanted to shoulder part of the burden for him, so whenever I'm free I volunteer to conquer tough dungeons, but fortune has not smiled on me yet. Sue quickly connected the dots. I heard rumors that there is an elixir of youth hidden in there. Is that what you are looking for? She smiled wryly, finding herself naive. It sounds absurd, doesn't it? Even if it is just a glimmer of hope, he is my only flesh and blood. Just then Stefan's voice rang out. Captain, the clearance procedures are done. They said we can set off now. Layla nodded in approval. Great, fast and efficient work. She then turned and suggested to Sue, will you come with us? I'm going to stop by to check on Hunter Hikari. The previous conversation left him lost in thought, wondering if he should also drop by on the way to check on how that uncle was doing. Just a moment later, the roaring engine tore through the arid land, thick with the orange hue of the desert. The off-road vehicle jerked to a halt before the overwhelmingly desolate scenery of the vast sandy expanse. Hikari sat in the car, on pins and needles. With all this blinding dust, it feels like we've been driving for a century. Are we almost there? The skilled driver Stefan immediately reassured the impatient passenger in the back seat. We were almost there. The Jeep's signal here is spotty, so navigating takes a bit of time. Kumo could not hide his impatience and grumbled, with the sun that high, by the time we enter the dungeon it might already be dark. Fighting at night is extremely tough. Su's eyes remained glued outside, but his mind was calculating. Who could have anticipated it? These strange spaces connect to other dimensions. The weather and creatures inside are completely different from the real world. Depending on where it connects, it could be a sun-drenched paradise or an abyss where not a single ray of light penetrates. We are completely in the dark until we step inside. Hikari pouted and told Kumo to be more realistic. Everyone knows that. Most low-level dungeons still have an ecosystem similar to Earth's. Calling it a monster's mouth is a bit much, but Su coldly interrupted, not at all. That space also strips away a portion of the souls of those who enter. Calling it a mere door is far too naive. She glanced at him with a provocative look. Don't tell me you also believe in that nonsense syndrome, staying in there so long that you forget time, lose all your memories, and turn into a soulless corpse. That farce only fools rookies who have just entered the profession. Why bring this up again among a bunch of veterans? He sighed, about to argue back, but then decided against it. Noticing the atmosphere starting to get tense, Layla quickly intervened. Come on, both of you, cool down. While they were still bickering, the vehicle braked suddenly at the rendezvous point. We have arrived. As soon as she jumped out of the car, Hikari grumbled incessantly. Wow, such a large entrance, and the rank is still unknown. Kumo calmly replied, I heard the Middle East branch predicts it to be rank A, rank A. Stefan meticulously observed the surroundings. It seemed that the outer reconnaissance work had been completed smoothly. Sio's eyes scanned every corner looking for clues. The energy traces around here had evaporated long ago. The scenery outside looked extremely peaceful, but there was something unusual, as if all traces had been deliberately erased by someone. Seeing the youngsters each having their own opinion, Layla quickly called out, wait, stop dilly-dallying. But before she could finish, Hikari cut her off. The area has been cleared, so what is there to see? If you want to waste time, be my guest. We'll step through the portal right now. The sight of the two cocky tails extremely annoyed Layla, and even Su had to shake his head in disappointment at their excessive haste. Even so, they still indulged the Hikari duo and slowly stepped into the pitch-black dimensional portal. Right at that moment, on a precarious ledge nearby, three fully covered figures had all of Su's group's movements in their sights. The leader spoke in a low, gravelly voice from beneath his brown robe. Things are going smoother than we thought. These fools have willingly walked right into the trap. As the clock ticked rhythmically in the twilight, Lila's voice rang out right at 5:40 p.m. All the specific details were quickly sent back by her, along with the portal's danger level. A total of 6 rank or higher hunters are present. We will conduct an in-depth investigation at the Gate K3 area located in the north of the desert. The sweat on his forehead betrayed Stefan's obvious nervousness. Since the guild's main job was to scrutinize hunter criminals, he felt a bit uneasy. But Layla sternly corrected him immediately. Our mission is not to clear dungeons, and a blue light from her eyes enveloped her entire body. The system notification also appeared clearly. A rank plant growth skill secret garden has been activated. The surrounding scenery was instantly swallowed by a massive array of trees. Only then did Layla clarify the main objective. We came here to investigate the whereabouts of the illegal stimulant hidden in this place. Su silently watched her channel her energy, constantly marveling in his heart. She is good at both pathfinding and defense, and her scanning radius is pretty wide. After releasing her special energy, Layla gathered some valuable information that no monsters were in sight within a 30-kilometer radius. I will continue to watch for suspicious movements, but be careful because my scan range will diminish towards the outer edges. Now split up and search thoroughly. Layla did not forget to specifically instruct the Hikari siblings to preserve the scene, to only take action if the monsters go wild, and absolutely not to act recklessly. Understood. She remained silent as a sign of agreement, then casually ordered her younger brother, hey, you two, go clear this area quickly. Annoyed by that superior attitude, Su curled his lip and teased, showing off just to boss around your underlings. Hearing this, Hikari immediately flew into a rage. I heard that. I'm far too talented to just do these chores. With a headache, Layla urged the two of them to quickly disperse and get to work. Alright, split up and go look for clues. Shout out immediately if there's anything unusual. Hikari muttered while nodding. I know, stop nagging. Watching them each scatter in a different direction, Su felt something was off, thinking, then why on earth did they team up in the first place? The sky inside the portal gradually faded into a dark pinkish orange. Taking advantage of this moment, Fra finally dared to pop up and chat. Come to think of it, you're also the type to be all by yourself, huh? Su immediately snapped at him to shut his mouth. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the ground, his brows furrowing as if he had just encountered something strange. Fresh pitch black burn mark raised suspicions for Su. What is this? It seems someone has already meddled in this area beforehand. Freedom seized the opportunity to mock that the ground here was overwhelming, but Sue ignored it like a passing breeze to focus on analyzing this abnormal mana source, which was clearly not naturally formed in the dungeon, but deliberately set up by someone. Even so, that suspicion was immediately dismissed by him without hesitation. It wasn't T-mana, it was demonic energy. Suddenly noticing something unusual, Sue pulled out his phone to contact the outside. After a few steady rings, Ghost answered from the other end and said respectfully, "What do you require of me, master?" Not bothering with small talk, he got straight to the point. "What is the situation outside?" He dared not hide anything and hurriedly reported on the surroundings. "According to your orders, I am hidden and monitoring the dungeon entrance closely. Currently, a suspicious group is loitering near the entrance." Sue immediately asked urgently, "How many are there in total?" Ghost glanced at the group below and answered carefully, "Exactly 5 of them by the count." He smirked triumphantly as if he had everything in the palm of his hand. "All right, report to me as soon as they dare to enter the dungeon." The man seemed worried and offered, "If they are tough and you need an extra hand, I am ready to join in." Unexpectedly, Sue immediately threw a wet blanket on the idea and flatly refused. "No need. If they call for reinforcements and block the exit, it would be a huge problem. Just stay in that position and stand guard." Hearing this, he had no choice but to reluctantly obey. Fra, who had been listening to the entire conversation, interjected with total surprise, "What on earth? Since when did that old man get involved?" Sue replied nonchalantly, "Since the moment I set foot in this country. He has quite a skillful stealth technique, so I told him to just lag behind and follow from a distance." Though his face couldn't be seen, his tone was full of discontent. "You certainly know how to boss people around." Sue turned away with an air of self-importance. "I told you those who cause trouble must pay the price. In the end, what on earth are they hiding deep underground to be leaking such foul demonic energy?" He clicked his tongue impatiently, a cold, restless look flashing in his eyes. Sue's voice blended into the pale evening sun. If the sun continued to set, everything would become even more complicated. Elsewhere, Kumo ran as fast as his legs could carry him back to the spot where Haraki was patiently waiting. As soon as he saw her figure, he called out while gasping for breath, "Sister." I've searched all over a wide area, but couldn't he find a single clue about the enhancement drugs or even a trace of monsters? Having waited tirelessly all day only to receive a big zero made Haraki extremely frustrated. How can it be so absurd? How is a dungeon that has never been cleared so empty? Kumo tried to regulate his breathing and said timidly, "But sister, look, weren't the signs of battle from those drug users and the evidence found at the dungeon entrance from the start? What if everyone involved with those prohibited drugs has already perished in that battle?" A thought suddenly flashed in Haraki's mind, understanding the intent behind that question. "You mean those victims never set foot inside here, right? Even so, if they had risked using the drugs to fight, this dungeon could be this abnormally deserted. Since that scandal, the entrance area has been strictly managed. If the victims had ever tried to clear this place, they would have had to leave some kind of traces. And if they never set foot inside, at least the resources within should be intact." The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Regardless, there must be something of value hidden inside this dungeon. If there's no more evidence, at least some spoils should be gathered to report back. The CEO is putting all his expectations on us with this secret mission from headquarters. The current situation is truly tense. Determination took deep root in Haraki's mind. If this truly wasn't a ranked dungeon, there had to be a precious mana stone mine underground, forcing her to play her trump card. Even if I have to turn the whole earth over, I must find it. Kagasuchi. At the powerful summoning call, "O deities, stir up this ground." The phantom of a massive mythical beast suddenly appeared behind Haraki. At that very moment, a giant column of light with explosive power crashed down directly onto the position of the two siblings. Layla's eyes widened in shock at the sudden turn of events. "What on earth is this? I haven't received any reports at all." She immediately called her right-hand man Stefan. As soon as he picked up, he grasped the situation and replied clearly that he would check right away. Layla watched Stefan's disappearing figure with a heart full of worry. Honestly, nothing was going smoothly at all. She anxiously muttered that maybe they should stop and head back, completely unaware that Ivan's group was following closely behind. At that moment, Kumo was startled by the terrible destructive power of the giant snake Kagutsuchi. "You leveled the whole area in one hit. I have to admit you are still incredible." Hikari calmly accepted the praise from her younger brother. "Come on, whether it's mana stones or energy potions, just bring them all out." However, the sight of corpses scattered all over the ground terrified her, making her scream out loud. Everything went beyond expectations, causing the Hayakawa siblings to hurriedly raise their defensive shields. "Corpses? Are these all corpses? The ground is full of human bodies." "No, it definitely can't be." The monsters had overturned the laws of life and death, devouring the darkness to resurrect in a fit of fury. The depraved faces and inhumane actions of the monsters confirmed one thing: they were indeed the undead. Hikari witnessed the chaotic scene before her eyes and couldn't help but shiver with fear. The beasts from underground. Kumo was also terrified by this bizarre event. It was strange. Normally the undead would never move in such large hordes like this. Hikari braced herself to keep her spirit steady. "We must wipe them out before we can think about finding the cause." Having finished her words, she immediately unleashed her rank skill. Her mana quickly condensed into a mass, summoning the soul of the contracted giant snake. Hikari glared and commanded firmly, "Destroy them all, Kagutsuchi." At her command, Katsuchi lunged forward bravely, knocking away every obstacle in its path. Wherever its massive body swept across, the enemies were left groveling and crawling on the ground. Seeing the battle tip in her favor, Hikari smiled smugly. "Just a handful of beasts, and yet they really gave me a fright." Suddenly, a violent earthquake interrupted her moment of celebration. The ground split open and a series of creatures emerged, making Kumo stare in shock. "This too? Just how many layers of monsters are piled up on top of each other?" While he was grumbling, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. A few monsters took advantage of Hikari's distraction to launch a sneak attack. Kumo shouted in panic, "Sister, behind you." Fortunately, Stefan arrived just in time to provide reinforcement. The chaotic scene before his eyes gave him a real scare. What on earth is happening? Where did these monsters crawl out from? Hikari was exhausted, making her more irritable. How should I know? Didn't you set up a search barrier? Why couldn't I detect such a large number of enemies deep underground? Questioned, Stefan stammered in explanation, but there were absolutely no mana signs. Maybe they were attracted by the loud noise. But why did you have to tear up this whole area anyway? Kumo spoke up to interrupt the bickering. Now is not the time to criticize each other. Ignoring his sister's stubborn arguments, he kept an icy face to activate his B-rank skill, summoning the fog spirit. Come attach. One by one, squads of monsters were smashed to pieces, but they kept falling down and getting back up as if nothing had happened. Kumo narrowed his eyes in analysis. If we don't completely destroy their heads, these things will keep regenerating indefinitely. Hearing that, Hikari clicked her tongue in annoyance. How troublesome. She continued to control the divine snake Kachi, unleashing non-stop attacks. The dwindling energy source made Hikari increasingly exhausted. My power requires living souls to sustain itself. Nibbling on these dried corpses isn't enough. Quickly call your boss. Stefan wants to help, but his strength is insufficient. Do I look like someone deliberately caused a mess? With this mess, he'll surely appear soon. Kumo was also running out of steam, grumbling as he struggled to unleash attacks. It was so frustrating to have to smash each head while they kept coming endlessly. For us who specialize in wide area attacks, this is truly the worst nightmare on Earth. At this rate, we won't be able to hold out much longer, I'm sure of it. But just as everyone was sinking into despair, a warm voice called out, "Choku." A magic circle suddenly glowed in the sky, and a barrage of fiery red arrows shot down simultaneously. The monsters seemed to be guided, all aiming directly at the pack of mongrels and relentlessly piercing them. Hikari's eyes widened in amazement. With such devastating damage, he was precisely picking off each one like a professional sharpshooter. She scanned the battlefield, staring in a daze at some superhero standing frozen amidst the downpour of arrows. A curious question suddenly arose in her mind. Who on earth is that guy? Thus curiosity took root in her mind. What kind of person is he really? Right next to Hikari, Stefan slumped his head warily, muttering, "Finally I can breathe." This devil's gate full of dogs explains why the captain's senses were overwhelmed. He weighed the pros and cons, then proposed, "Perhaps we should retreat for now and decide tomorrow morning it's safer." Mo shared the same opinion. "I think we should sneak out of this gate," as he said. Only Hikari stubbornly disagreed, but the cool superhero cut her off, not letting her finish. "Be less stubborn. Rushing in will only get in the way." He deliberately provoked Hikari to stop her whining. Although he didn't want to waste time, he was willing to expend mana in vain. Hearing this, she could only silently resign herself. Just when things seemed to be calming down, an unexpected crisis struck. Mo exclaimed in panic, "Oh heavens, be careful. Another wave is coming, everyone." He gritted his teeth and focused his inner strength. Damn it, another wave just like before. Hikari nervously grabbed Stefan. "Hey, where did your boss run off to? Haven't you called him yet?" The other boy stammered a reply with an insecure expression. "I'm still trying to reach him, but no one else picking up. If he's not showing up in this critical situation, we're doomed." The superhero suddenly realized the crucial point. He's leaving her alone. Without waiting for anyone to regain their composure, he said plainly, "The rest is up to you all." Then he turned and fled, leaving Stefan wide-eyed and calling after him, "Hunter. Oh, Hunter." He was speeding down the road while fumbling to get his phone out and call. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to business. "It's me. Get your butt into the gate immediately." The person on the other end quickly replied, "Yes, Commander. What should I do first?" He calmly analyzed the situation and gave orders. "All those outside have entered the gate, correct? Just follow the tracks they left." With a plan already formed in his mind, he spoke calmly in an even tone. "It seems one of our people has been captured." In a secluded corner by the flickering fire, Layla's mouth was stuffed with cloth, unable to utter a sound. Her hands tied behind her back made her acutely feel her dire predicament. She realized she had been completely ambushed without even knowing it. The entrance to the gate was clearly heavily guarded, so how could they have snuck in so easily? Robert sat for so long he got bored. "Boss, can I send that girl to the afterlife? Just looking at her makes my eyes itch with the desire to eliminate her immediately." Bob stopped him from causing chaos. "Be patient. If we want to clear out everyone involved, we need bait. We cannot afford to fail again. If this mission is successful, the Amex organization will completely dominate the domestic underground market." He was full of hope for the world of Awakeners, where everything is ranked based on strength. Low-ranking hunters would surely flock to buy this powder. If we take advantage of the timing, the organization will become a giant power, so stop those useless amusements. Robert had heard these words so many times he knew them by heart. He poured out a torrent of dissatisfaction. "I know full well how terrible that drug is. I've seen it with my own eyes. But until when will we stop scurrying like rats and taking orders from that idiot?" Bob frowned and reminded him, "Watch your mouth, Robert, no matter what." As if to confirm his words, a chilling wave of deathly energy surged as Ivan cast a magic circle. He didn't hesitate to slash long, crisscrossing cuts across his own arm. Black blood seeped from the wound, dripping drop by drop onto the ground. From the pre-marked spots, aggressive bears roared as they broke through the rocks to emerge. They submissively lay prostrate at Ivan's feet like loyal subjects bowing before their master. Bob lowered his voice, solemnly warning Robert he is also a necromancer. The dark summoning technique Ivan just used is a skill that defies natural laws by manipulating the boundary between life and death. This is one of the most dangerous forbidden arts. Simply possessing it is enough to make others wary. Even Bob, who had rolled through all sorts of filth, had never seen anyone dare to use this. Ivan truly was a character that made one wonder if he was still human. Thinking this far, Bob silently clenched his fist and calculated, "We need his connections to restore the organization that Amekta Makata left behind." Robert peered over curiously and upon seeing what was in his hand looked excited. Is this the drug, boss? Just one sip. Bob immediately frowned and stopped him. Stop right now. Do you want to end up like the group that died out there? Just one small vial like this is enough to push skills to rank hunter level. Once you've tried it, you can never quit, and eventually, the body will explode from not being able to withstand the pressure. His face darkened as he emphasized the danger. It's like a stimulant that creates a flame that flares up for a moment and then goes out. I have witnessed that living hell right at this place. Every time he remembered that situation, Bob found it hard to stay calm. Clearly it is created from mana, yet detection devices cannot find it. I don't know where they are manufactured. He couldn't help but ask hesitantly, hey Ivan, we in the same boat now. I think I have the right to know the source of this drug. Ivan slightly curled the corners of his lips, smiling meaningfully. Showing no respect to anyone, his voice was full of contempt. You couldn't even manage your subordinates and let the drug be exposed to international investigators, yet you still dare to ask about the supply chain. Being scolded, Bob awkwardly justified himself. That was unavoidable. In business, accidents are hard to avoid, right? Ivan drew out his voice sarcastically. Quite thick-skinned indeed. I like such shameless souls, but I cannot reveal the source of supply to you. It would be very troublesome if a stupid boss like you leaked information to subordinates who are even more incompetent, right? Robert flew into a rage and shouted, how dare you speak to my boss like that? Bob, afraid he would ruin things, tried to dissuade him. At that moment, a strange voice rang out, oh dear, why is it so noisy? Crow slowly paced over to the three men. With a half smile, she spoke warningly, making such a fuss will only cause trouble. There are plenty of investigators out there watching. Shouldn't you keep quiet, Ivan? Having been called out specifically, Ivan felt a bit guilty inside, but outwardly maintained his sly smile. Hey Crow, what brings you here? Crow didn't let him change the subject but continued to reprimand him. It seems you really are doing unnecessary things. I don't want to interfere in your business, but shouldn't you stop these games that are putting the entire anti-demon organization in danger? Ivan didn't want to hear it. Feeling extremely disoriented, he complained dissatisfiedly, is it more words from that outdated old leader again? Hey, if it's too much trouble, just eliminate them all and tell them not to worry about a thing. Crow was amused by such naive thinking. You only deal with magic, so you don't understand the human heart, do you? Their bonds are incredibly persistent and troublesome. She stepped right in front of Layla. This was the person. Her voice, which had been gentle, suddenly turned gloomy as Crow hissed each sharp word. This will cause a major disaster. Ivan tried to de-escalate by explaining his plan in detail, that he would keep her alive for a while longer until everyone involved was dealt with, but Crow didn't even care and coldly interrupted with a no. I'm talking about you, Ivan, not her. Before vanishing, Crow gave a careful warning. Even if it's a bit late, think it over very carefully. Whether those people are truly on our side or not. Ivan gritted his teeth in irritation, the one who only ever knew how to hide and observe from a distance. Having watched the whole drama in silence, Robert became even more confused. Boss, who on earth are those people? But Ivan didn't want to delve into a matter that could bring trouble upon himself, so he just told him to shut up and that it was best to pretend they hadn't seen anything. He leisurely stood up and remarked that, regardless, the tied-up woman and the investigators at the gate probably wouldn't last until morning. Returning to the battlefield where a fierce clash had just taken place, the ground was so ravaged that it was completely unrecognizable. Stefan looked at both sides of the path and couldn't help but sigh in frustration, having rushed out earlier without thinking. The road was now covered in hideous monster corpses. If it hadn't been for the minehunter clearing the way beforehand, they would have been in grave danger. Or should we just go out and call for reinforcements to be safe? The combat of Hikari refused to back down. No way, we have to keep fighting, we can't just give up like this. Despite her tough words, her legs had turned to jelly. Her reckless front vanished as she collapsed on the spot, causing Kumo to cry out in panic. Siu, who had been standing there for who knows how long, suddenly asked coldly, why did you follow me all the way here? The whole group was startled and blurted out, it's the minehunter Siu. Hikari stammered awkwardly, asking why he was there, while Stefan was a bit calmer but still couldn't hide his anxiety. Minehunter, where is our captain? Siu slowly updated them on the situation. She was no longer at her previous location, and with signs of a fierce struggle nearby, she had likely been kidnapped. He had just detected a faint mana reaction coming from that direction. Kumo frowned in disbelief and asked, kidnapped, but who could have done it? Siu calmly replied with an obvious tone, it was the summoner who created these monsters. Who else? A bead of cold sweat broke out on Stefan's forehead. How could that be? Our captain is so powerful, how could she be captured so easily? Siu didn't want to stand there listening to his pointless rambling. Then do you think these monsters just appeared out of nowhere? If you're scared, just stay here and hold back the retreating remnants. Stefan was genuinely afraid of being left behind, so he hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me, minehunter. While running, he tried to press for more information. Do you mean the summoner and the kidnappers are still inside? Siu replied curtly with a heavy face, most likely. I've already taken care of about 4 guards around this area. After they all stepped inside, Hikari quickly caught an unusual scent and exclaimed, what is this strange smell? The group kept moving but had not arrived yet, making Kumo marvel at the cavernous depth, while Stefan was on pins and needles, worrying sick about the captain. Finally, they came face to face with their opponent. Robert stood in their way and uttered provocatively, you walked in here yourselves, saving me the trouble of searching for you. Thank you for volunteering to give up your lives here. Hikari wanted to charge forward immediately but was unable to. She could only curse at the intruders, and Kumo, understanding her feelings, aggressively charged forward to fight in her stead. Truly bastards. You guys are really bold to dare exhaust my sister like this, huh? Robert was also short-tempered, so he irritably shouted, you have no manners at all. At the very least, you should introduce yourselves first. Bop sneered, showing a clear attitude of contempt. Indeed, just brats whose wounds haven't even had time to heal. He gently flicked his hand to gather the source of energy. Waiting for the magic circle to appear clearly beneath his feet, he loudly declared, "You are nothing but small fry." Immediately following the threat was a barrage of magic bolts. "I'll make you taste regret for daring to trespass in this place." Siu dodged the attack and clicked his tongue with a sigh. How troublesome. He quickly erected a defensive wall, attacking and defending simultaneously. He kept the situation in a stalemate where victory was hard to determine. Hikari's patience was wearing thin because the space was too suffocating. If she summoned Kagutsuchi here, the cave would collapse and everyone would be in danger. She couldn't just stand there and watch. Suddenly an idea flashed in her head. That's right, Hikari dashed off without hesitation, needing to seize this chaotic moment to find the hunter immediately. But before she had gone far, she was blocked by Ivan. He had, just as expected, assigning tasks to them always leaves some loose ends. Hikari angrily raised her voice and shouted, "Get out of the way right now, you impudent man." Unfortunately, that weak magic current was easily neutralized by him. The situation had truly reached a dead end. Seeing Hikari get knocked back, Kumo immediately rushed over and screamed, "Sister." Siu also whipped his head around when he heard Kumo's desperate cry, "Sister." Realizing Hikari was in a vulnerable position, Kumo wailed in panic, "Sister." Without a moment's hesitation, Siu immediately unleashed his power. He raised his hand and drew a brilliant halo surrounding her body. The radiance grew more dazzling by the moment as powerful energy surged continuously. Feeling the warm power protecting her, Hikari murmured in a daze, "What is this light?" Witnessing the whole scene, Ivan lightly rested his hand on his chin with interest. "So this is a death mage. It is quite interesting, as this is the first time I have seen someone actually use it. Anyway, I have no right to judge since I myself am also a death mage." Back on this side, after ensuring his sister was safe, Kumo charged at the enemy with all his strength. "You bastard." Robert gave a provocative smile and called out to him, "Come here quickly." After saying that, they both lunged into a brawl. He didn't forget to threaten, "Our game isn't over yet, kid." Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Siu couldn't help but complain about how many enemies there were, and Fry inside also seriously cautioned, "Be careful because that man is far superior to ordinary people." The two seemed to be in sync. He muttered an analysis of the situation, saying, "This guy cunningly set a trap beforehand, so we completely at a disadvantage. The situation is going to be tough." Seeing that indifferent attitude, Ivan was somewhat impressed. To confront him directly and still be so stubborn. "Let's see if your appearance is worthy of being experimental material." Suddenly, a blue whirlwind shrieked, carrying the bone-chilling cold of the winter wind. The fierce beasts that were crawling on the ground suddenly raised their heads in unison, staring intently at the strange gust of wind. However, just a moment after the wind swept past, they had all vanished into thin air. Witnessing this firsthand, Ivan clicked his tongue in admiration. "You took care of my lackeys so easily. In a planet teeming with the weak, how did you cultivate yourself to be so fearsome?" As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his long fingers and gathered a dark mass of energy. "Could it be? You are actually just a ruthless monster that devours its own kind." At the same time, Fra was startled in horror when the pile of monsters that had just been wiped out resurrected. It was disgusting how they kept multiplying. They dragged themselves up from the lifeless bodies in a chilling atmosphere. Seeing the ghastly claws pointing directly at him, he quickly dodged and launched an attack. "This situation is too tense. I have to go all out." Electric net attack, Fra. The high voltage current shot out, causing the wretched creatures to freeze simultaneously. Only now did Ivan's eyes widen in genuine astonishment at the boy's strength. "This is incredible. A mortal being can control magic to this extent." Super calmly wiping the corner of his lips with his hand replied, "It's I who am surprised. I didn't expect you to speak so eloquently even while high on drugs." Hearing this, he frowned, looking annoyed. "Drugs? What an insolent mouth. If you're referring to that nonsense powder, I've never touched it. Those worthless things are only for the low class and poor. What a pity. How can those mongrels without a dancing use magic?" Hearing his rambling, some doubts arose in Super's mind. Ivan continued with a bitter, self-deprecating smile, "How ridiculous. The one who hired me for this dirty job is actually human, living by preying on each other. Even an ignorant beast isn't so despicable." He began to reminisce about the origin of the story. "I agreed to get involved in this mire just to give those addicts a chance at reincarnation." Looking at the raging beast before him, countless unanswered questions arose in his mind. There was no hint of deception in that magical aura. He was telling the truth. So someone was behind the production of this contraband. "Your noble ideals are as rotten as a torn doll. How brazen can you be? Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" But for Ivan, those things were beyond his concern. "I wouldn't bother with insignificant beings like you. It's just that your last remark was too insulting. Let's see how long you can endure if I continuously destroy and recreate you. My magical reserves are still more than enough." While the two were busy trading insults, the battle on this side was still extremely intense. Robert, while fighting with all his might, didn't forget to taunt, "Cleaning up corpses, rescuing the injured. You're quite busy, aren't you?" Hearing this, Siwoo immediately turned his head and glared at him. He calmly raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, overwhelming their spirits. "Let's see how long that arrogant look of yours lasts." "Magic, but half-demons never use magic, do they? Only use demonic energy." Ivan's steps faltered for a moment after the words he had just spoken. He was not sure how he was feeling, only coldly asking back, "What did you just say?" Siwoo ignored that attitude and calmly repeated, "You are a half-demon, aren't you? A cursed bloodline shunned by both humans and demons like an outcast. And yet at this moment you dare to lie using that foul demonic energy itself, so tell me who is the real hybrid here." As soon as the words were finished, Ivan looked down blankly at his own hands. Rage suddenly surged within him as his emotional scar was exposed. "You filthy lowlife." For sensed the murderous aura and spoke up in a panic. His demonic energy is about to explode, but Siwoo remained extremely calm while observing the situation. It is fine, he is strong, but his moves are too predictable. As long as he doesn't summon those pests anymore, I can still handle him. But at this rate, we will have to give it our all. Fra, are you ready? Hearing the question, the other's voice sounded a bit worried, planning to push yourself again. Siwoo remained nonchalant as if nothing had happened. I am just upgrading an old move, or are you getting cold feet? Fra could not hide his annoyance and shouted, who would be afraid? Siwoo only smirked defiantly. Now this is a fight worth having, just hearing it gets my blood boiling. He released a surge of energy as if to call back countless glowing red chains to bind and tame them. Immediately the crowd froze as if locked tight without any bit of resistance left. Their outstretched hands were halted in midair. Stefan witnessed this scene and gaped in disbelief. How strange, they have all completely frozen. Robert, standing nearby, was equally frustrated. What is this? Why are they just standing there? A bunch of useless fools. Kumbo, panting heavily, also spoke up in surprise. Are they being manipulated? Like invisible waves crashing back toward them. Bob screamed in a panic as if trying to stop them, but in vain. Don't you dare come near here. Robert was also bewildered by the current situation. Leader, look at the subordinates. He had no choice but to cling to the person next to him. Hey Ivan, do something quickly. But now, the minions only knew how to blindly obey orders and charged toward them like moths to a flame. Ivan looked at the scene with disbelief and muttered to himself, controlling so many puppets at the same time. It is so bizarre I cannot even laugh, and the mana consumption is truly horrendous. Directing his gaze towards Siwoo, who was unleashing extraordinary power, he could only blurt out, who on earth are you? Sensing the massive energy from Siwoo, Ivan could not help but be curious. Are you truly human? He did not care much about the power he had just created, only scratching his head bashfully. I exerted a bit too much force just now. I wonder if it cost extra mana. And Fra inside grumbled incessantly, I want to get out so badly. Hearing that, Siwoo hurriedly reassured him, rest for a bit, let me handle the rest. With those words, he commanded the subordinates to charge at Ivan. Now go down there and reunite with your father. He struggled to fend off attacks from all sides while gritting his teeth and cursing, you bastards. A terrifying pressure was released, making everything seem ready to turn to ash. Ivan flared up in anger and determined to unleash his full power. Alright, I won't go easy on you anymore. Siwoo sauntered out from behind with a provocative smile. What other tricks do you have left? Bring them on. Ivan stood mouth agape in amazement, wondering when this magical speed enhancement skill had been activated. He sarcastically remarked while striking with all his might, thanks for helping me break down this wall. A sudden blinding beam of light exploded, forcing Ivan to cover his eyes. Right in the middle of that intense light, there was a sound as if something had just exploded. Crow suddenly appeared hovering in the air with a sneering smile on her lips. She quickly stepped in front of Ivan and greeted him. How's it been lately? At first glance of the opponent's arrogant posture, Siwoo immediately recognized her as Crow. I thought you'd ignore it until the last minute, but it turns out you've come to stop me from executing him. Crow skillfully bandaged Ivan's wounds while explaining, he looks like this but plays an important role. Once he's outlived his usefulness, you can do whatever you want, so let him go this time. I really don't want to bicker with a strong person like you. Hearing this, he contemplated the pros and cons in his mind. Unlike the low-level pawns who had died earlier, this guy is deeply involved in drug distribution, not to mention his personality will cause disaster. I really want to take him out now. But unfortunately, more important matters are currently waiting to be resolved. Furthermore, it was Krau's mysterious ability that Siwoo had to be wary of, and she was certainly far better than that resurrected assassin, so. He narrowed his eyes and probed, tell me, who is the leader of the anti-demon faction that is getting their hands dirty with these matters? She leisurely rested her chin on one hand, pretending to reflect, and replied, oh my, you know quite a bit about us, but you read dead wrong. The moderate faction has been in power for a while, and this incident was entirely caused by that brat. He dared to take on the mission and acted without our permission. The image of the mastermind keeps flickering in my mind, yet no one knows their origin, and I don't even know who is pulling the strings. How could such a naive excuse fool Siwoo? Stop acting. You mean to say you're so involved yet don't know who is in charge? Seeing him explode in anger, Crow hurriedly waved her hands to explain, what do you mean involved? We only intervened to save that kid, besides we only recently found out he was doing these foolish things not too long ago. I understand you have many questions, but I truly don't have much information. Hearing that, Siwoo didn't want to push it anymore and coldly turned to check on the other's injuries. Everyone was exhausted and depleted of energy after the fierce confrontation. Finally, he shook his head with a sigh and decided to let it go. Alright, since you're not the mastermind, I'll spare you, but remember there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished, Crow clapped her hands in delight. Oh goodness, you're so easily trusting. Siwoo calmly replied, I've scanned your energy frequency, and whenever you lie, the wave is disturbed immediately. Hearing this, she pouted in disappointment while he slowly put his hands in his pockets and fired off one last question. When you mention us, who exactly are you referring to? Facing the tough question, Crow nonchalantly brushed her clothes and said, on second thought, I guess it's time to confess. She glided away and only had time to toss back a casual remark, our title is was. Siwoo wasn't surprised at all. He merely pondered, asking himself, so it turns out the Demon Hunting Society isn't deeply involved in this matter. If it were just for money, there's no way they would choose a race that specializes in confronting humans to be their shield. He vaguely sensed a strange source of power and utterly alien energy that had never appeared in the mortal realm before. As he pondered, he decisively made a decision. Isa, it seems I'll have to get involved in this myself. Just as he finished his idle thoughts, Lila approached, scratching his head shyly. Thank you everyone for helping us. As a captain, I'm utterly mortified, he said. First, let's just withdraw from this gate. We've been here too long already. Seeing this, Stefan quickly encouraged him, saying, Captain, don't be too hard on yourself. He could only sigh looking at the mess in front of him and told himself, first, I need to clean up this battlefield. Hikari was still curious, so she immediately asked, hey, what about that necromancer? He calmly replied he ran away, he took too much of a hit, so he had to flee quickly. Lila continued to torment himself and took all the responsibility. It's because of my carelessness that things turned out this way. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Kumo both soothed and reminded everyone around them, after all, everyone is safe and sound, so consider that a great comfort. Let's quickly get out of this cursed gate and then figure out what's next. Looking at everyone's exhausted and wary appearances, an idea suddenly flashed in Su's mind. Traveling alone is still the best. But come to think of it, I'm not really alone because this companion is always by my side. He smirked, smiling as if to a kindred spirit. Isn't that right, Fra? However, for some unknown reason, that smile slowly faded and then extinguished. He looked up at the vast sky and the affectionate name Fra echoed in his chest. Exactly 2 days later, at SMIC's headquarters, Swat, looking skeptical, repeated that nickname, Ghost. He continued to press, still curious. I've never even heard of a wizard specializing in summoning corpses, yet now you're telling me they were not the masterminds behind this. Su also mumbled, not entirely sure. According to them, it seems this was just the prelude. Swat rested his hand on his chin, looking extremely annoyed. Damn it, I was really too overconfident. I thought this was just a normal site investigation. This time, I owe you a huge debt of gratitude. He leisurely stretched, massaging his aching shoulder, and casually replied, who could have foreseen such a situation falling upon the investigation team? Thank God no one died or suffered serious injuries. He spoke with deep gratitude. Thanks to your timely help, everyone was able to get back to work so quickly, especially the hunter Hikari. Without you, this time would have been a complete disaster. Indeed, the former Mad Dog's flair was as sharp as ever. Swat just waved his hand, turned his back, and was about to walk away. All right then, he said, there's nothing urgent left, right? I am heading back to Kuri. If anything interesting comes up, remember to give me a call. Ad regretfully wanted to hold him back. Why are you leaving so fast? We'll surely meet again soon, but you should at least say goodbye to everyone. Su didn't care to acknowledge it. He just threw back a sentence and slipped away. Forget it, I am busy. As he was leisurely strolling down a familiar street, he suddenly stopped, losing his momentum. Right before his eyes was Hikari's figure, standing hesitantly and shyly. She made the effort to come all the way just to express her gratitude, then hurriedly turned to leave. I came to thank you for saving my life the other day, she said, even though I didn't contribute anything useful at all. But next time, I promise you I definitely won't be a hindrance or disappoint your efforts to help. After hearing this, he didn't care at all. He merely pouted and tossed out 2 words, suit yourself. Yet, Su's mood immediately plummeted into sorrow. Since then, Fra still hasn't woken up, he thought. Although I've used several techniques learned from Fra's abilities, they were still incredibly smooth. Both the mana flow and core recovery rhythm are regular, and there's absolutely nothing abnormal happening. He gazed at the vast sky, his heart heavy with worries. You damn Fra, he thought, how much longer do you plan to oversleep? At SMOC's central headquarters, Lucy was smoothly reviewing the core milestones. According to reports, an organization labeled AMEC is clandestinely operating an illegal stimulant trafficking ring around this area. She calmly dissected the situation in detail. Although the AMEC group did not directly participate in drug manufacturing, since the mastermind leader gave up and died, that dark network was considered completely severed. Nevertheless, remnants are still scattered in the market, so continuing to hunt down and dismantle them is extremely urgent. Edwards attentively flipped through the document pages and asked, so what's the situation with the gate lately? Lucy frowned worriedly. The recent civil war had severely ravaged it. According to reports, the gate currently held no value whatsoever. At the same time, it was about to be sealed according to protocol. How troublesome. What if the former president's faction blamed us for damaging the scene? This made her freeze, a fleeting unease evident on her stern face. Edward also sighed warily in annoyance. Is it that trouble again? Lucy spoke up, reminding him of the current precarious situation. Vice President, you already know Don to you. The former president's faction has virtually taken over the entire headquarters. The most concerning person was Casio John, the bodyguard who had amassed the most power, a semi-special hunter. He always coveted your position and would certainly use this scandal as an opportunity to intervene. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she didn't dare to be negligent for a second. We must seal every loophole to avoid being targeted. Suddenly, someone cut in. Well, it seems I forgot the knocking procedure. No sooner was his name mentioned than he appeared. John leisurely spoke with sarcasm. Long time no see, Vice President Swat. He waved Lucy away, then turned to provoke. Rumor has it you've been busy investigating the performance-enhancing drug case lately, but the results don't seem to be going anywhere. Swat immediately recognized the sneering, sarcastic tone and frowned in annoyance. What exactly are you trying to insinuate? John shrugged candidly, stating, stop playing games, everyone is buzzing about it. I hear you promoted some unknown hunter from an obscure corner of Asia into the investigation team. Yet in the end, that person returned empty-handed from the crime scene. Swat's veins bulged and he gnashed his teeth, correcting him. You're completely mistaken. That team was ambushed right at the entrance to the scene, yet they still managed to capture the aggressor alive. John smirked contemptuously, his disdain evident. But what they got their hands on was just small fry. They couldn't uncover the distribution network or the manufacturing plant. Of course, a reputable boss like you would never send a useless person there without a reason. But this investigation has been dragging on for quite a while, hasn't it? He growled, drawing out his words, both threatening and sweet-talking. Therefore, I would like to offer a suggestion: expose the entire performance-enhancing drug case to the awakened community. Swat had never felt so cornered and choked with indignation as he did at this moment. He roared furiously. If we announce it publicly, even ordinary citizens who have never heard of this drug will be curious and hunt for it. Demand will far exceed supply. Can you bear the terrible consequences? John remained brazen and unyielding. That problem can simply be solved by completely eradicating the manufacturer. What's so difficult about that? Actually, those big shots probably already caught wind of the investigation, even if it hasn't been officially launched yet. The cunning man uttered a provocative, self-important remark before walking out. I should also go around and poll the other semi-special hunters to see whose voice carries more weight, shall I? Watt stared intently at the man's retreating back, a lump of bitter indignation stuck in his throat. It took him a long while to compose himself before connecting with Syl. It seems the underground performance-enhancing drug investigation for the Awakened is about to be exposed. If that scenario plays out, the whole world will descend into chaos, mark my words. After hearing this, he also became restless. Our time is counting down. Watt, filled with frustration, confided, yes, I once intended to clean up this matter myself, but its roots run far deeper than anticipated. In another space, Vivring was chatting with Ghost. Do battle healers truly exist? The old man waved his hand, confidently asserting, absolutely no doubt about it, I saw it with my own eyes. The conversation with Edward continued. Oh, right, regarding the matter you asked us to investigate, we are still pursuing Pandemonium and Wise, but the clues are extremely scarce. Siwoo had anticipated this situation, so he calmly nodded. It's alright, I wasn't dreaming of finding them immediately anyway. Edward lowered his voice, steering the conversation to another topic. The most crucial point is the gate we just surveyed. When you returned, my faction had already sent a strong investigation team to the scene. Exactly as you said, that gate is completely scrapped, vastly different from our initial assessment. He slowly pointed out the inconsistency. When we first approached, bodies were piled up at the entrance, so the initial conclusion was somewhat hasty. However, normally, after being thoroughly cleared out, only emptiness remains inside the gate, but strangely, this time it was completely clear of monsters except for a few small fries. Even if someone had secretly been farming in there, it wouldn't make sense. The battle mage and the mech gang who ambushed you probably conveniently cleaned out the gate beforehand. After presenting his sharp deduction, Edward gently asked, what are your thoughts? Siwoo found that prospect utterly preposterous. Gates are essentially interdimensional spatial rifts completely beyond normal physical laws. They suddenly appear without any warning whatsoever, predicting the coordinates of an empty gate by divination and then using it as a transit hub for underground performance-enhancing drugs. Even with the help of powerful mages, that's pure fantasy. He pieced all the clues together. A hypothesis suddenly flashed in his mind, unless that path was actually just an optical illusion. What if that path was merely a superb spatial illusion set up to look real and fool everyone, allowing them to smuggle illegal goods? Watt burst out laughing, finding the idea too absurd, but Siwoo didn't bother with the sarcasm, claiming he was just bluffing for fun. It was just a joke. Watt actually deeply trusted his incredibly sharp sixth sense, promising to re-examine this hypothesis. He also advised him to continue closely following the case of illegal stimulants for awakened individuals, and upon hearing this, the other person nodded vigorously, saying he could rest assured and leave it to him. Yet, as soon as he hung up the call, he let out a long, helpless sigh. Heyman, who had been lurking, immediately jumped out looking for trouble, and after asking around, challenged them to a 3-on-1 fight to warm up. Luckily, Ghost intervened in time to stop this belligerent individual, scolding him that the person was already exhausted and should know better than to keep quiet. However, Suhu, with his inherent fighting spirit, calmly stood up straight, saying it was fine because he wanted to stretch his muscles anyway. Realizing the situation wasn't favorable, someone intended to slip away by asking to be a spectator. Unfortunately, Ghost quickly blocked their retreat, warning them, where do you think you're going? If one person shirks their duty, the whole group suffers the consequences. Suhu calmly said while rotating his wrists and ankles, it's just a light warm-up. Besides, the guy lying motionless in that corner seems to be about to wake up. Darkness gradually enveloped the area, but the urban rhythm outside remained incredibly bustling. Crowds gathered in small groups looking for ways to relieve stress after a long day. At a bustling bar, piercing sounds blended with the excited cheers of the patrons. Chai-Hai silently squeezed his way through the completely drunk individuals. Stopping in front of a VIP room, he quietly requested to enter to handle some private business. The muscular bodyguard maintained a cold expression, then uttered a seemingly irrelevant sentence, the night is inherently colorless. Already too familiar with the codes of this place, Chai-Hai immediately responded that only the color of fresh red blood resonated with it. Immediately after that, the large door opened like an invitation for the outsider to step into the world within. Behind that door, a powerful figure had been silently waiting for a long time, and appeared extremely polite as he offered a welcome. It's been a long time since we met, sir. Chai-Hai returned the courtesy with a polite inquiry, has the situation on your side been favorable recently? Chai-Hai only replied vaguely, then quickly changed the topic, asking if the great sage would be accompanying him on this trip. He leisurely took a cigarette from the pack, explaining that because the South Korean government was tightening controls on prohibited substances, they needed to lie low for a while. Once this deal was done, all buying and selling activities would temporarily halt. And nodded, showing understanding, and promised to assign trusted subordinates to protect him during his retreat. Receiving a signal from Chai-Hai, Duanho immediately appeared in the blink of an eye. Chai-Hai calmly took the flame from his subordinate to light his cigarette, saying he wasn't in a hurry to leave because there were still tons of troubles to clean up after this operation. Ever since the new shipment arrived, everything had been turned upside down because the police had suddenly become unusually strict. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted the quiet atmosphere. Oh, is everyone here already? Klaus slowly walked closer to the crowd, smiling and greeting them, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Chai-Hai turned his head, not sparing praise for the clown's punctuality. Immediately after that, the other person went straight to the point by asking about the whereabouts of the shipment. Taking advantage of the free time, Chai-hai briefly explained the situation, saying he regretted having to make his partner hold such a huge quantity of goods because the South Korean police had intervened before they could be distributed. Nevertheless, the great sage was still determined to proceed. Upon hearing this, the other person just smiled indifferently, saying it was no problem as long as all the goods could be moved. Chai-hai fumbled for a while and then finished arranging everything, pointing to the pile of items and asking if the other person wanted to inspect the quality of the products first. The commander stepped closer and opened the lid of the box to inspect it. The pile of items hidden underneath startled him. It was truly a horrifying sight. A bright dawn arrived once again, and since it was still quite early, the workplace was not yet crowded with people. Lisa was about to step up to her desk when she suddenly froze. Good heavens, so he actually came to the office today too. She leaned close to Kang Woo's ear and whispered, gossiping, "Have you heard any news about Hunter Min yet? Rumor has it he just went on a business trip to headquarters." Even though the guy didn't know the truth, he excitedly chimed in, "Really? No wonder the deputy chief from headquarters has been hanging around here lately." The more Lisa chatted, the more excited she got, and she began to guess wildly. This relationship seems so shady. There's definitely some backing or favoritism from the top down. Kang Woo, half believing and half doubting, brushed it off. No way. While the two were having a lively debate, they suddenly fell silent as Jong-gu abruptly rushed in and called out to them. He hurriedly stepped forward to ask if the other person had arrived yet, and if they had happened to read the urgent official document that was just sent down. Sai-woo nonchalantly replied with indifference, "So the investigation into illegal stimulants for awakeners has finally come to light, huh?" His composure utterly astonished Jong-gu. "Don't tell me you already heard about it beforehand, even that business trip." Realizing he was being a bit too loud, he quickly whispered in his ear, "Was the recent trip to headquarters related to this as well? Even if it was a secret mission, you should have at least dropped a hint." Even the branch director was kept in the dark, so no wonder everything is such a mess now. Being nagged made Sai-woo start to feel annoyed. Since superiors ordered absolute confidentiality, I simply complied. Is it really that big of a deal? Jong-gu could only whine and cry out to heaven in frustration. The situation right now was clearly taking a turn for the worse. You took it upon yourself to drag a subordinate into collaborating on an investigation without even reporting it to the director. Even if the subordinate was too naive to notice, all the department heads here could easily guess your purpose for sneaking up to headquarters. While he was still busy rambling, Mina suddenly called out to interrupt him. "Boss." The girl explained with a hint of hesitation, "Yes, the branch manager is calling you up for an urgent meeting, and that Hunter Min has to go along too." Having no choice but to obey, the two of them immediately quickened their pace towards the boss' office. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and became extremely stifling. Gyeon-ho, with a grim expression, went straight to the point. "As you all know, the corporation has just issued an order for a large-scale joint inspection across branches in all countries." The middle-aged man watched intently while slowly analyzing. The banned drug known as a booster, specifically for awakeners to upgrade their skills, is being widely smuggled onto the black market. During your recent business trip, Hunter Min, you must have gathered the detailed information, right? Sai-woo immediately spoke up clearly and confidently. "That is absolutely correct." Gyeon-ho's face darkened and he asked in a low voice, "But what on earth happened during that trip in the end?" Then he suddenly changed his tone, looking up at the ceiling and wailing miserably, "Why do they always have to boss this Korean branch around and demand achievements?" This sudden change of face left Jong-gu frozen in confusion. Gyeon-ho kept scratching his head in distress. "We are clearly being set up. All they do day in and day out is crack the whip, demanding results and deliverables. There's nowhere in the world as free of illicit substances as our country anyway, so what kind of achievements do they expect from a tiny nation like ours?" The middle-aged man slumped onto his desk and groaned sadly. "To make matters worse, our contact isn't Vice President Swat, but rather someone from the former chairman's faction, which is maddening. What kind of conspiracy is going on? If I get tangled up in this mess, my career prospects are as good as dead." Sai-woo then proposed a bold solution. "How about I just resign?" Gyeon-ho immediately shut down that foolish idea in a panic. "Nonsense. You can do that. Even if you fly high and far to headquarters in the future, you must always keep in mind that you came from this Korean cradle, understood? In short, the SMEX Korea office must go all out in this crackdown on banned drugs. The entire team must bring home the most brilliant achievement." He paused for a few seconds to regain his dignified composure and then declared the assignment. "Therefore, Jong-gu, starting from this moment, your Gangbuk squad will be restructured into a special task force to crack down on the banned miracle drugs of the Awakeners. Remember this carefully. If your team doesn't achieve something significant this time, this entire Korean headquarters will face a lot of backlash." The boss is fully employing his art of winning people over, assigning only tough tasks and then offering sweet words of encouragement. Although other teams are still investigating the performance-enhancing drug case, the most problematic areas are still assigned to your team, so try to see this as a springboard for growth. But the other man still looked sulky and sighed. "Boss, a decision like this will surely make the other teams frantically protest." The boss laughed with great delight as if he had just heard a joke. "Since when did your team start worrying about other people's business?" Realizing the man was trying to escape, he immediately cut him off and turned to instruct the young Hunter Min, "If the headquarters asks for your cooperation in the future, I will immediately approve your overseas deployment. But for now, just focus on cleaning up the domestic areas." The young man listened and could only obediently nod, sealing. The boss clapped his hands loudly with satisfaction. "That's perfect. Let's finalize this opening assignment for the performance-enhancing drug sweep team." Ignoring his colleague who startled and cried out, "Didn't you say we fight right now? That fast?" The boss just shrugged nonchalantly. "Why do you have to get so worked up? The data division has already collected all the recent suspicious cases for you guys. The news struck down like a lightning bolt from a clear sky, making the poor man tear up again. "I'm truly sorry, kid." After handing out the thick stack of documents, the boss immediately summarized the task. "In short, there are a series of abnormal signs at the recently discovered dilapidated old warehouse on Manhwa Island. That place has always been known as a stronghold for illegal goods transactions, but recently it has been bustling with unfamiliar people. It seems to have become a large transit station, attracting party-goers from various provinces." The boss enthusiastically explained in detail. "I hear there's even a group of super-powered criminals causing trouble there. There have been quite a few casualties, and the situation is still very chaotic right now." The man broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. "How can our team possibly handle such a massive case, boss?" The boss gave a light laugh and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've already sent an invitation for assistance to a private organization." The people on their side also understood the situation, so getting approval from our superiors was incredibly smooth. Now the entire team just needs to focus its efforts on achieving perfect results. The young man furrowed his brows tightly, mumbling to himself with a mixture of belief and doubt. What private organization? The entire special team immediately set off to execute the mission. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the coordinates written on the documents. Before them was a dilapidated and desolate old warehouse, with the wind whistling through its empty, bleak interior. The young man grimaced as he looked at the familiar figures before him. "I knew it, it's these two again." It turns out this was the private organization the boss mentioned he had reached out to for help. The woman, beaming, strode closer. "Did you expect someone else? Perhaps if I don't come for this, who will?" Her companion also quickly walked alongside them, sighing exasperatedly as he walked. "Why do you always get involved whenever there's a big case like this?" The young man spoke with a sarcastic and mocking tone. "So you lofty individuals, heads of an organization, are so idle that you personally came all the way here?" The other man angrily retorted sharply. "You think I am just idly looking for trouble, don't you?" In contrast, the wag to them remained completely nonchalant and even seemed very enthusiastic. "The master's business must always take priority, of course." He stopped the verbal sparring to scan the surroundings. "By the way, are you here alone? Where are all your teammates?" He calmly explained the operational plan. "They re-observing from the perimeter. Bringing everyone in would only get in the way. Everyone outside is there to round up anyone trying to escape from inside." The girl didn't think this case was so intense that they needed such a careful defensive posture. To be frank, half the people inside are probably just ordinary citizens, mostly just looking to buy some bogus performance-enhancing supplements. Any clashes among criminals are probably just the sellers squabbling and fighting among themselves, or a few bodyguards having minor scuffles. The young man didn't bother to worry or get stressed either. After all, if it's convenient, bringing back a few more addicts would be good too. The woman pointed towards the gate ahead. "That's definitely the central transaction area. Let's go take a look." The young man disagreed with this hasty approach. "Hold on. Rushing straight through the main door would easily let the big fish escape. The best way is to sneak in, scout the internal situation, and then launch a surprise attack." Seeing her plan rejected, the woman pouted. "And how do we have to wait to have some fun? We might as well just sweep it clean from the start." While the two were still fiercely arguing, a strange voice suddenly spoke up. "The rumors are certainly grand, but once you get in, you realize there's nothing impressive here." The young man raised his hand, signaling the whole group to hold their breath and keep quiet. That voice continued to echo in their ears. "I heard people say this place has really good stuff, but who knew it's all just fake, outdated junk?" He silently observed, watching two men strutting in. Ross curled his lip in contempt, complaining that these toxic drugs were far too expensive, saying that during these troubled times the awakened were running wild. And now they were even making special drugs for them. What absolute bastards. Gick, however, remarked that it was completely normal, and that dealing these goods was where the real money was. Hearing his friend say that, Ross could only shake his head in disgust, saying, "You have no shame at all. I've been hustling in this business for 15 whole years. Gick nonchalantly ignored the meaningless lecture, replying, "Living so stubbornly will get you living under a bridge sooner or later. By the way, have you heard the news that Zhang Kui has set foot in Korea?" Ross calmly nodded in confirmation. No wonder had to go through all the trouble of coming here to search for months. Just then a sudden voice spoke up, startling them both into a panic. Who is Zhang Kui?" Gick spun around in shock, stammering, "Who's there?" While Ross was trembling like a leaf, flailing his arms wildly. "Who the hell are you guys? If you read that desperate for drugs, go line up at the main entrance." Siu smirked cunningly and declared, "We have zero interest in these trashy drugs of yours." He stepped to the front very casually and bluntly announced, "We were just passing through, you despicable traffickers." Siu and Ewer cheered in unison with utter excitement. "Awesome, we've successfully broken in." He pondered for a moment, then turned to ask the girl's opinion. "How should we act now? Disguise ourselves as junkies or wipe them out like he said?" Ewer immediately responded with enthusiasm. "I fully support that option with both hands." Saijun showed an awkward expression and sighed helplessly. "Everyone, quickly come over here and stand close to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled a tiny pen out of his breast pocket. In the blink of an eye, that tiny pen transformed into a majestic and imposing staff radiating a mystical light that enveloped the entire space. Gripping the glowing staff tightly, Saijun immediately unleashed its rank stealth technique, creating a sophisticated light-refracting barrier that rendered the whole team invisible to the naked eye. It was a top-tier technique requiring extremely skillful control over magic power. Curiosity piqued, Saijun reached out his hand through the glowing barrier, secretly admiring it. "So it's shape-shifting magic. This form of magic is truly rare." Ewer praised him incessantly. "The invisibility spell is amazing. The title of Korea's Archmage is no exaggeration at all. I thought this spell only existed in legends." Hearing that, Sejun raised his staff while calmly explaining, my specialty is elemental magic. This kind of magic can transform unpredictably depending on the user's skill level. For example, the stealth spell just now utilized one of the 5 elements, specifically light refraction for camouflage. Sejun gave a meaningful smile. If that nerd were here, he would definitely make a fuss demanding to learn this trick no matter what. He raised an eyebrow, wondering where that simpering guy hiding behind his wife was now. Sejun dismissed it offhandedly, saying there was nothing to worry about and that the main task was what mattered. You've grown up a lot, Min Sejun, he said, patting his shoulder before stepping forward with a dignified stride. Sejun felt a bit embarrassed and feigned annoyance. Geez, stop treating me like a child. Immediately, the other person pounced over flatteringly. Master, what about me? Have you been practicing really hard too? Sejun could only sigh and urge them. All right, let me tell you, let's move quickly. Once we finish dealing with this, we can go home for dinner. With that said, they all headed straight for the iron door, leaving Gyeok and Josh tied up motionless behind them. A dark, damp warehouse appeared with towering stacks of wooden crates where someone could be heard continuously calling out, blowout sale right here. Right up ahead atop a wooden crate, Jack waved his hands in refusal with a strained smile. I can let it go at that price. Hearing this, the other guy tried to plead, come on friend, you were usually so easygoing. On the cold ground, several men lay groaning weakly next to scattered battlegrounds of discarded syringes. Iowa, while still invisible, quietly approached to observe and thought to herself, most of them look like unawakened ordinary people. Dante, no way, they are definitely criminals, not ordinary civilians. Shihun pondered for a moment and then offered an opinion. There must be a black market specifically for the awakened around here. Although it's hard to find, if we eavesdrop on their conversations, we might stumble upon some clues. Iowa curled her lips in disagreement, arguing that this place was much larger than imagined, and besides, arresting this whole lot and turning them in to the police would already be a major achievement. Shihun shook his head and firmly dismissed it, saying that arresting these small fry wouldn't accomplish anything in the long run, as they would just post bail or get probation and be back out on the streets. Even if we clear out this market, they will easily set up a new base elsewhere, unless we are determined to root out the ring that is manipulating that source of contraband. Suddenly, an emaciated and haggard figure appeared in front. With a pale and sunken face, he shrieked and charged forward. Yes, here. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, that man, as if gone mad, dashed straight through the warehouse door. I couldn't help being curious about this madness. Seeing this, the man next to me grumbled irritably. What else? He's high and being tormented by hallucinations. I told those bastards if they wanted to mess around they had to go outside, yet they still crawled down into this basement. The other fellow was still full of questions about this oddity. Why is it that anyone who sneaks into the basement goes mad like that? The man could only let out a sigh of helplessness. I don't know, maybe the feng shui down here is too dark. Iowa tremblingly folded her arms across her chest with a look of extreme wariness. This place is full of lunatics, it makes one's spine chill. Xiwu quickly assigned task to his teammates. You two stay in this position to observe the developments. Sejun hurriedly and frantically tried to stop him. Wait a second, where are you going? If you leave, I am coming with you. The girl next to them also spoke up in disagreement. What's this? But he didn't even wait for them to finish before interrupting. Are you not listening to what I say? Xiwu turned and looked directly into their eyes, leaving behind a very decisive command. Just stay right where you are. Ignoring their confused expressions, he coldly turned on his heel and walked quickly toward the descent into the dark basement. Xiwu gently stepped down the shadow-covered stairs, leaving the noisy atmosphere above to immerse himself in the eerie, dark silence below. As he groped along, he carefully observed his surroundings. It turned out this was an underground drainage system for escaping when the authorities raided. The paths are truly complicated. Xiu cast his eyes toward a deep tunnel, pitch black without a single light. He vaguely sensed a strange spiritual energy radiating from that direction. It wasn't an ordinary source of magical power, making it difficult to describe accurately. While he was lost in speculation, a head full of long, disheveled hair suddenly emerged from around the corner. This experience was quite similar to the summoning technique used by the colleague I recently encountered, yet it wasn't a typical conjuring of spirits. Xiu remained calm while making his guesses as a grotesque demonic spiritual entity had silently appeared right behind him without him noticing. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiu mustered all his power to form a brilliant golden aura surrounding his hands. He swung a powerful punch forward, yet that monster remained completely unharmed. That powerful energy simply passed through the target without leaving a single scratch on its body. Xiu frowned in thought and suddenly realized that normal magic was completely useless here. He sensed no malice or killing intent from his opponent. How should this be defined? Perhaps there's no better term than that. Just as the word evil spirit crossed his mind, another small figure suddenly stepped out from the darkness behind him, pleaded, please, don't hurt my friend. Xiu spun around in surprise and asked himself in shock, can this kid see through my invisibility spell? Turned out to be a child. Who are you? Xiu casually asked right back. I should be the one asking that. Xiu could only gape in surprise. What? The little girl raised her small hand, pointed directly at him and spoke clearly. You are just an intruder, whereas this place is my home. He stood stunned, crossing his arms and furrowing his brows. This filthy sewer is your home. Xiu replied very naturally, wherever you can lie down is home, that's my life philosophy. He was completely at a loss for words at the girl's logic, truly speechless. Noticing numerous bruises on Xiu questioned further. Alright, fine, let's assume this is your room, but the more serious issue here is, where are your parents? Why is your body covered in such injuries? The child, feeling pitiful, let out a sigh and shared honestly, I don't have parents anymore. They abandoned me here a long time ago. They heartlessly sold me to buy drugs. Xiu cowered in fear and whimpered, and these scratches are from when I tried to squeeze out through another exit to find something to eat. Yunho gently leaned down to caress the little girl and suddenly realized that she had to survive in this damp, dirty place filled with negative energy and spirits. Just as his hand gently touched Seiyu, a miraculous streak of light shone, soothing all her painful wounds and washing away all the dirt on her body. Seiyu excitedly looked at herself and cried out in surprise, "This energy is so strange and completely different. Mine is freezing cold, while yours is incredibly warm." He immediately realized that it was her special ability that had summoned those ghosts. The child gently nodded in agreement. "That's right, these friends always protect me. They tell me to hide whenever bad people appear, and they show me the way out of this underground maze." The corner of his mouth curved up with interest, so that was how it was. "Hey kid, what's your name?" The little girl quickly replied, "Saiyan." Saiwu flashed a knowing smile and gently suggested, "Alright Saiyan, I want to ask your friends for a favor. Of all the paths connecting to this place, can they sniff out the bad guys who also have special abilities like us?" The child excitedly accepted right away, "Yes sir." In a dark corner of the basement, Red laughed triumphantly. "Is that the pile of goods?" Minjun held the item up high to reassure him. "Exactly, hand-carried goods from Narak, completely pure without a single speck of dirt. Just a gentle puff is more than enough to blow away B-class hunters like childish play." Red leaned over and laughed out loud. "Are you sure about this entire batch?" The other guy calmly replied, "Of course. This is rare and hard to find stuff, not vegetables, at the market." "What about the side effects?" Minjun replied confidently. "High-quality goods, very hard to get addicted to and only used in emergencies. You probably did your research before meeting me, right? It's brand new medicine, so done to let it leak out. There's a reason we have to huddle in this filthy basement." Red nodded in satisfaction. "Understood." A strange sound suddenly rang out, startling both of them. Minjun tremblingly glanced at Red and asked, "Didn't you hear that noise just now?" "I'm sure I just heard something, but the other guy thought he was just being paranoid. Who would bother coming to this corner? It's probably just some mice running by." Frowning suspiciously, Minjun gently placed his hand on the door. "Anyway, there have been some strange rumors about this factory lately. Word has it that something creepy is crawling around in the underground pipes." Suddenly a bizarre, glowing red hand abruptly reached out. Minjun and Red were so terrified that their faces turned pale as ghosts, and they could only scream, "There's a ghost." Extremely terrified, the two scrambled to run for their lives. Saiwu, who was carrying Seihen on his back, suddenly appeared and blocked the two men's exit. He spoke coldly, "It's not a ghost." Saiwu delivered a powerful kick, sending both of them flying straight into the wall. He stood up straight, proudly asserting that he was a human. Saiwu gently put Seihen down on the ground and instructed, "Go find a place to hide over there for now. I'll call you once I've settled this. Thank you for helping me find them." He slowly walked over to where the two men were sprawled on the ground. "So what is this super valuable merchandise that you guys have hidden so carefully? Bring it out here for me to admire." Saiwu casually nudged Minjun with his foot and urged him in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, aren't you gonna get up? Get up already. Maybe I went a bit too rough on them." Saiwu bent down to pick up the vials scattered all over the floor. He sighed softly and murmured, "It seems this toxic stuff has made its way all the way to the land of kimchi." Suddenly, Kang Min launched a cheap shot from behind, knocking Saiwu down to the floor on the spot. He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "This annoying rat actually crawled all the way here." Lu Wu landed from above and asked curiously, "How did they know about this place?" Du Heng had also just arrived, wondering, could the addicts have heard the news? Kang Min pondered for a moment and then firmly asserted, "No way. This abandoned factory only started operating today. Clearly some traitor leaked the information. Call Team 4, Team 0 and Team 10 immediately. Quickly clean up that little rat." The chubby guy, flattened in a corner, suddenly exclaimed, "That's potent." In the blink of an eye, he pressed his hand to the ground to immediately activate the magic circle. A brilliant purple ore exploded, blowing Kang Min and his subordinates far away. Despite being hit by the surprise attack, the trio managed to regain their balance in time and landed gently. He scratched his head in surprise. That was faster than expected. They endured the attack quite well. They didn't get flustered even when counterattacked, proving they were extremely skilled in these kinds of brawls. The fat guy scanned the area, then asked sternly, "Who sent you here?" Kang Min worriedly furrowed his brow, calculating that attack just now coupled with his easy recovery proves he's definitely no pushover. Du Heng gnashed his teeth in anger and shouted, "Playing dead, you coward." Super Chubby waved his hand dismissively and retorted sarcastically, "Oh, and what about lurking on the ceiling? Is that so noble?" Lai Wu and Du Heng rushed forward to attack at the same time, wondering where on earth did this chubby guy crawl out from, which obscure guild. The fat guy curled his lip into a confident smile. At that very moment, a pair of invisible hands appeared, grabbing the two tightly and simultaneously stopping the techniques they were about to unleash. He coldly pressed both of them. "I already asked, why didn't you answer?" Kang Min, who had been watching until now, smiled contemptuously. "Come on, you were getting too heated. Calm down a bit. You probably heard some baseless rumors and aggressively came running here, didn't you?" Immediately after, he also quickly condensed a turbulent greenish-white energy vortex that appeared. Kang Min powerfully swung his hand, unleashing a move toward the fat guy. "Here's the lion's roar. If you want to buy something, you'll have to queue up." That powerful move forced him to loosen his grip, creating an opportunity for Lei Wu and Du Heng to quickly escape. The fat guy casually put his hands on his hips and pouted, "Nonsense, I wouldn't even want it if it were free." Kang Min started pacing anxiously, hurriedly making contact to check the situation. "Team 4 and Team 10 report. How are things on your side?" Seeing Kang Min's ultimate skill, the fat guy smiled excitedly. "This defensive move seems pretty good. While I am at it, I'll test my own strength a bit." Lai Wu, clutching his stomach and panting heavily, complained, "What on earth just happened? I didn't even get to unleash my move and I'm already almost out of health and dying." Du Heng, suppressing his pain, checked his injuries and said, "I've a broken 3 ribs. Hearing this, Kang Min muttered irritably, "Damn it all. Continuing to drag this out isn't he good? Quickly show him the unwavering courage of our Demon Slayer Corps. Lai Wu picked up the potion, then grumbled and cursed. Du Heng and his accomplice tipped their heads back and drained the bottle of liquid into their mouths. He gnashed his teeth in humiliation. I never thought there'd be a day I have to drink this garbage meant for useless people. The potion's power burst forth, causing their strength to increase instantly. Lai Wu and Du Heng instantly transformed into burly giants. Both laughed triumphantly. We'll grind your bones to dust. Lai Wu rushed forward maniacally, eat dirt. However, Super Chubby nimbly tilted his body to dodge. He sighed softly in admiration. This guy's combat power has truly increased. Du Heng took that opportunity to sneak behind and attack stealthily. I'll smash your coconut head. Blossoming silk flower. Super Chubby bent his knees and leaped into the air to dodge the dangerous blow, muttering to himself that the amount of damage unleashed right now had truly reached a new level. It looks like you've grown accustomed to relying on Kangmin's group, so without the drugs you've lost your touch. Right at that moment, Hong and Li Wu rushed forward to surround him and shouted in unison for him to stay still. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Kangmin immediately unleashed his signature move called Black Coffin. In the blink of an eye, Super Wu was trapped rigidly inside a narrow space. With all his exits blocked, Super Wu grumbled in frustration that it was a nuisance, and decided he might as well take out the remaining guy. Kangmin laughed triumphantly and said that he was finished, then ordered squads 4 and 10 to be called in to crush him to pieces. At that critical moment, Oa appeared and unleashed her furious whirlwind technique. A flaming arrow shot forward, grazing Kangmin's cheek as a stern warning to the arrogant man. Awa withdrew her stance, then cast an annoyed look ahead, sighing that she always had to run around following him. Let us join in the fun in this match too, master. Super Wu slowly adjusted his cufflinks. He radiated a cold aura that made others wary, thinking how truly bothersome it all was. Beside him, Awa stretched to warm up her body as she continued, admitting that those who use these prohibited drugs possess formidable power. But compared to the level of its rank hunter, it's still just child's play. Super Wu stood observing, his eyes still showing undisguised surprise at how everyone managed to sniff out this place so quickly. He paused for a few seconds, then awkwardly explained that Awa kept following him, to which she snapped back that nobody ever said that. Oa gestured decisively toward the door, her attitude softening slightly, and said that when she arrived, that child had already shown her the way. Right then, Saiyan peeked out from behind the door with a somewhat timid expression. The little girl pressed herself close to the doorframe, speaking in a firm voice, demanding that 3 people fighting 1 is cowardly, so they should play fair. Hearing that, he stepped closer, patted Saiyan's head, and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Thank you very much, kid." Only now did Awa voice her question, though it was a bit late. She asked who that child actually was. Faced with that question, Shijin hesitantly replied that it was a complicated matter and he would tell the whole story after they finished. Saying that, his eyes swept over the room, a pensive look clear on his face. It was hard to imagine a child could live in such a wretched place. In the other corner, she looked down intently at the medicine bottle on the floor, lamenting that this illegal stimulant had finally flooded into South Korea. Shijin knelt on one knee to inspect it thoroughly and mused. He had heard rumors, but this was the first time seeing it with his own eyes. He wanted to explode immediately, while Oa frowned, deducing that he likely relies on power surges that increase until his body is exhausted, leading to death. Right then, Super Wu spoke in a serious tone, asking if they had ever heard of the Demon Slayer group. He suspected they were just bodyguards hired from an exchange, yet they were surprisingly strong, all 3 being rank hunters with extensive killing experience. It is very likely that they were sent directly by the illegal drug manufacturing organization, such as the Bestia Assassins Guild, for example. Taking in the information, Shijin began to piece together all the clues. If it really is Bestia and involves pandemonium, could the ones behind it be the demons? Shijin tilted his head, his tone resolute. That's true, but it's only a hunch. Pandemonium and artificial teleportation gates aren't things humans can easily manipulate. Is there someone underground conspiring with demons to cause havoc? Awa mused while cleaning up the bodies. For 10 years, the mad dog had mysteriously disappeared. And if this were true, it would be a total disaster. The risk of war between humans and demons is looming. He stepped closer and pointed out a concerning detail. These bastards even numbered each other, meaning their ranks could number in the dozens. Super Wu bent down to observe the defeated group on the ground, then coldly concluded that, since 2 were still breathing, they should just be thrown in jail for interrogation. Since they had made their move, they had to finish everything. Just as it seemed everything was settled, Se-hun's mind suddenly became extremely tense. The girl rushed forward, her horrific scream echoing through the space as if to tear everything apart. Brother, be careful. There's an attacker. Natural instinct told Shijin and Yoa to immediately turn around alertly. In the blink of an eye, he managed to grab Se-hun and leap away before the terrifying explosion went off. Amidst the rubble, a cold voice rang out. Those who don't finish off their opponents quickly shouldn't expect to survive long. Lu led his henchman forward slowly, his arrogant aura filling the room. I will show you firsthand what a clean ending looks like. Immediately, all 3 entered a combat stance. Siwu scanned the enemies to analyze them. They moved in a strange, odd, even pattern, while Shijin waved his hand to cast a spell on Se-hun to hide her presence. A wave of unease spread through his mind. This energy level was unlike any enemy he had ever encountered, surely reaching a rank. He calmly took a step forward, his voice as sharp and cold as drifting ice. You've arrived at the perfect time, you stinking rats. Are you the leader here? Facing that pressure, Lu frowned slightly in caution. Had he already sniffed out his identity as the leader of the Blue Flower Guild from Empire A? I'm not sure who the one standing in the middle is, but those 2 are rank hunters. I must eliminate them cleanly right here. He lightly snapped his fingers to dismiss all speculation. There was no need to waste effort guessing. At that moment, a series of potions fell to the ground and shattered rhythmically. Amidst the chaotic noise, Lu led the charge with an arrogant laugh. No matter what, your end will only be death. Responding to that provocation, Shijin immediately spoke up, "Let us handle this, you should head back." Yoa also prepared to move into her combat position and replied, "I will provide cover for everyone." The two sides clashed violently, their explosive power creating extremely intense shockwave. After blocking the attack, Shijin curled his lip in a contemptuous smile. "Your martial arts are somewhat familiar, but too clumsy. Whoever taught you must be a complete amateur." That sarcastic remark caused Lu's expression to darken instantly. He let out a furious roar and put all his strength into an attack. "How dare you look down on me?" The direct punch carrying immense weight sent Shijin flying backward. Seeing that, Yoa's face paled and she screamed while immediately shifting her target. "Master, be careful." An arrow tore through the wind at incredible speed, aiming straight for Lu's fatal opening. Struck by the painful blow, he gritted his teeth and activated a counterattack skill. "You damn bastards." Just after evading the counterattack, she couldn't help but be shocked. "Why was the power of my skill reflected back like this?" Taking advantage of the opening, a henchman rushed forward from behind swinging a knife. "There's no time for you to be looking elsewhere." However, the blade had just swung down when it struck Shijin, a sturdy magical barrier. After clearing out the surrounding minions, he spoke calmly, "Please just leave these weak underlings to us." With that, Shijin looked toward the rubble, his voice brief and powerful. "Stop dallying and get up already." From among the shattered concrete, Wu struggled to sit up and remarked, "That guy possesses a truly bizarre technique." The young man reached up to run a hand through his hair and let out a sigh, thinking that was enough nonsense. Suddenly, the corner of Xiwu's mouth curled up as a realization flashed in his mind. His body had indeed instinctively remembered the feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder. It was chaotic and bitter, yet it became solid and completely overwhelmed the opponent. His tone suddenly grew proud, carrying a challenge. "Are you two ready for battle?" "Exactly. We will settle them cleanly in just 10 short minutes." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiwu's figure vanished from where he stood. The wind howled, tearing through the air as he threw a heavy punch and lunged straight forward. Taking the full force of the powerful attack, Liao was sent flying backward as a spray of fresh blood erupted. Giving his opponent no time to catch his breath, he growled menacingly, "You've been relentlessly targeting me this whole time. That right-hand strike just now was definitely your signature move." Hearing this, he flew into a rage, pouring all his strength into a counterattack as he roared, "Can you shut your mouth?" Lowering his center of gravity to gather his inner energy, he prepared to withstand and counter the opponent's onslaught. He immediately closed the distance, raising his leg high to deliver a lightning-fast, counterattacking straight kick. Taking the hit, Leo clenched his jaw so hard that blue veins popped on his forehead as he hissed, "Damn it." Saiwu let out a cold smirk, his voice freezing as he said, "It seems you've run out of trump cards." He pressed forward relentlessly, each of his heavy steps cracking the ground beneath him. Under that suffocating pressure, Liao turned pale as a sheet and struggled to choke out, "How could a nobody like you possibly rise to reach the Asura realm?" But Xiwu didn't care, tossing back a casual remark as he continued to charge. "That much is obvious. After all, I'm the one who created that technique." A thunderous punch slammed down, sending Liao flying far into the distance. Just as he struggled to crawl back up, a massive hand descended upon his head from above. He curled his lips into a mocking sneer. "Are you really that curious? For someone who can only survive by clinging to a single awakened skill, I suppose it's hard to understand. Energy can transform endlessly depending on how you utilize the core. When those forms are systematized, they are called Asura, and I never expected it to spread and become an entire school like this." Cornered, Liao struggled to dodge the blows while frantically calculating in his head, "At this rate, we're gonna lose miserably. I have to find a way to slip away quickly." Running for his life, he yelled out to the subordinate who had just been sent flying, "Number 1, get over here and block him for me." But his figure blocked the path behind him in a flash, and he said coldly, "Hey, don't try to divert my attention." A relentless torrent of attacks rained down, leaving Liao unable to even catch his breath. The overwhelming pressure blasted his entire body, slamming him hard against the wall behind. Facing that pathetic sight, he leisurely bent down and picked up the potion bottle rolling on the ground. He walked slowly closer and said in a flat voice, "I only answered because I was curious. But unfortunately, you wouldn't listen, so now it's my turn to ask the questions. You are the only one who can speak right now." At this point, Lu could only gasp out a few words in a hoarse voice. "This is crazy. What on earth are you?" Without bothering to stoop down to close the distance, he said calmly, "So you re-stone deaf and didn't hear a thing I just told you?" With that, he immediately grabbed the other man's face, squeezing without a shred of mercy. "Now it's my turn to ask." Seeing the other's face contort, he remained completely indifferent. "Why so obedient now? Didn't you guys love forcing your underlings to chug that stuff? I bet you know damn well what kind of evil stuff it is, which is why you were terrified. If you don't want to die, spill it. Who made it? Who distributed it? Spill everything." Even though he was completely exhausted, the moment the hand loosened slightly, Lu still stubbornly argued back, "Anyone can tell it's fake stuff. Whatever tricks you play will be useless. The strong devour the weak. Ever since that gate burst open, this world has only worshipped awakened power. In that case, whether it's medicine or poison, as long as it makes you stronger, you'll gulp it all down, right? Did you really think catching a few smugglers would solve this? This world is rotten to the core. A bunch of similar illicit drugs will mushroom up sooner or later. Low-tier awakened will forever be swallowed up by the big shots. It's better to burn brightly even for just a moment. That alone is a blessing." As soon as those words were uttered, he reached out and grabbed the other's throat tightly. "Poetic, aren't we? Then by your logic." At this moment, darkness gradually swallowed his face, his gaze sending chills down the spine. "You're still far inferior to me, kid." Leo was choked so hard that his body writhed, vomiting up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ignoring the other's struggles, the surge of power around him began to swell. "I'll ask one more time. If you know what's good for you, spit it out before you get crushed. Who on earth is secretly producing that forbidden stimulant behind the scenes?" In the very next instant, a gut-wrenching scream echoed out, tearing through the quiet space. Watching from afar, Shihan and Owen quietly witnessed the entire torture session. He shifted slightly and lowered his voice contemplatively. Sister, I understand why you feel bittersweet after everything, but do you think he has changed too much compared to 10 years ago? Faced with that skeptical question, she merely smirked faintly, her gaze casting down. Yeah, both stronger and more ruthless than before. They say a year up there is equal to a century down here. 100 years of solitude without a familiar face, how could his nature not change? Shihan observed thoughtfully and then stated slowly, but right now he looks just like someone who has lost his soul. Sometimes he doesn't even seem human anymore. Hearing that, Iwang only smiled with relief, a fragile smile yet containing boundless faith. But Master's nature has never changed. Even if he has lost something, I'm certain he will find it again. Just as she finished speaking, he spun around and threw a tricky question right at them. So what did I just lose? Caught off guard so suddenly, Shihan flinched and dodged the question. It's nothing. So, did you manage to get anything? He raised his hand to wipe away the blood stain on his cheek and replied nonchalantly, to be honest, not much worth mentioning. This time the drugs were launched simultaneously everywhere, with China playing the role of the main hub in Asia, and exploded from within before he could utter any final words, likely due to some magical contract or non-disclosure agreement. Hearing this, Shihan pondered for a moment and suggested withdrawing first, thinking perhaps Jung-go could gather something from the guards outside. As he turned to leave, he hesitated and asked, what about this child? Iwa, while carrying the sleeping toddler, replied firmly, keep her with us, try to find her family, and if that doesn't work, I'll take care of finding a decent place for her. Silently watching the silhouettes of his two teammates, a heavy sense of worry rose in Shihan's heart. If not stopped in time, this drug would spread and become uncontrollable. They must have rushed the progress, realizing the task force was closing in, and that abandoned base was likely just a decoy to buy time. If China is the largest transit hub in Asia, South Korea must surely have someone in charge managing it separately. The atmosphere at the luxurious Nara entertainment venue is extremely lively and vibrant right now. Thumping music blared as people danced wildly in every corner of the room. The commander furrowed his brow, his voice full of suspicion as he began questioning the situation at the abandoned factory. Junho stood up immediately to report with a tense expression. That's right, the task force surrounded and raided it. Because of this incident, we lost all contact with old Liu and most of the assassination team stationed at the factory. Hearing this, the man widened his eyes and asked aggressively, and what about Liu? He didn't hesitate to reply, saying that he was extremely worried because there was still no word from his twin brother Liu, though he remained committed to following his superior's orders. Hearing this, the commander began tapping his foot repeatedly, his annoyance clear. How troublesome and chaotic. I have to fly back to the country again tomorrow. In the midst of his building rage, the ringing of a phone startled him. The commander answered the phone anxiously. Sir, is there something urgent? The cold, icy voice of his superior sounded from the other end. I heard the operation in South Korea is running into major trouble. He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly reported the situation. Just as you directed, we launched simultaneous attacks in many places. I thought the rats had caught wind of it, but the person on the other end calmly replied, I know. It was our own side that deliberately leaked the news to that task force. The statement left the commander stunned. He stammered a question, but his superior bluntly laid his cards on the table. The goods have already been spread nationwide. Even if we lose a few outposts, taking over the entire market is only a matter of time. We just threw them a bone to drag out the cat and mouse game at the abandoned factory a little longer. Leave the distribution to the lower ranks and keep pushing the product out. No matter how risky it is, you must get it done. Despite this, he remained restless, his voice dropping as he worried, Boss, if we push this hard, they'll trace the clues back to our headquarters. We've already lost contact with the people at the factory. Immediately, a decisive voice rang out to reassure him, stop worrying about imaginary problems. They all signed a life for a contract with the organization. Even if they fall into enemy hands, they won't utter a single word. Besides, the truly powerful people in Korea died a decade ago. Stay calm and hold your position. The person's voice then dropped, the intent clearly meant to serve as a reminder regarding Narak. John Hall reflected on the rapid series of events. The smugglers, the distribution network, and the addicts at the factory had all been apprehended. Trading hubs had been leveled. By tradition, this would be a glorious victory. But has that illegal stimulant ring truly been wiped out at the root? In the branch manager's office, Jong-gus stepped forward to report the emergency. They claimed they had no way out, that the users had exceeded their tolerance and completely lost control. That's what they said. Regardless, we seized quite a bit of evidence, and tracing the origin back to China is a major step forward. John-ho said coldly in a flat tone, you possess such significant information, and this is all you managed to do. Jung-gyu immediately retorted, not convinced, Director. Does this mean we have to charge into the empire ourselves or personally find the leader of the Than-ho gang to hold him accountable? He hesitated for a moment, not knowing what else to say. John-ho turned sharply to look at the others in the room and asked, what about the other teams? Did they manage to get any results? Team Man-ho continued to report that the freeze situation showed no progress whatsoever. Their group was still groping in the dark, but by now the clues had almost vanished, and it felt like everyone was looking for a way to retreat and hide. Dong-soo chimed in to add that the southern team had only managed to catch a suspicious person using illegal substances, but the opponent put up such a fierce fight that they successfully got away. After listening to the whole thing, the big boss let out a sigh and slammed his fist down on the table with an expression of utmost dissatisfaction, saying, aren't you guys ashamed when you collect your monthly salaries? What on earth are you people doing out there? Trang Quan frowned, voicing the inner thoughts of everyone present. But sir, has this type of illegal substance really taken root already, especially when we are already up to our necks dealing with superpower criminals every day? That skepticism drove Jianho's rage through the roof. Jiao, do you think your superiors are just threatening you for fun? Can't you see that the Japan branch is also in chaos over this matter? He muttered, trying to salvage a few words. That's true, but before Trang Quan could explain, Jianho darted his eyes toward the other teams and began to analyze. I've repeated it over and over again. South Korea is in the crosshairs. Even if we manage to capture a basic sample, we're doomed when it comes to the analysis, and we'll just have to pack everything up and send it to headquarters. Do you think you're repulling the tiger's whiskers and accusing the China branch based on some baseless conspiracy theories? How am I supposed to report to the International Senior Management Board later with this pile of disastrous results? Dong-su stood in a corner, sighing and whispering. This obsession with headquarters has blinded him with greed. En-ho immediately chimed in spot on. Just because he saw a rookie making a buzz, he rushed headfirst to latch onto him, and now look at the bitter end right in front of our eyes. Glancing around the room without a trace of the person he was looking for, Jianho felt emboldened to let out more bitter words. Where on earth has Hunter Min sneaked off to? Hurry up and show your face. Fearing that he would bring trouble upon himself, Trang Quan timidly spoke up to report. Oh dear. He said he had a lot of things to take care of, so he asked for a day off, sir. Meanwhile, in the spacious, luxurious yet deserted kitchen, Eeyore cheerfully turned to ask for the opinions of the Super U group. How is it, master? Does it hit the spot? Inside, his heart was blooming with joy, but on the outside he still tried to act modest. I love, of course. But aren't I feeling a bit too shy accepting such a huge gift? The young woman smiled brightly with a tone of deep gratitude. Oh please, of course it's fine. After all the effort you've put into taking care of us. Sejun, standing nearby, also chimed in. It's about time you had a proper place to call home too. Besides, you now support a dozen other people as well. The young man glanced at the two people struggling to carry things and continued, those people used to stay at the office, and Hunter Chu Ha Min also drops by often. Not to mention you even announced that you re-adopting that kid. Am I right or am I right? Sejun looked down at Seiyan, who was tightly clutching his arm. I searched everywhere too, but since the child is a naturally awakened person, it probably wouldn't be easy for her to fit in anywhere else. Awa stepped closer and affectionately patted the little girl's head. In this day and age, being born awakened outside the training pyramid is truly a rare gem. Seiyan, you must be a good girl and listen to your master, okay? I'll come visit you every day. The little girl looked up with eyes sparkling with admiration, saying the red-haired Ani is seriously awesome. Sejun pushed up his glasses to hide the awkward look on his face. I'll drop by every day too. Even though I've packed up and moved in with you now, considering the amount of money I've funded for this place, this is practically my second base anyway. Yawa seized the momentum and excitedly coaxed the little girl, saying, do you want to take a tour and explore the inside with me? Seeing the couple's enthusiastic banter, he could only shake his head in amazement. Good grief, it turns out these kids had secretly planned this beforehand. Sejun gazed dreamily at the retreating backs of the three people as memories suddenly rewound to the past. Oh my goodness, is this going to be our group's new headquarters? Yoa back then stared in surprise at the vast space. It's even bigger than I imagined, and everyone gets their own private room, right? Min Jun asked, glancing with a skeptical look. Do you plan on hijacking someone's house in times like this? Sejun shared the same suspicion. There's definitely a possibility of that. I mean, where on earth did our Hound get the money to bring back such a magnificent estate? DC Ong crossed his arms in a corner and questioned with an unfathomable tone. The goal was to wipe out those monsters, so why are you all dragging each other along to live under the same roof? A warm hand reached out to ruffle his hair. I can only protect all of you if I keep you within reach. Sejun smiled confidently and asserted firmly, even if the sky falls down, I will still protect my people down to the last person. That is my code. Awa's loud shouting echoed from inside. Hey Hung, stop grumbling and step into the house quickly. There are soft mattress beds waiting for you right inside. DC Ong irritably swatted away the hand resting on his head. We aren't a kindergarten kids, why do you keep rubbing and stroking our hair? Super Yu reminisced about the cheerful scene overflowing with warmth back then. For 100 long years in another dimension, I dragged myself through life simply by clinging to dreams of that sweet illusion. How unfortunate it was that, in the end, I couldn't hold on to anyone completely. Super Yu snapped back to reality, his gaze locked onto the three figures waiting ahead of him. He silently resolved within himself, this time absolutely no repeating past mistakes. Seiyan, as he was strolling along, suddenly turned his head and called out to Super Yu, Hey Hong, are you walking as slow as a turtle? The young man chuckled to himself, thinking that the little frog girl would surely be dumbfounded when she woke up. Then he hurried into the house to catch up with everyone, thinking so he's finally arrived. The sun had already set, painting the sky red. A day was swiftly coming to an end, with countless stars twinkling high above. While Seiyan was still curled up in his blanket, hugging his teddy bear and sleeping soundly, a voice suddenly cut through the night. Oh, Zhang-yu. Sai Wu held the phone to his ear and continued the conversation. The private research center also said this connection is quite vague, right? He flipped through a stack of documents and quickly replied, exactly. This forbidden pharmaceutical definitely contains a never-before-seen kind of magic. The demons clearly use a different kind of energy, but to accuse them of colluding based solely on that little bit of magic is too hasty. Even if they were involved, discovering demonic magic on the ground lately is as common as eating. You can just go to the meteorite crater and pick up a pile. The engineers at the institute think so too. Not to mention nowadays the mere mention of demons makes people's blood run cold. No country would be foolish enough to stick their neck out over a few ridiculous rumors. Hearing this, Sai Wu interrupted, understood. I'll see you tomorrow. After hanging up, he gripped his phone tightly, clearly annoyed. Those blasted monsters are quite good. It took them a decade to build trust. Sai Wu hastily sat down and rummaged through old document boxes, strange medicines and dealings with the demons. Clearly, the smell of demonic magic is lingering somewhere, yet I've been searching endlessly without finding any decent clues. There is absolutely no connection to that pandemonium den. At this rate, the case is going to be buried. By chance, he found a carefully sealed notebook. Saiwu suddenly had an idea. I remember Minjin spent ages researching demonic magic back then. He shuffled to his desk, pulled out the swivel chair, and sank into it in front of the computer screen. Saiwu typed the keywords demonic magic and Minjin into the search bar. The results displayed a research document that made him ecstatic. Gotcha. However, before his smile could fade, Saiwu's face fell when he clicked the link and the screen displayed an access denied error. He angrily slammed the desk, feeling a heart-wrenching betrayal at the last moment. You absolute bastard. At this point, glancing carefully at the computer screen again, Siu suddenly noticed the tiny text attached to the link, access. He scrutinized each word and muttered to himself, how could it be such a coincidence? Just then Shan, who had woken up at some point, entered the room, holding his teddy bear tightly, and asked, what are you doing? Hearing the sound behind him, Siu jumped and spun around. Oh, San, you reawake! The little girl replied groggily. I knocked properly. He stood up abruptly, quickly turned off the computer and walked straight towards her. Go back to sleep or you'll stay short. The little girl pouted and asked, the ghosts told me all about this. You said it yourself, didn't you? Sayu sighed helplessly and sat down to explain. It was just a trivial phone call. So did those people tell you too? That's a violation of privacy, you know. Cyan can possibly understand the complicated relationships of you adults. Besides, it was nothing compared to what happened in the sewer. No wonder she overheard the uncles discussing things and was scared long before I got there. Hearing this, Sayu couldn't help but curiously press for details. So, what exactly did you overhear? Cyan pondered, unsure how to begin. At the same time, in another building, a piercing announcement sounded. Commander Zhang has just entered the country. The shipment from Narak has arrived and is being distributed nationwide. Minji ran for his life through a deserted, narrow alley. Then, he carelessly tripped over a pebble lying on the ground. The fall sent his back slamming hard against the cold, empty wall. Minji saw the rival stealthily approaching and felt his insides burn like fire. You bastard, I finally caught you. Gam Chan smirked with disdain and sneered, what a bunch of bothersome bottom-tier hunters. Are you insane to dare show your face at our hideout? While leaning over and rummaging through his pockets, Minji replied, I have no way back. I have to make money to take care of this. That unexpected move made Jam Chan and his lackeys jump back in shock. What is this brat trying to pull? What could a pathetic guy like him possibly do? Minji gritted his teeth, holding a tiny object in his mouth. With just this item, all of you will taste misery. In the blink of an eye, the entire alleyway shook from a deafening explosion as a sea of raging fire swallowed everything to ash. At SMEC's headquarters, an emergency meeting between the top brass was extremely tense as the banned drug for awakened ones began to spread covertly. Ryan stood up to analyze the situation for the board. Initial containment is always decisive, but unfortunately the situation is spiraling out of control. Another member added, at this rate of spread, it will break out like a wildfire in no time. Sung-Hoo listened intently for a moment before calmly stating his view. Global branches are all struggling to cope, however. Our situation isn't too bright. Has anyone found any promising clues yet? Speaking of which, the incident at the abandoned factory under the Korean branch is quite noteworthy. This is the first major incident since the horrific Middle East disaster. I heard they didn't gain anything significant. Seonbai spoke while nodding, ignoring Gwonho's pale expression across from him. I heard that too. Apparently some hunter joined the investigation as the deputy director's close assistant. Kwei suddenly scoffed and launched into a sarcastic lecture. Reports show China is Asia's largest distribution hub for banned substances. How could a low-level employee make such bold claims? Though we know this world worships ability, promoting an unknown to assistant while bypassing all protocols is unacceptable. Is the deputy director planning to completely dismantle the predecessor's legacy? Ryun, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted firmly. Legacy of the late director. My eye, hearing that from a group only focused on profit from space portals is a joke. Doan, in the chairman's seat, coughed lightly and slowly remarked, everyone, don't be too harsh. The deputy director surely has his own calculations. Or how about this, let's just outsource the management of banned drugs for awakened ones in Korea entirely to that hunter. Who knows, he might perform a miracle. Saying that, Doan turned to look directly at the person who hadn't said a word. And what about you, Chairman Big Ryan Ho? Surprised to hear his name, he stammered out a few defensive words. Ah yes, I hear you clearly. 2 days later at the SMEC's Korean branch headquarters, Jong-go widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, head of investigations. The current situation is as clear as mud, and going public like this is like pushing me out to be a meat shield for target practice. Sue also expressed his frustration. Exactly right, it looks more like an internal struggle at headquarters than a real expectation for us to succeed. Well, what's done is done. The first thing is for you to help me investigate a clue. Jong-gu glanced at the words on the paper and blurted out, what on earth is this, Narak? Sue calmly explained that it was core testimony from a child at the factory scene. I have no idea what Narak means, but it's surely a vital key. Upon hearing the strange name, Zhang Wu looked visibly confused. Isn't that factory case still unresolved? Besides, even if it's Narak, what the hell is it? A restaurant, a bar, or even some shell company? Xu sighed warily. Banned goods traffickers always gather in familiar spots. Can a professional investigative agency really not track it down? Unfortunately, Zhang Wu didn't see it so simply and grumbled in frustration. Despite being called an investigative agency, our territory is a whole nation, no matter how small it is. Besides, shady businesses might not be officially registered. Not to mention Narak could be an internal code. That realistic analysis made Ce's initially confident tone dip noticeably. If that's the case, let's try this. Immediately send an official request to the 7 most powerful guilds in Korea to cooperate, starting with the 7-star group. Zhang Wu gasped in shock after absorbing the info. What? For now, it's just a covert investigation. Contrary to his partner's alarm, Siu responded nonchalantly, we just need to hide the sensitive details. This must be nipped in the bud for any hope of peace. That reckless attitude made Jiang Wu want to scream, do you think those big shots busy closing portals have the time for this? Plus, if the regional manager finds out, our heads will roll. But he shook his head vigorously, ignoring warnings. So what? I'm the head in charge now. What can he do to me? Anyway, if I just call Owa and X-Jun will show up instantly regardless. A surging sense of helplessness made him throw back his head and scream in despair. After all, they were his own flesh and blood. Siu suddenly slammed his hand down on the messy pile of papers and lowered his voice. Go ahead and try to please everyone, only to have all the hunters in the country drowning in illicit drugs by then, realizing it will be too late. Shut up and stop calling, I will handle the consequences. At President Bang San's office, he had a private meeting with Gillian in the study. It's been a while, Gillian. She only nodded indifferently in greeting without uttering a single word. He immediately got straight to the point. Is there something important regarding the Boundless Guild? And motioned for Gillian to write it on paper. She then showed him what she had just written. Summaries has just sent a request for cooperation in an investigation to all the guilds under the 7 stars. Byung San furrowed his brows in confusion and questioned a request for investigative cooperation. Gillian stepped forward and handed over a stack of reports in lieu of an answer. All details are kept strictly confidential, and they only want to participate in fieldwork and collect data on awakened criminals, runaway hunters, or cases of sudden power explosions, while emphasizing that headquarters has already greenlit this. The leader scrutinized it carefully and sneered, a petty investigative agency has that much nerve, daring to send a unilateral cooperation request like this to the entire 7 stars. Is this the aftermath of that mad dog, or has he started running amok without caring about his image anymore? I fully authorize you, Gillian. It's up to you to make the final decision. After all, the Endless Guild is in your hands now anyway. Hearing that, Gillian immediately bent down and scribbled a few words on the paper. No one knew how much time had passed. Jongga stood dazed in front of the counter with a look of utter disbelief on his face. There's already a written refusal. Ji Hyun scanned the documents in his hand and confirmed once more, yes, all the remaining guilds, except for the Endless Guild and the Frozen Soul Guild, have agreed and are submitting the relevant data. This news made him hold his forehead in frustration, but on second thought, having only that many rejections was already a relief. I was convinced that everyone except for the Empire and Qianghua would boycott us. Saiwu suddenly cut in, interrupting the conversation. What about the matter I mentioned earlier? The question made Jonggo hastily shove the fresh document into his hands. You arrived at the perfect time. This is the list of guilds that have agreed to cooperate. He quickly scanned the paper and asked curiously, is it true that some personnel joined the summaries after leaving their guilds? Sai Hyun thought for a moment before replying, it is not a rare occurrence. Although salaries and benefits at government agencies are not as good as those at the guilds, many still join out of passion to contribute to an official investigative organization. But why did you suddenly ask that? Saiwu searched through the list and read out the names of 3 guilds, Diamond, White Lion, and Warlord. From now on, assign people to closely monitor these 3 names. The sudden proposal left Jongga stunned and unable to react. Seeing this, the other party had to quickly explain further, lest there be a mole leaking information from inside the summaries. Even so, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. But what does that have to do with the 3 guilds that agreed to cooperate with us? Saiwu frankly expressed his thoughts. This mess affects the massive profits of illicit drug traffickers. A scale this large must involve the hand of a guild-level power. Yet the cooperation request this time is unreasonable and somewhat imposing. If it wasn't for self-interest or some special hidden motive, why would they obediently agree? Isn't it because there is a sweet deal in it for them that they got involved? While Jonggo was still stammering, unsure of how to reply, saying something like, well, Sia hurriedly rushed in and interrupted their conversation. Captain. Even though she was still panting, the young girl managed to blurt out the shocking information she had just obtained. I found it. I've narrowed down the suspected coordinates to Narak, in the dead of night at the headquarters. The commander's voice rang out when he saw the name tag lying on the table. Finally, you found it. Jang Hun nodded vigorously as if in agreement and then continued his report. They had found a few clues in Gangbuk and everything was still under control. Here is the list of inspectors at the abandoned factory. He picked up the file and scratched his head in wonder. It was strange. He had thought the Smisake's facility in South Korea was quite formidable. But it turned out he could have started working a long time ago. Immediately after, the commander seized the opportunity to inquire, so they are planning an ambush. On which day, hearing that, he replied in a serious voice, there is no specific schedule yet. I only heard rumors that they are forming a special task force. He interjected, then just get moving and investigate. Hearing the other person's order, his heart skipped a beat. At the very least, he had to identify the team members to have an excuse to get paid. A wage earner like him could never dream of such a large sum of money in his entire life. Jang Hun hesitated for a moment and then had to confess, well, I'm not entirely sure, but rumor has it that a major figure among the inspectors of the abandoned factory will be part of this team. Rumor has it that a close confidant of the vice president has just been promoted to that position. After hearing that, he sat in silent thought for a while and then waved his hand to signal, you may leave. If there is any new information, give me a shout. I definitely won't let you lose out. As soon as Jang Hun disappeared from view, the commander was called in immediately. Sir, you called for me? The commander held up the stack of documents in front of his boss. Here it is, exactly the list of inspectors you are looking for. I am warning you beforehand, do not try any petty tricks. The time is not yet ripe. The commander took the pile of documents with a murderous look on his face. It is not the right time yet. Only then did the man lower his voice to explain, I fully understand the pain of losing an older brother, but the current situation is too sensitive. A better opportunity is coming. Try to endure it a bit longer. He stood dazed and repeated in disbelief, a better opportunity. The commander slowly advised him, that's right, Smex has already caught wind of Abyss' existence. It is unclear where it leaked from, but it seems there is even someone in Feta betraying us. Chai Wu frantically pressed for an answer. Is there any movement from Big Brother DC yet? He replied coolly, I haven't told the old man yet, but surely he is about to make a move now. Go and report to him quickly. He coldly ordered. Yes, I understand. Right after finishing the business talk, Chai Wu slipped outside and reached for the phone in his hand. He spoke sternly into the receiver. Is that Chloe? We are in big trouble. At that same time, in the vast land of China, a sluggish voice sounded through the dark night, sounding very unpleasant. Chloe sat leisurely in the car, leaning his head back comfortably. What the hell is going on? I am busy signing contracts. On the other end of the line, Chi Wu's voice spoke softly. The Abyss organization has been exposed, causing him to pause for a few seconds. The man continued to report the current situation after the abandoned factory incident. The summaries group in South Korea is plotting to uncover something. Our insiders are so useless that we have to bother you. Hearing this, Chloe chuckled slightly, not forgetting to make a few snide remarks. You send me away on a business trip, and now you pull me back to be a janitor cleaning up trash. Be reasonable. Chi Wu had to compromise after this sale. You can leave if you want, but if Abyss collapses, you'll be the first one to pay. Even so, he refused to back down at all, causing the man to grit his teeth in fury. Rebuilding another base is easy, but where else can you find a good spot to funnel drugs like Abyss? I thought you would know that best. While chatting, Chloe pushed the door and got out of the car. Reduce the price of the drugs you supply to Abyss by half from now on, and maybe I will reconsider helping you out. Chai Wu reluctantly replied, let me ask Big Brother for his opinion first. He looked down at his phone screen and swiped expertly. No need, I'll go and ask him myself to make it faster. The man's voice rang out in surprise. What? Chloe stated as firm as a nail, I will directly meet your Big Brother. Inside the luxurious villa, an eerie silence filled the air. His nonchalant voice rang out arrogantly as he walked in confidently as if he owned the place. The real person looks even better than in photographs. Pleasure to meet you. Ironically, the boss remained still as a statue, only slightly shifting his eyes to look at the intruder. Despite the other party's coldness, Chloe calmly continued the unfinished story. Abyss had been exposed. Korean Smex really profited big. The situation had lost its rhythm. The smokescreen tactic sounded plausible, but before he could finish, DC interrupted to mock his clever performance. Stop acting. He coldly turned his head and declared clearly, did you think you could trick us? Do not underestimate DC. DC had already figured out this guy's background, then sharply exposed everything. Korean drug lord Chloe, wasn't it you who once asked us to distribute contraband? I don't care what you're plotting or who is pulling the strings behind you. If you want to set foot in the underworld, you must pass DC first. We take money to do our jobs. You just mind your own business. Simple as that. Chloe smirked carelessly again. It was truly that unmistakable Asian overlord quality. You were absolutely right. Our core objective is just to move the goods. However, Chinese Smex is still a thorn in our side. Even if you are an underworld boss, it would be big trouble if everyone gets picked off one by one. His mocking attitude made DC even more annoyed. Korean Summaries even dragged Heptagram into it, one of the 7 great associations, no less. This is a serious matter now. Only then did he brush aside the previous remarks to get to the point. So, what exactly do you want to discuss? Chloe clapped his hands loudly and confidently made a proposal. Gather all the powerful forces together and make a major strike right at the Abyss. The scene of all those villains gathering in one place excited him. Then they could negotiate freely. Chloe's voice rose persuasively. Who would refuse DC's kindness? This is also an occasion for the public to know about the product. However, DC remained as still as a rock, ignoring the other party's rambling analysis. There might even be a spy planted in the nest. But if everyone shows up, rounding them all up will be within reach. He spun around toward the giant glass window and thoughtfully offered a reasonable perspective, planning to start a fire before losing your footing. Cleaning up the aftermath will be exhausting. Chloe unhesitatingly reassured him. I prefer a lifestyle of reciprocity. With everything settled, he turned to walk away. I hope you understand what I want. Let's cooperate happily, DC. DC stood in silence, staring at that retreating back for a long moment. Then he blankly turned to gaze at the streets through the clear glass. A name was suddenly uttered, recalling a faded past ruin. But you promised to call me older brother, though. Unbin, lying on the hospital bed, laughed upon hearing that. What time is it that you're still fussing over titles? Seeing his loved one wasting away, DC felt sharp pain and his eyes welled up with tears. Don't say that. Try to hang on a bit longer. I'll make a lot of money. Nowadays power is everything. I will do whatever it takes to get stronger, and then you will get proper treatment. Then the two of us will pack up and return to China, the sanctuary you've always longed for. Hearing those words, the little girl's heart warmed up. She gently urged her brother to stay calm. Brother. A simple smile flickered across her innocent face. I don't need money. The only thing I wish for is. Unbin only managed to utter her final dying words before departing the world, leaving her brother alone in this world. Some time later, at a deserted construction site, thick night fell, and the atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Super You stood arrogantly, looking down from above, coldly demanding to know the intent of the person below. You want to be my disciple? DC snapped his head up with a determined gaze fixed on the other. Power. I long for power. With it in my hands, I will seize everything and be able to protect my loved ones. You are the most dominant man I have ever met, and I want to surpass even you. Having spoken, he hurriedly wiped away the traces of tears remaining on his cheek. I swear I will not lose anyone important ever again. Staring blankly into the empty space, he let out a faint laugh full of bitterness and wariness. His hands clenched into fists while his mind told himself that he was already rich and powerful. However, there was no longer a single person left around him to protect. In the midst of the heavy atmosphere, Jinwoo's deep, warm voice suddenly called out to him. As soon as Mr. Chun's car arrived, he immediately ordered the coordination of all forces. Finally, a landmark decision was announced by Jinwoo. They were headed to South Korea soon. In the meeting room of the skyscraper, Suwa's deep, husky voice began to resound from that moment on. We will officially begin the discussion on the investigation plan for Project Narak. You are likely already aware of the basics. I am Hunter Min Suo from the Gangbuk team, currently in charge of the case involving illegal stimulants for awakened beings. If anyone wonders why an unfamiliar face is in charge, feel free to file a complaint. However, as time is short, I will provide a quick summary of the situation. The image before you is the private resort named Narak located in Incheon. This place serves as Asia's largest distribution hub for illegal performance-enhancing drugs and is the primary source of this controlled substance in South Korea. Holding the remote, Suo continued, stating that Narak's true owner remains unknown as it is registered to a foreigner, and similar drug incidents have occurred at other clubs in the same network. At that moment, Seojin suddenly interjected that such a complex venue could not have operated freely for so long without widespread bribery and complicity. Ganyu expressed strong agreement and added that they were compiling a list of corrupt officials to target in coordination with regular police once the operation concludes. Pointing at the screen, Saiwo continued that according to data from the scrapyard case, they seem to have detected our network, and there is a high possibility of an internal information leak. For that reason, with the consensus of leadership, we are holding this closed-door meeting for thoroughly vetted core members only. Drug-related cases always require lightning-fast deployment, and our goal this time is to level Narak's distribution hideout in a single decisive strike. Identifying the target, Suo went into detail, noting that Narak is a critical checkpoint, so security has been tightened significantly. Operating under the guise of a luxury resort, they have guards stationed everywhere. Reviews of recent visitors show that most are underworld figures. Upon hearing that, Yunho thoughtfully remarked that if Narak had been occupied by awakened beings from another dimension, it was no wonder Heptagram's intervention was required. He replied decisively that aside from the agents directly participating in this operation, even the guild masters who promised to help must not know anything about this plan at all. The clicking of Jingu's keyboard broke the tense atmosphere as he announced that the exact time and location would only be revealed on the day of deployment. Yunho nodded in understanding but still wondered why only the Imperial and Blue Flower guilds were given special permission to join, as the excuse of friendship sounded strange. Despite being specifically named, the two representatives remained calm and motionless without showing any reaction. Recalling the previous cooperation, Suo explained that Imperial and Blue Flower had known about this drug from overseas incidents before it entered our country. That is the reason they were previously asked to provide support in the recent scrapyard case. Holding the documents and nodding in agreement, Yunho stated that if that were the case, he had no further objections. With his hands in his pockets, Suo calmly continued, his gaze still fixed on Changwon, saying that the introduction would end there so they could start dissecting the plan's details. His face suddenly became stern as he loudly announced the campaign's name as Doberman. Meanwhile, in another waiting room nearby, Jae-hoon was the first to break the silence, complaining that everything was so boring. They call themselves a state agency and asked for help only to stand behind people's backs and whisper. They must think our side is just a bunch of nameless mercenaries who are easy to bully. As Mr. Hu coldly glanced at the other two, he exposed Jae-hoon as facade, stating that if he was dissatisfied, he should have refused from the start. Since he accepted, he should cooperate properly and stop complaining because the big picture comes first. Upon hearing this, the other man laughed mockingly and defiantly while Sung-in silently broke into a cold sweat. After pondering for a long while, he replied that it was true, but the situation was not at all easy to swallow, just as Guildmaster Ji-hung Gang had said. Sung-in frowned in frustration, wondering why marrying Dasu and Seori-han were wise enough to refuse early. Just then, Saihu pushed the door open with a stack of documents and thanked everyone for waiting. He calmly reintroduced himself as Hunter Min Si-hu, the person primarily responsible for this campaign. Having said that, he stood at attention and sincerely expressed his gratitude for their help despite everyone's busy schedules. But Ji-hung maintained an indifferent attitude, teasing that it had been a long time since he last saw Hunter Min. Saihu flipped through the documents he handed to each person and said this was an official notification, and the content was quite brief. The goal is to wipe out the black market smuggling illegal stimulants for awakeners. The specific schedule will be sent within the next week, and since the participating forces have been set, he hoped they would be ready to deploy at any time. It would be even better if the leaders personally took part. Sung-in gripped the paper in his hand and hesitantly said that such a request was a bit excessive. Before he could finish, Saihu interrupted, saying he didn't think it was an unreasonable demand for a guild of such caliber within the heptagram, and if it was too difficult, they should report back soon. Jae-hoon laughed provocatively, saying he had a vague idea, but he didn't expect the other party to show their hand so quickly. Hunter Min, or more accurately Min Si-hu, the famous rookie who swept through the tutorial tower last year. Rumor has it that you are a hunter who vanished for 10 whole years. I wonder if that's true. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Jae-hoon. Although the records had mostly been bleached, those who knew better still whispered and called him John Sam, a once illustrious hunter, right? Hiding away for so long and then suddenly reappearing as a rookie to cause a stir at the investigation agency, it truly piques one's curiosity. Facing a series of probing questions from Jae-hoon, Saihu calmly replied that this was his first mission at the agency, so technically was still just a newcomer, and he didn't know what any of that had to do with the case. Sung-in suddenly snapped his head up and muttered that the name John Sam sounded familiar. His eyes suddenly darkened with scrutiny as he calculated back to 10 years ago. Back when the space gates first opened and the world was thrown into chaos by the great war between humans and demons. It seems there was a prominent figure like that who participated in the battle. Who was it? Sai-Hu turned and walked straight out, coldly leaving a message that the documents had been delivered and to contact them as soon as their forces were ready for battle. Sung-in warily held his forehead while Jae-hoon leisurely leaned back in his chair and smirked a goodbye. It was hard to understand why such an outstanding figure would remain hidden for so many years. At the same time, at the Japan branch headquarters of the SMEX Corporation, Hikari was standing and discussing work with a colleague when she suddenly heard someone calling for the director. Yunyang stood in the distance with an extremely tense expression and announced that they had just seized illegal drugs at a recent riot hotspot. Hearing this part, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was truly speechless. At this rate, things are going to get messy, so we must put it out immediately. Hikari casually asked about the progress of the investigation, and the other person replied curtly that the leader of the Lakai Kitsen riot was hiding abroad. She rubbed her chin and thought for a moment before speaking leisurely. It seems like something is suspicious here. Recently, several mob bosses have simultaneously vanished from the country. They might be plotting something earth-shattering. Just then, Kumo rushed in holding a stack of papers. Sister, we've just received an urgent notice from headquarters. Hikari reached out and snatched the file, asking suspiciously from headquarters. The boy then excitedly explained that this case involved a banned stimulant. After reading the situation report, she pondered for a long time before concluding, pack your things and get out of this country immediately. Kumo's eyes widened as he stammered, "Huh, sister." Who would have thought Hikari would smirk so sinisterly? It's time to reclaim this old debt of blood and bone. In another development, Seuss' resentful complaints were echoing through the crowded airport. Wait, hold on, that's not what I meant. Good heavens, I'm drowning in work, so why am I being forced to pick up these nuisances? What kind of help is this? I didn't even ask for it. This Edward guy just loves creating trouble to spite me. As he walked while grumbling, those two figures swooped in with a loud greeting. Hey Minsu, long time no see, have you been doing well? Oh, look at you, arriving right on time today. He trudged forward, complaining incessantly. Are you branch managers so free that you all swarmed here to pick me up just because of some nonsense about missing me? Hikari crossed her arms and scolded him irritably. That grumbling habit of yours hasn't changed a bit over the years. Meanwhile, Iowa, who had been shrinking in a corner, cursed inwardly. I thought he asked to come to the airport alone for something important. Although she quickly covered her face with her hands, she couldn't hide her absolute shock. Who would have guessed he was picking up mistresses and a double dose of 2 girls at once, no less. Right in front of the event hall, several cool black luxury cars were lined up along the street. Before anyone could be seen, Miu-umg's deafeningly loud voice rang out. Exactly, Ivy just set foot here. Rumor has it there's a very lucrative exclusive item that can make millions, so I rushed here immediately. But why is it as crowded as a festival? When a prominent tycoon personally calls a roundtable conference, who would dare be absent? In business these days, you have to follow the trends after all. Upon entering the hall, the crowd's whispers hit the ears. What, an energy drug for ability users? Rumor has it that taking this pitch black powder doubles your mana. But who knows what the hell is inside? They say it's been all over the Middle East and Europe for a long time. Kexon glanced at the chaotic crowd with a pensive look. The situation seems to be getting complicated. Could the dirty tricks of that old tycoon be orchestrated by the fairy-type faction pulling the strings? Kexon, sitting nearby, also pensively assessed the current situation. The SMEX Corporation is becoming a bigger eyesore than imagined. They might even be going all in. Ever since it was confirmed that the Break Mamba faction was wiped out by SMEX, they understood perfectly that they couldn't underestimate that monstrous organization. Perhaps this is a golden opportunity to smuggle tons of these ecstasy pills into the lucrative regional market. However, Kexon remained extremely skeptical and cautious. So far, we haven't received any official instructions from the VIP. It's strange that as soon as SMEX started checking on them, they dumped the goods in South Korea. Understanding Kexon's worry, Arumu added a bit of secret intel. Rumor has it the SMEX faction in Korea has caught the scent of Narak. Since this is the first time this product has entered Northeast Asia, they being very strict. By this point, Kite had to scrap his intention of smuggling contraband. He finally realized the host's sinister plot, truly the arrogance of a tycoon. Gathering us all here turned out to be just a farce. His deep implication is survival of the fittest, and once we lose our fundus, he's ready to discard us without mercy. He has the nerve to treat the Pandemonium Alliance like common street urchins. The Mayung and Jill families then strolled over to their table and shouted arrogantly, "Hey you people. Which group has the audacity to sit majestically at the VIP table as if it were their own home?" Their faces look completely unfamiliar. This is Akai's territory. What nameless nobody dares to show up here? He really has a lot of nerve. Before Mayung Jill could finish his sentence, a punch landed straight on his face. Get the hell out of here right now. Kazan coldly watched Mayung Jill get blown back and sneered, "The wild dogs are all gathered here. It's quite an eyesore." In Sung's henchman immediately reacted, "You crazy bastard, how dare you do that?" Immediately after, a chair flew straight at them, accompanied by Irma's disdainful voice. "Shut your mouths before I spit in your faces, you trash who call yourselves awakened." Just as both sides were about to fight to the death, Dao Wook stepped in to stop them. "That's enough. Dante get kicked out of the meeting over this nonsense." In Sung's crew showed no respect. "Who the hell are you to speak up? Even an idiot knows who is really behind this conference." Meanwhile, Sung Hyan's nonchalance made Tae-sik extremely frustrated. "Hey, say something. Our boss just got blown away." However, he didn't pay the slightest attention to the incident. Only then did Keshin notice Sung Hyan. What is he doing here? Rumor has it he joined a private group. Just how many identities does this guy have? Keshin didn't care much anyway. His mind was drawn to a few vials of medicine. Quite interesting. Just a few leftover items and they were making such a fuss. Chloe appeared just in time to settle the situation. Now, why is it so tense right from the start? Is everyone here? I am Chloe, the head of Narak, and I am currently in charge of the Korean market. Jaehoon sat in the corner of the room listening to him drone on. Surely everyone understands why Daksang summoned everyone today. It's because of the new drug that can double or quadruple one's mana. They opened the wooden box and solemnly introduced the miraculous medicine named Lux to the influential figures. Every word he spoke sounded like an excuse for the product. Despite all the ugly rumors about side effects from the previous samples, everything has been resolved. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In reality, no one came here because they needed the drug. The only thing they cared about was profit. As soon as the attractive item was announced, the hall buzzed with excitement. Whether there were side effects or not, just looking at the power-boosting effect was enough to see how Lux would shake up the underworld. Now, let's get straight to the main purpose of today's meeting. Chloe immediately changed his tone. Our eyes and ears have just reported that the SMEX has had its eyes on Lux since it was still in the laboratory. Dealing in this product always carries risks, and it seems the Korean branch of SMECIS has caught wind of Narak's trail. For Lux to be launched smoothly, we desperately need cooperation from everyone here. This proposal caused a stir in the conference. The SMECIS so sudden. I thought the guys in the Korean branch were just harmless small fry. Keshin felt extremely annoyed because this was not in the report. What is he blabbering about? Case quickly nudged him. Be quiet, we are just following orders. Chloe reassured the crowd. Normally I wouldn't bother with the investigations in Korea, but their recent actions are truly problematic. They have even sent emergency support requests all the way to headquarters, meaning in just 1 week they will launch an all-out attack on Narak. His true purpose was gradually revealed. Even the Hunters Association wouldn't dare to interfere. This world inherently has its own proud rules, so if we unite, we will launch a glorious counterattack. Those present began to waver and nodded slightly. He continued to entice them. Consider this a gift. Let your subordinates try using Lux to witness its effectiveness with your own eyes. If those detectives dared to ambush Narak and then held a grudge, witnessing your powers firsthand would surely leave them terrified. Suddenly someone offered advice that sounded quite reasonable. But why should I protect Narak when there's no benefit to be gained? Chloe outwardly claimed it was voluntary, but in reality it was a subtle coercion. In return, participants would receive generous rewards. The first shipment would be compensated with double the Lux at a favorable price, and depending on their enthusiasm we would be even more generous. And above all, this is a kind intention sent directly from Mr. DC, and I am sure my friends here wouldn't dare to disregard it. Chloe's declaration made the disgruntled crowd stop short, because whether Narak lives or dies, Lux will surely take over the underworld overnight. The choice to ride that wave or accept sinking is entirely up to your decision. However, ever since the mysterious gate opened, violence and authority have become the global governing law. Behind Chloe's mocking mask was a voice full of concern. I hope you will make a wise decision. As soon as his speech ended, the crowd began to stir, standing up and heading home. The K's group, however, calmly observed the unfolding struggle with extreme delight. This is truly fascinating, Lord Oroba once philosophized. The true nature of humanity's ultimate power does not originate from the magic of space gates or some flimsy toys. That actually stems from the fervent ambition within each person. At that moment outside, Siwoo was silently standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper to observe. Time now does not allow for even a second of delay. This is Supreme Headquarters. Have all units entered a state of combat readiness? From another perspective, Iwa's team had been ready for ages. The assault force had shifted into gear. Hikaru's comrades had also gathered in full force and were ready to receive orders. After receiving signals from both flanks, Siwoo immediately used his energy to restore his vital essence. Very good, the manpower is sufficient. If we want to root out that rat's nest, it's best to smoke them out so they expose themselves. He then chanted a spell and drew a large sigil on his back, saying, I offer you the universe, a meteor shower. Immediately, a colossal meteor plummeted straight down onto the Justice Building. From this fateful moment, the feeling of exhilaration in his chest was impossible to suppress, all revealed through an extremely sly smile. Operation Doberman officially launched. 2 glass cups clinked together loudly, the air burning with vengeful fire echoed with congratulations for the new victory. A guest extended his empty glass for his drinking buddy to fill. Look, I've said it before, no matter what people say, this meeting is mandatory. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for us to completely take over the southern lands. The other person took the opportunity to flatter. Indeed, this is the supreme style of our boss. The customer excitedly cheered. What do we do about this situation? His drinking buddy immediately suggested a plan. You know that notorious agency, right? Take this opportunity to connect with them first. In the dark corner of the room, Chai-Hai and his companions were silently climbing each step. Chai-Hai, with a stone-cold face, was fixed on the chaotic scene before him. His eyes caught sight of 4 figures patiently waiting in the room. He spoke in a praising tone. We've successfully disposed of all the leftover goods, hired all the mercenaries, and even planted a mole right into the heart of Sikhs. You are truly a thorough planner. Chloe replied perfunctorily, oh, it's nothing significant. It's all thanks to Mr. DC's excellent coordination. Chai-Hai nodded in agreement with Chloe's attitude. That's right, everything has gone smoothly anyway. If you lack anything, feel free to call me. I'm leaving the rest of the territory to you. Chloe flinched in surprise. What, are you going back to China already? Chai-Hai gestured dismissively with a very decisive voice. I have successfully completed the mission I was assigned. Why should I linger here any longer, right? Chloe stood dumbfounded, understanding his meaning, then turned to ask the person next to him, well, I guess so. He's not really one for getting involved in direct combat anyway. Hey, old Trong Quyen, don't tell me Chai-Hai is planning to slip away too, leaving the enemy who killed your brother to attack carelessly. Chai-Hai concluded coldly with a single sentence, I will go meet Mr. DC and then come back to deal with this later. Chloe must have jumped straight up, I reckon, as long as he manages to make it back on time within a week. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, making all the guests in the room jump in shock and look back at the door. Chloe muttered curiously, what on earth was that sound? Sari rushed in with a panicked look, something terrible has happened. Out of breath, Sari hurriedly reported the outside of the building was just hit by shelling. The main hall blew up and the entrance has been turned to ash. And Chan spoke up in utter amazement. For real, what lunatic drops bombs in the middle of a city like this? Even the short green-haired girl slammed her fist onto the table, her face filled with disbelief. Chloe suddenly burst into delighted laughter, the veins on his neck bulging clearly, both hands resting on his thighs trembled violently from shock. How could this even be possible? Xu stood cross-legged on the rooftop talking on the phone to someone, while the voice on the other end bellowed interrogatively, "You clearly promised not to act until next week. You even confirmed it yesterday. Why are you demanding to send the raid team right now?" Xu kept his eyes glued to the building whose corner had just been blown apart, flames billowing intensely. Encircling the structure was an invisible spherical shield. The caller on the phone kept blabbering, "This matter is extremely urgent for the common good. I know everything happened too abruptly, but at this rate, our White Lion Guild simply cannot cooperate with you." Xu lightly scratched his comm headset and replied coldly, "That's a shame, but I understand. Until next time then." The person on the other end panicked and yelled, "Wait a second, Soldier Hunter." Unexpectedly, Zongzi spoke to Xu. "Listen, the entire defense system and scanning barrier around Naraki are fully activated. The Vanguard group has also just charged straight into the ground floor lobby. Reinforcements from central headquarters are standing around a giant magic circle to project a spherical shield," Zongzi continued. "Fortunately, thanks to the support of the reinforcements, sealing off the outer perimeter and blocking the emergency exits went extremely smoothly." Zongzi lowered his hands and spoke triumphantly, "Sweet, looks like our operational plan hasn't even leaked." However, Zongzi clicked his tongue and added, "Though it's a bit of a shame that among the allied factions only Solabi actually rolled up their sleeves and joined the battle. If everyone had come together, we would wipe them out in a heartbeat." Xu wasn't worried at all, saying that as long as the ambush went smoothly, their current numbers were more than enough. Their helicopter was now hovering in midair, directly above the structure, blazing with intense flames. Xu calculated silently, the exits are blocked, black smoke is thick, and now all we have to do is poke the hornet's nest and they all come scrambling out on their own. Iwar still stood frozen in shock when suddenly a panicked voice called out, "Guild Master." Before her was a chaotic scene like a disturbed hornet's nest. Tables and chairs lay scattered everywhere. A few group members were supporting each other, while others hurriedly subdued the people inside the eatery. Hayek immediately reported, "Our team has taken control of the entrance in the main hall, while Team 2 is advancing in force directly to the upper floor." He continued to report, "Most of the awakened ones aggressively fighting in the hall are grade or below. None of them are truly dangerous, so subduing them went very smoothly." Iwar nodded in praise and quickly issued further orders. "Great job. Hand over those who have been neutralized to the Simsex agents waiting at the scene, and knock down anyone who stubbornly tries to slip through the hall." Hayek listened carefully to the order and replied, "Understood, ma'am." Deep down, suspicion began to rise within Iwar. Strangely, there was no sign of illicit substances and the smuggling kingpins had completely vanished. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the air, cutting off her thoughts. Downstairs, a bizarre creature with a sagging body had just been summoned. Myung-Dai roared furiously, "Get lost. Get the hell out of here right now." Right behind him, Haidong and Tixich were running for their lives toward them. Shizun rushed over with wand in hand alongside two teammates. "Sis, hurry and block its path." The slimy monster raised a blasphemous fist and charged straight at Iwar. She shouted sharply to reprimand them, "Min Si-jun, what on earth are you doing? Focus and take this seriously." Si-jun immediately snapped back, "I'm already doing my absolute best, okay?" Myung-Dai burst into delighted laughter, arrogantly taunting, "Look closely, you bunch of incompetents. This guy isn't a rank superhuman I paid a fortune to hire from abroad. He's already tough on his own, and I even soaked him in toxic chemicals. Just a light bump and your brains will turn to mush. If you want to survive, you'd better be smart and sneak out through the emergency exit." Each stump of the monstrous creature caused the floor to sink deep down, and beneath those ruined holes remained a puddle of sticky purple slime that he had oozed out. The monstrosity crept closer and closer to Iwar. Forced to step back a few paces, she grumbled harshly, "I hate touching him too. How can you not even handle such a simple task?" Standing in the distance, Si-jun rubbed his head and said gently, "Come on, big sister, give me a little support here." With that said, he decisively raised his magic staff high. "If that guy explodes right in the middle of this hall, it'll be an absolute disaster." Si-jun then chanted a freezing spell and instantly a magic circle appeared hovering right above the monster's head. The freezing layer of ice and snow gradually consumed the bizarre monster's body, making him howl in agony as his frame kept swelling up by the second. Amidst the fierce battle, a comrade suddenly shrieked, reporting that one is soaring high, leader. Si-jun still gripped his weapon tightly, ordering the group to quickly form a defensive formation. When the target was almost entirely petrified, Awa drew her bowstring taut, determined to completely seal him off. The enchanted arrow tore through the wind, drawing a brilliant and romantic streak of red light. The power from multiple magical sources simultaneously exploded, shattering the monster to pieces and creating a shockwave that made everyone cover their heads defensively. Surprisingly, a mysterious figure emerged, humming a familiar tune and smiling as he praised, "That's quite good." That person was Kaze, who was observing the scene from above with Kessen and Sung Hyun. The Korean man proudly boasted that the leader of the Chunghwa Guild was a top-tier hunter from his country. He raised an eyebrow and listed the names Min Si-jun, Kang Yeo-ha Koide-sun, and Jo Ki-woong-woo, some of the few rank hunters from Korea with high global rankings. Kaze, with a flicker of doubt, probed about the time the opponent had infiltrated a local gang, asking if he was the one who had secretly leaked confidential information to Cloud. Sung Hyun immediately denied it, saying it was entirely a private matter, and furthermore, his Seori Hong Guild didn't seem interested in joining the fight. Kessin interjected, observing that the Narak faction was clearly at a disadvantage, which meant Cloud's contingency plan had completely collapsed. Kaze thought so too, believing it was his personal mistake, so there was no need to get involved. His only task was to secretly distribute Lux, not to directly confront the Smees. Arumu suddenly jumped down from somewhere to report to Sir Kaze that she had been tracking Cloud's every move. She recalled seeing him busily leading a group of people relocating goods through a secret underground passage. She had sent a few subordinates to follow, so he could just proceed in that direction. Kessin turned his back on Sung Hyan and suddenly remarked that the Pandemonium forces would soon withdraw from Narak. Hearing that, Sung Hyan also made to leave as there was no reason left to stay longer. Kaze chuckled softly and leisurely called out after him, asking if they intended to abandon their boss. Sung Hyan looked down at the ruins below and told himself that this was the end for the Akai Kitsune gang. Far from his initial confidence, Mangji angrily ground his teeth, which confused T6, who wondered if that was all there was to the opponent's ultimate weapon, believing it should at least be a rank. Haidong was also startled to see several Koreans rank hunters appearing there. He calculated his next move when he saw his mana was completely depleted, deciding to go back inside and coordinate with his teammates because this escape route was too dangerous. Despite that, Mangji didn't listen to a single word. He was extremely enraged that someone dared to disrespect the leader of Akai Kitsune. Mangji then summoned his power, making a pair of spectral horns and claws appear. He urged his subordinates to charge, saying the opponent was only that much and he would clear the way. Both T6 and Haidong were welling up with tears, overwhelmed with admiration for their leader. Mangji went berserk, launching sharp claws directly at Awa and yelling a threat that if she didn't get out of the way, she would be torn to shreds. Saijin was overwhelmed by the opponent's terrifying speed, immediately assumed a defensive stance and loudly called for his sister. Suddenly, someone delivered a cunning strike that blocked Mangji's attack. Not giving him a chance to react, that person followed up with another powerful blow that knocked Mangjai out, making him scream in pain. K-Wung leisurely rested his sword on his shoulder and cheerfully asked if he could join in. On the upper floor of Narak, the urgent shouts grew more frantic, telling everyone to run quickly, while the empty corner of the staircase was only filled with the blowing wind. Su exploded with a powerful surge of spiritual energy, forming a furious hurricane that swept violently throughout the hall. Ayama, high on drugs, was cackling madly, saying this thing was unimaginably powerful and demanding to completely slaughter everyone, despite his companions loudly urging him to lead the way. The subordinate rushed over to report urgently, "Boss, I heard all the ground floor exits have been blocked." Upon hearing the news, the gang members were terrified and couldn't believe their ears. "This is driving me crazy. Is there no one with flying superpowers? Let's just break the glass and jump out." He was still grinning like a lunatic, seemingly no longer of sound mind. "What the hell is there to fear? I'll send everyone to meet the god of death. Whether this drug is real or fake, I am all in. Once I swallow it, I'll be invincible." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying surge of power suddenly exploded, sweeping away and knocking down every member of the alliance. The glow gradually faded, leaving only a trace of power at Hikari's feet. "I absolutely will not let that happen." She gave a proud smile and asserted loudly, "Further struggle is just a waste of effort. If you're smart, just surrender and be bound." Kumo looked at Hikari with wide eyes full of doubt, asking who those people were, but she cut him off before he could finish. "Exactly, Kumo." Hikari glanced at the group with contempt. This lot are all-star faces in the world of international crime. She was secretly thrilled, her eyes shining with excitement. She had thought they were only busting some street-level drug peddlers, never expecting to catch such a huge prize. This was a chance to earn major credit. Snapping out of her daydream, she sternly ordered her subordinates capture every single one of them alive. Suddenly, Siri made a grand entrance, landing from above. "Oh my, you think catching people is that easy?" Immediately after, she unexpectedly delivered a devastating kick straight to Kumo's head. The boy nimbly jumped back to dodge, feeling frustrated that these reinforcements were so formidable. Kim Jun arrived just in time and immediately charged to the front lines to engage. "Go ahead, we'll handle things here." Looking at the clothes those people were wearing, Hikari suddenly found them familiar. What's with those uniforms? Old memories suddenly flashed vividly in her mind. All clues pointed to this being the legendary King Daofu gang, manipulated by the notorious boss of the Asian underworld himself. Hikari immediately put a shimmering metal bracelet on her wrist. "This time I'll finally get to test the strength of the new legendary guardian." At her command, a giant python immediately burst out and attacked relentlessly. "Go for it, Kagutsuchi." Sari dodged skillfully in midair, but when she looked closely at the energy entity, she scratched her head in confusion. What kind of creature is a mix between a ferret and a snake? Annoyed, she focused all her strength into her legs and unleashed a roundhouse kick. Since when did this place turn into a zoo? Seeing someone dare to mock her, Hikari's face immediately soured with irritation. "A zoo, huh? That really gets on my nerves." She raised one hand, condensed a blast of magical light, and fired it directly at Sari. She was quickly surrounded by shimmering snake spirits, while Hikari slowly explained, "They are not pets, these are spiritual entities." A deafening explosion rang out, creating a massive shockwave that swept across the entire area. Kumo looked at her with wide eyes full of admiration. "Wow, it looks like your strength has reached a whole new level." An enemy stealthily approached from behind to deliver a lethal kick, roaring, "What are you doing standing there in a daze, kid?" Even though he blocked the attack, Kumo broke into a cold sweat, silently analyzing. "This kick is heavy, it must be enhancement type. In that case, I will block off all your routes of approach." The boy immediately created powerful swirling currents of green wind as sharp as razors, blowing the man far away. Witnessing that, Kim Jun found Kumo increasingly adorable and endearingly timid. The boy's face flushed with anger when teased, shouting, "I told you I'm a ferret, do you hear me?" Sari's face was flushed red with rage after being badly beaten. He truly was a detestable, tough opponent. With an indomitable spirit, she braced herself and charged forward, determined to settle the score. Just go to your grave already. Still maintaining her composure, she summoned the spirit Kagosochi and ordered it to open fire with full force. The serpent obeyed and immediately lunged forward, launching a direct attack at the opponent. Sari shut his eyes tight to defend himself while his mind was in turmoil. It was truly a desperate situation. Suddenly, the mysterious soundage footsteps echoed from afar. It was Chu, who had rushed out to stand in front of her to block Kagosochi. Upon seeing him, she couldn't hide the shock on her face. Is that you, Chu? Ignoring her expression, he nonchalantly shifted the conversation to a completely different subject. So even agents from the foreign organization Success are joining in on this, huh? Hikari was stunned to see him unharmed, and a sense of unease rose within her. Had he actually blocked Kagosochi's attack? Feeling annoyed by this person, Chu replied sarcastically, what a troublesome ability. Here I am giving it back to you. He swung his arm and fired a vibrant beam of purple energy directly at his opponent. Hikari was struck so hard she coughed up blood, the sudden pain leaving her dazed. It turned out to be a counterattack. Seeing his older sister severely injured, Kumo's face turned pale with extreme fear. Overwhelmed by fear, he lost control and screamed in despair, no sister. Chu suddenly appeared from behind and firmly supported Hikari's back. He activated his healing ability and advised, running away in the middle of a fight, please, finish this once and for all. Hikari's face briefly flushed with embarrassment as she spoke the name of the person before her, Hunter Bin. Observing from a distance, Sue immediately realized who the man standing there was. His voice was hoarse as he growled with deep resentment, it's the bastard who took my brother's life. Recalling everything, Sue spoke up, no wonder those sunglasses looked familiar. So it turns out Yuri, the younger brother of that kid with the mirror reflection ability from before. An unquenchable fire of hatred flared up violently within Sue's heart. He downed some medicine and declared, Ryu, I swear I will take your life right here and right now. Sue charged forward recklessly, magic power surging in his hands along with a sky-piercing killing intent. I will turn you into ashes. Certain of his victory, Sue spoke coldly, my apologies for interrupting your performance. Sue used his firm hands to tightly grip his opponent's arms, locking them so he had no chance to move. He followed up with a punch to Chiyo's arm as he was performing a technique, but the outcome was already clear. Arumu hurriedly reported the situation to Kaze, who was watching from afar. The escape road is clear, sir. The cloud group is heading into the basement. We can escape through there. Seeing that he paid no attention to her, she lowered her voice and called out to him again, Lord Kaze. Kaze glanced at Hikari, who was straining to erect a protective barrier, and frowned slightly. That pale yellow light was certainly not a good omen. Then he turned toward Arumu and Raven, speaking in an authoritative tone, Arumu, Raven. You two stay behind and support Cloud. Under no circumstances must you let that boy die. She bowed respectfully. As you command. Cloud silently advanced toward the two people who were laboring to haul several boxes onto the elevator. Outside the battlefront, Shia's gaze turned solemn. This fire was indeed burning much more fiercely than he had anticipated. Hiding in a corner out of sight, Chigi was silently cursing, damn it, curse it all. I shouldn't have tailed Shu. If I had just taken advantage of the chaos to slip away, I would have been well off by now. Who would have thought he would rush in like a madman? I have no idea who that guy really is to dare toy with Shu, an expert on par with an S-class hunter, as if he were just a plaything. The more he witnessed the overwhelming battle ahead, the faster Chigi's heart pounded with anxiety. Unable to hesitate any longer, he quickly scrambled up. He had to escape immediately while the others were still engrossed in battle. In this area, after Shu's devastating punch, the enemy collapsed, unable to get back up. You miserable bastard. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the tiled corridor. Kumo panted as he ran. Sister, are you all right? Hikari rested her hands on her knees warily. Once again, you've saved my life. Hearing this, Sue kept his eyes glued on the two members of the Sari clan. No need to be polite. Thanks to you, clearing these guys out was much faster. Although I expected them, their numbers were greater than I thought. Your help was truly invaluable. Taking this opportunity, he didn't forget to subtly show off his achievement. The upper floor has been almost completely cleared. After recovering some of her strength, Hikari stepped closer and pointed at the corpse. This person is a core member of the Manhwa organization. She repeated the name once. Manhwa is a notorious underworld syndicate in East Asia with its main base in China. Could it? The Abyss is holding some important meeting today. Out of habit, Sue thoughtfully caressed his wrist as he watched the crowd fleeing in panic. It's clear that they were completely caught off guard by this raid. Pausing for a moment, Hikari continued to wonder, there is no trace of that precious medicine. Could the one holding the key be on the upper floor? Sue pondered for a moment before making his assessment. Hunter Layla is erecting a sensory barrier around the entire facility. It seems they are trying to find an emergency escape route. He immediately turned and walked briskly. I am heading to the upper floors right now, so please continue to stop those trying to escape. Donghu is also on his way. Hikari quickly reached out to hold him back. Wait a moment. She took off the bracelet she was wearing. Take this. He paused at her sudden action. What is this? Putting the item on Sue's wrist, Hikari explained, this is a magic-enhancing treasure that I obtained during my previous mission. Ever since I witnessed your peerless power with my own eyes, I realized that I have been living too complacently all this time. That is why I have worked much harder since then. Receiving the support order from headquarters this time truly made me very happy. Thinking of what had just happened, Hikari lowered her head in embarrassment. I want to help, but I'm still not good enough. I need to work much harder. Kumo was dumbfounded, unable to understand her action. Sister, do you really intend to give him to Kamikazuchi? He looked unwilling. How can you easily give away such a legendary treasure? Could he be? Seeing Kumo jump to wild conclusions, Hikari quickly waved her hands in denial. No, don't misunderstand. Flustered, she walked quickly in another direction, leaving the other two dazed. Just to repay him for last time, so don't overthink it. Let's go quickly, there are still small fries running around out there. Hikari gently touched her burning face. Honestly, just because I was saved a few times have I fallen head over heels? No way. Suddenly, a soft voice called out from behind her. Wait. Su's stern figure immediately surfaced in Hikari's smile. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly turned her face away as if trying to hide her shame. Hikari only had time to turn her head away in confusion, while Su seized the opportunity to grab Chihai's collar as if about to run away. He truly had nerve. He screamed hysterically, clutching the suitcase tightly. I am not an awakened, I am just an ordinary civilian. Dante, arrest me. Without bothering to listen to his explanation, he grabbed the man by the collar and roared, stop talking nonsense. No matter how you look at it, you re an Iran boy for criminals. How dare you still deny it? Do you want your teeth knocked out? Chihai, who was already weak, trembled uncontrollably even more. Please spare me. Su threatened in a low voice. Such a coward, yet you dare to get involved with this forbidden drug? If you want to stay alive, confess where the drugs are hidden quickly, unless you want to be beaten to a pulp. Chihai trembled violently, stammering in fear. Underground. The drugs are hidden underground. There's a VIP elevator leading straight down to the basement, and from there is an escape tunnel. They've already fled in that direction. Su frowned, thinking what a troublesome bunch. Hey Oa, there's definitely something very suspicious down there. From another direction, someone cried out in surprise. Could there be a secret passage under the basement? Su quickly explained while running. Indeed, someone went ahead, but it seems they urgently need backup. Awa felt deeply uneasy. Even though there are more criminals than expected, the two of us must still push forward. Luckily, the main hall is under control. Suddenly, both of them halted. Su snapped quietly, wait a second. On the floor lay a crowd of people strewn about as if a bloody battle had just taken place. Arumu stood blocking the way and announced coldly, sorry, don't even think about stepping past here. Get the hell out. Awa thought in shock, have they all been taken care of already? When did the battle even start? Cold sweat trickled down her temple. Sijin, these guys are unpredictable. He nodded slightly in agreement. This group is completely different from those we've encountered before. Just a glance is enough to see their level far exceeds ours. On the opposite side, Arumu and Rabin were also cautiously assessing their opponents. A few seconds later, she whispered a warning. They are National Elite members. Be careful and stall them until Chloe arrives, then fall back. As she spoke, she stood up, not forgetting to hurl a challenge. Better worry about keeping your miserable lives. Sijin immediately got into a fighting stance, they remaking their move. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hammer flew straight toward Ewa's group. Not to be outdone, he roared, I will burn these annoying roadblocks to ashes. Arumu tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand, such an arrogant fool. As the streams of power collided, Awa's group immediately noticed something unusual. It was a coordinate teleportation skill. Even so, they struggled to dodge the attacks. How could they teleport here? Damn it, is this a spatial ability? Surprisingly, Rabin appeared behind her with a large axe. A weak archer like you is as easy to snap as a cookie. Finishing his sentence, he swung his axe down, causing a dense cloud of dust to billow up. Despite her whole body trembling under the terrifying pressure, Yoa still gritted her teeth and growled every word. It seems you still done to know my true power. Physical strength is the absolute key to survival for an archer, remember that. No sooner had she finished speaking than she channeled all her internal energy and delivered a devastating kick right to Rabin's face. He staggered and fell backward, looking utterly pathetic. What incredible bad luck, there are no words for it. Not far away, Clow clutched his head in utter bewilderment. What the hell was going on? He had clearly told them to prepare the potions beforehand, yet they had to go and pick a fight right in front of the emergency exit. What was he supposed to do now? If you were going to abandon someone, please at least choose someone who still has a shred of value to take along. Hearing approaching footsteps, Shijin abruptly turned his head, only to find it was Clow wearing a mask. Right at that critical make-or-break moment, Yoa shouted a warning from afar. Shijin and Arumu seized the chance to take him down. The enemy is distracted. Because she was distracted by that call, she took a punishing, agonizing blow straight from Ray-Ban. Yoa was violently hurled against the wall, causing her body to curl up by natural reflex. Seeing that everything was more or less settled, Chloe leisurely stepped out. Thanks for helping me keep my life. Kaisao's orders were already a headache, and now they were even more so. That's enough, let us bounce before we get caught. Rabin raised an eyebrow and asked with an indifferent, emotionless attitude, and where are your subordinates? Or are you going alone again? He arrogantly raised his hand to stroke his chin and replied, I told you, those guys from Qinghua are nothing special. I just shook off those tails trailing me. They all useless good for nothings who got completely wiped out. Let's gather this pile of medicine and get going. Just as the words left his mouth, a chilling and defiant voice suddenly echoed through the quiet space. Where do you think you were sneaking off to? Clow and his entire crew were given a major fright at the sight of Sihu appearing. How long have you been lurking by the door? Don't move an inch from where you are, you bastards. Clow chuckled lightly behind his mask as a few troublesome thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he spoke in a mocking yet somewhat helpless tone. I must congratulate you on such a spectacular ambush. It's quite a lively crowd. My entire establishment is completely ruined. Damn it, a headquarters could be built any time, but did he have any idea how much money had been poured into this place? That was why he was up to his ears in work, and besides, your achievements have been getting pretty decent lately, haven't they? Excessive greed ends up leaving you with empty hands. How about we call it quits right here? Close, cold gaze swept over Shihan and Yoa, who had collapsed, and he said indifferently, we busy anyway, hurry up and clean up those guys lying on the ground. Sihu's interface suddenly turned as pitch black as a descending thunderstorm. You the one behind this despicable trick, aren't you? Raven glared fiercely, let out a roar, and brandished his axe as if to threaten him. Haven't your eyes opened yet? Saves us a lot of talking. He roared and leaped forward, pouring all his strength into a direct, murderous slash straight down at his head. You truly tired of living. Ignoring his opponent, Sihu calmly raised his hand and unleashed his powerful special move. It was an extremely fierce pursuit skill that simultaneously increased the solidity of his magical energy and launched forward in the direction of the target. The shorter the distance, the more terrifying the destructive power. Standing dumbfounded and witnessing the entire event, Arumu stared in wide-eyed astonishment as Rabin was taken down in a split second. It was definitely him. All the trouble stemmed from this central figure. Arumu turned to look at Cloud with a flustered and deeply anxious expression. "Let's get out of here while we still can," he coldly interrupted, leisurely taking off his coat and saying, "Forget it, just leave this to me. Your job is to protect that cargo well." With that, Cloud shifted his sharp gaze toward him. "Now, take a deep breath and sit down so we can have a reasonable chat." High-ranking member of the Gangbuk crew, Min Sihu. Facing that excessively warm attitude, he kept his expression completely blank and slowly raised his hand. The decisive strike from Su made him stagger backward. It was truly formidable. A soulless voice spoke up to inquire about the primary supply source. "Is it accurate?" Though irritated by the hole in his shirt, Clow quickly regained his radiant smile. "Why would you think that?" Siu Yu looked straight at his opponent and nonchalantly remarked that it was because he was the most skillful law bender. "Fess up before I knock all your teeth out. Which gateway did you bring those pharmaceuticals through, and who is the one manufacturing and distributing them?" Hearing this, Clow clapped his hands repeatedly as if celebrating. "Don't tell me you think I will obediently tell the truth. Then you have vastly underestimated me." Once he finished his sentence, Clow immediately lunged towards Siu without hesitation. He raised his arm to take the full force of a kick from the opponent. He was not discouraged at all and immediately changed his technique. Feeling the force transmitted through, Siu thought to himself that this movement skill's speed was more than enough to surpass Su, but its power was somewhat inferior. He swung his arm, creating gusts of wind that knocked Claw far away. That guy dropped one knee to the ground, lowering his center of gravity to neutralize the pushing force. Claw smirked and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He never expected to bleed one day. "That's right, even I can get injured, huh?" He suddenly stomped hard to gain momentum, and his figure vanished in an instant. Claw continuously unleashed relentless, breathless combinations of attacks aimed at Siu Yu. Everything only truly stopped when he fell flat on his back, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Seeing the opponent about to strike again, Siu Yu took the chance to ask about Jiang Wei. Hearing these words, he found them so funny he had to ask again. "What kind of monster are you exactly?" Just as the sound faded, an azure magic circle suddenly glowed where Siu Yu was standing. Instantly, the entire surrounding space was covered in a wafer-thin layer of ice. Claw quickly jumped up to avoid it while exclaiming in utter shock, "You really are a monster." Siu would never miss such a golden opportunity. He immediately lunged to close the distance from behind him. "I am also very confident in my own speed, you bastard." Right after those words, Claw was kicked, falling face first onto the freezing ice. He scrambled to his feet, intending to resist, but his entire body had long since been frozen solid. After confirming his opponent was completely incapacitated, Siu Yu bent down and muttered, "How annoying, when will these space-shifting effects ever end?" Right then, Sejun struggled to sit up and called out, "Brother." Hearing the call, he immediately turned his head and told him not to move so he could heal him. Siu Yu strode quickly to place his hand on his younger brother's head and began to transmit inner power to heal him. The more Arumu observed, the more her stomach churned in panic. How could this be? Where on earth did that bizarre energy come from? The magical pressure radiating from him far exceeded human limits, and he could even summon a spirit form. This person was clearly a major threat to Pandemonium. She had to urgently report this back to headquarters. However, just as she was about to grab her weapon, his icy voice echoed, "Hey, don't do anything foolish. Stay obediently rooted to the spot." From a quick look, "I know full well you know nobody. What exactly do you know about the origin of those potions? Don't take gawk at me like that. Confess quickly, unless you also crave the feeling of being torn limb from limb like that fat Sakia." At that critical moment, Cloud, who was suddenly frozen in ice, softly whispered, "Maximum heat." In the blink of an eye, Sue's outstretched hands were already billowing with smoke. Along with his delighted laughter, the entire block of ice changed color, evaporated, melted into water, and vanished. This time it was Sue's turn to stare in blank surprise. "So this is your hidden trick?" Cloud sneered as a silent killing intent enveloped the area. "Once you've seen this, your chances of survival are closed. So please turn to ash with me right here." Unable to hold back, Arumu screamed angrily from behind, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to turn this entire area into a pile of rubble, you lunatic?" Just as she uttered those words, she suddenly froze when she saw Sue's silver glowing back. His face had now returned to a calm state, as if nothing had happened. "Why get so worked up over just a tiny scratch like that?" Sue immediately unleashed a massive surging glacier sweeping toward Cloud. "Cool down a bit, you madman." Instantly, countless sharp ice spikes sprouted up all over the place. Under the violent pressure, Cloud was blown far away into the distance. Sue gently brushed off the dust and said indifferently, "What a hassle. You were just foolishly wasting your magic energy." But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze and stared blankly at his hands with a puzzled look. Despite his battered body, Cloud still grinned in delight. "I've figured you out." Cloud began to boast triumphantly, "Do you understand the situation by now, you punk?" Raging flames burning his entire body made Sue silently frustrated. "Damn it, why won't this fire magic go out?" He continued to grin smugly, struggling is useless. "My fire magic is nothing like those cheap tricks. Piercing fire. As long as this technique bites into the prey's unique life, force the living soul, it will burn forever. Normally, ordinary humans cannot easily materialize that living soul, but Min Sejun has an older brother named Min Suwu, doesn't he? You are one of the rare few with the ability to manipulate living souls, aren't you? And yet you waste the living soul like a rabid dog drooling everywhere." He became increasingly insane, his face grotesquely distorted and completely losing all basic sanity. "So, obediently turn to ash along with that sparkling energy of yours." Without a hint of fear, Suwu remained completely expressionless as he clenched his fist to strike. So what? In the very next second, he lunged straight at the enemy at a wind-cleaving speed. Let's see how you handle this. Before he could even boast, let me roast you a bit more to make it spectacular, he was sent flying backward, taking a devastating blow to the stomach that he couldn't block. Suwu continued to swing his iron fist, calmly threatening him. Isn't it just a matter of crushing you flat before my body turns to charcoal? After all, the technique relies on the user's will. Once they die, the spell automatically disperses. Before he could even gather his bearings, he took a direct punch straight to the face. He countered immediately, gathering flows of atmospheric energy into a perfectly round ball right in the center of his palm. The other guy kept provoking him as if to tease, challenging his opponent to charge him because he thought he was too important to die. Sensing something was off, Suwu immediately calculated in his head and realized his prediction was completely accurate. Although his self-healing was racing against the speed of his body's destruction, his mana source was also depleting. Understanding this, he decided to stall for time instead of seeking a quick victory. However, that technique surely exhausted him. The best move now was to take him down quickly and cleanly, and although Suwu was hiding skillfully, Gao saw right through him, claiming to have foreseen the scheme from a mile away. No matter how high quality it is, if he keeps trying to overexert himself, his body will soon be ruined. Exceeding the tolerance limit means delivering oneself to the god of death immediately. Don't even dream of touching a single hair of mine, as countless defensive formations suddenly sprouted in the void to block every bullet. Suwu was activating the protective wall named Iron God. The young man remained silent as if his soul were drifting with the wind. In truth, Suwu had realized a vital truth since the day he set foot back on Earth. The decrease in power after the intergalactic flight was actually just a self-defense mechanism, whereas the power accumulated for a whole century in his Danshin remained intact. The catch was that the mechanics of magic and energy systems in each world were as different as day and night. Therefore, to avoid overloads or energy conflicts before acclimating to the unfamiliar atmosphere and dimension, Suwu's body had clearly locked away some of his power. If that were the case, to break the boundaries, the only way was to risk exploding his Danshin to shatter the seal. Ever since the duel with Koide-san, he had vaguely grasped the key to breaking those chains of limitation, but the price to be paid for this remained unclear. Standing at the fragile boundary between life and death, a thought suddenly flashed, making Suwu chuckle. Surprisingly, perilous moments like these made him miss home dearly. The failed challenge sent Claw into a rage. He repeatedly swore, asking why the opponent wouldn't he just submissively go to the grave and stay there to be done with it. Go meet the king of hell already, you hateful and loathsome brat. Witnessing his frenzied and out-of-control strikes, Urumu secretly worried the situation was spiraling downward uncontrollably. He had gone truly mad, and this situation was far too critical. Someone capable of shattering all solid defenses and forcing a high-ranking leader of Pandemonium to reveal his true form was truly formidable. There was no more time to save face, for this man was an immense threat. Fulfilling Lord K's order, she had to keep Chloe alive, but with what little energy remained, how could she turn the tables with a single move? Silently hardening her resolve and unconsciously clenching her fist, she told herself that if the situation forced her, she would rather finish it herself than let others intervene. Shiroin suddenly appeared behind and pressed his staff directly into Urumi's back, issuing a spine-chilling threat for her to stop those silly tricks immediately. Although she didn't dare move, she remained defiant, mocking the opponent for barely being able to stand yet still wanting to lecture her. Seeing Urumu was still stubbornly refusing to give up, he threw cold water on her, advising her to open her eyes and see that this entire abyss area had been sealed off, with no one allowed in or out. Most of the ringleaders of the criminal gangs gathered here, along with the subordinates suspected of involvement in that illicit drug, have already been jailed. Sooner or later, all those secret escape tunnels will be fully uncovered by us. Hearing that, she gritted her teeth in frustration and resentment, finally being forced to raise both hands in surrender. On the opposite side, Chloe continued to spout jeers to pressure his opponent, calling out to the pompous inspector. How does it feel to burn your own life for combat power? After all, Yuri just a mere mortal, unless Yuri some other kind of freak. How can that body endure it? Why not take the chance to see your comrades and write a will while there is still time? Looking at the current situation and knowing that dragging it out like this was not ideal at all, Suwo calculated the pros and cons of his next move. It was true that his self-healing speed was becoming significantly sluggish. If things continued like this, he would collapse first, yet his mana pool was also near the red line, and the aftermath was worrying, not to mention that while he needed to recover, El-Ho and Sejin's injuries were still extremely critical. Could he manage to both take the guy down and clean up this mess? Was that technique really the only way to break through? But it would be dangerous if the whole building collapsed due to the overload. Frost's voice suddenly rang in his ears, snapping him out of his tangled thoughts. What exactly are you afraid of? What are you so scared of that you want to even break down this thin wall hesitating like this? In that case, I will let this physical body step in and crush it for you. With someone else shouldering his burden, Saihu flashed a sinister smile. A dark, aggressive storm suddenly swept in and wrapped tightly around him, blowing away the embers that were gnawing at Siu's flesh. Chloe gaped in utter shock, his jaw nearly hitting the floor, unable to believe his eyes. A head with two sharp horns slowly emerged in midair. Frau was overjoyed to be out, howling until his voice was hoarse for someone to serve breakfast immediately. The destructive fire was being surrounded and completely swallowed by the black gust of wind. Strange occurrences followed one after another, far beyond close understanding. He frowned and pondered, could the ultimate power be being swallowed? Relieved of a massive burden, Saihu let out a sigh of relief. Now everything is fine. You finally decided to show up, and I must say your timing is perfect. All right, what did that guy call himself? A transcendent being? Suddenly, the remaining embers were thrown back at the one who had unleashed them by the black wind. Chloe couldn't react in time and took the full hit, letting out a pitiful scream. Witnessing the scene, Sihu didn't even blink, considering it well-deserved retribution. This was the real life or death battle. A moment ago you asked me how interesting it feels to be roasted alive, right? I'm a bit bad at fancy explanation, so just experience it for yourself. The hot flames repeatedly licked his body, making Claw wail miserably. He had no choice but to urgently call his subordinate Arumu to the rescue. She had quietly prepared an escape route for her master long ago, her mouth continuously whispering Lord K's name. At that exact moment, she decisively swung her whip and cast a spell lightning fast, all for him, for the entire demon world of pandemonium. Noticing Sihu's move had suddenly veered off course, Sejun glanced at Arumu and thought to himself, it seems he has shifted the position of the strike onto himself. Livid at being hit by his own ultimate technique, he cursed furiously, you bastard. Then he resentfully threw out a threat before disappearing without a trace, just wait, you damn jerk. He could only sigh in frustration at the enemy's behavior. How ridiculous, so that was a tool for running away. How cowardly can you be, leaving the mess for your subordinates to handle and then bolting. Frank, hearing this, quickly cut in with a snarky remark, you were almost turned into a roasted pig yourself, yet you still have time to mock others. After clearing up the trouble, Sihu rushed to check on his brother. Sejun, are you okay? Apart from a few superficial scratches, everything was fine. Sejun also reassured his brother, I am safe as well. The older brother still didn't seem used to the presence of the strange entity. Sejun could hide his curiosity. Wait a second, what is that weird thing next to you? It was exactly as he thought. Anyone seeing Frank for the first time would be just as confused as Sejun. This thing is. Even though he had warned him beforehand, how should he address it now? That creature, I mean. After pondering for a moment, Sihu blurted out a random name, a guest. Naturally, the entity would never agree and immediately corrected him. It's Lord Predator. At the central headquarters in the Antarctic region of the demon realm, a heartbreaking cry of pain suddenly echoed. Jae-hwan lay flat on the hospital bed, looking exhausted and wary. He could only grit his teeth and swear, damn it. Seeing his opponent utterly furious, Sutai couldn't resist making a few sarcastic remarks, thinking that the sight of the other person being incinerated by their own mana stream was truly a laughable spectacle. Hearing that, he trembled with rage, grinding his teeth as he growled each word, shut up, you hateful old man. Then he struggled to his feet and threatened, I swear I won't let you get away with this, you scoundrel. He showed no fear, only sighed dejectedly, you've ruined the entire project and yet you still dare to challenge me. Seeing you scream like that, it seems you've recovered. I've warned you countless times since our first meeting, Siwu, it is a poison. The more you abuse it, the closer death comes. That flame drains the enemy's life force, but your own body is the conduit. Ordinary people naturally have limits when performing strength skills. I had to patch up your core before it exploded. Sutai softly offered sincere advice, so you should learn to conserve your strength for the great flow of pandemonium instead. Crone, who was leisurely sitting nearby, chimed in, exactly, my thoughts are precisely the same as his. You are a renowned guild leader, standing among the world's most excellent hunters, yet how can you be this weak? I heard Kay say that you intended to handle that mess yourself and then got thoroughly beaten by the Spees. The more flustered Ji-hwan looked, the more amused he was, teasing him further. While you were lying here recovering, Kexen has to painstakingly clean up the aftermath of the Lux project that you ruined. He irritably shouted, shut up, you blockhead. Crone sat up straight and asked, annoyed, what did you just say? Ji-hwan challenged, do you want to fight? Sutai, seeing the tense situation, immediately cut in. I'm sick of you two bickering. If you want to fight, take it outside. As he spoke, he changed his tone, becoming gentle with a touch of helplessness. You two are from the same hometown, yet you were always ready to tear each other apart. I don't understand why. It's truly beyond words. Just then, the room door burst open and Hecatan swaggered in. Hey, Dr. Sutai, are you here? Everyone bowed in unison. Sutai spoke on their behalf. Mr. Hecatan, you've arrived. He calmly waved his hand. All right, kneel, you lowly people. He went straight to the point that needed clarification. You are the group dispatched to handle the Lux project, aren't you? I heard there was a problem. How did the recovery go? Jae-hwan felt heartbroken, but reluctantly reported, we apologize, the recovery operation has failed. Hecatan wasn't surprised in the least, merely shrugging as if he had already anticipated the situation. That's how humans are. I didn't expect much more. The original purpose of Lux was merely to make those complacent hunters experience some real pressure. More importantly, it was to let humanity feel the potential of magic, just as you already know about the profound meaning of the demon race. Jae-hwan and Crone were a little awkward but remained silent, listening to him ramble endlessly about the path to unlocking the standard way for humans to use mana. Those who master magic will understand the power from other dimensions and easily control countless gates connecting them. With infinite resources and power from those dimensions, this world could completely achieve remarkable advancements, yet those foolish humans rejected it, leading to the war 10 years ago. That's why humanity remained stagnant, unable to use mana in its purest form, only squabbling over pitiful scraps. He was extremely tense, a series of negative speculations ready to explode in his head, but he dared not speak them. What does that mean? Hucken maintained a calm demeanor as he analyzed, humans do not have the right to decide the fate of this planet. If mana is abused, it will not only destroy this world but also affect all other dimensions. As he spoke, he angrily slammed his hand down on the table, creating a harsh sound. That's why the demon race must shoulder the heavy responsibility of overseeing humanity. We those who transcend all dimensions bearing ultimate power, that is the demon race. Jae-hwan mumbled annoyedly with his head bowed, what a load of nonsense. If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Crone quickly reminded him, shut your mouth right now. Hecatan returned to his initially calm demeanor and made a request. Anyway, the main topic is still the artificial gate project, Doctor. The gate that is about to open will become the vessel for the advent of the demon Lord Soligo. Sutai was still confused, so he asked again if he was referring to summoning a second-rank demon king. He immediately nodded in confirmation. Correct, our rank gate is complete. This is the golden time to act. Current artificial gates are full of monsters, but their mana stones are being depleted, aren't they? Once the descent process is finished, the high-level mana from the Demon King will resolve this issue smoothly. Hakan hesitated for a moment, resting his chin on his hand and thought, there is only one obstacle. This ritual consumes a massive amount of sacrifices, and the number of monsters inside the gate is still insufficient. We need hunters with exceptional power, ideally in all-rank formation. Sutai maintained an enthusiastic attitude, stood straight and answered seriously, rest assured, since it's a S-rank gate, the top hunters will dive in like moths to a flame. He looked satisfied and reaffirmed his view, precisely, minor losses are an inevitable price for a great cause. As a loyal follower of Pandemonium, you understand how long we have worked to prepare for this event. This time, don't let anyone stand in our way, understood? A sudden knock at the door interrupted them both. Kay stood outside and said, Lord Hicketon, I have arrived. I have finished investigating the incident, and it seems the hunter sabotaging the project this time is the same one who stopped the 4th Demon King event a decade ago. Hearing that, Hakatan panicked to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. What did you say? The one who was sucked into that spatial rift. The one we tried to eliminate. He confirmed in a heavy voice, making the air in the room stifling. Unfortunately, it is him. Sutai analyzed it carefully and found it hard to believe. That's absurd. Are you saying a human could open a spatial rift themselves in return? Hiketen could not hide his rage. Damn it, why at such a critical moment? Though not knowing how to handle it, he had to suppress his frustration and decided to continue with the gate project. Along the base hallway, Kay's lowered his voice to ask for an opinion. Lord Hekatan, how do you plan to act? Do we need to send an assassination team? He rubbed his head in confusion and growled, another humiliating failure like last time. Damn it, but standing by like this won't work either. Hekatan hurried his pace while giving an order, contact the one who stands above authorization immediately. As time passed, Kay stood on the rooftop, silently listening to the person on the other end. It's a pity for you, Kays. A reproachful voice echoed, don't you know that contacting me directly is putting yourself in harm's way? He pleaded tremblingly, I know, but this is an emergency. Do you still remember the one who defeated the 4 Demon Kings 10 years ago? Seeing the other side remain silent, Kays continued, it turns out you remember clearly. He has returned to Earth and cost me 2 of my most effective henchmen. He regretfully recounted the losses, not to mention he is involved with organizations like the Smisex, so we can act recklessly. The hunter spoke up, so what reason do I have to help you? Kays did a calculation and gave an objective argument, because this is an order from Lord Hicketon. Furthermore, in the upcoming Artificial Gate campaign, the descent of Demon Lord Soliga will certainly take place. Whether it is a covert elimination in the dark or a public finish in broad daylight, you must ensure no one is permitted to interfere with the descent ceremony. That hunter froze but calmly replied, no wonder the hunter world has been in such chaos lately, I understand. Tell Lord Hicketon to rest easy. He took a cigarette from his chest pocket and lit it, the gray smoke slowly vanishing into thin air. His gaze was sharp and cold, as if hiding ultimate murderous intent. Leave the rest of the work to me. Fra gazed at the pizza, which was cut into perfectly even triangular slices with an enticing dusting of fragrant seasoning on top. His eyes quickly swept over the fragrant dishes of food laid out on the table, especially the hamburger. Finally, he fixed his adoring gaze on his absolute favorite dish, the golden brown fried chicken. He happily took a deep bite of the chicken, his eyes narrowing in sheer satisfaction. It was truly a masterpiece. Tearing and chewing ravenously, he felt that having a physical body to enjoy delicious flavors was the true meaning of existence. Seeing this, Sue could only sigh in dismay, not knowing what words to use to describe this bittersweet situation. Sharon, standing next to him, shared the same curiosity, wondering if this was a side effect of overusing mana. Sue crossed his arms in annoyance and loudly retorted that calling it a side effect was an understatement. It was a disaster, while Frey remained entirely focused on devouring the delicious feast before him. Sharon tried to search his memory for an answer. He knew of a few hunters who possessed skills to summon creatures to fight alongside them, but he turned to look at him with concern, saying he had never summoned anything so bizarre, while Sue grimaced in disgust, arguing that this could not even be considered a summoning. Iowa chimed in, half teasing and half admiring, remarking that this creature probably relied on its master's mana to sustain itself, looking more like a cute mascot than an independent warrior. Hearing this, Frank paused. A mascot, this body was clearly that of an apex predator. He solemnly stepped forward and spoke with great pride, like a master orator, to clarify things for everyone. This weakling and I met in the demon realm 10 years ago. We signed a pact, and even though we have returned to Earth, our souls remain bound together forever. But this guy's energy on Earth was too meager for me to manifest my true form, so I could only hide in his consciousness. Fortunately, after the battle, his Danshin evolved into a core, enabling me to manifest my physical form. Having said that, Frank patted the shoulder of Sue, who remained expressionless, and asked if they finally understood. Iowa held her hand, skeptical about the core story, as she had never heard of a Danshin upgrading, but he firmly asserted that this was a trait of powerful demons in the demon realm. After a moment of reflection, Shihun spoke up, saying that as long as it did not harm him it was fine, adding that the recent project had helped him realize they still had far greater potential for growth. His eyes shone with hope as he suggested they continue learning, while Iowa, beside him, was also eager to acquire more knowledge despite her advanced age. Seeing his companions being overly serious, Shihun awkwardly scratched his neck and told everyone there was no need to make such a big deal out of it. Xai-jun seemed all too familiar with this side of him, urging the group to head out as there were many aftermaths of the incident that required urgent attention. Hearing that, Sue sighed with a headache, reluctantly agreeing to go along with everyone's wishes. Iowa ignored the other two and turned to invite Sane to hang out, which annoyed Fra, who felt ignored and exclaimed, "How dare you people ignore me?" The scene shifted to the area outside the Smix building. In the office, Zhang was burying his head in a pile of documents when someone visited, prompting him to say, "Oh, you've arrived." Siu could not hide his surprise at seeing him arrive so early, and the other man immediately launched into a stream of complaints about the complex case that had forced the team to stay up all night dealing with dozens of criminal organizations. Instead of asking more, he went straight to the main point. "We can deal with those small fries later. What about that other guy?" Thanks to their years of rapport, Zhang quickly caught on, stating that Zhang Qiui was currently being held in the detention room. He had remained absolutely silent since his arrest, except for when he was eating. There was no progress whatsoever. As Siu quickly scanned the necessary data, Zhang briefly reported that all information had been transferred to the forensics department. With the work temporarily finished, he returned the stack of files and instructed them to notify him immediately of any updates. The other man accepted the documents and casually asked if he planned to go down to the holding cell. The cracking sound of Xu's knuckles echoed. He would soon have to open his mouth, as soon as not a single tooth in his mouth remained intact. In an instant, horrific screams echoed from holding cell number 1. Standing outside, Xin could not help but shudder and swallow hard. Both he and Suhyox broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously whispering to each other whether this would be all right, but they ultimately had to wait in silence since no one knew anything. Behind the rigid iron door, splatters of bright red blood had begun to scatter, staining a corner of the floor. Ultimately, Chai-Hai had to yield to Xu's brutal punches, whimpering that he would confess everything. The Qingdao Fu organization is the one behind coordinating the entire trade of the stimulant drug lax. This is a global power headquartered in Seoul, and they are responsible for distributing the goods throughout Northeast Asia. They have also granted exclusive distribution rights in the domestic market to Kao. Chai-Hai racked his brain to recall his last fragments of memory, stating that Kao was a local black market smuggling kingpin and they were plotting to use Narak as a springboard to spread this drug across the entire region. That is all I know. As for where DC Wang gets the goods or who is pulling the strings behind this global network, I swear I am completely clueless. Xiaoyu did not bother to care about his oaths, only coldly demanded to know who exactly this Disiong was. After taking a few painful blows, Chai-Hai became compliant and confessed that about 10 years ago, he suddenly appeared, established the organization, took over the underworld overnight, and simultaneously set up a cult named Ashura. He also cleverly transformed it into a commercial conglomerate of an extremely massive scale. Hearing up to this point, Siu could not help but sigh in frustration. Did it turn out that this was the result of all his painstaking efforts in training him? Setting that aside, what about that Cloud character? Chai-Hai flinched back, asserting that he had only met him on Disiong's orders and knew nothing more. Shivering and curling up his body, he said, "All I know is that he is an extremely cunning businessman." Xiaoyu felt his efforts had been in vain once again, lamenting that it was indeed as useless as always, and that they would have to take matters into their own hands again. Xiaoyu decisively turned and left, telling the man to just eat and rest for now, as there would come a time when he would have to face Disiong directly. Chai-Hai felt as though he had just returned from the dead, breathing a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The sky was exceptionally clear today. Leaning against the rooftop railing, Xiaoyu carefully reviewed the documents in his hand regarding the achievements made in this project. The name Smek stood out prominently, completely capturing his attention. A sudden surge of anger made him clench the paper in his hand. He had even been promoted to the special grade, no less. Just how much longer does that bastard Edward plan on making me work like a slave? Right at that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Xiu. "So you've arrived?" Ghost and Vol knelt flat on the ground, both respectfully saying, "You called for us, sir." Before he could speak, the old man eagerly expressed his excessive adoration. Unable to stomach this flattering style, he immediately interrupted to ask about the origin of that strange object. Guy Yu did not bother with lengthy explanations and got straight to the point, asking about the connection to the Black Heaven clan and announcing that he had a new mission for them both. He wanted them to quietly tail the target for a period, observe every move, and report immediately if anything suspicious arose. With his wealth of experience, Ghost quickly realized the gravity of the situation and asked, "Who do you want us to tail, sir?" Xiu reviewed the entire thought system. Since the recent Project S information was leaked, the ultimate mission is to track down and plug the loophole immediately. I have screened the list of personnel transferred from other branches to SMEX, prioritizing those who have access to the project data. As a result, the suspects were narrowed down to 2 units under the 7 stars. Ghost and Volkinga could not hide their shock upon hearing the news. Xiu calmly called out the first name, making the surrounding air freeze. Immediately, the triumphant smiles of the duo Wan and Kim Kong appeared. The culprit who leaked the information is indeed one of these two. At the main lobby of the SMEX headquarters, Watt stood on the majestic podium to express his deep gratitude to the investigators who had just joined the team. "We highly anticipate your breakthrough contributions before we move on to the next part of the program. As investigators, everyone must know about the recent illegal awakening incident that shocked the public, and the Korean branch handled it exceptionally well by seizing a large quantity of dangerous drugs." He continued to present their outstanding achievements in recent times, having completely shattered the supply network and arrested all the key links. For those immense contributions, Hunter Sivu of the SMEX Korean branch is officially promoted to semi-special grade. One person below whispered in suspicion about Min Sivu's identity, while others angrily sneered at how brazen backroom deals have become. The person standing nearby analyzed that the vice president wanted to put the former president's faction in their place, while the other also complained that they had never seen this Hunter's name on any prestigious ranking. Watt looked down from the stage with confidence and solemnly declared that the SMEX investigators are the steel wall protecting humanity. Since the gates appeared, the era of skill power has overshadowed the law, and Smempsis has always used that power to enforce justice. We should focus on wielding our power properly instead of getting bogged down in tedious procedures. This concludes the ceremony. In just a brief moment, the vast hall returned to its usual quietness. Everyone dispersed with heavy hearts, while others hurried back to their daily routines. In another office, Xianho roared in anger and slumped into his chair upon learning that the opposing faction had pulled a trick to put a rookie in to fill the vacancy. He wondered how much money he had spent to polish Smempsis' reputation all this time. Sangun stood at attention behind him to report the situation, feeling distressed to see that many semi-special grade agents had gradually leaned toward the vice president's faction. I heard that the veteran Harold Bloom has started whispering to those who are disgruntled about this appointment. The weakening of the former president's faction infuriated Xianho, who threw a stack of documents at his subordinates and scolded them for not quickly finding a way to turn the tide. I went to so much trouble to flatter and win favor with the former president's faction, yet now these brats are eyeing to take my seat of power. He kicked all his subordinates out, not forgetting to order them to bring down the newly promoted guy at all costs to reclaim his merit. When the room fell silent again, Xianho muttered a curse under his breath. He let out a heavy sigh, having reached his final decision. Perhaps it was time to play his most dangerous trump card. Fragments of Xianho's memory flashed back to a luxurious bar with a quiet atmosphere, isolated from the outside world. He looked puzzled when he heard the person behind him mention the haunting term, pandemonium. I thought those bastards had gone extinct after being cornered in Antarctica. It turns out they still exist. Nevertheless, I still find it confusing that we have to cooperate with these devils. It's not that I am against seeking their help, but clearly you gain very little from our side. The pale-faced Catman glared with annoyance, remarking sarcastically, "You really want to know why? I thought you weren't the type to care about such trivial matters. The core issue is this crazy world where people are judged solely on their innate abilities. I know very well how you struggled to climb from the gutter to where you are now, indeed, money laundering and all sorts of illegal underground dealings." His decisive conclusion plunged Xian into extreme tension. "I know everything, but I don't care." Pandemonium always emphasizes a strong desire for superiority. If you are willing to grant us a small favor, the chairman's seat will be within your grasp. The flashback ended, and he fell silent, unable to speak, merely contemplating all the moves. The scene changed, a different frame appeared. Saiwu tightly gripped his new name tag and listened intently as the former bodyguard explained, "Take it, wear it with pride. This is the only international agency dedicated to hunting awakened criminals. Depending on the country, our authority and scale vary, but the headquarters' influence now far surpasses any domestic organization. As for me, I hold the rank of semi-special grade. There are a total of 5 ranks: special grade, semi-special grade, high, medium, and low. I am in the second tier, while the heads of branches in each country are only at the medium level. From semi-special grade upwards, I stand ahead above all branch chiefs and am treated as a national distinguished guest in terms of status and power." Xiu frowned slightly. Honestly, he couldn't believe he had reached his current position. Thinking back made him so annoyed. When he was in Korea, he was treated like trash. Understanding that the longer he looked, the more painful it became, he quickly put it down. "After all, this is already causing internal commotion. Why did it escalate this far?" Ed smiled naturally, he said, "Because they need to exploit my abilities to the fullest." Su knew what lay behind that. "You are truly a cunning old fox." Suddenly the phone rang. Seeing the caller Ed, he quickly signaled, "Wait a moment," he said, and Xiu hastily answered the phone. "Hello, Jonggu. What? I understand. I'll be right back," he asked in confusion. "What happened?" He replied with a heavy expression and a deep voice, "Commander Zhang is dead." Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Xiu immediately rushed back to the office. He fell into thought. It's hard to accept this cruel reality. I can't believe it. I only left for a moment and this happened. Summarize it for me. What happened? Ghost complied immediately, slowly recounting the details. The victim was poisoned. There were no signs of unauthorized entry into the detention room. He must have hidden the poison within his body, but who could have foreseen that? Since you've been away, I've had people guarding the building closely, but there were no suspicious signs. The old man presented a stack of reports saying, "These are the documents you asked me to investigate. Regarding Ryu Jaewon, the leader of the Diamond Gang, his background and profile are quite murky. There is almost no information about him before he entered the guidance tower, and no one knows if he has any relatives. Since founding the Diamond Gang, he has primarily collaborated with Mystic Stone trading companies, is familiar with all sea routes, and is notoriously brutal in his profession." Saiwu studied what was written on the paper, simultaneously asking questions to delve deeper into the matter. "I understand. What about the Han Soul Gang?" Ghost recalled the details and immediately reported them thoroughly. "The leader of the Han Soul Gang, Li Yesi, has a very clean record. She is an elite hunter specializing in treating spiritual beings. Her gang primarily focuses on recovery and defense, so they are often dispatched abroad, gathering many international hunters to join their ranks." After listening, he grasped the general situation and issued the next directive. "All right, I will find out internal information myself. Send one to China to investigate the King Dafu organization, and you find out more about Ryu Jaehwan's origins." Ghost nodded in understanding and seriously accepted the order. "Understood, sir." The old man left, restoring the silence for Saiwu to immerse himself in thought. From any perspective, Commander Zhang was likely silenced. Is King Dafu somehow connected to Smex? What kind of investigative agency has so many loopholes? Fra suddenly urged, "Hey, hurry up, this is an emergency." He reacted with annoyance. "What?" He kept rambling incessantly about the trouble he was facing. The show we were watching suddenly lost its signal, which was really frustrating, so we might as well change the channel, and Siwu could only sigh helplessly, completely at a loss. Humoring Fra, he changed to another channel as the commentator's rapid voice rang out, "Breaking news as of dawn today in the Taebaek Mountains of Gangwon Province. The first S-Class gate has just appeared in South Korea. Let's connect with our reporter live at the scene. Sanong's voice continued to drone from the television, and S-Class gate is synonymous with a national disaster. However, since the resources inside are directly proportional to its scale, if handled skillfully it could turn out to be a godsend. When asked about the gate in Gangwon, Hosan did not hesitate to assert firmly. He immediately questioned the core issue directly. But historically, there has never been a precedent of high-level gates appearing simultaneously around the world like this as there. Following the event in Gangwon, South Korea, high-level gates are opening one after another across the globe. What is your assessment of the current situation? Instead of rushing to conclusions, he calmly analyzed, everyone knows it has only been 20 years since the gates first appeared, and humanity has only just begun to get used to magic power after awakening. In reality, we still don't understand even 10% of the nature behind them. Further research is required. Without interrupting, he quickly followed up on Hosan's point with an upcoming event. Unfortunately, a summit meeting is scheduled for today among the leaders of countries where S-Class gates have appeared. But a quick and sharp response is the real key. At the SMAC's branch office in South Korea, the atmosphere in the office became extremely chaotic. Everyone was frantically handling the scattered piles of documents, seemingly without even a single second to catch their breath. Donggo quickly threw on his coat and grumbled in frustration, talk about bad luck. Just as our subordinates are transferring to headquarters, an S-Class gate appears, and the Kang Ji-hui case is still unresolved. Seo-wee, standing nearby, could only accept the situation, although he was quite frustrated deep down. Seo-wee expressed his thoughts, I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but everything feels so perfectly orchestrated that it's scary. Donggo sympathized, agreeing that such a feeling was natural, but added, still, gates are naturally occurring phenomena after all. The key word he had just heard lost him in thought as he muttered, a natural phenomenon. In his mind, Seo-wee quickly connected the pieces of data for a thorough analysis. Were they really natural? Just like his suspicions in the previous Desert Gate incident, what if the appearance of these gates was not random but intentional? Unable to wrap his head around it, he concluded, well, it's still too early to draw conclusions, before turning to ask the person next to him. The Kang Ji-hui case was concluded as a medical pathology, right? Is there anything new? Donggo scratched his head trying to recall the key details. Nothing at all, just as you guessed. However, the investigation into the related organizations will be postponed. Aside from the S-Class gate in Gangwon, a series of mid to low-rank gates have also opened simultaneously in many places. Just protecting the citizens alone is enough to wear us out. Seo suddenly remembered something important and asked, will the SM6 participate in suppressing the S-Class gate? Resting his chin on his hand, he speculated on the possibility. It's hard to say. Domestically, the 7 Stars and the Hunter Association will definitely receive compulsory mobilization orders. But since the SMICS is primarily an agency specialized in crime investigation, and S-Class gates usually require international cooperation, there might be external assistance. Clasping his hands behind his neck, he walked while contemplating objectively, we'll see, but I doubt that guy even knows how to negotiate. In the lobby of the International Hunter Association, Choi Dae-sung stood observing all the activities around him. Whispers and murmurs overlapped with one another. This isn't the first time a world summit has been hosted by the association, but with the critical situation regarding the gates, there is no other choice. Multiple high-level gates opening simultaneously like this is actually good news for us as long as mana stones drop. Our country still lacks hunters powerful enough to deal with high-level gates. It would be wonderful if we could receive support. Wanting to hide his gaze, Choi Dae-sung said in a low voice, in this situation, we must form as many alliances as possible, before raising his voice to emphasize, our national strength has recovered quite a bit, but handling an S-Class gate alone is still too much. Understanding that this was intentional, he nodded slightly in response, I know. The crux lies in the division of magic stone profits after each raid, which is a rare mineral that can only be mined from spatial gates. They serve as the optimal fuel source and the core material for crafting all mana-operated magical artifacts and tools, and no nation in this world would provide free manpower without a spoils-sharing agreement. A man who had been waiting impatiently for a long time asked when the meeting would start, to which the guy next to him replied with a smile that everyone was already present. The soft sound of a door opening echoed, bringing an end to all doubts in the minds of the attendees. As soon as Moon-hyu turned his eyes toward the newcomer, he was astonished to recognize who it was. Once he clearly identified the leader of the escort, he confirmed with certainty that it was Miss Duden. On the other side of the auditorium, people were buzzing about the appearance of Miss Duden, a group that rarely makes public appearances. And isn't that person over there the association president who possesses a mythic grade skill, leaving the person opposite in awe of their grand presence? Choi Dae-sung in the corner could only contemplate in silence, looking back through memories of Miss Duden, a group of the world's 10 strongest hunters who laid the foundation and seized control from the moment gates first appeared. Most hunters yearn to join Miss Duden to prove their status, but even rank candidates are usually eliminated at the very first round if they do not possess a mythic grade skill. Recalling the past, he felt a bit bitter about having his application rejected by them, while Moon-hyu beside him thoughtfully considered that the presence of Leader Dixon spoke to the gravity of the situation. RS' gentle voice echoed across the hall, apologizing for the delay and thanking everyone for taking the time to come despite their hectic schedules. After commanding the crowd's attention, she got straight to the main point, as the current situation was extremely urgent. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually grew heavy as everyone became anxious about the challenges lying ahead. Guyon clearly pointed out the locations of the gates on the map and estimated their numbers, summarizing that there are currently 7 rank gates scattered across the continents. Not counting the gates currently being cleared or those that previously existed, more than 1,300 new rank gates have just appeared. Jun Bian highlighted the flaws making the situation severe. Handling gates at a national level was already overwhelmed, leading Jia On to express doubt over whether an alliance among countries would solve anything. Jia On affirmed that coordinated attacks and mutual aid between neighboring countries remain feasible, and another person agreed that cooperation is an effective approach to some extent. Tapping on the table to request the floor, Merlin expressed disbelief in an alliance due to concerns that resource disputes would arise when multiple countries converge on a single high-level gate. The person who had just supported the idea of an alliance was instantly rendered speechless by this argument. He decisively interrupted, arguing that it would be better for each nation to prioritize dealing with gates within its own borders independently. Overlapping operations would only increase chaos, while countries with a shortage of hunters would receive support from teams under Miss Duden's supervision. Understanding Merlin's ulterior motive, Jian countered by asking why Miss Duden had the right to set the standards and whether they were scheming to monopolize the resources. Seeing the situation heating up, gently stepped in to mediate and reassure everyone. The association is an international organization operating for the common good, showing no favoritism to anyone and striving to resolve the crisis as quickly as possible without self-serving motives or resource monopolization. For the sake of human peace, let us unite as one to overcome this turbulent storm. The meeting drew to a close as the twilight gave way to complete darkness. The attendees left one by one to resume dealing with their unfinished business. From a distance, an annoyed man complained about wasting time while Choi Dae-sung's group merely observed in silence. At this point, Du Bin suddenly spoke up to urge the president to get to the car, while reporting that all high-level gates in other nations, with the exception of the domestics rank gate, had begun to break out. He immediately gave orders to convene the Seven Stars, the Korean Hunters Association, and Smasiks as soon as they returned home. Choi Dae-sung was walking while presenting the case. With Miss Tu-tin's intervention, the international alliance has collapsed. We are forced to handle the domestics rank gate ourselves. Upon hearing this, Moonhak blurted out in shock, "What?" He distractedly repeated the agreement from the meeting. Didn't they promise to send reinforcements? Why is the Smikes, which is a criminal investigation agency, participating in the gate raid? He knew Moon Hyuk's reaction well, so he gently explained, if they send anyone, they prioritize countries without local branches. Our country isn't short of rank hunters. Furthermore, we currently have a semi-special SMETS investigator joining the battle. That kid fine. If things have come to this, I'll make him work until he is exhausted just to spite him. At this moment, Yudu was standing outside the front lines, seriously directing all operations. At the International Hunter Association headquarters, the Korean branch was bustling with activity. A shout of surprise broke the noisy atmosphere in the lobby. I heard they decided to handle the S-rank gate in Gangwon province using domestic hunters. Idol rested his chin on his hand, legs swinging rhythmically, and spoke. I just saw the official announcement from the government. Rumor has it Miss Tu-tin appeared at the conference. Jae-hee was so startled he jumped up. Jiki, is that really true? His hand unconsciously gripped the hem of his pants. It's in rank gate after all, can they manage with that lineup? His voice clearly carried a sense of grievance. Command authority should have belonged to our association. The two were about to argue further, but someone sitting next to them nudged them and whispered, the chairman is coming. The lobby suddenly fell silent as the sound of Yudu's heels clicking against the floor echoed. Under hundreds of gazes, she kept her back straight and strode forward confidently. At that moment, Changa suddenly looked up and asked, Chairman, is there any news from the international headquarters? Yudu didn't even bother to stop, only glancing back mockingly. No. Do you think those people who think so highly of themselves would care about a suburban branch? As she spoke, her dissatisfaction became more apparent. That's just how their world is. To Miss Tu-tin, the Hunter Association is nothing more than a warehouse of cheap mercenaries. Hearing this, Changa's face filled with worry, but I heard our association was given full command of the raid this time. He stepped into the elevator while rummaging through documents. As for the details in the participant list, before he could finish, Udu raised her hand to stop him. I already got the gist of it in the car. She briefly restated it to confirm there are two rank gates located right next to this rank gate, correct? Though he didn't want to admit it, Changu nodded gloomily. Yes, they are so close together that we have to take responsibility for the security of the entire area. Yudu quickly outlined the optimal plan. Then we should first send a reconnaissance team into this rank gate. After clearing the two rank gates, we will launch an all-out attack on this rank gate. He looked up, pushing his glasses. Just one reconnaissance team, she asserted firmly. Exactly, for S-rank gate, reconnaissance is the decisive survival factor. One short sentence helped Changu understand her intention. Understood. I will prepare a detailed report for you. Oh, and there's one more piece of news from the advisory department. Seems that the Smikes will also be sending someone this time. Yudu's eyebrows immediately furrowed. The Smikes, who do they plan to send? Very quickly, the sun climbed to its zenith, shining brilliantly. In the middle of the lush green forest, everyone was busy with their own tasks. As Ung-ho looked up at the rift in the sky, he couldn't help but shudder and mutter, is this an S-rank gate? I can feel the terrifying pressure even from a distance. Look at the entrance, is truly frightening. Sung-in, standing nearby, remarked sarcastically, if the situation weren't this serious, we wouldn't be seeing it. He rolled his eyes at the prominent figures standing around. When else would the leaders of all 6 major guilds gather in full like this? Yuo muttered a curse under his breath and spoke up to remind them, you old men, this is an emergency, not a picnic. Jun, standing next to him, flicked his wrist and asked, has the association arrived yet? Ajin observed the surroundings and carefully counted 1, 2, 3, 6. We were missing one person. As Jae-hwan finished speaking, he slowly stepped forward. Coming this early, you must be quite eager to hunt for treasure. You people are really good at sniffing out money like a pack of hunting dogs. Ijin's face immediately turned cold. You were the last to arrive and yet you reacting superior. We came here because of the summons, not because we were greedy for money. He covered his mouth and smirked. Stop it, quit playing the hypocrite. Every word Jiwan spoke sounded sarcastic. I heard the association will take command. The government really works arbitrarily beyond words. Even an organization specializing in criminal investigation like Smikes crawled here to participate in this raid. Then he shifted the conversation. I heard you've been transferred to main branch. How nice for you. Se-Wu watched the two from afar speechless. Rumors spread incredibly fast. Meanwhile, Sung-in gritted his teeth and looked at him with regret. If only we had recruited you and Silver Lion earlier. Right then, two members of the Yuzu family leisurely stepped out. It seemed the full roster had gathered. She moved to the center and introduced herself. I am Kim Uzu, the one responsible for directing this entire operation as previously stated. Today's operation will be divided into 3 spearheads. In the government's restricted zone, there are currently 1 rank gate and 2 rank gates. Our goal is to scout this rank gate while completely clearing the 2 rank gates. Sai-Wu listened while warming up his muscles in preparation for the battle. After Yuzu finished speaking, Cheng-Wu followed up. Now I will announce the team list. He looked at the list and read aloud firmly. Team 1 consists of Diamond, Cold Soul, and Sif. Raid Team 2 consists of Empire, Town King, and Silver Lion. Scouting Team 3 will be Blue Flower, Infinite Legion, and the International Hunter Association. After finishing the division, Cheng-Wu explained the mission in detail. Each organization is assigned a platoon based on capability assessments corresponding to the gate's difficulty. Team 1 is in charge of clearing the East rank gate, while Team 2 will handle the West rank gate. Scouting Team 3 will take on the important task of exploring this rank gate. Upon hearing this, Jaihuan rested his hands behind his head and complained, I knew it, making us take out the trash while the scouting team gets the interesting work. Wu replied in a serious tone, we only need safety and money. She firmly stated that unless something unusual happened, there wouldn't be an early attack, so keep calm. Teams A and B, quickly carry out your parts. Done. At some point, Fra leaned into Si-Wu's ear and whispered, Hey Sidriang, who is that person acting like the Supreme Commander? But he also replied blankly, beats me. In my time, no such thing as a hunter association even existed. At this point, Si-Wu's face darkened. That damn chairman always finds excuses to exhaust our strength. Just then, Rangu suddenly approached and called out loudly, hey. He waved his hand urgently, our team is ready, let's head to the east gate. He regained his composure and replied excitedly, all right, let's go. In the silence of the mountainous forest, the sounds of steady footsteps began to echo. Not knowing how much time had passed, Ijin suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Hunter Min. Sai-Wu didn't even bother to reply but merely glanced toward her. She began outlining her recruitment plan. Have you ever thought about leaving Smith's Ace to join my Cold Soul Guild? He was stunned for a moment after hearing it, then awkwardly replied, do you and I know each other? The corner of Ijin's mouth curled up enigmatically. Who doesn't know you these days? Having said that, she nodded toward Sung Hyan as an example. My guild specializes in the soul system, and since you are a rare summoning mage, our salary and benefits are guaranteed to top the charts. Sai-Wu's face flushed slightly from embarrassment, but he still refused flatly. I'm sure you know my answer. No, I still have so many things to take care of. Watching the person's figure gradually fade from sight, Ijin suppressed a sigh. She herself had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, a female guild member ran breathlessly toward the large lake, shouting that they had found the entrance. Jaiwan quickly made an initial assessment, noting that while this size was quite large for an rank gate, it was still far too small compared to an rank gate. Crossing her arms, she stared thoughtfully straight ahead, muttering to herself in wonder at how the dungeon entrance was located right on the ground. As for him, he didn't do much calculating. Along with his teammates, he began stretching and charged right in, first come, first served for all the spoils. Ijin panicked and screamed at the top of her lungs, telling them to wait because dividing the loot should be done after clearing the dungeon. However, Jaiwan's group didn't bother to care, diving headlong into the gate while urging their comrades to hurry up. Siu scratched his head in confusion, wondering why they were in such a rush, as if they desperately needed to pee, while Zhonggu, standing beside him, was so impatient that he clenched his fists, urging everyone to quickly follow. Seeing him walking leisurely with his hands in his pockets, Ijin immediately ordered the entire force to gather and reorganize their formation to enter from behind, and the members instantly shouted yes ma'am in unison. Just as Siu's foot crossed the boundary, a brilliant burst of dazzling light suddenly flared up. By the time his vision recovered, he realized he had set foot in the middle of a dense, lush forest. Fra kept hovering around Siu incessantly with a piteous look, complaining that it was so sultry he was about to melt and asking if someone could buy him a watermelon to cool off. Siu shielded his eyes from the sunlight and narrowed them to inspect the rainforest terrain. For a moment, Siu recalled his own, somewhat struggling former self, remembering the challenging beginner-s tower. Right at that moment, the members of Han arrived one after another to report that their main forces had all entered the gate. The urge to get to work surged strongly within Ijin. She ordered a squad to guard the entrance, but found it strange that no monsters were wandering around, thinking perhaps the Diamond Guild members had already pushed deep inside. Just as the words left her mouth, an earth-shattering roar suddenly blasted straight into everyone's eardrums. Zhonggu immediately sounded the alarm and asked what that noise was. Another person hurriedly replied that it came from inside the dense forest. After a few seconds of hesitation, he decisively ordered everyone to move quickly. From the opposite direction, seeing Ijin's group rushing over in a crowd, Juan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, asking why everyone was swarming over to this side. We already called dibs and marked this place first, you know. Gritting her teeth, Ijin spat out each word right to his face. Hunter Ryu, have you completely lost your mind? That is clearly an ultra-rare monster. She glanced over at Minato, who was lying flat on his back on the ground with his long tongue dangling out. Ijin took a deep breath to suppress her fury, then turned to interrogate him on why he had ignored the basic rule that the rarer and more humanoid a monster is, the more cautiously it must be approached, asking why he had just blindly charged in. Without waiting for her to finish nagging, Jae-hwan insolently interrupted, asking if they were supposed to get acquainted before fighting, then crossed his arms with a mock laugh, telling her those were just ordinary rank monsters and not to blow things out of proportion. Hearing this, Ijin was so enraged she scoffed, asking what kind of nonsense he had just spouted. While both sides were still arguing loudly, Fra and Su crept closer to scout the situation, muttering that it really was a Minato, and that it had been a long time since they last saw one. Well, in the past I only encountered them in the Fire Lands when I was wandering in the other world. After saying that, he squatted down to examine it more closely, commenting that this one seemed more juvenile than the ones he had met before, so it might just be a young monster. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Su turned to order Huang Zhongguo to immediately tighten up their combat formation. The rules of survival clearly state that wherever young ones are wandering about, that place is the most dangerous trap of the hunt. As soon as he finished speaking, the clusters of leaves around them suddenly shook violently as if swept by a storm. Jae-hwan angrily bit his lip tightly, muttering, "Damn it, what on earth is going on?" while Ijin held her breath and took a defensive stance as she felt the familiar tremor approaching. Suddenly, 4 members of the Diamond Guild screamed in utter panic, calling out for their guild leader to save them. They all scrambled to flee for their lives as fast as their legs could carry them, trying to escape the colossal shadow looming heavily behind them. Minato pursed his lips, clenched his raised hands tightly, and roared with all his might, a sound that tore through space. As soon as the sound wave erupted, it knocked down the crowd, who clutched their chests in pain. The power of that roar was truly too brutal. Ai-hwan pouted and snorted disdainfully at the useless bunch, then ordered them to grit their teeth and charge. The men in the Diamond Guild, upon receiving the order, immediately rallied their spirits and shouted their agreement in unison. Ijin turned his head to stop them, but it was too late. He cried out in panic, "No!" Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Minato had already grabbed the axe hidden behind his back. A simple horizontal sweep of his arm was enough to send everyone flying far away. Ijin cursed in frustration but still had to quickly command the activation of the healing barrier to avert the danger. The members, regaining their senses, immediately rushed in to unleash their moves, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Yes, sir." Only then did Sivu calmly order his teammates to act according to the discussed plan. Dongo picked up the radio and assigned the Smek's team to form a defensive line, with the vanguard blocking the axe and the rear preventing the sound waves. Following the directive, each person quickly returned to their position, their movements exceptionally professional and orderly. At that very moment, Minato once again strained his neck and swung the heavy axe high. Before he could bring it down, the monster's entire body was tightly bound and rigid with chains. Sivu nodded slightly in satisfaction, praising the recent coordination as quite effective. After speaking, he crouched to gain momentum and launched himself soaring into the air. In an instant, Sivu had flown high level with Minato's towering figure. Even in that critical moment, he still managed to sarcastically ask, "Where your eyes, can't you see?" Seizing the opportunity, Sivu acted without hesitation, while simultaneously ordering everyone to close their eyes. As soon as he landed, he turned and asked if he should use that thing right away, and Fra nodded gently, telling him to go ahead and use it. After a moment of absent-mindedly listening to Minato mumble, Kwanmatsu was bewildered, wondering what this idiot was babbling about, asking if anyone free could translate it. Hearing that, he eagerly took on the translation, claiming his genius body understood everything perfectly. He translated that, "Enough with this pain, I will sweep you all away. Oh, Mother Earth, rise up and create a labyrinth." Although she didn't understand what it was saying, Ijin had incredibly sharp judgment. Seeing the terrain transform, she immediately guessed the monster was using binding magic. As that thought flashed, she immediately raised her voice to warn everyone to be careful not to get crushed by falling rocks. Unfortunately, Jae-hwan's group still bore the full brunt of the attack, and as they took hits, they cried out in panic, "Guild Master, help." While dodging and weaving, someone couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "What a lunatic, why isn't a rank monster going all out like this?" As she darted past the debris, Ijin heard the familiar cry for help from Hunter Ryu and slammed to a halt, asking if he was alright. Her brilliant mind quickly realized the front line had broken. As she was about to think further, a desperate scream for the guild master to save his life suddenly echoed in her ear. Seeing Minato about to bring his axe down on a subordinate, she gasped in horror and rushed forward, screaming desperately. Just as it seemed both sides were about to perish, a fair-skinned hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the iron bar. Saiwu quickly erected a sturdy wall, blocking a devastating blow from Minato. He didn't forget to turn around and issue orders while simultaneously shifting tactics to a counterattacking defense. A few breaths later, the Smek's subordinates reported in rapid succession that movement skills and hunter abilities had been fully buffed, and everyone was ready for battle. With those words, Zhongwu dashed behind Minato as planned, shouting boldly while his stomach churned with anxiety over whether his damage would even be enough to tickle the boss. By this point, the monster had regained its composure and slowly turned its head to look back. Zhongwu cast aside all his worries, channeling his full strength into his hands as he prepared to unleash a finishing blow. No sooner had the shout ended than a barrage of screws pierced through Minato's hands. At someone's shouted command, the surrounding rocks collapsed, taking down the target and opening an escape route to the outside. The few survivors panted breathlessly, looking absolutely miserable and muttering to themselves that they thought they were about to meet their ancestors. Saiwu strolled over and threw a few taunts, remarking that since they looked so battered, their internal injuries must be quite severe. Veins popped on the man's forehead as he forced a distorted smile. He was clearly fuming with resentment. Ijin was still gaping at the top-tier coordination of the sex when a voice suddenly called out the captain's name from behind. With a stoic face, Song Hyen offered his opinion. That's right, it's best to prioritize rescuing the injured first. In another corner, Song Hyen stared blankly at his palm, surprised that the previous strike had been so effective against that beast, exactly as Siwoo had analyzed regarding the timing of the support skill. He excitedly looked up to ask more, only to find that Siwoo had already slipped away to scout with his hands in his pockets. Frank immediately guessed his friend's intention to hunt down the monster nest, and Siwoo flashed a bright smile, admitting he had to clear out the ones drawn by the scent of blood, otherwise, many would perish if another big one appeared. After a period of searching, he finally spotted the target in a hidden corner and quickly covered his nose because of the stench, which smelled exactly like cow dung. Suddenly, Siwoo's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale with horror. Oh my god, what on earth is that? He thought as Frank, standing beside him, also stared wide-eyed and nodded in confirmation. He blurted out the question that was on both of their minds. Is this really the gate? 3 hours ago, deep inside a mysterious rank gate, the oppressive heat radiated out as if to roast flesh, making the Yua group jump in alarm. This place was no different from a volcanic crater, and the grumbles of teammates echoed from behind because they could no longer distinguish between day and night. Wu got straight to work on the scouting mission to survey the area before retreating if things went south, with each team branching off in a different direction to investigate. Yua had no further objections and turned to negotiate with Hunter Jill from the Blue Flower Guild to take responsibility for the southern sector. Seeing that the other party was a person of few words, she speculated that perhaps Guildmaster Gillian, who was known as an rank hunter with the word of command ability, was simply too lazy to speak. At that thought, Ewa let out a long sigh, wishing she could just relax and follow her master, but the voices of her subordinates pulled her back to a somber reality. Ewa pulled herself together, regaining her leadership spirit, and boldly rallied her crew to set out. Returning to Unzu's group, they were still diligently searching for clues using advanced equipment throughout the session. The trouble was, despite searching until their eyes were weary, not a single monster showed its face. She began probing while offering a few hot dishes, asking if anything had been detected. Jihoon paused what she was doing and hummed in response. We have searched a 20-kilometer radius. There is no sign of monsters, nor can a single mana stone be found. It is just that a dense flow of mana is gathering toward a single focal point. Following where Jihoon pointed that very volcano, a towering eruption on the horizon instantly appeared before Unzu's eyes. She raised an eyebrow, weighing the feasibility. Charging straight over there is too reckless. We should only probe within the range permitted by our equipment. At that moment, Ewa's team was leisurely advancing into the southern area around the base of the volcano. Standing on a high rocky outcrop, she scanned the surroundings. There seemed to be nothing special to see here. Even so, that volcano still gave off a deeply suspicious feeling. In the very next moment, a blast of cold air blew against the back of her neck, causing Ewa to startle and spin around a full 180 degrees. Seeing her extremely vigilant expression, John slowly spoke, telling her to step back behind her. As soon as she recognized an acquaintance, Ewa sheathed her weapon to call a truce, letting out a sigh of relief and complaining about being startled. Without a word, the other girl swiftly jotted down a few notes in her notebook. A few seconds later, the message on the paper was sent. Scouting in the south is complete. Let's pull back to the Rendezvous point. Oa nodded firmly without a second thought. Right, let's head back then. Jihoon closed the notebook and diligently made further notes for a while longer. This time, the page turned into a curious question. Ms. Kang, you seem quite knowledgeable about why Minsu became famous, right? The unexpected topic surprised her, and she asked back, yeah, so what? Jillian seemed to have prepared in advance, quickly holding out a piece of paper densely packed with small writing. It is thanks to the guidance of Master Choi Dae-san and the heroes of the previous decade that I made it to where I am today. My uncle, my master Doc Gayam, who all their exploits are still deeply etched in my mind. And yet, strangely enough, no matter how hard I rack my brain, I can only remember a tiny bit about Minsu. Don't you find it strange, a figure so powerful as to shake the entire realm, yet able to vanish from memory after just 15 years? Yua skillfully evaded and immediately passed the responsibility over to Jillian. Why don't you try asking your master again? Suddenly, a panic call echoed from behind. Captain. The communication line with headquarters was just severed. You have to rush over there right away. Both had no choice but to cut their unfinished conversation short and sprint at top speed to the emergency scene. The moment Ewa arrived on the scene, her face turned pale at the bloody sight before her. My God, what on earth happened here? What kind of state has this entire land been turned into? Yuju, covered in injuries, struggled to push himself up to report the situation but could only utter a few terse words. Right in front of them, the mastermind Banrob was smirking maliciously. Turns out you brats delivered yourselves to me, saving me the trouble of hunting. I'll send every last one of you to heaven right where you stand. Witnessing countless corpses strewn across the ground, chills ran down Yuju's spine. Over a dozen veteran hunters had fought to the end without landing a single scratch on him, completely wiped out. This thing was no longer a monster, but truly a creature far exceeding all normal limits. Its suffocating power made Yuju's entire body tremble like a leaf, like a demon reborn. Realizing her teammate was in critical danger, Awa sprinted forward frantically and shouted, "Watch out!" In the nick of time, she swiftly pulled Yuju away, saving him from Banrub's fatal slash. By this time, Jillian's mask had fallen off unnoticed, revealing anxious eyes fixed intently on the situation before him. She screamed a two-word verbal command directly at Banrock and then immediately froze. The newly unleashed skill immediately bound the sinewy hands tightly and blocked Gata's attack. Banrock amusedly watched the golden ring tighten around his hand. This toy is neat, but I find this thing even more intriguing. With that, Gata used all his strength to crush Jillian's incantation lock into 1,000 pieces. That destructive impact caused her immense pain. Is my spell broken that easily? It can even speak, and those wings must definitely be legendary tier. Iowa dodged the lethal blow and immediately regained her composure. Everyone, watch its every move. Do not let your guard down. Banrock gathered his inner energy to create a fireball hovering above his head. Let's see how you fly around, you insects. The wide-range attack caught Banrock's group off guard, blowing everyone in different directions, which was truly frustrating. Nevertheless, she rallied her teammates' spirits. The captain shouted to lure the enemy away in order to gather survivors and call for reinforcements, while Unju swallowed their fear and struggled to stand up. Being beaten to a pulp by Banrock pushed Iowa past her limit. Damn it. Brimming with murderous intent, she drew her bow to shoot back to distract him. Come over here, you lizard. Iowa's trio cooperated seamlessly, aiming to tear through Banrock's solid diamond shield. Jillian once again channeled an incantation spell into the magic circle. Just die. This was the decisive, accumulated blow aimed at shattering the armor surrounding Banrock. Her incantation ability gripped his muscular biceps tightly, creating an opportunity for her teammates to deliver a fatal blow to destroy him. But Banrock was not afraid at all. Instead, a bizarre gleam flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down the spines of Iowa's group. A split second later, Banrock's clawed foot stomped hard on the ground. The fun ends here. Iowa's group was blown backward by the shockwave from the ground, and the magic circle they had painstakingly established was now shattered into 100 pieces. Jillian's throat was pierced by a sharp spike, causing fresh blood to gush out like a fountain. Hunter Sanjil. Having achieved his goal, Banrock laughed with immense glee. Now that I've torn your mouth open, I will crush those hands of yours as well. A sharp beam of light shot out from his hand, freezing everyone in their tracks. Turn to dust, all of you. Despite facing death's door, Iowa still refused to back down. Everyone quickly form a defensive formation. As soon as she finished speaking, a horrific explosion erupted where they stood, incinerating all living and non-living things alike. Banrock was surprised by his own power and stood dazed for a moment as someone's faint whisper echoed through the thick smoke. What on earth is this? Siu bewilderedly blocked his blow in a dazed state, not understanding what was happening. Why did I get lost and end up here? Everything had to be wound back to 30 minutes ago in Area A. At that time, Siu was still racking his brain over the massive dimensional portal in front of him. If this isn't an illusion, does it mean there is another portal inside? Frau was equally vexed. Dimensional portals are already erratic. But this is the first time I've seen something like this. Let's just call it a layered portal. Siwu again questioned whether they were sure this was a real portal. For didn't he care much, as it at least led to no dimension with a mana structure identical to a normal portal. Jae-Hwan only now stepped forward and exclaimed, this is truly insane. A portal within a portal. At my age, I have never seen such a bizarre thing. Seeing him all by himself, Siwu asked where the other hunters were, and Jae-Hwan bluntly replied that they were being treated for injuries, while the rest stayed behind to search the monster corpses to see if they could salvage anything. After pondering for a moment because there wasn't a soul inside, he suggested sneaking outside to report first, but the other party flatly rejected it, arguing what if the gate collapses, so they should just throw a few energetic guys in to test it first and take it from there. Hearing that, Siwu strongly objected, saying that they had rushed in like moths to a flame several times before only to end up empty-handed and still hadn't learned their lesson, a remark that made Ji-Wan fly into a rage and ask what he meant by that. Frau quickly chimed in to interrupt the impending argument, saying he would act as the referee and telling them both to just step inside first. Without waiting for them to regain their composure, he forcefully shoved both of them, causing them to tumble through the mysterious door. Frau's unexpected move left both Siwu and Jae-Hwan feeling annoyed and bitter, silently cursing that he was truly a lunatic and a monster. Right after Jae-Hwan's panic-stricken scream echoed out, Siwu landed safely on the other side of the gate, bewilderedly asking himself what kind of hellish place this was. A volcano, while his companion beside him was still angrily cursing that damn black-haired fellow, swearing he would settle this score once and for all and questioning how he trained his subordinates. Just as he was about to turn around to clear things up for Frau, he was startled by a loud wail coming from somewhere. Then, without looking back, he abandoned a bewildered Jae-Hwan struggling on his own, who shouted, "Where on earth did you run off to?" Recounting up to this point, Siwu summarized the whole situation, explaining that he had heard a familiar voice and followed it all the way here. Yua, still shaken from his startling entrance, stammered and asked why Master was present in this place. Facing this situation, Siwu was just as confused, saying that he was the one who should be asking that question. Why on earth did he get lost here? And surely these two gates weren't connected, were they? The rock band, full of enthusiasm, was suddenly interrupted midway through, so they flew into a rage and shouted, "Who dares to ruin my fun? In that case, I invite you all to stay here forever so I can be fully satisfied." Siu blocked the preemptive attack with one hand while sternly ordering her to provide support immediately. Yoa immediately exerted all her strength to back him up, saying, "Right away, Master." At this point, Saihon casually strolled closer to the battlefield, muttering a complaint about why nobody ever gave him a heads up when something happened. Wait a second, why did Team C suddenly swarm out here? Could this really be its rank gate? As he passed by Yudu to ask what was going on, he was shocked to discover that the captain had already passed out. Only then did Saihon feel the fierce atmosphere of battle unfolding right before his eyes. He pondered for a long time before casually blurting out that it was truly humiliating. Back before that guy appeared, no one ever dared to criticize their guild as weak. The gap in strength between humans should be small enough to catch up through effort, but this guy doesn't even look human anymore. He's a total monster. Yudu stood frozen, muttering to herself like a lost soul that his race was completely different. Someone so terrifyingly strong, far exceeding human limits, could absolutely not be a mere mortal. Those words cut deep into her mind, sinking her into endless despair considering she herself was an rank hunter. I am the head of the Korean International Hunter Association, so how on earth did things end up like this? Those words seemed to hit right at the uncertain feelings brewing inside Saihon, making him say that he had been having the exact same premonition lately, no matter how much they squeezed every drop of energy out of themselves. In the end, they could still never reach those beings carrying a different bloodline. Despite sharing the same sentiment, his mindset did not give up in despair, thinking, but who knows, what if we come to understand the deep origin of that power? Then who knows, we might just be able to reach their heels one day. Yudu suddenly opened her eyes wide, the ocean blue in her pupils now devoid of some of its panic and despair. She struggled to rise from the muddy puddle, her fingers clutching the short dagger as if it were her last lifeline. Opposite them, Mo was struggling to fend off Banrock with great difficulty. "Teacher, I've taken him down several times, but it seems he can regenerate his body." Meanwhile, Xiho remained the main pillar in the battle against the enemy. He took advantage of a few brief seconds to impart knowledge to his student, explaining that Banrock was a rare, high-ranking monster species capable of utilizing skills. Banrock is a unique type rarely seen even in the demon world. They done to use a danshin like humans, but instead use something more advanced called a core, which has the distinct ability to regenerate. Awa had a bold idea, so if we just target the core and destroy it, we win, right? But Xiho's answer was even more overbearing. Why bother destroying it? I'll just devour it and it'll be over. Yoa, you distract it and I'll find the core's location. She stared blankly at him, then countered, how will you find it when I don't possess detection skills? Just then, Banrock lunged right next to the two of them, shouting, you damned insects. Xiho took the opportunity to offer some pointers. Basic skills are merely the rudimentary activation of mana. Their effectiveness depends on your customization. The clever guidance gradually sank into Yua's thoughts. She mused that the core must be located deep within its vital center, as it too was a living creature. With her inherent quick wit, she immediately devised a plan. Since mana's form depends on one's will, she focused on activating the ability to directly observe mana. There it is, the place where mana is converging most intensely. Yoa raised her bow while simultaneously exclaiming to Xiho that she had located the target. He didn't hesitate to praise his quick-witted student, saying, well done, for also chimed in, adding, those eyes are certainly being put to good use. Thanks to the seamless coordination between master and student, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, forming a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky. Banrock, hidden his vital point, immediately roared in fury, you scum, how dare you target my most vulnerable spot? He swung his arm, summoning his signature weapon, declaring, I'm forced to draw my sword now. As soon as foresaw it, he delightedly informed Xiho that Banrock was using a legendary item, a rare type hard to find even in the demon world, but Xiho's face remained unusually calm. He brandished the blazing sword, making a fierce horizontal slash, determined to burn everything to ashes. Awa felt a suffocating pressure emanating from the great sword and couldn't help but anxiously call out to her teacher. However, the eerie flames from Banrock's hand surged right before Xo's eyes. A few seconds passed, he delivered a fatal blow, but his face suddenly froze in astonishment. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Xiho's unharmed figure. Good heavens, how humiliating, Banrock exclaimed. Where did you get this fake treasured sword? The story begins in the 50th year after he became lost in this other world. Siu frowned, clearly showing his annoyance. Whenever he set foot in a volcanic area, he would invariably encounter this sort of thing. Banrock was already standing there waiting for him, carrying that damn sword. Even among the Banrocks, only the leaders have fire swords, which are commonly called Banmung in the underworld. A Banrock wielding a Banmung is powerful enough to be ranked as a near-dragon level, nearly invincible across the entire demon realm. Siu felt it and silently assessed. It turns out this Banmung sword is actually quite heavy to hold. He bluntly questioned the man opposite him, asking if he dared to charge at him using such low-quality goods. The Banrock let out a roar that echoed throughout the entire corner of the sky. Saiwu kept his eyes fixed on him without moving a step. He never expected a monster with a core to appear on Earth. In the other world, these creatures only gather at the bottom of treacherous places. Banrong burst into rage and cursed, calling them bastards. From out of nowhere, 3 arrows came flying in simultaneously. The target they aimed directly at was Banrong's body. He grimaced in pain and then looked around with wide eyes. Awa has already set the bowstring, ready to fight from this very moment. Jillian called out to the surrounding teammates to immediately coordinate and restrain its body. They all joined forces to tie up Banrong securely just to be safe. They quickly discussed the battle plan. Ivy got him, use your tracking skills to block the path quickly. Banrong seemed to look at these people with disdain, considering it a futile effort. Even though he was tied up tightly, he still struggled to find a way to escape. Yet Banrong stubbornly challenged them, go ahead and struggle, even if you tear my body apart, this body is immortal. Saiwu flew into a rage and delivered a 1,000-pound kick to his chest. Have you babbled enough yet? He looked directly at Banrong with a contemptuous gaze. Now is the time for the curtain to fall for you. Saiwu only needed to chant a few spells for the magic circle to begin its hunting mode. The gemstone suddenly revealed its true form right next to him with a panicked cry, impossible. Frax stood with his mouth wide open, swallowing all of Banrong's spiritual energy into his belly. After finishing, he licked his lips with great satisfaction. This is truly top tier, a perfect regenerative core. Banrong trembled with extreme terror as he saw that thing take everything away from him. Saiwu grinned deviously but maintained a polite air. Excuse me, I'll be enjoying this meal. The stream of light inside the magic circle suddenly turned to a much darker color. Banrong screamed pitifully in excruciating pain. Yoa let out a long sigh of relief. That terrifying monster was finally destroyed. It is truly finished. Her provocative gesture was excessive. She didn't even bother to rest for a moment. Several brothers from the Soulbound Guild were injured. Thankfully, I didn't see any other monsters in the dungeon. Even though it's a large dungeon, my intuition tells me something is not right at all. Yawa then offered a plan for Siwu to consider. Moreover, most of the personnel have lost their combat ability, so we should leave quickly. She curiously pressed for the reason. What on earth happened that led to the teacher being trapped here? He thought back to before and replied, while scouting a high-level dungeon, we discovered a hidden dungeon inside, and as soon as we entered, we were sent straight here. 1,000 questions arose in Oa's mind. Could it be that the high-level dungeon connects to the super-large dungeon? Jaihona's tone was genuinely honest. It sounded absurd but was 100% true. Ever since they were thrown down here, the way back vanished. Ever since we found this sub-dungeon, we've been stuck. If not for this, I doubt anyone could have found the old path back. Awa rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a long time. What kind of game is this? Is it like a dungeon within a dungeon, or a multi-entrance dungeon? No one has ever recorded anything like this before. Saiwoo's attitude was unusually serious. It seems this is not the same space. The monsters and the scenery are vastly different. His words made everyone ponder, unless someone intentionally joined them together. Jai-Hone brought up an old matter for everyone to recall. These dungeons are definitely problematic. The fact that they are appearing all over the earth is already bizarre. Do you remember the Underground Awakening incident in the Middle East recently? An empty dungeon without even a single energy stone or a monster. This feeling is exactly the same, there's no mistake. Siwoo's concluding remark made everyone gasp. The plan behind it is even more profound and unfathomable. Everyone held their breath and listened intently to his judgment. Considering the current situation, all those dungeons. After connecting all the clues, Siwoo reached a stunning conclusion. It's highly probable that this is an artificial dungeon created by someone. Yoa gasped in disbelief. How could such an absurd thing be possible? Completely contrary to the other side, Jae-Hone irritably retorted, that's utter nonsense. Creating and connecting those dungeons with one's own hands, who would be that bored and for what purpose? He posed a series of difficult questions. From the start, creating a dungeon was an impossible feat, let alone creating several empty dungeons with no value. What would be the point? The atmosphere of the conversation grew increasingly suffocating. Regardless, the top priority right now is to get rid of these troublesome dungeons. No matter their type, we won't gain anything here. Everyone was extremely busy. Do you know the terrain of this area well yet? Yoa immediately reported the actual situation to Xix about done, teacher. Just as you predicted, this place is completely devoid of energy stones. They had already noticed the volcano that was about to erupt. A lot of energy is gathering there, so it's worth checking out. Saiwoo nodded in agreement after hearing this. Exactly, the heart of the dungeon must be located there. He quickly made a plan and assigned tasks to Xaiwan. Immediately get the wounded comrades out. Once we clear this dungeon, we'll deal with the rest. You're quite skilled at commanding troops. Saiwoo hesitated, not daring to say everything. Team A should be fine once they finish their task, but Team B is still a cause for concern. Iwar is taking care of everything, so don't worry, teacher. Shijin has been working with them for a long time. Their goal is the same, to clear all the dungeons in one go. They are more than capable of overcoming it. Even if a formidable monster appears, it won't be as strong as even a corner of this boss. It's only now that I dare to confess my feelings. It's not that I doubt him, I'm just a little worried. The Imperial Division is struggling to fight alone. Everyone had fallen and only he was left standing alone. 3 hours ago in Team B, Shijun sighed and mumbled that the gatekeeper had not yet been found. Big G quickly reported all the collected information. Sir, we haven't found it yet, but the area is quite small, so we'll finish in 3 more hours. It's a shame there are no mana stones, but with such a smooth path it should be done quickly. The Warrior and Silver Mage teams also seem to be making good progress. Upon hearing this, Kyung-ho and Sungin started chatting animatedly. A vacant gate like this probably won't require many people. I think so too. I wonder about the other teams. Shijun looked at his watch and calmly said, by the way, while checking the situation outside, our Imperial team requests permission to withdraw. When Kyung-ho quickly replied that one team was enough for Gata, Sungin shamelessly asked again, are you sure? What if a bunch of mana stones appear right after you leave? Hearing that, Shijun could only chuckle dryly and reply, that would be a shame. In that case, we'll start cleaning up. Hunter bitch, prepare to withdraw. Bitch G shouted loudly, understood, sir. He immediately issued an order over the radio. Imperial team stopped the search and returned to the entrance, quickly summarized the area. This made Shijun raise his eyebrows and concisely reply, understood. After finishing, she didn't forget to turn and instruct her teammate standing nearby by Hung-guk. There's a withdrawal order, let's go back. He walked straight past Shijun without even glancing at him. I'm coming right now, let me check that last corner. Bai Hung-guk muttered resentfully as he walked. Damn it, we entered in the same wave, but just because he has a rare skill, he gets to be captain while I'm still just a grunt. Even during the rookie training, he always ranked last. There must be something fishy going on. Suddenly, Bai Hung-guk accidentally stepped into a patch of snow that was deeply sunken into the ground. He panicked, his eyes widening as his body plunged into a bottomless abyss. Bai Hung-guk's scream was swallowed by the dark space until he fell with a thud onto a strangely warm patch of land. The soft grass touched his backside, making Bai Hung-guk ask in bewilderment, what the hell is this? Where am I? He quickly looked around and in his panic sat up abruptly. A strange voice echoed just as Bai Hung-guk was staring at an unconscious man on the ground. Are you one of the diamond people, a diamond hunter, right? The question made him confused. If I were from the diamond people, I should be in Team A. How did I get all the way here? The approaching sound forced Bai Hung-guk to crouch down and investigate. How did you find your way here? Kaxin smiled kindly and asked leisurely, it's strange, isn't it? I clearly set foot here long before you guys. Who do you think released that Minotaur? Sungin sighed in exasperation, muttering, no wonder that monster was sealed as a guardian beast. Despite the strong smell of blood, Kaxin calmly continued, how could you kill so many hunters alone? Right, it was because the captains abandoned their post that I stepped in to help. Speaking of which, where is President Lai Eg? Weren't you planning to clear out this frost zone? Sunghun bluntly revealed her intentions. A healing-type hunter is quite valuable. She was still useful as a sacrifice, so I sent her out first, then faked my death here to sneak away from the frost zone. These two casually discussed world-altering matters as cold-blooded as ever. No wonder you chose a guild just like yourself, that's enough. Hurry up and close the gate. What about Cloud? He probably went to the vehicle team. But he never expected that someone was hiding in the bushes, eavesdropping on the whole story, and that unlucky character was none other than Guk. Suddenly a cold voice spoke right beside him, making him jump. Arobat suppressed a weary sigh as cleaning up the remnants was always this troublesome. Just a moment later, Guk's desperate screams tore through the silent night. Warm, fresh drops of blood poured down copiously as Arobat threw the person to the ground. These mere mortals truly never finish what they start properly. Songyan looked bewildered and confused by the sudden appearance of Lord Arobat, while the doctor had just opened a private gate. He then asked persistently if enough sacrifices had been gathered. Arobat tossed Guk's corpse aside with a chin gesture, then irritably replied that not yet, as there had been a slight incident and Banrock seemed to have been defeated. This shocking news made Kessin ask again in a panic if Banrock, who was so strong, had also lost, and he nodded, confirming it was indeed that damned necromancer. They intended to open gate number 3 to infiltrate, but had to give up because humans were already swarming there. Therefore, the plan of descent had to be moved to gate number 2 to be safe. Arobat calmly ordered the 2 traitors of humanity to seal gate 1, then go to gate 3 and guard it carefully, while also affirming that the number of prey at gate 2 was already more than sufficient. After many years of dedicated research, the day to reap the rewards had finally arrived, yet so many kept trying to interfere. Before stepping through the space gate, Arobat did not forget to remind his subordinates that this mission was extremely sacred, so absolutely no mistakes were allowed, not even a tiny one. After hearing this, Kazan and Songyan immediately bowed their heads and obediently followed the orders. On the other hand, in the desolate, freezing, snowy mountains, night fell, covering the entire sky. Shihan frowned anxiously upon receiving the not-so-good news. Still no trace of the person found. Jisoo and Jungwon nervously recounted that they had issued a retreat order, but the originally stubborn hunter Kimbei was now completely missing and unreachable. In response to Shihan's barrage of questions about whether the search team could locate him, Jisoo replied with a grimace that his signal had completely vanished. This unfortunate incident made him sigh heavily, as getting separated during the operation and catching gate syndrome would truly be a disaster. For now, let's hold our positions. Perhaps they should rely on help from other guilds. Xian hurried to seek the nearest assistance from Guildmaster Du Kyungho. As soon as he saw his acquaintance rushing over, he asked if the special forces hadn't withdrawn yet. Shihun didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, stating that one of their members was lost deep in the forest. The scout team was powerless and couldn't find his location, so they hoped the warrior guild would generously lend a hand to help. Kyungho cheerfully nodded in agreement immediately without hesitation, then ordered his subordinate Minzo nearby to set off at once. Watching his subordinate disappear from sight, Kyungho then turned to grumble that these youngsters nowadays were truly troublesome, making Shihun only able to offer an awkward laugh and scratch his head to hide his embarrassment. Just a few minutes later, the radar device in his hand suddenly emitted strange beeps, signaling an ominous sign. That unusual sight made Minzo shout in alarm, reporting to the guild master that a series of life signals had just simultaneously vanished. It seems like our team of hunters has fallen into an ambush. As soon as Kyungho heard the news, he dashed toward where everyone was searching, while Minzo ran and updated the coordinates, showing they were 200 meters underground. Lian froze at the sight before her eyes and wondered if something was wrong because that thing was creeping closer. The countdown echoed sharply through the space as the ground shook violently, with the distance closing to 150, then 50 meters. Just seconds later, the thick layer of snow below was suddenly blasted into the sky as if a mine had just exploded. This opening shock made Kyungho frown in disbelief, unable to understand what on earth was going on. Sungin witnessed the horrific scene right before his eyes, his hair standing on end from sheer terror. A colossal fleshy hand suddenly emerged from underground, like an omen of the appearance of an entity far beyond human understanding. As soon as that grotesque figure appeared, the nearby soldiers turned pale with fear, wondering what kind of devilish hand it was. Kyungho stared wide-eyed at that massive protrusion, wondering what kind of monster it was, or if it was someone's trick, thinking it would be quite painful if it were a living creature, when suddenly a small tear appeared on the giant hand. It caused the entity to hurriedly clench its fingers together. A moment later, the hand suddenly spread wide open, revealing a surging source of evil energy within its palm. This spine-chilling sight made Sungin break into a cold sweat as he saw another tear appear on the hand. Strangely, that devilish tear continued to slowly widen further. It formed a large gap for swarms of monsters to pour out. The tragic scene before them made Bongsu and Hamming break into a cold sweat, crying out that the monsters were rushing out in droves. Immediately, the entire vast area became chaotic as everyone scrambled to flee from the grotesque horde of monsters. Despite Jisoo and Bongsu's efforts to calm everyone and urge them into battle formation, the crowd remained in a frantic panic, unable to comprehend what kind of thing was crawling out. The extreme chaos made Shihun frown with worry, thinking to himself that they were doomed. With the number of monsters exceeding their capacity plus that cursed hand, his comrades would only descend into complete disarray. He instinctively shouted his female comrade's name, startling Jisoo, who quickly replied, "Yes, Guildmaster." Shihun, while launching a counterattack, took a deep breath and ordered a team to withdraw from the gate immediately to run for reinforcements from headquarters. As soon as the order was given, a pale Jisoo nodded and confirmed, "Understood, sir." With those words, she spun around and ran for her life, leaving the battlefield. Jisoo's brain worked at full capacity while her body struggled under high intensity, wondering if monsters were coming out of this empty gate, whether the other gates were still safe. The intermittent, anxious voice of a comrade suddenly sounded in her ear, saying, "Captain, look over there. It is truly strange. Why has the gate entrance shrunk so small now?" Before Jisoo could compose herself, heart-wrenching screams of "help me" rang out from behind, leaving her to mutter nervously, "Have the beasts already made it this far?" She gritted her teeth and cast a magic circle on the ground to salvage this dire situation, shouting, "Everyone run toward the exit, no matter what, we have to escape first." As soon as the sealing spell was cast, a series of energy chains shot out, aiming to seize the monsters that were charging furiously toward them. Several panicked people kept screaming loudly, urging each other to run quickly and absolutely not look back. It seemed they were about to escape successfully, but a cruel reality appeared before their eyes: the gate. It had slammed shut. Those words made Jisoo, who was trying to buy time, turn deathly pale. Right at the main battlefield, the War King's guilds weren't faring much better. Be careful out there. Almost all of them were terrifying rank a monster. Focus on defending and try to hold this last line of defense. While retreating and fighting back against the horrific beasts, Jisoo cursed in frustration, wondering when this wave of attacks would ever end. Even Mr. Hua Wang had to sigh wearily in a dilemma while clearing out the undead monsters. Sung-in muttered irritably as the demons kept surging forward. The monsters continued to pour out incessantly. Yet that bizarre giant hand remained completely motionless. At least it's only releasing monsters instead of attacking directly. But does that thing even deserve to be called a monster? The previous inquiry caused 2 logistics personnel to panic and report that they were detecting a strange energy, similar to mana, accumulating at the rift where the monsters appeared. Upon hearing that, Jisoo realized immediately that it might be another variation of the gate. While Sung-in was still dazed and asked if he meant a reverse gate, Hamming looked just as confused, exactly like the first gate 20 years ago. A gate in the shape of a strange hand. Who on earth has ever heard of such an absurd thing? At this point, Mr. Ho spoke up casually while taking a break. "Anyway, we must seal that rift where the monsters are spewing out. If we can get to the root of the problem, then just aim straight at that opening and hit it hard. At this rate, our brothers will probably kick the bucket before reinforcements can manage to arrive." As Mr. Ho began to grip his sword hilt to focus all his power, he called out, "I need you to perform a very high jump, Empire. I will pour everything into a single lethal strike." Saijun loudly replied, "Understood," while feeling a tinge of pensiveness. Perhaps they had lived in peace for too long. Hunters who are only trained through routines and existing protocols will surely drift when facing real danger. The easily restored civilization and new power have made everyone complacent. At this point, there is nothing left but to gamble with one's life. After everything was prepared, Saijun shouted to signal that he was ready. Hearing that, Mr. Ho laughed heartily and praised his great fighting spirit. "Then, let's move out." The young man quickly unleashed the opening move, single strike. As the strike swung up, it carved a lethal line directly into the crack on that mysterious hand, causing it to suffer an extremely heavy injury in the blink of an eye. The tear was now scorched to the point where no monster dared to venture near it to crawl out anymore. Just when it seemed everything was settled, the hand suddenly counterattacked with immense force, sending Mr. Ho flying backward. The terrible aftershocks flew Sung-in into a rage as he yelled at the Bang Trung Bang group, "You fools, brace yourselves. Concentrate your power into your legs right now." As soon as Mr. Ho landed, Saijun asked anxiously, "Are you okay? The energy is backfiring." Suddenly, pale arms reached out from the void. They pulled apart the fissures on that giant hand to widen the tear. From the gap in that hand, a terrifyingly massive eye slowly revealed itself. Hammond couldn't hold back his panic and stammered, "What on earth is appearing?" Everyone present trembled more or less as fear consumed them. Hiding discreetly behind a tree trunk, Arobat grinned excitedly. "He has arrived, he is descending." It was the presence of the second-floor Demon King, Lord Solsol. In this rank gate area where Team C was stationed, Awa paced around searching, but there was still no trace of the gate's heart. Sue seemed quite disappointed with this place. "Clearly this area is the exact location, but the air here is really thin." She reported on the members' condition. Most were severely injured, and more than half of the personnel had been ordered to leave the gate beforehand. "Don't be so petty. I was the one who ordered the retreat, so don't interfere. If you don't like it, feel free to leave right now." Gai Hong smirked at Sue. "Hey, why so snappy? We were teammates, aren't we? Just shut up and get lost." Watching the two of them argue, Awa could only sigh. Sue was always cold, but his attitude toward the Diamond Guild leader was even harsher. Sue stood up abruptly and assigned her the task, "Keep searching the surrounding area a bit more, just don't go too far." A call from afar completely caught his attention. Jong-go ran hurriedly toward Sue. "Oh, I was looking everywhere for you. Why are you here with Team C?" He slowly explained to everyone. "Inside the original gate we entered, there was another passage leading here, but as soon as we crossed through, that passage completely vanished." After answering, he hurriedly asked about the situation on the other side. "More importantly, how did you get here? Has Team A fully retreated? Has the gate closed completely?" Jong-go recounted everything word for word. "After you disappeared, we decided to leave a few strong hunters behind to continue searching for the gate's heart. So I went outside first with the Han Guild leader's team to escort the injured back." He recalled in astonishment. "After bringing the injured back to base, I intended to return to the gate with the Han Guild leader, but the gate automatically closed, blocking all entry and preventing them from going back in." His words made Sue even more worried about their comrades. What about the other hunters inside? Losing contact like this, how can we know if they are alive or dead?" Everyone fell silent as he continued his explanation. "While I was going to notify the other teams, I saw Team C's members running out, so I followed them back in." Jong-go suggested a plan to Sue. "You should check the situation outside soon. This gate could collapse at any moment, so you need to leave right away." Yue's tone was filled with hesitation. "Master." Without letting her finish her sentence, he made his decision. "We must leave immediately. I need to verify this myself." Yoa instructed each member. "Then Ho Guild, double-check the head count to see if anyone is left in the gate, then evacuate immediately."
"Yes."
Jaewon stood quietly in a corner and smirked meaningfully. The game had officially begun. Time passed and the mysterious gate slowly revealed itself once more. The first person to leap down was Sue. Following him were the leaders of the other alliances. Team C had completed its retreat. Kim Unju reconfirmed the head count and reported over the radio that all Team C hunters had gathered and were preparing to withdraw to the base. Iowa rushed over and asked urgently, "President, what on earth is happening? What about the other teams?" Kim Unju signaled for Sue's group to stay calm. "Let's head back to the base first. I'll explain everything once things have settled down." The entire guild quickly moved toward the center of the base as instructed. Sue scanned everyone carefully, missing no one. Suddenly he spoke up in panic, "I'm reporting the campaign's status. Everyone gather around. Why don't I see Sejun anywhere?" Kim Unju kept her eyes fixed on her tablet and briefly briefed the team first. Team A, consisting of the Ice Soul Guild, Diamond Guild, and Smex, with over 20 key personnel and their guild leaders, is trapped inside. The door is locked tight. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Next, Team C, including the International Hunter Association Infinite Tree, and then Hoa Guild, has successfully escaped. The exit is still being maintained. Unju tightened her scarf, her expression hesitant. "And what about Team B from the Empire and White Lion?" She sighed as she delivered the grim news. "Except for 4 members of the Empire Guild, everyone else is trapped inside. The door has closed." Iowa stared in disbelief. What? 3 powerful guild leaders were helpless and trapped in a rank gate. According to the survivors, a bizarre hand-shaped monster just appeared. Everyone fell silent in despair. A group had followed the Empire Guild leader's orders to retreat and call for help, but unfortunately, the exit route suddenly collapsed. Iowa drooped, touching the cold ground. She collapsed to her knees as if falling into a bottomless pit. How could such a thing happen? The air suddenly became stifling. Unfortunately, the only remaining gate, Team CS rank gate, automatically closed before the raid could finish, which is completely unprecedented. In the midst of this crisis, Jaewon remained extremely indifferent. "They've been completely swallowed up." Cheng Wu added with a serious face, "According to current human technology, once a gate collapses, it can never be reopened. Even if a new one appears nearby, there's no guarantee they reconnect it." Bitch G and her teammates suddenly turned pale as they realized something. "Then, does that mean our guild leader and all those people are already?" A calm, almost cold voice delivered the death sentence. "The realistic assessment is that there is no hope for rescue. They will have to be listed as missing." Yi-Jin and Bitch G panicked, feeling backed into a corner. "That can't be true. What should we do now, guild leader?" In stark contrast to the crowd's pessimism, Sue had a bold hunch. His eyes flashed with determination, because these gates haven't been normal from the very beginning. Everyone held their breath, focusing on Sue's explanation, appearing side by side and then closing on their own before the core is found. Such strange things don't happen with natural gates. There are no resources and the grotesque monsters are completely off the charts. It's clear they were set up as a deadly trap. In fact, the Diamond Guild leader and I witnessed it ourselves. Inside Team S gate, there's a secret tunnel leading straight to Team C's area. Deducing from that, it's very likely that a passage exists within that rank space connecting to where Team B is trapped. Dongji was about to sneer but was immediately cut off. "You mean if we find that shortcut, we can save Team B?" "Not necessarily." Unju stubbornly maintained her stance, arguing that if Hunter Min Sue's guess were correct, it would be tantamount to pushing everyone through gates manipulated by an unknown force. Thus, casualties absolutely could not be allowed to continue rising. Yi-Jin, hearing this, felt a pang of sympathy and agreed. What if the rescue team stepped into a grade's gate only for it to suddenly close? Anything could happen these days according to someone else's will, so being reckless would be foolish. Unju's tone suddenly turned ice cold and emotionless. She believed the existence of these gates had long surpassed humanity's control. Rationally speaking, this rescue mission had to be immediately abandoned. Her subsequent words made Sue ponder, but in the end, if we had the backing of the Antarctic base in the future, we would at least have some fallback. Her demeanor suddenly softened, becoming strangely sad. Did she plan to call for help from the demons? The two began a tense exchange. "Why are you overreacting? In the current situation, they clearly possess more information and understanding than we humans, even if they themselves are the ones behind the creation of these monstrous gates." Seeing Yudu seemed to defend the demons, it appears that the deep-seated hatred for them still simmers in many hearts, doesn't it? After all, they have been silently contributing to rebuilding human civilization as a way to atone for the past war. Why would they now get involved in such serious matters? Sue was furious at this unbearable naivety. "So, you intend to be grateful to those who started the war and then soothe the wounds they themselves inflicted? Wake up, it's only been 20 years, not 200, and frankly you weren't even involved in that war, so what do you know to act so condescendingly?" Yudu clenched her jaw, clearly annoyed. Arguing like this is just a waste of breath and leads nowhere. She didn't bother to argue further and decisively concluded, "If you're so capable and talented, then go solve it all yourself. As the commander of this raid, I officially declare the cancellation of the entire rescue operation. Just report the situation to our superiors and then we'll figure it out." Sue couldn't be bothered to retort or argue with Yudu anymore. After all, she had just sat there idly throughout the entire confrontation. "Esteemed Chairman, please report to General Headquarters and ask the government for help. Do as you please." His brazen remark made her so angry that her eyes widened. There is truly nothing more to say. Both Xia's glare and tone exuded steely determination. "I will personally handle this rescue mission." Ara stared at the map and said with a sigh, "Everything is moving slower than originally planned." Tashanka, a dignified S-class hunter with a wild mountain-dwelling aura, smirked thoughtfully and spoke, "I just heard a rumor that the Great S-Gate area in South America has been cleared. The scale of the damage might be even more horrific than we imagined." Izanami, beside her, nodded silently, her expression as placid as ever. "On our side, it's not much better. Although the country wasn't heavily devastated, the number of hunters who died within those gates is 1,000 times higher than predicted. Surrounded by countless dire circumstances, Merlin maintained his infuriatingly calm demeanor. He leisurely stroked his silver beard and slowly spoke. This is an unprecedented disaster in history, so such large-scale losses are unavoidable. Immediately, a young woman stood up sharply, vehemently objecting to that opinion, saying it's unavoidable is a bit too much. Hunters being sucked in are no different from trash falling into a vacuum cleaner. From my personal perspective, our association should intervene more decisively. At this rate, if the number of high-ranking hunters worldwide continues to dwindle, then future gate raids will be hopeless. The one who boldly declared this was Class Hunter Gant Hava. In the air thick with gunpowder, a strong hand lightly patted Ada's shoulder, accompanied by a deep, mocking voice. Who are you lecturing now, Gant Hava? Ada, meanwhile, couldn't hide her extreme resentment towards the person in front of her. Damn it, who do you think you are, daring to touch me? The hunter seemed very familiar with Gant Hava's feisty and prickly nature, so he merely smirked dismissively. It seems you still haven't fully grasped the Hunter Federation's stance, have you? If an unwieldy, multinational force like ours interferes too deeply, the host countries will be extremely awkward. After all, human instinct is to be wary of those with superior strength. Moreover, with training towers popping up everywhere now, churning out successive waves of hunters like instant noodles, what's the point of worrying unnecessarily? Tashanka heard this and snorted contemptuously. How ridiculous, mass-producing hunters. Ara pondered for a long time before finally proposing a solution. For now, we will remain still and observe for a while longer. We will send people to closely monitor the support activities of each local association, and if the situation gets out of control, then we will have no choice but to swallow our pride and ask Misthiel to deploy the main force. In the hallway of the Grand Hall, the ceaseless sound of footsteps filled the air with a suffocating sense of business. As Sand strode out of the meeting room, he bumped into a young man who was about to rush in. He immediately raised his hand to stop him and shouted, "Stop right there. Is something urgent? Mizara is extremely busy." Encountering his icy, murderous expression, the young man stammered, "Yes, sir, I apologize. I have urgent documents that need to be reported immediately. South Korea has just sent a request for urgent aid. For some reason, a gate that was in the reconnaissance phase suddenly closed, trapping the hunters inside. They suspect this incident involves a neighboring gate and are requesting rescue forces. The situation seems more tense than thought, which is why I rushed over here." Sand didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking and snatched the file from his hand. "Leave it, I'll handle this information myself. You may leave now." After the subordinate figure disappeared around the corner, he stood silently in the empty hallway, his sharp eyes quickly scanning the neatly written details in the file he had just obtained. He decisively tore the report to shreds and casually let the pieces flutter to the floor. In the desolate forest, a spatial rift suddenly twisted violently and ripped open the still air. Eerie light poured into the corner of the forest. Sue crossed his arms and observed the two figures before him, truly an unfathomable face. Awa widened her eyes in surprise. "I understood why the others stayed, but I didn't expect you to decide the same." Jillian, the leader of the Boundless Legion. "You are Joshua's subordinate. Have you received approval from your superiors?" Jillian frankly stated her purpose. "I am here to repay Sua's kindness. Although my injuries prevent me from casting spells, my basic tracking skills are still very useful. The government is merely complying with the association's request to avoid public outcry. They will conceal the casualty figures until the S-Class gate is fully closed. He cannot afford to act recklessly in that location. However, his approval for me to participate in the rescue proves he understands the severity of the situation." Joshua sighed warily, no longer bothering to listen to any further explanations. "Fine, as you wish." Sue completely ignored Jillian's actions. "As long as you don't get in my way, time is running out. Let's go in now because the gate entrance will soon." Under their watch, dense magic drew brilliant glowing circles on the ground, and from those lights, the familiar figures of Ghost and Volk gradually appeared. Seeing their appearance, Sue frowned slightly with a sense of strangeness. "This mascot outfit looks very familiar," Volk stammered incoherently, his face showing extreme bewilderment. "Hey." Sue didn't bother with their foolish reaction. "Do you have the item I asked for?" Ghost knelt on one knee on the cold ground, bowing respectfully. "Yes, master, we just arrived from Helchalak." The woman named Mumi confirmed that she had tried her best to craft them according to your special request. Yoa asked curiously upon hearing the unfamiliar term, "What is the holy relic of vacuum closing and what is its function?" Ghost slowly took out an old cloth bag containing a fine, dark red powder. "This is the holy relic that forcibly maintains phenomena, or in other words, prolongs the effect of skills. If sprinkled on a magic circle, the spellcaster will be forcibly kept in that state regardless of their remaining mana for half a day." However, Sue continued to clarify the technical aspect. "These gates are created from mana, so they can also be considered skills. This is a safe way to prevent the gates from closing suddenly." Yoa breathed a sigh of relief. "So we can rest easy for the next half day." Sue began calculating the next steps. Fra suddenly interjected with a sarcastic tone, "Everyone has a plan in mind." Sue, as usual, ignored the noisy sound and pointed at Ghost. "Make sure nothing strange gets close." He bowed his head and seriously accepted the order.
"Yes."
The four of them turned and advanced towards the giant spatial gate. Ghost quietly looked at Sue's solitary back, praying for his safe return, master. Inside the S-Class gate, hot lava flowed intertwined. The temperature there was so harsh that no plant could possibly grow. Volk quickly scanned his surroundings vigilantly. "I don't sense any monster presence at the moment." Sue calmly divided the tasks. "I will check around Gate A. Everyone else search the areas we haven't been to yet." Oa immediately replied yes. He instructed them on the key points. "Focus on the mana flow. The more concentrated the power, the higher the chance the gate will remain open. If you detect any abnormalities, report them to me immediately." Yawa was the first to notice something strange. "Look, that cave over there. Isn't this the place we just came from? Why do I have the feeling that I haven't moved forward at all?" Jillian, with her extensive experience, also noticed many unsettling clues. Strange. Based on the battle signs, this should be the old location, but the monster corpses have vanished completely. Just then, her keen hearing caught a very faint sound that passed by right next to her. She rushed forward and grabbed Iwa's shoulders, startling her, her face pale with intense panic. Just a step away from Iwa's heels, lava was bubbling fiercely. Trembling, she asserted that there had been absolutely nothing here just a moment ago. Jillian closed her eyes toward the empty space in front of her and launched an extremely powerful fire soul spell to probe the situation. The surrounding space shook violently. By now she was certain this was illusion magic and someone had intentionally set a trap in this area. A cold chill ran down Iwa's spine, making her shudder. It couldn't be. Could they really not be alone in this area? Is there a way to dispel it right here? Jillian shook her head thoughtfully, rejecting that simple option. It's very difficult because we've fallen straight into a sophisticated trap. Even knowing it's an illusion doesn't make it easy to escape. Realizing the dire situation, Iwa gnashed her teeth in frustration. Damn it, if this continues, how can I ever go back to see Master again? Jillian anxiously bit her nails. The path had been shifted. Illusion magic was originally a crowd control skill. If only they could locate the mastermind, it would be so much better. On Xu's side, Zhonggu dazedly reached out to feel the invisible barrier blocking their path. Xu remained calm, leisurely raising his hand to cast drizzle magic. Cold raindrops laced with magic began falling onto the scorching ground, and soon the dense rain formed a hazy mist. The area where Iwa's group was also affected by this wide area spell. Startled, she covered her head with her hands. Why is it suddenly raining like this? Weather phenomena inside the Stargate. Could this be another trick by the illusionist? Jillian further speculated, or it could be a skill from an ally. Hearing this, Iwa suddenly remembered someone with a similar special ability. Oh, this rain. Could it be him? Gu gradually stabilized his heartbeat after the sudden panic. Just now, I almost thought it was a real hail of arrows, which is why I panicked. Looking toward the empty space with sharp eyes, it is a hail of arrows. It's just that to our side, it looks like normal rain. So if you don't want your bodies turned into honeycombs, show yourselves immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the space opposite them suddenly twisted, revealing the silhouettes of two strangers. The young man perched on a large rock broke into a delighted smile. So what you said was true, Gu Kexin. Right where Jinhua stood, a transparent barrier enveloped the surroundings to protect him from the magical raindrops. He casually observed Su opposite him. Gu Kexin, he really is the one we are looking for. A war hero from 10 years ago, the one who defeated the demon king of the fourth circle and was then blasted into another world. The mad dog Minxu showed no sign of surprise, while Rongga standing beside him clenched his fists, ready to handle any unexpected situation. Jinhua appeared extremely excited to see the target in the flesh for the first time. I've heard about you for so long and only meet you now. His aura is indeed no joke. Seeing his companion acting playful, Gu Kexin sternly warned, don't lower your guard, Jinhua. Xu patiently waited for them to finish before calmly replying with a sarcastic tone, I also know a thing or two about your kind. Pandemonium, those flatterers who suck up to demons, right? Jinhua suddenly waved his hand. A sharp swishing sound echoed as a pure white fan unfolded. Sharp eyes and a sharp tongue too. Seems you quite clever, so let's skip the dull pleasantries. At that exact moment, the hard rocks scattered around suddenly shattered into fine dust under terrifying pressure. He fanned forcefully, manipulating a dense stream of magic power to form a giant roaring dragon that charged powerfully at Xu while issuing a challenge. Let's see what you're made of. Xu's face remained cold and emotionless. He lightly raised his hand to activate his magic. I don't care why you crave to side with them, but dozens of deep blue magic arrows appeared out of thin air, simultaneously piercing through the dragon's body in an instant. As the golden light gradually faded into the void, he began to speak sarcastically in a cold tone, as fellow humans living on the same planet, aren't you ashamed? Following the strong and betraying your own kind, thinking that living with integrity is foolish throughout history, scum like you only deserve. Seizing the opportunity while they were focusing all their attention on the head-on clash with Xiu Ho. Standing right next to him, Lap startled and hurriedly turned his head toward the source of that strange sound. While Jillian provided covering fire from afar, Iwa leaped high and delivered a decisive kick to his head, confidently finishing the sentence for Xiu Ho, saying that he was sure to be beaten to a pulp. The weapon in Du Hua's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It was this rank crimson wave fan, capable of bending illusionary space to create terrifying waves. He let out an authoritative roar to activate the primordial power of this sensory dominant skill. Instantly, the arid ground beneath their feet turned into a vast ocean with fierce waves surging aggressively as if to swallow all life. Iwa quickly moved to safety while Jillian, relying on her seasoned combat experience, saw through its nature and calmly noted that it was just an illusion. Fra's excited voice rang out in Xiu Ho's mind. That looks delicious, I want to taste it. It's not just an illusion. While Rong Hu, standing nearby, was swept away by the fierce wave. Because he was caught off guard, Xiu Ho still stood firm in the center of the storm, magic power swirling in his palm. The magic power around Xiu Ho was so dense that it turned into a thick white mist obscuring the view. He cast the cage spell. This is its rank ice attribute secret art. This mobile shield using frost magic protects its owner by always accompanying the caster. He created a transparent barrier to protect Jillian and Iwa from being swallowed by the illusion. That bastard is trying to block our retreat, Iwa. Capture him for me. Without showing a hint of hesitation, she gave a decisive yes. Although the current situation was not very favorable, Du Hua remained nonchalant, saying appreciatively, countering mana right inside my illusion. How is a talented person like you still nameless? Perhaps both of our fates have been twisted. 10 years ago, we were on opposing sides. I know your reputation as the person with the greatest contribution to the war, almost a hero, but look, you were pushed out of space and forgotten while I suddenly became a crazy murderer overnight, but both of us are just chasing our own ideals. Duhua suddenly accelerated to close the distance, Crimson Wave colliding fiercely with the ice cage, creating shocking explosions. As those sympathetic words rang out, he kept his mind clear to deal with his opponent's tricky moves. At the same time, his three teammates were also embroiled in fierce battles with Gukusin and the grotesque illusions from Crimson Wave. Considering himself superior, Duhua delivered a harsh judgment. Foolish humans arbitrarily distort the truth for their own benefit. This world has rotted to its core. His arrogant attitude of looking down on everything made Xiuho unable to hold back. He gritted his teeth and replied sharply, "That is absolute nonsense. I have never harmed an innocent person or groveled to the demon race in exchange for my own ideals." Facing that anger, Duhua only wore a calm, mysterious smile. "You only know half the truth, you mad dog. I don't have the spare time to go around killing innocent people either. While you were thrown away and disappeared, this world turned into hell. It's all just a glamorous outer shell. I wonder if you can still keep your pure faith when you learn the truth. I'm very curious, but perhaps I won't be able to find out the outcome here." Just as Xiuho thought he would continue to stall and exhaust his strength, the man suddenly took a step back and said, "That is enough stalling, Gakusen." His sudden retreat caused Gakusen, who was struggling against Aiwa and Jillian, to grimace. "Damn it, Jinjawa." With his sharp instincts, Xiuho immediately realized the enemy's escape plan and loudly warned his comrades, "The illusion is shattering, everyone watch out." Just as he finished speaking, Duhua snapped his fingers and a sharp, cold sound echoed through the space, causing all the illusions to shatter into thousands of tiny pieces, falling scattered like withered flower petals. Before completely disappearing, he did not forget to smile and bid Xiuho farewell. "See you next time, mad dog." Witnessing their delicious prey slip away, Frau was both shocked and regretful. Oh, such a delicious treat got away. A spatial portal. Only then did Xiuho realize why his opponent had been so confident. It turned out they had brought their own escape route. Witnessing the shimmering illusion fragments gradually dissolve in the murky air, Wu Kexin gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly that the bastard dared to betray them all. The door was not yet closed tight, but she could not face these people alone, and at this rate, he was about to escape. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction due to the sudden disappearance of the flower, he immediately turned and ran frantically. Both Zillion and Owa were stunned for a beat by that person's unexpected flight. This man truly had a lot of nerve to dare run away. Without giving the opponent any chance to escape, Awa immediately drew the bow at her side with lightning speed, her movements extremely proficient as she pulled the bowstring taut to accumulate magic arrows and asked where he thought he was hiding. She aimed straight at his receding back and released the taut bowstring. The arrow, carrying a powerful surge of magic, tore through space to pierce Gukusin's chest from behind. His legs instantly went weak and he collapsed to the ground, while a mouthful of thick black blood began to well up to his throat. At the very moment his heavy body crashed down, a brilliantly glowing circular spatial portal suddenly appeared right beneath him. "Gungu," he uttered in total shock and disbelief upon seeing that the gate had been opened. An actual passage appearing within another portal made Iwer cautiously wonder if they had created their own path long ago, and whether this place would ultimately lead straight to Shijun. While everyone remained on high alert, Sua quickly acted without hesitation, believing they should no longer delay since this passage could close at any time, meaning the others needed to stay and protect it. He decisively plunged into the center of that pitch-black spatial portal, knowing that there was now no other choice. On the other side of the gate was a vast frozen world covered in white, where cold winds wailed incessantly like cries of lamentation. After a brief second of experiencing the sensation of floating in the void, Sua's feet landed gently on the soft, fine snow. However, his face showed no sign of joy despite arriving here. He had finally made it, but he wondered if something was amiss. He wondered if he had come too late as the desolate scene unfolded before him, where fresh blood from scattered corpses had dyed the pure white snow red, leaving only a few lucky survivors struggling to maintain their last bit of consciousness amidst the bloody battlefield.